Chapter 1 The Apprentice Scene Turbulent Times. In the courtyard of the alchemy workshop, the temperature-themed of winter remained frigid. Apprentice escalating ray cotton garments emerged from the communal sleeping quarters, each own shivering uncontrollably. They exhaled on their hands, forming small clouds of vapor, and hootled together in groups, stomping their feet toward warmth. Shan Fei, with his hands stuck within his sleeves, stood amidst Heckroad, listening to the conversations of his fellow apprentices. Shea Liu and his companion Shave Benek spell dispotted him in Thessalums. How tragic, Shea Li, I'll probably won't survive a this year. The price of Oringer monthly wage, bare we use a few pounds so freeze. Ifenly I could become an alchemy apprentice. He heard that the steam headmaster was selecting individuals to concoct cayenne blood powder. Do you think so? Have you ever mastered the basic lingaf herbs? You dream of concocting cayenne blood powder? The discussion swore a cacophony, and upon hearing these, Shun Fei sighed. He had indeed traversed time and space. Even now, he experienced a deja real sensation. He could not comprehend how a lawyer, known for his fiery opposition to injustice and dedicated to advocating for the common folk, had found himself in this bewildering situation. His last memory was of Simeona striking high monthly back of head with fabric. How cold they've been? Shin Fei could not fathom, for his relentless pursuit of justice had made him numerous enemies. A casual glance through his contacts revealed at least a type potential suspects. Well, if he must traverse this new world, so be it. Shin Fei reluctantly accepted his fate. However, being reborn nasaloli apprentice left them somewhat disgruntled. After 3 months in this new life, Shin Fei had gained a superficial understanding of his environment. Her reside in a nation known as the Great Tamper and the historical Great Tang, Buterium flourishing with martial prowess. The founding emperor, through his astonishing feats of strength, had swept across the lanes to establish the present-day Great Empire. Subsequently, a pact was made with the nobility to jointly govern the Nina province of this empire. Yet, as the years passed, the imperial family had fallen into disarray, incapable of suppressing the local aristocracy. Unrestrained, these nobles transformed into voracious beasts, seizing control of cities, usurping the authority of the court, exploiting the commoners, and waging wars against Stony and Otherall while disregarding the imperial family. Thus, chaos ensued. Thebedy Shinfin Habitat belonging to an orphan who had sold himself as an apprentice in Renai Hall. Unfortunately, he succumbed to the bitter cold of winter and perished in his bed. Renai Hall, owned off to 4 major powers in Kang County, monopolized the Lixatrady and drained das a local tyrant. Each year, they recruited numerous apprentices like Shin Fei, Hodo endlessly, barely managing to fill stomachs, while their weights were fully meager. Nonetheless, countless impoverished die outs flocked to Hoin. Themer perspective finding refuge gain such tumultuous demise and securing meal ways not to evoke vine longegemini. Life out city of Renai Hall was fraught with uncertainty. Today, the herb shave arrived jet work to weekly, as the front courtyard is awaiting the ruse. A few large baskets of herbs were delivered to Thelma workshop scout yard, and Shin Fei and disfollow a princess with lie to cover, sort and gone processing the herbs. They first rinsed them in the well water, then, depending on the property fetch herb, they will de-thirderdry, roast, or prepare them. This das quasquiteshal engine. Shun Fei diligently processed the herbs and hishans. After 3 months at Renai Hall, had managed to secure his place through his commendable herb handling skills, unlike other apprentices Hofus expulsion due to their lack of proficiency during the harsh winter. Had barely managed to survive, but that was all. If nothing unexpected occurred, Shin Fei would remain an apprentice her 4-man years until leg grew till dan feeble, ultimately being cast aside to be Renai Hall. It was disheartening. Shin Fei urged internally. Thiever present senso fim pending do made him tread carefully in this world. With him, the future accoudin legromer arduous. Shun Fei, having traversed into this realm, acutely felt through a toughest circumstances and die earned to break free from Thestis alterous fate. Yet, it was immensely difficult. Concocting cayenne blood powder. A sudden hot flickered in his mind, causing Shin Fei's brow to furrow slightly. There were various types of apprentices in the alchemy workshop themist menial verethos like Shin Fei, who spent their day shandling herbs and performing menial tasks, while at highest ranking and best treated were alchemy apprentices. They were Reexum Fromenia Labran Mirlai required to concoct elixirs according to the steamed masters dictivisiachde. The cayenne blood powder mentioned be his falau apprentice wesa basis lixa design yet to enhance the vitality of mortals. Yet, despite simplicity, it still required apprentices stop as at least rudimentary proficiency in her bandling to create. Theogurtha proficiency, the better. Own lighthouse with outstanding bandling skill shade of Ennis ly chancy of becoming Gonalkamai apprentice. Shinfai's ability descent, barely qualifying him for entry-level statushover, has still had a considerable weight agatajur past heather apprentices, and the assessment for apprentices wasmer latuo days away. Was the show as lif wood end? Shunfi felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Just then, a faint pain appeared before him, adorned with an abundance of text. Herb handling, small accomplishment conditions. Clean 50 herbs, 49.50. Dry 50 herbs, 49.50. Prepare 50 herbs, 49.50. What is this? Shunfi was momentarily taken aback, but the quickly realized that thighs waste a golden finger, an essential tool forever atim a traveler. Joy surged within him after 3 months of traversing this new world. He had almost forgotten about the existence of such a thing as Sithidai to activate. Now the tide had finally come to life, how cold Shin Fein feel accelerated? The activated Joel Din finger possessed formidable capability is be merely fulfilling the conditions, he could swiftly enhance his bandling skills. I citrolith is powerful? Shin feeful to flicker of doubt, yet gazing at the flashing information on the panel, hasn't said the thuis justice deep haway from evings, mal success in her bandling. Hefel tajur job determination tojavai tatri. What if it could genuinely alter his fate? Hishi Artre said with excitement if the golden finger couldn't de-delivity hisher bandling ability so swiftly, then he must take yak and swift thilchamai apprentice assessment. He did not wish to let a lefov confusion in this chaotic world. To Kingerb from the basket, Shunfiri called the processing methods. Hefir strinset the herb in the frigid well water, washing away thittertand impurities. Theon spitting like cold water na felt warm, mirroring Shinfai's fervent spirit. After cleansing thurb, Hilo adididry for a few minutes, then placed it in a frying pan toroast, carefully controlling this step was essential in preparing the herb. As the herb turneden, Shunfir moved it tan satida side in a plate with that, the herb was processed. His gaze fell forward, and the panel refreshed just in time. Chapter 2 Rapid Small Accomplishment. Herb handling, small accomplishment conditions. Clean 50 herbs, 50-50. Dry 50 herbs, 50-50. Prepare 50 herbs, 50-50. You have attained the ability of herb handling, small accomplishment. The next stage condition shave been activated. In the next moment, a wealth of experience regarding herb handling flooded into Shinfai's minden type, 2 types, 3 types. At total of 100 different classifications of herb handling methods became ingrained in his memory. Time, heat, technique. In just a few breaths, Shunfi had mastered the properties and processing methods of 100 types of herbs. In terms of herb handling, he now possessed skills comparable to Theto Fanaprinta Suhoad Workadatranai Halfort Woda 3 years. He gazed around, observing Theothor apprentices how focused on their tasks, and insights flooded Shinfai's mind. Red heart grass ust not bewashed thighs way it should first be soaked for 5 minutes. Wisteria flower scammed read directly. Hep recessited and correctly. White piana requirest had dishon of opiniophony during preparation. Headed a penny and a half. The medicinal effect is significant liardust. With thick knowledge of 100 herb processing methods, Shinfina resembled an experienced said practitioner in herb handling, capable of discerning Thurai Tandrong methods employed by the apprentices in the courtyard. He also gained a fundamental understanding of each apprentice's capabilities. Mustaf Tim possessed on average herb handling skills, with on the 2 individuals standing Gutnani named Song Ku, Hoboria Rotunviz, making Jithard to believe Simeon Kud thrivius an apprentice while being suplump. The other, named Zhangbo, Wasami Wat Dol Wit Diet remarkably nimble. Shunfai assessed the situation and concluded that both individuals possessed capabilities in herb, processing the tormerly athemi nor achievements, rendering them formidable competitors. However, Master J required only one alchemy apprentice, and to attain that position, one a most possessibility as far surpassing those of the war individuals. With his thought hottened, Shinfido Aka deep breathing gazed ahead the brand new interface had refrained activated. Conditions for mastery in herb processing. Cleanse herbs 100 times 0100. Dry herbs 100 times 0100. Process herbs 100 times 0100. Having just reached a damanor achievement, he now faced the prospect of mastery. It was evident that their processing could be continually upgraded. What lay bay in mastery? Shunfei's mind swirled with questions she's understanding of this world was still quite superficial. Don la grasped the concept so fintry, minor achievement, and no mastery, which representeth the limits of this knowledge. Asha looked at the interface of Isabian la Tahim. Shunfei couldn't help but wonder what the risk golden finger had of the replications beyond her processing. For instance, martial arts. These Waisake Ulta dominated by powerful warriors. The Emperor of the Great Tang Empire had established his reign through martial prowess and formidable fightership and extraordinary status, becoming the targets of various factions eager to recruit him. The Renai Hall, in addition to alchemy, maintained a dedicated martial arts guard unit located just adjacent to the workshop. They received food and lodging, indulgent in sumptuous meals, and were compensated generously. This situation made Shen Fei, Hunsa struggled to make Hein's meet, exceedingly envious. Had contemplated pursuing martial arts in such tumultuous times, how could done protect himself without formidable strength? Alas, martial training required not only talent but also substantial financial resources. With his pockets empty, Shun Filament had de circumstances and resigned himself to his reality. Yet now, an opportunity zemed to present itself. It must find Akancito experiment. If it fails, then Sabiatis shall continue to arc diligent, lieth Renai Hall. But if it succeeds, it will undoubtedly become a warrior. Survive. Live as strongly in this chaotic world. Shun faithfully, his gazoon wavering. The severe large basket soferb swerina taverly burdensimi on ordinary days, several apprentices would toil dato completes hadisk. Remarkably, today, Forius and Sunk known, the finish ed much quicker, wrapping up the afternoon. The apprentices were refilled with a sense of unexpected joyous they stretched and relishid their armaments off leisure. Shinfi hoisted a large basket of processed herbs and strode toward the courtyard of the workshop. The so-called alchemy workshop was, in fact, a spacious courtyard theoria hand-led herb processing. The middle section was for the storage and management of herbs, and the front section was dedicated to the actual alchemical concoction, featuring several alchemy rooms. Among these, the middle area was the most expansive, lined with rows of herb cabinets labeled A, B, C, D. Haralath a repository for various herbs, with approximately 500 common varieties and 100 rurianis available for the crafting of diverse elixirs. Ashen finds her at the middle courtyard, a faint pleasant aroma of mixed herbs swafted into his nostrils. Angelica, wisteria, red radish, mandrake. Ashua ked pas therosof cabinets, Shun diligently observed the labels and memorized the placements and properties of the herbs. These ways on essential task forever ye apprentice. Alchemy and the frontiere a typically commence don life turthy, herbs adequately prepared. However, unexpected situations occasionally arose, such as insufficient or flawed herbs, necessitating swift assistance from other apprentices. Mistakes were absolutely intolerable. If it hormeral yama turofan alchemy apprenticing, one might in Lephasia harsh reprimand. However, should Master Gao be involved, the consequences would be far graver. Master Gao asked the proprietor of Thais alchemy workshop, a senior alchemist of Threnai Hall, Gaoshan. Last year, while crafting a blood-nourishing pill, Master Gao had found himself short of foam medicinal ingredient with 3 teals. An apprentice ceasing to fetch it mistakenly brought back Honatail to many, resulting in the failure of the blood-nourishing pill endossing Master Adalos Faci at Threnai Hall, where he was merciless limited both alchemists. Do you know what happened next? That apprentice was stripped off his clothing gone lefto, freezitodi athinthus during winter. Shinfi had witnessed the entire event unfold, leaving him feeling as if fatidale wave had within him. He had never imagined that the tassingle miscalculation could lead to the fey living being. Yet afterward, Master Gao faced percussions, as if the incident that never transpired. Event theather apprentice C superior numto thevent, displaying gana tichita indifference. In that moment, Shun Fei di ply grasped the concept the thuman li fuasesa significantastra. Thiswasikio tissera. Asha traversed therosoft cabinets, bolstered by his past experience through tejudicial examination. Shun Fei felt confident in his memory. Hehadal ready memorized the majority of over 100 herbs, and within a few days, he would have a themal committed to memory. At that moment, a young man, perhaps 25 or 26, with offer Valau's expression approached them. Greetings, Brother Su. Shun Fei prompt Lahaltadan paid his respects. Su Yu, an alchemy apprentice skilled in concocting cayenne blood powder, weighs a favor to Sissa plunder Gaoshan. You are Shun Fei? Su Yu glanced at Shun Fei with acid waste look, recognizing Thais apprentice Su Hola had been here for 3 months. Unhappily, he inquired, what ariadoing hair? Have you completed processing the herbs? Yes, I have, Shun Fei plead respectfully. Su Yu weighs a quintessential Zakuffin twin master Gawasabsent, Perlished exerting eyes influence. Ifa found Danafalt, Shun Fei wood surely face a ridicule. No that's merlikite, Su you're marked, arms crossed in a hoda demeanor. In midst, you must possess strength to remain without you are free to depart. Master Gayado s note keep idle hands. Here I came, Suya was and Seagain playing thoroughly a facker pretty overlord, rallying forth a capitalist. Shin Fei chuckled internally, finding Suyu pity a bay inditurely foolish. Had this been earlier, Suyu's words swolled of left Shin Fei anxious and settled. However, now the Thi had activated his golden finger and significantly enhanced his strength. If Hakun Tavin manages an apprentice, I twould but better to hang himself and let some O'Neills have a golden finger. An alchemy apprentice? Shun Fei was determined. Chapter 3, 350 Varieties. As dusk descended, Shun Fei made his way to the back courtyard of the alchemy workshop, preparing to dine and rest. The apprentices at the workshop were classified into several tiers. Those like Shun Fei, who had only been there for a few months and were still engaged in handling medicinal herbs, were served a meager fare of rice porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables. In contrast, the most esteemed apprentices enjoyed the luxury of an egg with every meal, and on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, they could even indulge in some meat. Such dietary conditions, if observed in his previous life, would have prompted Shin Fei to confront the proprietor for mistreating employees. Yet, in this chaotic world where lives were as expendable as grass, such treatment was considered rather favorable. At the very least, one could count on 3 substantial meals a day, unlike others who faced uncertainty from one meal to the next. Moreover, apprentices received a modest stipend of 50 each month, which, while not substantial, was certainly preferable to having none at all. The air was chill as twilight set in. Shun Fei filled a large bowl with rice porridge and added a generous spoonful of pickled vegetables. Squatting in the corner outside the kitchen, taking advantage of the residual warmth radiating from the wall as he ate, a line of apprentices crouched nearby. Eat up, dig in. Where are you from? A southerner? Isn't that a slum? I heard many perish during winter. Now do you understand how comfortable life is as an apprentice at Renee Itang? So many would pay to get in but can't. Song Ku, squatting in the corner, animatedly described the promising future to a new apprentice, who listened in rapt attention, a glimmer of hope gradually surfacing on his sallow face. After finishing his meal, Shin Fei returned to the communal dormitory for rest. The dormitory was crammed with more than a dozen individuals. Everyone simply tossed their bedding aside and lay down to sleep. In this place, the higher one's status and strength, the closer one could sleep to the innermost positions, which were naturally monopolized by Suyu. Shun Fei's spot was near the entrance, drafty and exposed, ranking as the least desirable location in the dormitory. As night fell without a word exchanged, dawn broke with a faint light. The chill from the previous night had yet to dissipate, and several large baskets of medicinal herbs were delivered to the back courtyard. The apprentices, well practiced, began drawing well water and preparing their tools. Ready to start processing the herbs for the day, Shun Fei resumed his previous position. In front of him lay 3 tools: a water bucket, a small stove, and a wok, each designated for washing, drying, and processing. All necessary tools were at hand. To his right sat the plump Song Ku, while a new apprentice crouched beside him, ready to learn the intricacies of herb processing. Shun Fei, Song Ku, Here are today's herbs for you too. A large basket of herbs was placed between Shun Fei and Song Ku. Shun Fei glanced over, deftly extracting a herb from the basket, washing it first, then selecting whether to air dry or roast it based on its type, and if necessary, proceeding to process it further. With his burgeoning skills in herb processing, Shun Fei's actions were fluid and instinctive, as he swiftly handled each herb, making rapid progress toward mastery. This herb needs to be washed thoroughly before being quickly roasted. And timing is crucial. Keep the fire low. Otherwise, it will burn. Do you understand? Song Ku instructed the new apprentice, who nodded vigorously, diligently memorizing the key points. Suddenly, a flicker of flame caught the corner of his eye. The new apprentice instinctively turned to the left, witnessing Shun Fei calmly managing the roaring fire in the stove, skillfully stirring the wok as he processed the herbs. The herbs being handled were identical to those in Song Ku's possession. Yet, the speed. The new apprentice blinked in astonishment, realizing that while Song Ku was still engaged with the first herb, Shun Fei had already moved on to the second. How impressive! The new apprentice felt a thrill of admiration, pondering how this senior brother, only a few years his elder, possessed a far superior ability in herb processing compared to Song Ku. If only he could learn from him. At that moment, Song Ku noticed the new apprentice lost in thought. Just as he was about to reprimand him, his attention was captured by another burst of flames. Turning his head, he saw Shun Fei employing a technique that left him bewildered, using a roaring fire to process the herbs. Those herbs were identical to his, yet within mere moments, under the intense heat, they transformed into a slightly yellow hue, indicating successful processing. Perfectly executed. Song Ku's round face reflected sheer disbelief. He knew Shun Fei. Having been an apprentice for just 3 months, barely grasping the basics of herb processing. Often, Shun Fei would seek his guidance, and through their interactions, a camaraderie had developed. Having been at Ren Ai Tang for over a year, Song Ku's proficiency in herb processing far surpassed that of Shun Fei. Typically, it was Shun Fei who covertly observed Song Ku, learning in silence. Yet now, Shun Fei's method was on par with Song Ku's, and in certain aspects, even more seasoned and adept. For instance, the management of the high flame. Song Ku glanced at Shun Fei, then down at his own low flame. An idea sparked in his mind. And with a resolute determination, he stoked the fire in his stove, mimicking Shun Fei's technique to process the herbs. Before long, a perfectly presented herb was completed, the entire process taking half the usual time. In that moment, Song Ku was utterly astounded. A large basket contained at least several hundred herbs, and Shun Fei sat poised, his hands moving swiftly as he recalled from memory, processing one herb after another. With the assessment looming tomorrow, he needed to seize every moment to fulfill the requirements for advancing his herb processing skills. Only by doing so could he have a chance of passing the assessment and becoming an alchemy apprentice. From morning until afternoon, the basket beside Shun Fei was replaced multiple times. Finally, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, Shun Fei achieved all the necessary conditions, successfully elevating his herb processing abilities to a level of mastery. Boom! A surge of experience encompassing 200 types of herbs flooded into Shun Fei's mind. Timing, technique, and methods, more detailed and professional than the previous 100. This knowledge intertwined with his earlier experience, significantly enhancing his proficiency. With this newfound expertise, Shun Fei remained silent, bracing himself against the overwhelming influx of information. After a moment of stillness, he exhaled deeply. With his herb processing skills now at mastery, he had acquired the ability to process 350 types of herbs, akin to a seasoned practitioner with 7 to 8 years of experience. Just a day prior, Shun Fei was merely a novice apprentice with 3 months of practice to his name. With a flash, the interface reappeared before Shun Fei. Herb processing. Mastery conditions: cleansed 200 herbs. 0200 air-dried 200 herbs. 0200 processed 200 herbs. 0200 The interface materialized again, this time indicating mastery. Novice, minor success, major success, mastery. Shun Fei felt a stirring within, pondering whether this was the classification of levels in this world. He wondered if there were further levels beyond mastery, and if it was possible to unlock other abilities, such as martial arts. A fervent desire ignited within Shun Fei, yearning to test this possibility immediately. However, he knew the impracticality of such aspirations. He was but a struggling apprentice managing to secure meals, and contemplating martial arts was far too premature. At the very least, he needed to pass the assessment and become an alchemy apprentice to entertain any hopes of pursuing martial arts. Tomorrow, Shun Fei's heart blazed with anticipation. With the capability to process 350 types of herbs, boasting master-level skills, he stood among the elite of the alchemy workshop. To his knowledge, the strongest apprentice, Suyu, barely managed to process 300 types. Yet, Suyu had become the favored disciple of a high-ranking master, solely responsible for concocting qi and blood powder. With a promising future ahead, I can do this too. Shun Fei's gaze was resolute, brimming with confidence for the upcoming assessment. Chapter 4. Retreat and Advance. In the afternoon, having completed the day's tasks ahead of schedule, Shun Fei was about to rise when a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. He looked up to see Suyu approaching leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back. "Greetings, senior brother Su," the apprentices greeted hastily, rising to pay their respects. Suyu replied with a slight nod, his demeanor impeccably poised. He surveyed the courtyard, casting a sidelong glance at the gathered apprentices, and stated coolly, "I bring Master Gao's orders. Tomorrow morning is the assessment. You all must be prepared." "Yes," the apprentices responded in unison, having been aware of the assessment for some time. Suyu's announcement seemed to serve merely as a display of authority, a pretense of power. Shun Fei understood this unspoken dynamic and refrained from breaking the facade. Suyu, noticing the apprentice's submissiveness, nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Master Gao's time is precious. His personal assessment is a privilege for you all. Do not overstep." The apprentices exchanged puzzled glances, completely perplexed by Suyu's words. Seeing their confusion, Suyu cleared his throat and remarked nonchalantly, "For the assessment tomorrow, any apprentice with less than a year's experience and unable to process at least 200 types of herbs should refrain from participating. Do not waste Master Gao's time." As the words were spoken, the crowd hesitated, their expressions revealing uncertainty. They were the lowest-tier apprentices in the alchemy workshop, receiving far less favorable treatment than their peers. Although they understood that their skills were not yet fully honed, they still yearned for a chance to alter their fates. Now, with Suyu intervening, they found themselves in a quandary. To retreat was to succumb to their dissatisfaction. To advance risked incurring Suyu's wrath. Among the crowd, Shun Fei, who did not meet the criteria, furrowed his brow. Initially, he had perceived Suyu as a foolish bully, but now he recognized a more cunning side to him. Shun Fei, of course, failed to meet either condition, but he was determined to participate in the assessment. No one could dissuade him. Sharing similar sentiments was Song Ku. Though he had been an apprentice for over a year, he had only mastered a little over 100 herbs, nearly on par with another apprentice, Zhang Bai. Nevertheless, faced with an opportunity that could transform his life, Song Ku resolved to give it a try. Thus, he remained silent, standing quietly in place. "Senior brother Su." Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up. Shun Fei turned to see none other than the usually reticent Zhang Bai. "May I participate in the assessment?" "You? How long have you been here?" "Just a year. Suyu erupted in fury. "You must be dreaming. I spent 3 years under Master Gao before I even began alchemy, and you think you can do it in a year? Are you trying to belittle me? Please, I've mastered many herbs." "I said to stop talking. Didn't you hear me?" Suyu glared at Zhang Bai, who opened his mouth but ultimately fell silent. Sullenly standing in place. One must possess self-awareness, Suyu remarked as he surveyed the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, humming a little tune as he departed. The apprentices dispersed, each lost in their thoughts. Shun Fei remained unaffected, heading straight to the central courtyard to memorize the locations of various herbs. Early the next morning, Shun Fei and the other apprentices rose early. Despite the impending assessment, their tasks still awaited. Several large baskets of herbs had already been delivered to the back courtyard, ready for processing. The apprentices lined up neatly, each seated at their designated spots, diligently handling the herbs. However, compared to the previous day, their enthusiasm appeared markedly diminished. Each seemed lethargic, their methods of handling herbs noticeably more careless. Shun Fei observed several herbs being mishandled and discarded into the trash. Among the apprentices, only Xinfei, Zhang Bai, and Song Ke remained unaffected. Xinfei noticed this distinction and turned to glance at Song Ke, who happened to meet his gaze. They exchanged a knowing smile. After about an hour, an apprentice rushed in from the front courtyard, calling out, "The assessment is about to begin. You all must head to the front courtyard immediately." "Yes." The crowd hastily set aside their tasks and hurried to the front courtyard. The front courtyard was a vast expanse, primarily occupied by several enclosed alchemy rooms for potion crafting, alongside a hall for receiving guests. When Xinfei and the other apprentices arrived, a line of apprentices was already standing in the hall, while the master of the alchemy workshop, Gao Shan, sat with a teacup in hand, engrossed in his tea. Gao Shan appeared to be in his 30s, robust and powerful, resembling a martial artist more than an alchemist. He wore a green satin robe cinched with a ruby belt, exuding an air of opulence. A faint but undeniable authority marked his square face, and behind him stood Suyu, clad in a gray cotton robe. "We pay our respects to Master Gao." Xinfei and the other apprentices obediently stood at the back, bowing respectfully to him. Gao Shan nodded slightly, seated in his chair, his gaze sweeping across the room, emanating an unspoken command. "I have summoned you all today for a specific reason. Suyu has now stabilized his ability to concoct qi blood powder, and according to the rules, he will henceforth assist me in crafting nourishing blood pill. However, the production of qi blood powder must not halt, so I intend to select one of you to produce it. Who wishes to participate in the assessment?" As his voice fell, Suyu's fierce gaze fixated on the crowd of apprentices, glaring menacingly. His plan was quite cunning. By aiding Gao Shan in crafting the nourishing blood pill, he would not neglect the production of qi blood powder either. He had already identified his candidate, effectively killing two birds with one stone. Thus, Suyu did not hesitate to lower himself and personally warn the crowd the day prior. Observing the hesitant apprentices, a satisfied smile crept upon Suyu's face, indicating that his warnings had indeed borne fruit. "I am willing to participate." At that moment, an apprentice boldly stepped forward, cutting through the crowd. Suyu's lips curled upward slightly, recognizing him as the candidate he had pre-selected. Gao Shan nodded, not inquiring about the apprentice's details, and simply stated, "Bring forth the herbs." "Yes." Suyu and several apprentices hurriedly set to work. Before long, they transported a furnace, a frying pan, and other necessary tools. Placing a basket filled with unprocessed herbs before Gao Shan scanned the contents briefly, then casually tossed a herb to the apprentice. "Begin." "Yes." The apprentice nodded and settled cross-legged, commencing the processing of the herbs before Gao Shan and the other apprentices. Washing, igniting the fire, maintaining a low flame, drying, and concocting. His movements were precise, the process flawless, and his technique seasoned. Gao Shan, observing the entire procedure, could not help but nod in approval, clearly pleased with the apprentice's skill. In the crowd, Xinfei scrutinized the apprentice, noting that throughout the entire process, there were no apparent flaws. Even he could not identify any shortcomings. However, the herb required immediate sealing for preservation, yet the apprentice had no containers nearby. "What is he thinking?" Xinfei muttered. Just as he spoke, the apprentice had finished processing the herb and instinctively reached for a container to seal it. Yet, upon searching, he found not a single box. He was bewildered. The apprentice stood there, dumbfounded. Suyu, standing behind Gao Shan, also appeared taken aback, not anticipating that the herb Gao Shan had casually selected would necessitate a container. "Assessment failed," Gao Shan stated flatly. The apprentice's lips quivered, desperate to retort, but ultimately, he remained silent, dejectedly returning to the line. "Is there anyone else?" Gao Shan scanned the crowd, eagerly awaiting the next challenger. Another figure emerged from the crowd. Chapter 5. Assessment. Zhang Bai stepped forward, his gaze resolute. "You little rascal!" Suyu glared fiercely at Zhang Bai, recognizing him and wishing to devour him whole for interfering. Yet Zhang Bai stood undaunted. "Very well." Gao Shan casually tossed a herb to Zhang Bai. "The assessment begins." "Yes." Zhang Bai inhaled deeply, stepping forward to process the herb. His movements were practiced and his techniques commendable, evidently the result of diligent effort. In terms of skill, he surpassed the previous apprentice by several degrees. Seeing this, a smile broke across Gao Shan's face, clearly pleased with Zhang Bai's performance, while Su Yue's expression darkened further, his gaze fixated malevolently on the apprentice. He resolved to make Zhang Bai pay dearly once the assessment concluded. Zhang Bai is amazing. He is so strong. I feel he is going to succeed. The crowd erupted in admiration. Even Song Ke wore an expression of envy. Among them, only Shen Fei remained silent, his brow furrowed in thought. Hurry up. If he waits any longer, the drying effect will be even better. 4 breaths just right. This goes into the pot. This herb requires water. There must be at least half a pot of water. And he has only 3/10. The efficacy will be greatly diminished. Shen Fei shook his head, critiquing Zhang Bai's every move. Before long, Zhang Bai completed the processing of the herb. Please, Master Gao, provide your feedback. He knelt on one knee, holding the processed herb high before Gao Shan. Gao Shan did not even take it, stating solemnly, the drying time was too short. You were 4 breaths short. The water content was insufficient, reducing the efficacy significantly. Assessment failed. Zhang Bai's face turned ashen, and he stumbled back to the line. Who else is willing to participate in the assessment? Gao Shan called out, scanning the apprentices' eye. Amid Su Yue's murderous gaze, Song Ke stepped forward. Excellent. Gao Shan again asked no questions, tossing a herb to Song Ke. The assessment begins. Yes, Song Ke accepted the herb and began processing swiftly. His abilities were comparable to Zhang Bai's. Ideally, he should not have stepped forward for the assessment. However, this opportunity was too precious to miss. As for the potential ire of Su Yu, Song Ke could no longer afford to care. The furnace roared to life, flames dancing vigorously within, as Song Ke's cherubic face glistened with perspiration. He nervously manipulated the medicinal herbs, applying the skills he had honed over a lifetime. The fire blazed intensely, the herbs being those taught to him during the last session for new apprentices. And the techniques were surreptitiously gleaned from Shen Fei. Shen Fei watched, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a knowing smile, thinking to himself how fortunate this chubby fellow was. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was likely to pass the assessment. The flickering flames illuminated the scene, and soon, Song Ke completed the preparation of the herbs, respectfully presenting them. Rarely bending down, Gao Shan accepted the herbs, scrutinizing them carefully before remarking, Your technique is quite intriguing. Who instructed you in this method? Disciple. Self-taught? Song Ke responded, his eyes wide as he fabricated a lie. Nonsense. Su Yu interjected coldly. His aptitude is commendable. Gao Shan's words sent a chill through Su Yu, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. But whether you pass this evaluation is another matter. Impossible. Su Yu's eyes widened, his immediate reaction one of disbelief. Having spent years familiarizing himself with the processing of hundreds of medicinal herbs, he was certain he could not have erred. That herb, it is not processed in this manner. Gao Shi, did you misremember? I recall that herb requiring a gentle flame. Su Yu hesitated, whispering in Gao Shan's ear. Gao Shan replied coolly, You are not mistaken. But that is not the optimal solution. Song Ke's method is indeed the correct approach, da? Su Yu exclaimed in surprise, staring blankly at Song Ke, unable to fathom that this plump apprentice possessed such remarkable skills. How infuriating now. Let us test your familiarity with the herbs in the hall. Gao Shan's eyes narrowed as he began to inquire about the properties and storage of the over 600 varieties of herbs present. At first, Song Ke answered swiftly, but as Gao Shan's questions intensified in speed and urgency, interspersed with several misleading herb names, Song Ke's responses faltered, becoming increasingly hesitant. Wrong again. Gao Shan shook his head in disappointment. Your earlier answers were satisfactory, yet the latter ones were utterly confused. Your memory is woefully inadequate. Song Ke's eyes widened, eagerly awaiting Gao Shan's next words. After a moment's thought, Gao Shan declared, However, your potential is still promising. Once you have memorized everything, come find me. Thank you, Gao Shi. Song Ke's round face broke into a radiant smile as he clenched his fists, exhilarated, and retreated into the ranks. Is there anyone else? Gao Shan called out, prompting a stir among the apprentices. Shortly thereafter, several more stepped forward, yet regrettably, none succeeded in the assessment. left helplessly watching their aspirations of becoming alchemical apprentices slip away. I asked there anyone else? Gao Shan's expression turned to one of disappointment. As he seemed ready to depart, Suyu, however, rubbed his hands together, preparing to dispense punishment to the disobedient apprentices who had nearly thwarted his plans. Just then, a voice rang out, I will. It was Shun Fei. You? Gao Shan blinked, his gaze turning contemplative. How long have you been under my tutelage? 3 months. 3 months. And you wish to concoct chi blood powder? Gao Shan chuckled in disbelief. Do you know that the fastest learner under my guidance takes at least 2 years to master it? 3 months. I doubt you even know a handful of herb processing methods. Utter folly. Suyu snorted in agreement, his eyes already glinting with malice, for Shun Fei was the most outrageous among the audacious apprentices. If someone like you can become an alchemical apprentice, then where would that leave me, Suyu? If you succeed, I shall eat dung on the spot. I am willing to take that chance. I humbly request an opportunity from Gao Shi. Shun Fei replied earnestly, his gaze resolute. Very well. Gao Shan smiled noncommittally, sweeping through the basket and tossing a herb towards Shun Fei. It was a twisting vine. Shun Fei's luck was abysmal for encountering such an unstable herb. This herb was notoriously difficult to process correctly. He was even hesitant to touch it. The other apprentices murmured among themselves, expressing sympathy for Shun Fei. Yet Shun Fei remained unfazed. His mastery in herb processing rendered this mere vine trivial. Washing, drying, and preparing the herb, Shun Fei's techniques were deft and professional, each motion precise and aesthetically pleasing. The vine, which ordinary apprentices would hesitate to touch, was effortlessly tamed by Shun Fei's skilled hands. Even Gao Shan, after scrutinizing for some time, could find no fault. Excellent, Gao Shan laughed heartily, raising his gaze to Shun Fei, exclaiming in admiration, with your herb processing abilities alone, you could easily secure your place under my tutelage. Thank you for your guidance, Gao Shi. Your success is your own doing, Gao Shan nodded. Now, let us assess your familiarity with the herbs in the hall. Where is the wisteria flower stored? What are its properties? Where is the red heart grass kept? What are its properties? How much stock do we currently have? Where is the white peony stored? What are its properties? How should it be preserved? As Gao Shan's inquiries quickened and grew more intricate, Shun Fei maintained his calm composure, his tone unwavering and confident. The other apprentices stood agape, exchanging glances, utterly astonished that a newcomer could exhibit such poise. Among the crowd, Song Ku and Zhang Bai gaped in shock at Shun Fei's impressive display. Particularly Song Ku, who recognized Shun Fei's talents but never imagined he had concealed such depth of skill. What are the properties of the Qiao Bai Luo herb? Where is it stored? What is its stock? That herb is non-existent. Gao Shi has erred. Are you certain? I am certain. The scene fell into a sudden hush, each apprentice breathlessly watching Gao Shan and Shun Fei, eager to discern who was correct. Suyu, even more anxious, clenched his fists, his mouth agape in disbelief. Shun Fei remained calm, while Gao Shan's expression was inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, Gao Shan burst into laughter, clapping his hands in applause. You, very well done. I am most satisfied. From tomorrow onward, you shall join me in concocting chi blood powder. Thank you for your guidance, Gao Shi. Shun Fei bowed respectfully, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. He had succeeded. Chapter 6. Chi blood powder. 3 months after entering the door, Shun Fei officially became an alchemical apprentice under Gao Shan's tutelage, a significant step up in his status. Before Gao Shan, regardless of the mixed feelings harbored by the other apprentices, all presented smiles and clasped hands to congratulate Shun Fei. Junior brother, congratulations. Your future is boundless. We must celebrate with a feast. Congratulations, Shin Shidi. Song Ku chimed in, blending into the crowd to offer his congratulations. With Gao Shan taking on a full alchemical apprentice today, Shun Fei was one, while Song Ku was a half, ensuring that the two would inevitably interact more in the future. Thus, Song Ku sought to establish a rapport in advance. With the morning assessment concluded, some rejoiced while others felt disheartened, and a few wore blank expressions as the apprentices dispersed in small groups. Gao Shan offered Suyu a few words of instruction before gracefully departing. Shun Fei intended to head to the back courtyard to continue processing herbs, striving to fulfill all requirements swiftly, but he soon spotted Su Yu charging toward him with a few apprentices in tow. Su Shixiang, Shen Fei greeted with a respectful bow. "You little rascal," Su Yu growled menacingly. "How dare you thwart my grand plans, Su Shixiang? What are you talking about?" "I am completely in the dark," Shen Fei replied with a wry smile. "Stop feigning innocence. Do you not recall what I warned you about yesterday?" Su Yu scrutinized Shen Fei, taking in his frail frame, sallow complexion, and the attractive face overshadowed by signs of hardship and poverty. Such a figure was easily manipulable. Su Yu's eyes glinted as he reconsidered, coldly patting Shen Fei's shoulder. "From now on, you will do whatever I say, understood? Whatever you command, I dare not refuse." "Now that sounds more like it." Su Yu's satisfaction was evident as he smiled and departed with his entourage. "Fool!" Shen Fei stood upright, scoffing derisively. A mere fool who relied on others' power dared to command him. It was nothing more than a facade. Once Shen Fei established himself in the Ren AI Hall, Su Yu would be inconsequential in chaotic times. Power is the only truth. Returning to herb processing in the morning and enjoying lunch in the afternoon, Shen Fei's bowl now featured an added egg. Such was the treatment of an alchemical apprentice. Very pragmatic, yet I relish it. Shen Fei savored the egg slowly, cherishing the moment as if he wished to imprint the taste in his memory forever. After lunch, he continued processing herbs in the afternoon. Perhaps spurred by the joy of his recent success, Shen Fei's efficiency soared, and by the time the sun had yet to set, he had completed all herb preparations. The apprentices relaxed in small groups, engaging in idle chatter, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Shinshidi, Songku approached with a smile. "Congratulations on passing the assessment. Tomorrow you can begin concocting qi blood powder." Song Shixiang is not lagging behind either. "I merely took the first step." "Are you from the south of the city?" "What a coincidence. I hail from the east." The saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. With a warm smile, Songku approached, and naturally, Shen Fei found it difficult to refuse. As the two engaged in casual conversation, they gained a deeper understanding of each other, significantly enhancing their rapport. As their discussion meandered, they touched upon the topic of qi blood powder. Qi blood powder, a type of elixir designed to bolster one's vitality and strengthen bones, is commonly consumed by ordinary individuals before they become martial artists. By taking qi blood powder, practicing martial arts, and consuming copious amounts of meat, they gradually meet the prerequisites for becoming martial artists. The refinement of qi blood powder is quite challenging. Over the years, Gao Shan has taken in countless alchemy apprentices, yet only one or two have truly distinguished themselves. Shinshidi, do not be deceived by the fact that we both passed the assessment. The true challenge lies in refining qi blood powder. Songku expressed with evident concern. "I have inquired about several alchemy workshops nearby, and it's fortunate if 1 out of 10 can succeed. If refining qi blood powder is already so arduous, just imagine the difficulty of crafting blood-nourishing pills." "Blood-nourishing pills?" Shen Fei inquired with great curiosity. "Song Shidi, what are blood-nourishing pills?" Blood-nourishing pills are advanced elixirs, specifically designed for martial artists in the blood-nourishing realm, and their effects far exceed those of qi blood powder. Martial artists? Shen Fei felt a rush of excitement. He had acquired invaluable information from Song Ku. How does one become a martial artist? "Song Shixiang, you wish to become a martial artist?" Song Ku exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Shen Fei in disbelief. "Yes," Shen Fei affirmed earnestly. "Is that not possible?" "It is indeed possible." Song Ku chuckled softly, "but becoming a martial artist is even more challenging than refining qi blood powder. Shinshidi must be prepared." As dusk fell, Shen Fei returned to the communal lodging to rest. With his new status as an alchemy apprentice, his position within the lodging had shifted from near the entrance to the center, where it was sheltered from drafts and offered a comfortable width of 1.5 meters for sleeping. However, this comfort was only temporary. Should Shen Fei fail to refine qi blood powder, he would have to relocate back to the entrance and resume his duties of processing medicinal materials. Such is the harsh reality of this world. The next day, after rising and having breakfast, Shen Fei made his way to the front courtyard of the alchemy workshop. Neither Gao Shan nor Su Yu was present, but an apprentice pointed him toward a particular alchemy room, and Shen Fei understood immediately, responding with a friendly smile. About an hour later, Gao Shan emerged with a stern expression, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and a hint of disappointment apparent on his face. Come here. He beckoned to Shun Fei, walking toward an alchemy room without waiting. Shun Fei hurried to follow. The alchemy room was modest, around 20 square meters, with a sturdy stone floor. In the center stood a bronze alchemical furnace, half a person's height, while the corners were piled with charcoal and firewood. Gao Shan sat cross-legged, and Shun Fei mimicked him, obediently taking his place beside him. Shun Fei, disciple is here. Do you know the effects of qi blood powder? To strengthen bones and enhance vitality? Correct. Gao Shan smiled faintly. For an ordinary person to become a martial artist, they must possess strong bones, ample vitality, and a reliable martial art. Only then do they stand a chance of success. Martial artists are the foundation of the great Tang Empire. Once one becomes a martial artist, not even 7 or 8 ordinary people could contend with you, as your every move would wield hundreds of pounds of strength. Upon hearing this, Shun Fei's eyes widened in awe. Gao Shan glanced at him with a knowing smile and continued, Qi blood powder is specifically refined for ordinary people, significantly increasing their chances of becoming martial artists. Prolonged use can enhance vitality and strengthen bones. Even if one never becomes a martial artist, it is still beneficial for longevity. A dose of qi blood powder sells for 5 taels at Renai Tang. 5 taels? 500 coins? Shun Fei exclaimed, utterly astonished. Is it truly so expensive? Expensive? Gao Shan scoffed. If you think it's pricey, perhaps you should reconsider practicing martial arts. Do you know that our qi blood powder at Renai Tang is in high demand? It sells out on the same day it is stocked, with countless people leveraging connections to purchase it. How many wealthy families and merchants are there in Kang County? For them, something that can prolong life for just 5 taels is a bargain. Is it not? It's too cheap. Shun Fei fell silent. Given the exorbitant price of qi blood powder, he feared it would take him half a year to save enough from his current wages to buy just 1 dose. And practicing martial arts required more than just 1 dose. At this rate, the prospect of becoming a martial artist seemed distant, and in this chaotic world, one could hardly guarantee their safety. Qi blood powder is costly, yet its refinement is no easy feat. If you can achieve a 20% success rate, you may follow me to refine blood-nourishing pills. While Shun Fei was lost in thought, Gao Shan spoke solemnly. Refining qi blood powder involves 6 procedures and 35 steps, requiring a total of 44 types of medicinal materials. Among them, 30 are common and 14 are rare. The quantities for each material are as follows. Pay close attention. The furnace was ignited, flames roaring as Gao Shan lifted the lid of the furnace. In Shun Fei's presence, he sequentially added the medicinal materials into the furnace, occasionally covering the lid, adding firewood, pouring water, opening the lid, and manipulating the bellows. His movements were swift and practiced, leaving Shun Fei dazzled. Before long, all 44 materials had been placed into the furnace, and a faint medicinal aroma filled the room. Bang! The lid of the furnace was thrust upward, revealing a layer of deep red powder inside. This is qi blood powder. Do you remember? Gao Shan glanced at Shun Fei with a sidelong look. Shun Fei remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead. At that moment, a brand new panel radiated a gentle glow. Qi blood powder entry requirements: medicinal material processing perfect, incomplete. Conduct 10 refinements of qi blood powder. 010 Chapter 7. Perfection. It has appeared. A new panel emerged. The golden finger did not disappoint Shun Fei. Its capabilities were remarkable, not only enhancing the medicinal material processing skill but also potentially improving other abilities. He wondered if it could enhance his martial arts skills. Shun Fei felt a surge of exhilaration as the earlier frustration over the cost of qi blood powder dissipated, restoring his vitality. Shun Fei. Gao Shan's sharp voice brought Shun Fei back to reality. Master Gao, what is it? Why are you still dazed? I asked if you remembered. Gao Shan expressed his displeasure. After a moment of reflection, Shun Fei's expression faltered. I only remembered part of it. Demonstrate it for me. Gao Shan instructed, stepping aside and gesturing for Shun Fei to take the lead. Taking a deep breath, Shun Fei sat cross-legged, lifting the lid of the furnace. He recalled Gao Shan's operational sequence, placing the medicinal materials into the furnace one by one. Initially, his movements were relatively smooth, but after adding about 10 materials, his pace noticeably slowed, and a contemplative expression crossed his face. 15 materials. Gao Shan sighed subtly from the side. For a first-time alchemist to remember only 15 materials is not necessarily poor. But it could be said that he simply lacks the aptitude for this craft. Su Yu and others had already performed at a standard level, having memorized the processes for 25 types of materials. Is this it? Today's attempt at refining blood-nourishing pills almost drove Gao Shan to the brink. Unworthy of cultivation. A wave of disappointment flickered in Gao Shan's eyes as he assessed Shen Fei. His voice grave. It is now time to add water. Add the 16th material after 5 breaths. Understood. Shen Fei nodded, not daring to be negligent as he followed Gao Shan's instructions to add water. After a series of somewhat clumsy operations, Shen Fei finally lifted the lid of the furnace, revealing a layer of powder at the bottom, half pink and half black, starkly contrasting with Gao Shan's earlier deep red hue. Failure, Gao Shan stated flatly, his tone increasingly disheartened. Even with my guidance, you still ended up like this, indicating your average talent for alchemy. From now on, I will instruct you once a day. For the rest of the time, you should continue working in the backyard. If you cannot achieve entry-level refinement of Qi blood powder within a month, you need not continue. Yes. Shen Fei nodded. Clean up, Gao Shan commanded, waving his sleeve as he departed, leaving Shen Fei to tidy up the alchemy room. The alchemy room was soon spotless, and Shen Fei cast a glance at the panel before hurrying out, making his way to the backyard. His medicinal material processing was still at a high level, but he had much ground to cover before achieving perfection. He could not afford to waste any opportunities. Qi blood powder entry requirements: medicinal material processing perfect, incomplete. Conduct 10 refinements of Qi blood powder. 110 medicinal material processing perfect requirements: wash 200 batches of medicinal materials. 42,200 air dry 200 batches of medicinal materials. 42200 process 200 batches of medicinal materials. 42200 Shen Fei hastened toward the backyard, encountering Su Yu and others along the way. At that moment, they were whispering amongst themselves, seemingly discussing something. Shen Fei offered a brief greeting before continuing on to the backyard, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of medicinal material processing. This person lacks manners. Is this how he greets Senior Su? One apprentice grumbled indignantly, prompting others to chime in with agreement. Humph. I thought he was someone of substance, but it turns out he is just a waste. Su Yu expressed his dissatisfaction. Senior brother, why do you say that? One apprentice asked, puzzled. Su Yu let out a cold snort and said nonchalantly, I just met with Master Gao in the rear courtyard. Several large baskets of medicinal herbs had just been delivered, and the apprentices were each assigned a portion. Song Ku was about to begin his tasks when, unexpectedly, a familiar figure flashed before him and took a seat. Shin Shidi, Song Ku exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Have you finished refining your elixir? I have, replied Shen Fei, not lifting his head as he swiftly sorted through the herbs. What is this? Song Ku paused, quickly realizing that Shen Fei, with his inadequate alchemical talent, had been sent back by Master Gao to continue working with the herbs. Indeed, that must be the case. Song Ku thought to himself as he observed Shen Fei's swift and steady handling of the various herbs, secretly concluding that Shen Fei's poor aptitude for alchemy had led to his dismissal by Master Gao. Fearing being cast out, Shen Fei was likely striving to perform diligently. Song Ku's silent speculations mirrored the varied expressions of the other apprentices, who watched Shen Fei with flickering gazes, surreptitiously sizing him up. The abundance of medicinal herbs delivered today meant that Shen Fei, despite working diligently for an entire morning, had not finished. He felt neither frustration nor dismay. Rather, he estimated his progress with satisfaction, thinking that if each day continued in this manner, he would complete the tasks in 3 or 4 days. Once he perfected the handling of the herbs, Shen Fei would only need to endure another 10 days to begin refining the qi and blood powder. Not too slow. After hastily eating a bit at noon, Shen Fei rushed back to the courtyard to continue his work. Shen Shidi. Ah, you needn't go to such lengths. Song Ke looked on with pity, feeling that someone like Shen Fei was most unfortunate. Just yesterday, he had been filled with hope and determination. Today, however, he had plummeted to the depths, nearly losing everything he should have possessed. Such a situation did not escape the notice of Su Yu and the others, who exchanged glances and smirked, already aware of the unfolding events that evening. When Shen Fei returned to the large communal sleeping quarters, he lay down only to feel a sense of crowding. Upon rising to take a look, he realized that the apprentices on either side had occupied quite a bit of his space. Just yesterday, he had a full 1.5 meters. Today, it had shrunk to merely 1.2 meters. Xinfei was taken aback, glancing at the two apprentices feigning sleep beside him, and suddenly a thought struck him. Smiling, he pretended to be oblivious, lay back down, and soon fell into a deep slumber, his soft snores filling the air. Thus, for days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Xinfei's diligent efforts, the handling of the herbs finally reached perfection. With a resounding boom, methods for processing 400 varieties of medicinal herbs flooded Xinfei's mind, more abundant, dense, detailed, and professional than ever before. Time, heat, technique, moments later. His mind was enriched with 750 methods, covering the vast majority of herbs available. At this moment, Xinfei's capabilities in herb processing rivaled those of seasoned masters who had dedicated decades to their craft. As his herb processing skills reached completion, the interface finally ceased to refresh. I did it. Xinfei opened his eyes, a lingering confidence gleaming within them. Now that he had perfected the handling of herbs, his strength had significantly increased, leaving only one final step to begin refining the qi and blood powder. Qi and blood powder entry requirements. Herb processing perfection, completed. Conduct 10 refinements of qi and blood powder. 610, only 4 more to go. Xinfei's face displayed anticipation. Though he had performed poorly in recent days and had been scolded by Gao Shan countless times, it mattered little. Each time, Gao Shan had meticulously guided Xinfei through the complete process of refining the qi and blood powder. With just 4 more attempts, Xinfei would meet the conditions for entry and successfully refine the powder. Thinking of this, Xinfei looked forward to the days to come, working each day with a smile. Another 4 days passed, and Xinfei finally fulfilled all the requirements, successfully entering the realm of qi and blood powder refinement. At this moment, the interface underwent a fresh transformation. Qi and blood powder minor achievement requirements. Herb processing perfection, completed. Conduct 100 refinements of qi and blood powder. 100 qi and blood powder entry. 30 success rate when refining qi and blood powder. The next morning, Xinfei rose early, having prepared 3 bowls of rice porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables, then leisurely made his way to the rear courtyard to work. After spending 3 months at Renai Hall, where unlimited supplies of pickled vegetables and rice porridge were provided daily, Xinfei's complexion finally bore a hint of color, and his once slender frame had gained a bit of weight. He was starting to look somewhat human. Upon arriving at the front courtyard, Xinfei happened upon Suyu, who was covered in dirt and being scolded by Gao Shan as he was ejected from the alchemy room. Useless. All of you are useless. After teaching you for so long, you haven't even remembered half the steps. You've wasted my medicinal materials, Gao Shan scolded. If this continues next month, you'll be sent back to practice qi and blood powder and won't be able to return for several years. After venting his frustrations, Gao Shan's mood lightened considerably. However, upon raising his head and spotting Xinfei standing not far away, his anger flared anew, and his expression darkened. Another worthless one. Can't even master the qi and blood powder. 10 days have passed, yet you can't remember even half the steps. Your aptitude is worse than Suyu's. You've wasted my medicinal materials for nothing. Gao Shan's eye twitched as he contemplated sending Xinfei back to the courtyard. Xinfei, come with me. Understood. Xinfei followed Gao Shan into the alchemy room, while Suyu looked on with glee, wearing a mocking expression. In the alchemy room, Gao Shan casually sat cross-legged and, as per routine, demonstrated the refining process for the qi and blood powder once more. Xinfei watched intently. Now that he had entered the realm of qi and blood powder, the techniques that had once eluded him and the steps he had struggled to remember became clear after just one viewing. A mysterious sense of confidence and composure filled his chest. Xinfei knew that if he were to take action, he would surely succeed in refining the qi and blood powder today. After concluding the alchemical process, Gao Shan lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace and retrieved a deep red powder. Glancing at Xinfei, he said, "Your aptitude is too poor. It took you 10 days to remember half the steps. Whether you can pursue this path depends entirely on you. Now, proceed." "Yes." Xinfei nodded, taking a seat in Gao Shan's place. He first cleaned the alchemical furnace, then added firewood and lifted the lid, preparing to add the medicinal materials. Perhaps due to nerves, Xinfei trembled slightly while processing the first herb, nearly causing a failure. Such poor aptitude, such poor aptitude. Gao Shan's expression darkened further as he witnessed this scene. However, from that moment on, Shen Fei seemed to transform, moving with practiced ease, fluidly handling each herb with remarkable composure. Gao Shan's inattentive gaze sharpened, his eyes now reflecting surprise. This motion, Gao Shan was astonished. In that moment, Shen Fei bore no resemblance to a novice alchemist in his eyes, but rather appeared as a seasoned expert, adeptly handling each medicinal material with confidence. As he processed the 15, 25, 35, and finally 44 herbs, Shen Fei maintained a calm demeanor, completing all 6 procedures and 35 steps without a single error. A faint fragrance of herbs wafted through the alchemy room, causing Gao Shan's nostrils to twitch. With his years of experience, he could tell without opening the furnace that Shen Fei had succeeded in this refinement. Has this lad had an epiphany? Gao Shan's eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance. With a click, Shen Fei opened the lid and retrieved a light red powder from the furnace, respectfully presenting it to Gao Shan. Master Gao, you've finally succeeded. Gao Shan smiled, stroking his beard, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Your performance today was commendable. It is all thanks to Master Gao's guidance. I, the disciple, dared not slack off and was fortunate to succeed today. Shen Fei told a small lie. This is also your fortune? Gao Shan chuckled, accepting the qi and blood powder from Shen Fei, casually saying, You hadn't entered this realm for 10 days, and I thought your alchemical talent was lacking. Now it seems you possess some aptitude, just barely capable of handling this work. After a pause, Gao Shan continued, The qi and blood powder has 4 levels. Entry is light pink, minor achievement is red, major achievement is dark red, and perfection is deep red. The higher the level, the better the quality and efficacy of the medicine. Is that so? Shen Fei realized with clarity, recalling Gao Shan's qi and blood powder, and thinking to himself that Gao Shan was not much different. After so many years of refining, he had only just reached the stage of major achievement. Such poor aptitude, such poor aptitude. After securing the qi and blood powder, Gao Shan smiled and said, Now that you can refine the qi and blood powder, you will focus solely on this from now on. According to Ren AI Hall's regulations, your monthly salary will increase to 1 tael of silver. Any additional quantities you refine will be your reward. Shen Fei's eyes lit up. All of it is mine. Ren AI Hall is so generous. Humph, don't get ahead of yourself. Seemingly reading Shen Fei's thoughts, Gao Shan said coolly, Refining the qi and blood powder is no easy task. Even if you have entered the realm, it doesn't mean you will succeed every time. An ordinary apprentice is content if they can succeed once in 10 attempts. Is that so? Shen Fei's heart stirred as he recalled the entry-level prompt for the qi and blood powder. He thought to himself that his golden finger was quite formidable. While others had only a 10% success rate upon entering, he had a 30% rate. That was a full 3 times more. In this way, he could accumulate 2 portions of qi and blood powder each day, and over time, he might gradually begin to practice martial arts. From today onward, I'll provide you with 10 portions of medicinal materials. You will refine 1 portion of qi and blood powder for me each day. As Gao Shan rose, he spoke softly, Thank you, Master Gao, for your guidance. Shen Fei bowed deeply in gratitude. Before long, someone transported 10 portions of medicinal herbs for refining the qi and blood powder into the alchemy room. And upon raising his gaze, Shen Fei was astonished to find it was Song Ku, Shen Shidi. Song Ku placed the herbs on the ground and half squatted as he began to console Shen Fei. I've brought you the herbs you requested. Don't feel too pressured. Take your time, but I have faith in your abilities. You will undoubtedly succeed in the refinement. By then, with 2 alchemy apprentices, we can enjoy an extra egg at mealtime. Song Ke chattered on, attempting to comfort Shen Fei to the best of his abilities, fearing that excessive discouragement might cause Shen Fei to lose confidence. Song Shixiang. Huh? I succeeded. Ah, success is quite normal. Refining the qi and blood powder is no easy feat. Not everyone. Wait. Shen Shidi, what did you just say? Song Ku abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Shen Fei, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. I successfully refined the qi and blood powder. Shen Fei replied nonchalantly. Just now, by sheer luck. Therefore, Song Ku took a deep breath, looking at the 10 portions of medicinal herbs beside him, and grinned. From now on, this will be your responsibility? Indeed. Xin Fei smiled as well, plopping down onto the ground and laughing heartily. Song Shixiang, from today forth, I shall be solely responsible for refining the qi and blood powder. You'll have to work a bit harder with the herbs. Ha ha ha. It's no trouble at all. I would prefer it this way. Song Ko playfully punched Xin Fei's shoulder, laughing, You're quite impressive. I always knew you had it in you. Those who laughed at you. A bunch of ingrates. With that, Song Ko hurriedly turned to leave. Xin Shitty. Keep at it. I'll step outside to let others witness your prowess. Shortly thereafter, news spread throughout the alchemy workshop. Xin Fei had successfully refined the qi and blood powder. Chapter 9. Martial arts. Xin Fei successfully refined the qi and blood powder? 10 days, good heavens. Such speed surpasses even Su Shixiang. Considering this pace, it wouldn't be long before Xin Fei could refine the nourishing blood pill by year's end. But it's difficult. Did you see how Su Shixiang was scolded by Master Gao for so long? Yet he hasn't even begun. Shua, quiet. A few whispering apprentices flattered Su Yu as he passed by, to which Su Yu snorted disdainfully and left with a dark expression. What a blunder! Su Yu never anticipated that just days after being reprimanded by Master Gao, Xin Fei would succeed in refining the qi and blood powder, firmly establishing his position as an alchemy apprentice. Consequently, the daily task of refining the qi and blood powder would now fall upon Xin Fei. This was quite a lucrative position. Master Gao's requirements for alchemy apprentices were modest, demanding only 1 portion of qi and blood powder per day, yet Xin Fei had been supplied with 10 portions of medicinal herbs for its refinement. If luck were on his side and he occasionally produced an extra portion, that would yield a profit of 5 taels of silver. Although the chances were slim, over time, there would surely be a few successful attempts. Su Yu had relied on refining the qi and blood powder to earn dozens of taels of silver each month, living quite comfortably, and now, he had yet to even begin refining the nourishing blood pill. While the path to the qi and blood powder had been snatched away from him. Contemplating this, Su Yu cast a glance at the alchemy room where Xin Fei was, a flicker of malice glinting in his eyes. Inside the alchemy room, Xin Fei moved with practiced ease, reminiscent of a seasoned alchemist, calmly processing each portion of herbs before casting them into the cauldron. Within the cauldron, the herbs began to react, gradually undergoing delightful transformations. Moments later, Xin Fei held a portion of pale pink qi and blood powder in his hand. This is for Master Gao. Xin Fei smiled faintly, cleaning the cauldron before commencing another round of refining. With 10 portions of herbs and a current success rate of 30%, Xin Fei could expect to yield 3 portions of qi and blood powder daily. Master Gao's requirement was merely 1 portion per day. Thus, Xin Fei could privately retain 2 portions of qi and blood powder, worth 10 taels, equating to 1,001. 1,001. That was an immense sum. Given Xin Fei's current monthly wage of 101, he would need 10 months to save that amount, yet now, he could achieve it in a single day. Such was the allure of his newfound fortune. Xin Fei mused within the alchemy room. However, he had no intention of selling the surplus qi and blood powder. Instead, he planned to invest in martial training. Yes, martial training. After nearly 4 months since his arrival in this world, Xin Fei had finally acquired the qualifications and foundation for martial practice. Taking his first step toward becoming a formidable warrior, martial training necessitated substantial financial resources and medicinal support, along with a diet rich in various meats to ensure adequate energy supply for the body. In summary, it boiled down to one word: money. Previously, with a monthly wage of 51, Xin Fei had harbored no hope for martial training, but now, with an additional daily income of 10 taels, he felt it was time to pursue martial arts. In chaotic times, lacking the ability to defend oneself instilled an overwhelming sense of insecurity. The next step for Xin Fei was to acquire a martial technique. Song Ku had once mentioned that once an alchemy apprentice could refine the qi and blood powder, they could receive a martial technique called the heart-crushing palm for free from the Renai Hall. Upon recalling this technique, Xin Fei felt a surge of excitement, but in his distraction, the herbs in the cauldron turned to ashes with a resounding crash. The refinement had failed. He could not afford to be careless. Losing 5 taels of silver was a painful blow, and Xin Fei inwardly chastised himself for lacking focus, leading to this unfortunate error. After cleaning the cauldron, Xin Fei took a deep breath, concentrating fully as he began to refine the qi and blood powder earnestly. Days passed in this manner, and Shen Fei had secretly accumulated several portions of qi and blood powder. During this time, he discreetly inquired about the martial techniques available at Renai Hall. Alchemy apprentices who could refine the qi and blood powder were eligible to apply for martial training, allowing them to visit the training hall daily. However, as far as Shen Fei knew, very few alchemy apprentices pursued martial training, practically none. The reason was simple: the costs associated with martial training were exorbitant. A typical person would require daily consumption of qi and blood powder, coupled with ample meat supplies, and relentless practice for at least 6 months before even a glimmer of hope for entering the realm of martial arts. If one's aptitude or physical condition were subpar, or if the supply of qi and blood powder fell short, the timeline could easily extend further. 1 year or two was not out of the question. As time passed, the financial burden became unfathomable. Most apprentices at Renai Hall hailed from impoverished backgrounds, saving their meager monthly wages to support their families, leaving no surplus for martial training, relying solely on their innate energy. Who knew when they might become martial artists? It was better to abandon such aspirations and focus on alchemy. Shen Fei, however, could not resign himself to such a fate. He yearned for progress. You wish to practice martial arts? One day, after finishing his alchemical work, Shen Fei submitted only 2 portions of qi and blood powder instead of the usual, simultaneously applying for martial training indeed. Shen Fei replied calmly, "As a disciple, I have long yearned for martial skills and humbly request Master Gao's support. Martial training is arduous and costly. I fear you may find it overwhelming." Master Gao observed Shen Fei's frail frame, shaking his head. "You should at least gain some weight. Looking this thin suggests a deficiency in energy." Shen Fei smiled sheepishly, yet his gaze remained resolute. "You, just don't let it interfere with your alchemy," Master Gao sighed. Though he harbored doubts about Shen Fei's capabilities, he relented. "Given that you brought me 2 portions of qi and blood powder today, I will apply for your martial training. You may focus on your alchemy." "Thank you, Master Gao." Shen Fei expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Dinner time. News of Shen Fei's desire to practice martial arts had somehow leaked, and apprentices began to point and whisper as they regarded him. Some wore expressions of disdain, others mocked him coldly, while a few bore complex looks. Song Ku appeared astonished, genuinely surprised by Shen Fei's decision. "Shen Shidi, are you truly certain about pursuing martial arts?" "Absolutely. Last time, I thought you were joking." Shen Fei squatted beside Song Ku, lowering his head to eat his rice porridge, reveling in his accomplishment, though he was painfully aware of his frail physique. If he didn't gain some weight, martial training would indeed be a challenge. Martial training is Song Ku initially intended to say that martial training was an unattainable endeavor, but upon catching a glimpse of Shen Fei's silent and determined expression, he recalled Shen Fei's astonishing performance of late. Song Ku opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. While he believed others would struggle, he was convinced Shen Fei could succeed. Contemplating this made Song Ku feel disheartened. His fellow townsman Shen Fei was ready to embark on martial training, yet he had yet to refine a single portion of qi and blood powder. The disparity between them felt insurmountable. Frustrated, Song Ku could no longer stomach his rice porridge, hastily swallowing a few mouthfuls before rising to leave in a hurry. Gulping down his porridge in one go, Shen Fei stood up, preparing to fetch another bowl when, bang! A figure suddenly darted out from the side, colliding with Shen Fei and sending him sprawling to the ground. A sharp pain radiating from his ribs. "Damn it! Who was that?" Shen Fei grimaced in pain, glancing up only to find the area around him utterly deserted, not a soul in sight. Had they fled? Shen Fei struggled to rise, gritting his teeth against the sharp pain from his injured ribs. He slowly made his way to the kitchen, a journey he typically traversed with ease, yet this time it left him drenched in sweat. Inside the kitchen, he clenched his jaw and prepared another bowl of rice porridge for himself, ensuring not a single drop was wasted. Holding the bowl, he took painstaking steps to the courtyard, opting to stand rather than squat, and with a fierce expression, he began to consume the porridge bite by bite, as if he were devouring the flesh of another. Chapter 10. Crushing heart palm for several consecutive days, Shen Fei diligently refined his qi and blood powder. He submitted 1 portion daily, consumed 1, and retained another for himself. His formerly gaunt physique was visibly plumper. After finishing his alchemical endeavors, if time permitted, Shenfei would assist Song Ku with the preparation of medicinal herbs. Fortunately, his previous injuries had not affected his arms, allowing him to continue his alchemical work. Otherwise, he would have never forgiven himself for such negligence. During this time, Song Ku noticed Shenfei's injuries and inquired with concern about what had transpired. Shenfei simply chuckled and brushed it off. As the month drew to a close, just as Shenfei began to suspect that Gao Shan might have forgotten him, Gao Shan finally appeared with a tome in hand. Here, in the alchemical chamber, Gao Shan casually tossed Shenfei a booklet, declaring, "This is the crushing heart palm. It is a cultivation technique for the blood-nourishing realm. If you can grasp its essence, you may become a practitioner of the blood-nourishing realm, capable of delivering powerful strikes that mere mortals cannot withstand." The mention of the crushing heart palm sparked a light in Shenfei's eyes as he solemnly accepted the tome. Flipping it open to find lines of text and illustrations detailing the qi and blood manipulation incantations and techniques of the crushing heart palm. Practice the incantations detailed within to enhance your qi and blood. If you dedicate an hour daily to the crushing heart palm, even those of lesser talent can typically grasp it within 6 months, though given your current physical condition. Gao Shan's voice trailed off with a grunt. But Shenfei understood the implication. He smiled and replied, "Thank you, Master Gao, for your concern. I am well aware. Just so you know, this technique is a secret of the Ren AI Hall and must not be lost or shared with others, or the consequences will be dire. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. If I am unavailable, seek out the guard Lu Chang next door. He will be able to guide you." A thought occurred to Shenfei, prompting him to inquire, "Does Master Gao also practice martial arts?" "Do not pry into matters that do not concern you," Gao Shan retorted with a cold glare before departing. It seemed that Gao Shan too harbored secrets. With a smile, Shenfei returned his focus to the crushing heart palm booklet. After thoroughly reading it, he lifted his gaze to find a new interface floating before him. Crushing heart palm entry requirements: consume qi and blood powder 100 times. 5,100 hold 100 taels of silver. 100 watch a demonstration of crushing heart palm once. 1 perform air palm strikes 1,000 times. 1,000. A new interface had materialized. Shenfei felt a surge of excitement, nearly exclaiming in joy. First, he had processed medicinal herbs, then refined qi and blood powder, and now the interface's miraculous capabilities were beginning to unfold before him. Finally, it was time for martial arts. Judging by the conditions laid out on the interface, the requirements to enter the crushing heart palm were not particularly difficult to fulfill. However, due to his frail constitution, Shenfei could only consume the qi and blood powder once a day, which would inevitably prolong the process. Nevertheless, he calculated that within 3 months, he could achieve entry into the crushing heart palm. 3 months? Shenfei's breath quickened. While it typically took ordinary individuals over 6 months to grasp such martial arts, he could accomplish it in just 3. This pace was astonishingly swift and utterly unfathomable. He must not reveal this secret, lest he draw unwanted attention. Shenfei pondered. Being a step ahead denotes genius, 10 steps denote a prodigy, but being 100 steps ahead raises suspicion. In tumultuous times, it was wise to maintain a low profile until one possessed formidable strength. He resolved that he needed to conceal this matter for at least 6 months before it could be disclosed. With his thoughts settled, Shenfei collected himself and commenced his tasks for the day. He quickly completed the day's batch of qi and blood powder, setting aside 1 portion for Gao Shan. For the remaining 2 portions, he stored one and consumed the other with warm water. This had become his routine in recent days, aimed at bolstering his qi and blood, strengthening his muscles and bones, and preparing for martial training. Gulping, the qi and blood powder flowed into Shenfei's body with the warm water, and soon a wave of warmth surged through his limbs. His complexion visibly brightened, and the once emaciated figure began to regain some vitality under the invigorating effects of the qi and blood powder. After a while, Shenfei opened his eyes with a satisfied smile. His foundation had been woefully inadequate. Upon his arrival, he had been as thin as a bean sprout. Yet, with the ample supply of rice porridge and the nourishment from the qi and blood powder, he was finally beginning to resemble a normal person. Shenfei was confident that it would not be long before he underwent a complete transformation. After finishing his meal, having consumed 3 bowls of rice porridge, Shenfei seized the opportunity to visit the training hall next door. The Ren AI Hall spanned a vast area, akin to a university from his past life, with various halls scattered throughout. In addition to multiple alchemical chambers, there was a spacious training hall where the guards of the Ren AI Hall practiced martial arts and rested. Upon arriving at the training hall, Xin Fei observed a group of robust guards engaged in fierce sparring. Their movements sharp and powerful. In a corner, several guards were practicing the crushing heart palm against wooden posts, leaving clear handprints with each strike, a testament to the technique's potency. "Who are you?" A tall, muscular man approached, exuding an aura of strength. "I am looking for guard Lu Chong." Xin Fei replied with a smile. "I am he," Lu Chong said, tilting his head to scrutinize the slender Xin Fei. Then smirking, "You must be Xin Fei. Guard Lu knows me?" Xin Fei was taken aback. "Of course I do." Lu Chong chuckled. "I heard there's a frail apprentice in the alchemical chamber who insists on practicing martial arts, and no amount of persuasion can dissuade him. The moment you arrived, I guessed it was you." Awkwardly, Xin Fei scratched his nose, realizing his reputation had grown to the extent that even the training hall was aware of him. "What brings you here?" Lu Chong inquired, flexing his pectoral muscles. With earnestness, Xin Fei replied, "I would like to request guard Lu to demonstrate the crushing heart palm for me." "Ah?" Lu Chong paused momentarily. "Have you memorized the qi manipulation incantation?" "Not yet." "Have you committed the various techniques to memory?" "Not yet." "Then what do you expect me to demonstrate?" Lu Chong rolled his eyes, clearly exasperated. "Go on. Memorize the incantations and techniques first." With that, Lu Chong turned to leave. Xin Fei, grinning, blocked his path, saying, "I have long admired guard Lu's reputation and know that you are skilled in the crushing heart palm. Today, having obtained the technique, I could not contain my excitement and specifically came to witness your prowess. I kindly request that you demonstrate the crushing heart palm for me." Xin Fei's sincere words flowed beautifully, causing Lu Chong to beam with delight. "You may be thin, but you certainly possess a silver tongue." Lu Chong chuckled. Clearing his throat, he added, "Since you have requested so earnestly, I shall graciously oblige with a demonstration." With that, Lu Chong effortlessly leapt backward, covering a distance of 4 to 5 meters with ease. "Impressive," Xin Fei thought, his eyes widening in a "Is this the strength of a martial artist? Truly extraordinary. Watch closely," Lu Chong bellowed as he began to demonstrate the crushing heart palm. This technique was notorious for its lethal precision, targeting vital points with ruthless efficacy. It comprised 13 strikes and 26 variations, said to be capable of killing an elephant with a single blow when mastered to perfection. Lu Chang's proficiency in the crushing heart palm was evident as he moved with lightning speed. Each strike accompanied by a fierce wind, he approached a wooden post and with a mighty shout, delivered a palm strike that shattered the post with a resounding crack. Remarkable. What a powerful technique. The spectators erupted in admiration as Lu Chang's crushing heart palm displayed its formidable prowess, clearly at least at the minor accomplishment level. As praises rang out, Lu Chong concluded his display with satisfaction, bowing to the onlookers, but when he turned back to speak to Xin Fei, he found him mysteriously absent. Chapter 11. The aristocracy. As time passed, it was soon the 3rd month since Xin Fei had become an alchemical apprentice. Creak. The door of the alchemical chamber swung open, and Xin Fei strode in confidently, head held high as he approached Master Gao. "Master Gao," Xin Fei respectfully presented his achievements for the day. Gao Shan casually accepted the report and examined the color of the qi and blood powder with a smile, saying, "Your qi and blood powder has improved remarkably. It won't be long before you reach the minor accomplishment stage. It is thanks to Master Gao's guidance." Xin Fei replied, "It is your own diligence." "Have you had any new insights into alchemy recently?" Gao Shan inquired. "Not yet," Xin Fei admitted. "It seems your accumulation is still insufficient," Gao Shan remarked, his gaze appraising Xin Fei. At this point, Xin Fei stood around 1.7 meters tall, not much different from before, but he had gained considerable weight, now weighing approximately 120 kilograms, finally resembling a normal person. "I heard from Lu Chong that you visited him once?" Gao Shan prompted. Xin Fei, overwhelmed with shame, lowered his head, confessing, "My foundation is too weak. After just a few attempts at practicing the crushing heart palm, I can hardly endure it. I shall wait until my body recovers before continuing." "You are indeed one who listens to advice," Gao Shan nodded, observing Shen Fei, who appeared almost like an ordinary person. He pondered, with nothing but rice porridge and pickles daily. Neither Su Yu nor the others have gained weight. Yet Shen Fei seems to have grown quite stout. His complexion, rosy and radiant, clearly indicates a robust vitality. Is rice porridge and pickles truly nourishing? How peculiar, indeed. Gao Shan shook his head and gestured for Shen Fei to withdraw. Shen Fei clasped his hands in respect, bidding farewell to Gao Shan before turning towards the back courtyard. In the courtyard, Song Ku was still occupied with preparing medicinal herbs. He was but one step away from becoming an apprentice alchemist. Yet that very step had confounded him for 3 long months, showing no signs of progress. He simply could not retain the information. Shin Shidi, you have arrived. Song Shixiang. How fares the situation today? Shin Fei seated himself beside Song Ku, who was busy at work. I am merely a few herbs short. Song Ku gritted his teeth as he continued his task. I will soon become an apprentice alchemist, so wait for me, Shin Shidi. Excellent, Shin Fei replied, glancing down at the herbs in Song Ku's hands, most of which were meant for concocting a hemostatic powder. The hemostatic powder is a common elixir easily crafted by novice apprentices, far simpler than the vitality powder, and serves the purpose of rapid blood clotting. Why are so many hemostatic powders being prepared in the market? Shin Fei inquired curiously. Song Ku lowered his voice. It is rumored that a band of marauders has appeared outside Kang County, frequently attacking merchant caravans and the grain fields beyond the city. Consequently, the prices of goods in Kang County have surged over 100-fold. The city guards have made several attempts to quell them, but to no avail, suffering heavy casualties instead. Thus, there is an urgent need for hemostatic powders. Is it truly that severe? Shin Fei thought to himself. Having scarcely ventured outside in the past 3 months, his days consumed by the relentless practice of alchemy, with all meals provided at Rinai Hall. Only now, upon hearing Song Ku's grievances, did he awaken to the reality of a world rife with chaos, where powerful clans vie for control, and the average citizen's ability to secure a meal is a stroke of fortune. Suddenly, Shen Fei recalled Song Ku's situation. As an apprentice, he earned merely 50 coins a month, equivalent to half a tael of silver, a meager sum that could scarcely suffice. Is your family still well off? Do you require assistance? No need. I still have some savings, Song Ku replied. And what shall you do in the future? I suppose I will take it one day at a time. My parents wish to take me to the prefecture to seek refuge with relatives, but those relatives may have their own troubles. If you approach them unannounced, they might not welcome you. Song Ku chuckled and added, Shin Shidi, would you care to join my family for a meal at the end of the month? I have invited you several times, but you always declined. This time, do not make excuses. Very well. Shin Fei instinctively wanted to refuse, yet as he pondered a moment, he ultimately acquiesced to Song Ku's invitation. With a series of claps, he practiced his techniques without pause. Song Ku had grown accustomed to Shin Fei's peculiar habits and paid no mind, focusing solely on his herbs. Crushing heart palm, entry requirements, ingesting vitality powder 100 times, 98 100, silver 100 taels, 31 100, viewing a demonstration of crushing heart palm, 1 airborne claps 1000 times, 1000 after 3 months of preparation. The entry requirements for the crushing heart palm were nearly fulfilled, leaving only the silver condition. 3 taels of silver constituted Shin Fei's earnings over 3 months, while the remaining silver would require him to venture out and sell the accumulated vitality powders to amass the required funds. As the end of the month approached, a time of rest arrived for all apprentices at Rinai Hall, who would take this opportunity to venture out, procure supplies, or visit home. This moment brought great joy to the apprentices. Shin Fei discreetly tucked the accumulated vitality powders beneath his clothing and exited Rinai Hall, chatting amiably with Song Ku. After 3 months, the late spring weather had melted the roadside snow, giving rise to patches of wild grass. The streets grew busier, with people wandering about, though each bore a pallid complexion, their spirits visibly diminished. Shortly after leaving Rinai Hall, Shin Fei and Song Ku encountered a multitude of beggars along the roadside, each gaunt and famished, reminiscent of Shin Fei's own state 3 months prior. Song Ku urged Shin Fei to hasten their pace as they made their way eastward, where commerce thrived with shops aplenty, offering a marketplace for any goods, serving as the tax hub of Kang County. tailoring shops, general stores, butcheries, carriages, pastry shops, fabric stores, taverns, pawn shops. As they walked, a variety of shops filled Shunfei's vision, yet despite the abundance, the customers entering these establishments were few and far between. Those who did enter bore expressions of distress, their brows furrowed with unspoken burdens. After some time, a grain shop came into view, and Shunfei was taken aback by the prices displayed. Coarse rice for 5 coins per jean, and fine rice for 30 coins per jean. Even without a keen understanding of market values, it was evident that these prices were exorbitant, considering Shunfei's monthly wage of merely 100 coins. And the fact that other apprentices earned even less, 50 coins. One could purchase only 10 jeans of coarse rice monthly. How could anyone survive under such circumstances? Have you noticed, Shinshidi? Songke remarked with a bitter smile. Prices are soaring daily, and the common folk of Kang County are nearing starvation. Shinfei remained impassive, casting a cold glance at the grain shop as he muttered, "Is the government simply turning a blind eye? If it were me, I would undoubtedly send people to apprehend the shopkeeper and force the prices down. Be cautious with your words, Shinshidi," Songke exclaimed, alarmed, as he hurriedly pulled Shinfei away from the shop. Once they were out of earshot, Songke sighed in relief and remarked, "Since you spend your days at Renai Hall and seldom venture outside, you are understandably unaware of the situation in Kang County." "What situation?" Shinfei was momentarily taken aback. Songke sighed. Ever since the royal family has declined and the clans have fragmented, Kang County has effectively ceased to have any governance. What remains are only the powerful clans exploiting the common people. After a pause, Songke cautiously glanced around before continuing in a hushed tone. Kang County is dominated by 4 major factions: Renai Hall, the Green Gang, the Abundant Clothing Society, and the Iron Fist Gang. Renai Hall monopolizes medicinal herbs and alchemical substances. The Green Gang controls the brothels. The Abundant Clothing Society governs the grain and fabric shops, while the Iron Fist Gang holds sway over mining and ironworks. Shinfei nodded, aware of this situation. "But what does this have to do with the clans?" Songke replied with a wry smile. "Though these 4 factions are powerful, they are merely the lapdogs of the various noble clans. Renai Hall is backed by the county magistrate from the Zhao clan, the Green Gang by the deputy magistrate from the Li clan, the Abundant Clothing Society by the chief scribe from the Wang clan, and the Iron Fist Gang by the county's constable from the Su clan." Upon hearing this, Shunfei fell into a deep silence. After a moment, he slowly said, "With the clans wielding power and their lackeys oppressing the people, are there not those with ambition willing to rise against them?" "There are," Songke replied, "but they are no match for the clans. Do you know why?" he asked with a peculiar expression. Shunfei pondered for a moment, arriving at a possible answer. Could it be, indeed, Songke sighed, because in the Great Tang Empire, the majority of martial arts manuals and training resources are controlled by the noble clans. Ordinary martial artists stand little chance against them. Chapter 12. The blood-nourishing realm. Songke's home was at the end of a narrow alley, modestly comprising 2 courtyards, 2 bedrooms, and a kitchen. In the twilight, a modest table was set, adorned with a feast of dishes, including vegetables, meat, and a beautifully braised fish, accompanied by half a jug of yellow wine. Had he not witnessed the outrageous prices earlier, Shunfei would have deemed Songke's hospitality lavish. However, under the current circumstances, it felt not merely extravagant but utterly heartfelt. Such a spread of delicacies would require 3 to 5 months' worth of Songke's earnings to procure. Song Shixiang, simple fare suffices. There is no need for such extravagance. You rarely visit, so why not indulge a little? Songke waved his hand grandly, urging Shunfei to sit down. Though I am an apprentice, my family still possesses some assets, and I used to engage in business in the east of the city. Shunfei raised an eyebrow but remained silent. If Songke had previously been in business, it was evident that they had since fallen on hard times. What does your family do now? Shunfei queried. Just some small trades. My wife's family occasionally helps us out, just enough to stave off starvation, Songke replied with a carefree smile, his round face reflecting a mix of nostalgia and resignation. My parents and I have discussed it. If the situation in Kang County does not improve, we may have to swallow our pride and go to the prefecture to seek refuge with relatives. The prefecture? Shunfei felt a stir of emotions, gazing at Songke, who who had become a rough acquaintance over the past 3 months. A myriad of thoughts swirled within him, his eyes glistening. Ha ha ha! Song Ke suddenly burst into laughter, clapping Shen Fei on the shoulder. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Let us drink. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Agreed. Shen Fei raised his cup, sharing a smile with Song Ke before drinking heartily. In the depths of the night, Song Ke lay inebriated and slumbering upon the table, while his family members had succumbed to peaceful slumber. Beneath the pristine moonlight, only Shen Fei remained alert. He rose to drape a coat over Song Ke, casually seized a towel, and stealthily opened the door to step outside. As the late hours crept in, the eastern part of the city grew increasingly desolate. The vast streets and alleys were devoid of any passerby. And after wandering for quite some time, he encountered no soul. Before long, Shen Fei arrived at a familiar establishment, the Li family pawnshop. Entering with the towel still wrapped around him, he found a single oil lamp flickering in the northeast corner, barely illuminating the space. Behind the counter, a young man propped his chin on his left hand, fighting off sleep, his head bobbing like a dragonfly skimming water. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Fei rapped on the counter, startling the young man awake. What do you wish to pawn? He mumbled, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth, his tone tinged with displeasure. Without further ado, Shen Fei placed his accumulated qi blood powder, 100 portions, a stockpile gathered over 3 months, upon the counter. What is this? The young man casually opened a portion of the powder, its pale pink hue releasing a faint medicinal aroma. This is his eyes widened in astonishment. Qi blood powder? Indeed, Shen Fei replied, keeping his head bowed, his voice low. Name your price. If it suits, I shall sell them all. Wait a moment. The young man, unable to make a decision, hurriedly turned to summon assistance from the back. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man appeared, panting heavily. He first cupped his hands in greeting to Shen Fei before examining the qi blood powder, opening each portion to inspect, occasionally dipping his finger to taste. After a moment, the elder lifted his gaze to meet Shen Fei's, his eyes brimming with barely concealed excitement. Qi blood powder, entry-level quality, quite decent. The market price is 5 taels of silver per portion. How much do you wish to pawn? What can you offer? Shen Fei inquired. 3 taels and 50 coins at most. 4 taels. Deal. The transaction was concluded swiftly, and 400 taels of silver were transferred to Shen Fei in the form of banknotes. Not in cash. Pocketing the 400 taels, Shen Fei turned on his heel and departed hastily. Shopkeeper, should we send someone to follow him? The young man asked, watching Shen Fei's disappearing figure, making a gesture across his throat. The old shopkeeper pondered, glancing at the 100 portions of qi blood powder in hand, ultimately shaking his head. No. This individual likely possesses an extraordinary background. An ordinary person could not amass such a quantity of qi blood powder. Very well. As Shen Fei exited the pawn shop, he took advantage of the night's cover to quicken his pace, suddenly darting into a narrow alley. Concealing himself momentarily, he ensured he was not being followed before retrieving a 100-tael banknote. A flash of brilliance marked the fulfillment of the last condition, and the panel for the heart-crushing palm finally transformed. Heart-crushing palm entry level. You have become a qi blood realm martial artist, brimming with vitality and robust strength, capable of shattering stones with a mere gesture. Boom. A torrent of information surged into Shen Fei's mind, encompassing the techniques and insights of the entry-level heart-crushing palm. Countless techniques bubbled to the surface of his consciousness, and in mere moments, Shen Fei transformed from a complete novice into a seasoned entry-level martial artist, having practiced the heart-crushing palm for several years. Waves of warmth coursed through his body, and the sound of cracking echoed within him as his bones fractured and rapidly healed, becoming even stronger. His senses sharpened instantaneously. He became acutely aware of every movement dozens of steps away. His limbs exhibited notable changes, muscles beginning to form, particularly in his hands, which, upon the surge of qi blood, became noticeably thicker. That moment, Shen Fei felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him, an intuition telling him that with his newfound strength, even 7 or 8 burly men would struggle to approach him. Such vitality. Is this the essence of a qi blood realm martial artist? Truly extraordinary. Shen Fei closed his eyes, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of power. The Qi blood realm serves as the cornerstone for a martial artist's ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts. The stages of nurturing blood, refining Qi, and tempering the body form the three foundational phases. Based on a martial artist's mastery of techniques, these phases are further divided into four realms: early, mid, late, and completion. With his entry-level mastery of the heart-crushing palm, Xinfei was indeed a bona fide early Qi blood realm martial artist. In everyday life, his Qi blood lay concealed, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Yet in combat, his Qi blood would surge, and any common individual struck by his palm would surely meet their demise. Excellent! This is the sense of security I have long desired. Having arrived in this world for nearly half a year, it is only now that I finally possess the ability to safeguard myself. Xinfei smiled contentedly. Peering around to ensure no one was in sight, Xinfei sprang forward, propelling himself 3 meters in an instant, heading towards Song Ke's residence. Like the wind, he sped forth. Suddenly, he halted, his ears twitching slightly as he turned to observe a side alley, contemplating for a moment before hastening into it. Before long, a group of swaying figures entered Xinfei's line of sight, none other than the apprentices from the Renai Hall. They appeared to have returned from a night of drinking, each one utterly intoxicated. Leaning against one another as they staggered towards the Renai Hall, Tsuyu, alongside a young man, was whispering conspiratorially, and Xinfei instinctively perked up his ears. "Don't worry, little bro, your affairs are my affairs, burp. That fellow named Xinfei. I'll take care of him, bro, I beg you. Rest assured, no one dares to disrespect the Iron Fist gang. Last time I gave him a thrashing. That brat hasn't learned his lesson. This time, it all depends on you. Of course, after it's done, remember to introduce your sister to me. Absolutely. From now on, we'll be like family." Ha 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 ha. Just as Suyu was about to burst into laughter, a shadow suddenly flitted ahead, a figure descending from the sky, striking out with a palm. "Who goes there?" The nearby apprentices instinctively attempted to block the figure, but one received the blow and was sent staggering back. Crashing heavily against the alley wall, spewing blood, a martial artist? Suyu instantly sobered up, exclaiming, "Hero!" Misunderstanding, bang. Xinfei's palm struck Suyu squarely in the chest, launching him half a meter off the ground, sending him crashing backward, blood already gushing from his mouth while still airborne. "How dare you lay hands on me? You seek death." Another drunken youth, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes, unleashing a punch, the force of which gusted past Xinfei. Whipping away the towel from his face, "A martial artist?" Xinfei's expression shifted. He could not gauge the young man's strength, instinctively going all out. He first feigned an attack to trick the youth's punch, then struck heavily toward the young man's forehead, bang. The young man's skull shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Chapter 13. The decision. In the early morning, Song Ke awoke groggily from his drunken stupor, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld Xinfei stretching and yawning vigorously. "Why are you awake so early, brother Xin?" Song Ke chuckled as he rose, his coat slipping off his shoulders. "Yes, not early. It's nearly dawn. Brother Song, hurry and wash up. We need to return to work." "Of course," Song Ke replied, hastily getting up to fetch some water, hastily splashing it on his face. After bidding farewell to his family, he hurried alongside Xinfei towards the Renai Hall. After traversing a short distance, they encountered a throng of people ahead, as if something significant had occurred. "What has happened?" Curious about the commotion, Song Ke quickly pressed into the crowd, straining to hear. "The death was too gruesome. The skull was crushed. I heard there are several injured. They were taken away early this morning from the Renai Hall. This person was from the Iron Fist gang, and he died right here. It must have been a martial artist." As Song Ke pushed deeper into the crowd, he raised his head to see the scene stained with blood, remnants of dried blood scattered about, as if several individuals had bled profusely in the area. At the far end of his gaze lay a young man, his skull shattered, staring blankly with unblinking eyes, half leaning against the wall, clad in the attire of the Iron Fist gang. Iron Fist gang? Pa, they're not good people either. Song Ke silently cursed, intending to turn away when his gaze caught a familiar object among the remnants. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his own household towel. My towel! How could it be here? Song Ke's expression shifted drastically. He recognized it too well, adorned with the green bamboo meticulously embroidered by his beloved wife. Yet, he had been intoxicated last night, Brother Shun. A name suddenly sprang to mind, and Song Ke was struck with alarm, his complexion paling as he stumbled out of the crowd, dazed and confused. What's wrong, Brother Song? What transpired inside? Shinfei inquired. Curiosity etched upon his face. Song Ke cast a glance at Shinfei, observing his innocent demeanor and genuine curiosity, which belied the appearance of a murderous fiend. Someone was killed, a member of the Iron Fist gang. There are also several injured from the Ren'ai Hall. Song Ke stammered. Is it truly so? Shinfei raised an eyebrow, unleashing his acting prowess. Who did this? How dare they strike against the Ren'ai Hall and the Iron Fist gang? Didn't you say they were among the 4 major powers in the county? I have no idea. Song Ke's forehead was damp with cold sweat. Had he not seen that handkerchief, he would have undoubtedly believed Shinfei's words, considering him merely a passerby. But now, the two quickly returned to Ren'ai Hall, each engrossed in their tasks, 18 noon. While Shinfei and Song Ke were preparing rice porridge in the backyard, a sudden uproar erupted in the front yard. Unable to contain his curiosity, Song Ke rose stealthily to investigate the commotion. Before long, he returned, his face pale with shock. What happened? Shinfei inquired with concern. Song Ke whispered, the people injured last night were Suyu and his companions. What? Shinfei feigned surprise, and then continued, and, Song Ke stammered. The ones who killed the Iron Fist gang members used the heart-crushing palm. The Iron Fist gang had come to cause trouble. The heart-crushing palm was a martial art recorded in Ren'ai Hall. It was unique to them in Kang County. Now that members of the Iron Fist gang had been killed using this technique, Ren'ai Hall naturally became the prime suspect. However, with over 100 warriors at Ren'ai Hall, nearly everyone could perform the heart-crushing palm. How could this be investigated? No one would admit to it, and it was destined to be a muddled affair. Just after lunch, Shinfei was summoned for questioning. He truthfully reported that he had never mastered the heart-crushing palm and lacked sufficient energy, thus successfully clearing himself of suspicion. After several days of turmoil, the incident was temporarily brushed aside. But Master Gao mentioned that Ren'ai Hall and the Iron Fist gang had become quite at odds over the matter. Gao Shan was also displeased, as Suyu and several other apprentices were essential to his operations, capable of refining blood-nourishing pills or energy-dispersing powders. Now, with several of them bedridden from injuries, Gao Shan faced a significant loss of income. Reluctantly, he had to promote a few apprentices from elsewhere to take over Suyu's responsibilities. This time, Song Ke and Zhang Bai successfully passed the assessment and began refining energy-dispersing powders. Shinshidi, is refining this energy-dispersing powder really that difficult? I've been scolded by Master Gao for several days. It's not a big deal. Just endure a few more days of scolding. I went through the same process. Shinfei laughed heartily. You make it sound easy, but Master Gao does not hold back his reprimands. Zhang Bai has cried several times from his scoldings, Song Ke lamented. Enough chatter. Focus on processing the herbs. Add honey. Yes. Under Shinfei's guidance, Song Ke hurriedly added honey, diligently tending to the herbs in his hands. As Song Ke concentrated on his work, Shinfei smiled faintly and looked up at the conditions for mastering the heart-crushing palm. Heart-crushing palm minor achievement conditions. Consume 100 blood-nourishing pills. 0. 4,100 to 500 taels of silver. 300,500. Watch the heart-crushing palm demonstration 10 times. 0-10. Kill 10 wild beasts. 0-10 with the initiation into the heart-crushing palm. The conditions for the next stage of minor achievement appeared before Shinfei. His gaze swept over the requirements. 10 demonstrations of the heart-crushing palm would be easily resolved by visiting the neighboring training hall, while the 500 taels of silver was also manageable. With 300 already gathered, merely a matter of time for the remaining 200. The true challenge lay in the other two conditions. As Shinfei became a blood-nourishing realm warrior, the required pills shifted from energy-dispersing powders to blood-nourishing pills. Blood-nourishing pills catered specifically to blood-nourishing realm warriors, boasting effects far superior to energy-dispersing powders. Currently, Shunfei did not possess any blood-nourishing pills and could only temporarily consume energy-dispersing powders. With his promotion to a blood-nourishing realm warrior, the intake limit for energy-dispersing powders no longer applied. As long as he kept up the quantity, he could consume them like meals. Over 3 months, Shunfei had already elevated his energy-dispersing powder to the minor achievement stage, boasting a success rate of 50. Each day, he could produce 5 portions of energy-dispersing powder. After submitting his daily quota, Shunfei would receive 4 portions in return. However, these 4 portions only provided 0.4 points of progress, meaning he would need 250 days just to satisfy that condition. In other words, Shunfei required nearly 8 months, during which he also needed to hunt 10 wild beasts, to push the heart-crushing palm to minor achievement. This pace was too slow. Furrowing his brow, Shunfei recalled having heard that once a warrior entered the blood-nourishing realm, their energy surged and their physique strengthened, marking the beginning of a prosperous path in martial arts, with a sufficient supply of blood-nourishing pills. Progress could be astonishingly rapid. Minor achievement in 3 months, major achievement in 6 months, and perfection within a year. 4 ordinary martial artists from humble backgrounds, achieving minor achievement in the blood-nourishing realm only took 6 months. Yet Shunfei would require 8 months. He had once overheard Master Gao mention that martial artist cultivation was a race against time. Every moment was precious. Nourishing blood, refining energy, and tempering the body comprised the 3 foundational stages of martial arts. Each step forward becoming increasingly arduous, was imperative to enter the tempering body realm before turning 20, or one would be forever trapped in subsequent stages. Many noble families had their children training in martial arts by the age of 10, making it rare for anyone to reach the tempering body realm by 20. Now 18. Shunfei had only 2 years left. At the current pace, he would need over a year just to reach the blood-nourishing realm. What about refining energy? Tempering the body. If he could not enter the tempering body realm within 2 years, he would be doomed to remain there for life. A sense of unwarranted crisis enveloped him, and Shunfei's brow tightened. It seemed that energy-dispersing powders could no longer meet his martial training needs and would have to be exchanged for silver. To accelerate his training, he required superior pills, blood-nourishing pills. The thought of those 3 words flickered through his mind, and Shunfei's brow twitched as he made a swift decision. Chapter 14. Blood-nourishing pills. Do you wish to refine blood-nourishing pills? Gao Shan sat upright, his brow clouded with lingering gloom, glancing sideways at Shunfei while holding a teacup. Yes. Shunfei lowered his head slightly, realizing that Su Yu's habit of looking sideways was learned from Gao Shan. You have only been refining energy-dispersing powders for a few months. You likely lack the ability to refine blood-nourishing pills. Gao Shan took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Su Yu and the others spent 1 to 2 years refining energy-dispersing powders before they could barely manage blood-nourishing pills, with the key being a minimum success rate of 20% in refining energy-dispersing powders. Mentioning Su Yu and the others caused Gao Shan's expression to darken further. Days had passed since Su Yu's injury, and the killer of the Iron Fist gang had yet to be found, leaving the entire Ren'ai Hall in a state of distress. Gao Shan was also troubled. Without the assistance of seasoned apprentices like Su Yu, he had to intervene personally for many matters, leaving him busier than ever and far from the image of a senior alchemist. The disciples have heard that a 20% success rate in refining energy-dispersing powders allows one to attempt refining blood-nourishing pills. Shunfei did not give up and continued. Indeed, Gao Shan leisurely sipped his tea, but this requires at least a year of accumulation. I currently possess a 20% success rate. Shunfei stated calmly. Pfft. Gao Shan spat out his tea, splattering his expensive robe. Under normal circumstances, Gao Shan would have felt a twinge of regret, but now he barely registered the damage to his robe, his gaze fixated on Shunfei as he pronounced each word deliberately. Say that again. I currently have a 20% success rate in refining energy-dispersing powders. Stable? Yes. Is this true? Absolutely. Prepare the furnace. Without further ado, Gao Shan waved his hand, commanding the other apprentices to set up the furnace. Before long, a Dan furnace was brought into the courtyard, accompanied by firewood and charcoal set aside for use. Song Ke, bring 10 portions of energy-dispersing powder herbs, Gao Shan bellowed. Yes, Song Ke hurriedly turned and dashed into the hall. opening the medicine cabinets one by one to swiftly gather the necessary herbs for refining energy-dispersing powders. During this time, other apprentices rushed in from all directions, gathering around Gao Shan, eager to witness Shan Fei's refining of energy-dispersing powders. Energy-dispersing powders were fundamental pills, yet not every apprentice could refine them. Only those with a talent for alchemy were permitted. Even so, Gao Shan's group had only a handful capable of refining them, and their success rates were generally LOW.AS for refining blood-nourishing pills. That was something no one dared to attempt. Yet now, a newcomer who had been learning for merely half a year and had refined energy-dispersing powders for only 3 months boldly claimed to possess a 20% success rate and was attempting to refine blood-nourishing pills. How could this not stir excitement among the alchemy apprentices? Before long, a throng of apprentices encircled the Dan furnace, forming 3 rings around it. "They're here. Make way." Song Ke squeezed through the crowd, carrying a bundle of herbs. "Let us begin." Gao Shan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Shan Fei with keen eyes. "Yes." Shan Fei smiled faintly, bowing to his fellow apprentices before settling down to light the fire, process the herbs, and refine the energy-dispersing powders. As each herb was skillfully handled and tossed into the Dan furnace with grace and confidence. It was evident that Shan Fei was no novice but a seasoned practitioner of alchemy. Gasp! A chorus of gasps echoed around. Just the sight of Shan Fei's refined movements in alchemy left the surrounding apprentices feeling inadequate. Song Ku and Zhang Bai, who had just begun refining energy-dispersing powders, watched with wide eyes, missing not a single detail. "Excellent." Gao Shan also nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, with such techniques, there was a legitimate possibility of a 2/10 success rate. Before long, the first batch of qi blood powder was successfully refined. As the lid was lifted, a faint herbal fragrance wafted forth. Had the first attempt succeeded? Gao Shan's heart stirred, and his gaze involuntarily turned towards Shan Fei. "Master Gao, the pale pink batch has succeeded," Song Ku excitedly reported to Gao Shan after glancing at the alchemy furnace. "Refine again," Gao Shan commanded in a deep voice. "Yes." Shan Fei nodded, calmly retrieving the qi blood powder. After cleaning the furnace meticulously, he began the refinement process anew. However, this time, Shan Fei intentionally made errors, resulting in a failure for the second batch of qi blood powder, and the same for the third. Gao Shan's brow furrowed tightly. When it came to the fourth batch, Shan Fei finally succeeded again. "Excellent. Very good." Gao Shan's previously tense brow suddenly relaxed. He clapped his hands in laughter. "Initially, I thought your aptitude was lacking. But it seems you possess the potential for late bloomers. Very well, from today onward, you shall assist me in refining the nourishing blood pill. However, do not cease the daily refinement of qi blood powder." "Thank you for your guidance, Master Gao." Shan Fei rose, revealing an expression of excitement as he bowed deeply to Gao Shan. "Junior brother Shan, congratulations." "Congratulations." The other apprentices chimed in with clasped hands, expressing their goodwill. Shan Fei responded warmly, and the courtyard was soon filled with a joyous atmosphere. "All right, no idling about. Get to work." Gao Shan waved his hand, sending the other apprentices off to their tasks. He then leisurely rose and walked towards an alchemy room. "Shan Fei, come with me?" "Yes." Shan Fei followed Gao Shan into an alchemy chamber. Gao Shan sat cross-legged, and with the experience from the previous refinement of qi blood powder, the subsequent process became markedly simpler. Various medicinal herbs were swiftly gathered, and Gao Shan personally demonstrated to Shan Fei how to refine the nourishing blood pill. This pill was a potent tonic for qi and blood, the most suitable enhancement for martial artists in the blood-nourishing realm. At this point, the efficacy of qi blood powder had diminished. One nourishing blood pill could replace 10 batches of qi blood powder. The nourishing blood pill was precious, and its refinement was naturally far more complex. Gao Shan shook his head and waved his hands, creating a dazzling display. Yet each step was executed with remarkable precision and poise. The lid was raised, and after processing a series of herbs, they were cast into the furnace. The nourishing blood pill's efficacy rivaled that of 10 batches of qi blood powder, thus necessitating a greater variety of herbs, 75 in total, with a more intricate process and steps. Shan Fei watched with wide eyes for a moment and soon felt dizzy, unable to remember the subsequent procedures. After Gao Shan completed the refinement of the nourishing blood pill, Shun Fei carefully calculated and realized he had only retained 2/5 of the steps. How much did you remember? Gao Shan glanced sideways at Shun Fei, holding a bright red pill in his palm. It was the nourishing blood pill. Shun Fei answered honestly, 2/5. Is that all? Gao Shan's brow furrowed slightly. Clearly dissatisfied with Shun Fei's performance, he had intended to reprimand him, but, recalling Shun Fei's precious potential for late bloomers, his mouth opened but ultimately fell silent. You try refining it once. Yes, the two switched places. And it was Shun Fei's turn to take matters into his own hands. Taking a deep breath, he recalled Gao Shan's recently demonstrated techniques and began to refine the nourishing blood pill. Faster, faster! That herb is being added too slowly. The inside hasn't even dissolved yet. Too slow again. Don't rush. Wait another 5 breaths. You added it wrong. You should add the dog whip first, then the cow pill. Wrong, wrong, wrong. How can you be so foolish? We'll discuss this tomorrow. Tomorrow. You're even more foolish than Suyu. After delivering a scathing tirade to Shun Fei, Gao Shan waved his sleeve and departed. Inside the alchemy chamber, Shun Fei slowly raised his head, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Nourishing blood pill entry requirements. Herb processing perfect, completed. Qi blood powder refinement minor success, completed. Conduct 10 refinements of nourishing blood pill. 1/10 thus, over the course of several days, Shun Fei accompanied Gao Shan in refining the nourishing blood pill in the mornings, enduring a barrage of criticisms, and continued to refine Qi blood powder in the afternoons. By now, Shun Fei had reached the minor success stage in Qi blood powder refinement, skillfully producing 5 batches each day from 10 medicinal herbs. He only needed to submit 2 batches, keeping 3 for himself. Since the nourishing blood pill had yet to be acquired, Shun Fei naturally wouldn't remain idle. He would take the Qi blood powder first. The Qi blood powder he obtained was consumed with warm water to bolster his Qi and blood. As days passed, the entry requirements for the nourishing blood pill had been largely met. Just a few more attempts would allow him to enter that realm. Yet, at this moment, Gao Shan had vanished. He had not been seen in the alchemy workshop for several consecutive days. Shun Fei felt anxious and decisively sent Song Ku to inquire about the news. Song Ku did not disappoint. After a brief investigation, he brought back reliable information. Junior brother Shin, do you know? The young lady has returned. Who? Yuan Qianqian, the daughter of the Ren'ai Hall's master. What does this have to do with Master Gao? Master Gao, in his 30s, has yet to marry, as he has long harbored admiration for the young lady and has pursued her for many years. So Master Gao is a lovesick fool? Shun Fei raised an eyebrow. Incredulous. Having spent several months at Ren'ai Hall, he had come to understand its circumstances. Ren'ai Hall monopolized the medicinal herb and pill trade in Kang County, raking in fortunes with ease, boasting 1 alchemy master, 3 high-ranking alchemy masters, and over a dozen ordinary alchemy masters, with 3 branches. Gao Shan was one of the high-ranking alchemy masters, reportedly receiving dividends from Ren'ai Hall, earning at least several thousand taels of silver each year, and had already acquired a residence and servants in Kang County. Such a diamond bachelor, yet he plays the lovesick fool. Junior brother Shin. What does it mean to be a lovesick fool? Song Ku inquired with curiosity. Shun Fei replied with profound significance. To love yet be unable to attain, to be self-moved. That is a lovesick fool. Astute. Song Ku's body jolted, and he raised his thumb in admiration. Junior brother Shan sees through it all. With your words, I also find Master Gao to be a lovesick fool. What a disgrace for such a fine man to be a lovesick fool. Well said. Shun Fei recalled Gao Shan's every action and wondered. What kind of beauty could captivate Master Gao so? Song Ke glanced around cautiously and whispered, her looks are exceptional, but primarily, she is the only daughter. Ah, I see. Shun Fei's understanding dawned. Ren'ai Hall's immense wealth would indeed tempt many. Marrying Yuan Qianqian would ensure a life free of worries. Truly a paragon of beauty and wealth. With this thought, even Shun Fei felt a twinge of desire, contemplating that if he wed Yuan Qianqian, he need not toil so diligently to refine pills for income, but could simply ask for what he wanted. Wouldn't that be delightful? To be a lovesick fool is indeed advantageous. Shun Fei sighed wistfully, leaving Song Ku with a large question mark hovering above his head. With Master Gao absent and Su Yu and the others recuperating, the expansive alchemy workshop required a steward. According to custom, the one with the greatest ability in refining elixirs would naturally assume the role of overseer. The apprentices glanced at one another, surveying their surroundings, only to find that the strongest among them was, surprisingly, Shun Fei, who had only just begun refining the nourishing blood pill. Junior brother Shun? He has only been here for a few months. Isn't that inappropriate? According to the rules, it is indeed him. I refuse to accept this. Can you refine Qi blood powder as well as he can? Ultimately, the authority of overseeing the workshop fell to Shun Fei. Initially, he felt somewhat bewildered and at a loss. He merely wished to quietly refine the nourishing blood pill to enhance his qi and prepare for the minor success of the heart-crushing palm. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. He wished to decline, but upon reflection, since Master Gao was absent, and he could not enter the realm of the nourishing blood pill, it might be better to manage affairs and expand his network. With this clarity, Shun Fei readily accepted the new role the next day. From then on, he first organized the apprentices each morning, categorizing tasks to maximize their strengths, and in the afternoons, he guided Song Ku and Zhang Bai in refining Qi blood powder. The two's success rate in refining Qi blood powder was rather dismal, and Shun Fei, witnessing the wasted materials, felt a pang of heartache. Reluctantly, he had to step in and guide them. Why now? Shun Fei's refinement of Qi blood powder had reached minor success, just a few steps shy of major success, akin to a weaker version of Gao Shan, so instructing Song Shi and the others was certainly within his capabilities. Qi blood powder major success requirements. Herb processing perfect, completed. Conduct 1,000 refinements of Qi blood powder, 985-1000. Qi blood powder minor success, 50 success rate during refinement. After several rounds of instruction, Song Ku and the others made remarkable progress in refining Qi blood powder, their improvement evident, little by little. All the apprentices came to recognize Shun Fei's strength and generosity, their gazes toward him laden with meaning and expectation. Junior brother Shin, I have a question regarding the processing of this herb. Junior brother Shin, may I ask why honey is added to this herb? I see others using dew instead. Shin Shidi, I too aspire to refine the qi and blood powder. Shin Shidi, why is the seventh step of the qi and blood powder so? In just a few short days, Shun Fei's status in the alchemy workshop has risen dramatically, with a throng of apprentices affectionately addressing him as Shun Shidi. Whenever he issues a command, they dutifully comply without a hint of dissent. Their work executed with remarkable efficiency. He is always the first to eat, with the largest egg on his plate, and his position on the communal bed has conveniently shifted to the most favorable spot. Were it not for Shun Fei's status as an apprentice, the others would surely be inclined to address him as Master Shun. One day, Gao Shan finally made his appearance, clad in an emerald green robe, a white jade belt cinched at his waist, and a pair of deer-hide boots that seemed to exude an aura of authority. Unfortunately, a subtle gloom lingered in his brow. Master Gao, an apprentice respectfully poured tea for Gao Shan, who sipped it with a furrowed brow. Tea was not too hot, yet he found it difficult to swallow, his mood exceedingly vexed. A knot of frustration lodged in his chest. Bring me the log. Let me see. Gao Shan spoke in a deep voice, having been away for several days, eager to ascertain what the apprentices had accomplished, whether they had made progress or slacked off. Praise would be given for progress, but for any sign of laziness, Shortly thereafter, the alchemy workshop log was presented to Gao Shan, detailing the recent assignments of the apprentices. As he flipped through it, a note of surprise escaped his lips. The more he read, the more astonished he became, his demeanor shifting from casual indifference to earnest focus. After a while, Gao Shan closed the log and stated solemnly, "Who has been overseeing the apprentices in recent days?" "It is Shun Shidi." The apprentices quickly corrected themselves, almost stumbling over their words. "Him?" Gao Shan was taken aback, having assumed it was one of the older apprentices in charge, only to discover it was the newcomer Shun Fei. It appears that Shun Fei not only possesses the potential for late-blooming greatness, but also exhibits commendable management skills, Gao Shan mused, nodding slightly. Where is he now? He is currently instructing Zhang Bai and Song Ku in the refinement of qi and blood powder, replied the apprentice, their gaze filled with envy. Oh? Gao Shan raised an eyebrow, contemplating Shun Fei's generous spirit in sharing knowledge that others kept secret. Possessing alchemical talent and management capabilities, Shen Fei's standing in Gao Shan's eyes surged significantly, now rivaling that of Su Yu. After a while, Shen Fei and the two others emerged from the alchemy chamber, engaged in cheerful conversation, clearly having made significant gains that day. Master Gao, upon spotting Gao Shan, Shen Fei and his companions hurriedly bowed, and no need for excessive formalities. Gao Shan responded with a faint smile, noticing that the cloud of gloom had lifted somewhat from Shen Fei's brow. He gently waved his hand and said with a smile, "Come with me into the alchemy chamber. I wish to see if you have made progress." Yes, Shen Fei followed closely behind Gao Shan into the alchemy chamber. After a moment, Gao Shan's disappointed voice echoed through the room. Chapter 16. Introduction to the Blood-Nourishing Pill. A complete mess, still a complete mess. Gao Shan had refrained from guiding Shen Fei for several days, expecting that Shen Fei would take the time to reflect and make some progress. Yet, upon inspection today, it was still a complete disaster. Not a trace of improvement. This talent, far too lacking. Gao Shan's expression darkened. Shen Fei's aptitude was surprisingly poor, even worse than when he had taught Su Yu, to the point where it left Gao Shan feeling breathless. His management skills were adequate, yet his alchemical talent was utterly dismal. Gao Shan regarded Shen Fei, his eyelids twitching, sighing inwardly. In comparison, he still found Su Yu to be somewhat superior. "You have made no progress in several days. It seems that refining the blood-nourishing pill is still beyond your reach," Gao Shan implied. Shen Fei, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly replied, "Disciple is dull-witted and has disappointed Master Gao. I implore you not to give up on me, and to continue your guidance for a few more days. With your level of talent, a few days of guidance may prove futile," Gao Shan retorted. "I have recently experienced some insights. A breakthrough is imminent in the coming days." Shen Fei responded earnestly, stealing a glance at the blood-nourishing pill interface. Blood-nourishing pill entry requirements. Herbal processing perfect, completed. Qi and blood powder refinement minor success, completed. Conduct 10 refined blood-nourishing pill attempts. 8-10 all is in readiness. Only the east wind is lacking. He merely needs to refine it 2 more times to gain entry into the blood-nourishing pill, thus enabling him to concoct this vital elixir for warriors of the blood-nourishing realm. Therefore, he absolutely cannot quit halfway. "You very well. I will guide you for 3 more days. If you still do not succeed, you shall first refine the qi and blood powder," Gao Shan declared, rising to leave the alchemy chamber. Shen Fei tidied the alchemical furnace and organized the chamber before slowly exiting. "Shen Shidi, how did it go?" Song Ku inquired with concern as he approached. Shen Fei shook his head. "Not well. The blood-nourishing pill is exceedingly difficult. If it cannot be done, then let it be. Let us eat first," Song Ku urged, pulling Shen Fei towards the back courtyard for a meal. Rice porridge, pickles, and eggs. Shen Fei and Song Ku found a corner to squat and eat. Both engrossed in their food, silence enveloping them. After a while, Song Ku had consumed 3 bowls of porridge, while Shen Fei was already on his 5th, gearing up for a 6th. "Shen Shidi, how have you developed such an appetite lately?" Song Ku exclaimed, astonished. For an ordinary person, 3 bowls would be the limit, yet it was rare to see someone like Shen Fei devouring 5. "Moreover, you have even lost weight. Is that so? Perhaps I have been too exhausted these past few days." Shen Fei replied with a smile. With his recent elevation to a warrior of the blood-nourishing realm, his demand for food had surged, necessitating a substantial intake daily to transform into energy to sustain his body. Despite secretly consuming 3 portions of qi and blood powder daily, he still struggled to meet his body's demands. Only the blood-nourishing pill could satisfy the nutritional requirements of a warrior in the blood-nourishing realm. Without the blood-nourishing pill, ordinary warriors must consume vast quantities of meat to fulfill their body's needs, or else, over time, they would become emaciated like Shen Fei, ultimately leading to exhaustion and death. The blood-nourishing pill. Shen Fei swallowed an egg. The issue of the blood-nourishing pill must be resolved immediately. Delay no longer, or he would have to find ways to procure meat to replenish his qi and blood. Soon, in just a few more days, would come the day of Shen Fei's ascension. No one could thwart him. Thus, 3 days hurriedly passed. Shen Fei's routine was quite regular. In the mornings, he received Gao Shan's instruction on the blood-nourishing pill. And during a round of scolding and in the afternoons, he independently refined the qi and blood powder, consistently producing 2 portions, earning Gao Shan's praise, painfully joyful, but it was all part of the process. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. The conditions for entry into the blood-nourishing pill were finally met, and a subtle smile crept upon Shun Fei's lips, having prepared himself for the refinement of the blood-nourishing pill. Blood-nourishing pill entry. A 30 success rate in refining the blood-nourishing pill. The next day, Shun Fei slept in a bit longer before rising, his heart buoyant at the thought of soon refining the blood-nourishing pill. In the front courtyard, a multitude of apprentices were cleaning the alchemy workshop, the once smooth floor now polished to a gleam, every detail meticulously attended to. "What are you all doing?" Shun Fei inquired with curiosity. "Shin Shidi has arrived." One apprentice wiped the sweat from his brow and replied with a smile. "This is a directive from Master Gao, stating that the Hall Master will be visiting shortly. So we must tidy up. The Hall Master." Shun Fei paused, noticing that while the apprentices were busy, they seemed somewhat aimless amidst the hustle and bustle. Instinctively, he began to direct them. Those sweeping should sweep. Those cleaning the medicine cabinets should clean, and those handling the herbs should handle their tasks. Under Shun Fei's guidance, the apprentices quickly organized themselves. Once these tasks were completed, Shun Fei collected the necessary herbs for refining the blood-nourishing pill. Confidently striding into the alchemy chamber, ready to begin the process. Not long after Shun Fei entered the alchemy workshop, Gao Shan arrived, accompanied by the Hall Master of Renai Hall and a young maiden. Surrounded by a retinue of guards, the Hall Master was a robust man in his 50s, with powerful arms and particularly large hands, unmistakably a warrior, bearing the dignified countenance of one accustomed to authority. Beside him was a young woman clad in a delicate yellow gown, her figure graceful, with cascading black hair, fair skin, and captivating eyes that sparkled with allure. As they entered the workshop, the Hall Master and his entourage exchanged laughter. Immediately noticing the apprentices working in an orderly fashion, devoid of any semblance of chaos. "Excellent!" Yuan Tianxiong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, applauding with a smile. "Gao Shan, you have managed this alchemy workshop quite well. It is evident you have put in considerable effort. You honor me, Hall Master." "Although these apprentices may lack talent, their diligence is commendable," Gao Shan replied with pride. Without needing to consult the log, the sight of the apprentices working harmoniously told Gao Shan that it must be Shun Fei's doing. Though their aptitude is somewhat lacking, their management skills are indeed commendable. Gao Shan felt a surge of admiration for talent, having been wavering between Su Yu and Shun Fei. Now, with the Hall Master's praise, he resolved that when he was absent in the future, he would entrust Shun Fei with the management of the alchemy workshop. As for the blood-nourishing pill, best left unmentioned. Yuan Tianxiong, hands clasped behind his back, led Yuan Qianqian on a tour of the alchemy workshop, occasionally stopping to inquire about details, clearly satisfied with everything he observed, including the apprentices' morale and professionalism. "Good, very good." Yuan Tianxiong's praises fell upon Gao Shan's ears like sweet confections, delighting his heart to no end. Stealthily, he appraised the voluptuous figure of Yuan Qianqian, only to find her curiously observing him in return, causing his spirits to soar and his satisfaction with Shun Fei to reach its zenith. Just then, the door to the alchemy chamber creaked open, and Shun Fei emerged, head held high. "Shun Fei?" Gao Shi exclaimed. As Shun Fei cast a glance, he immediately recognized the identities of the 2 strangers beside Gao Shan. Thinking to himself that the timing was fortuitous, as he had just successfully refined the blood-nourishing pill. "What were you doing inside?" Gao Shan instinctively inquired. Shun Fei replied with a smile, "I was refining the blood-nourishing pill." "The blood-nourishing pill?" Before Gao Shan could speak, Yuan Tianxiong interjected with a chuckle. "This young apprentice certainly has a lofty ambition, daring to attempt the blood-nourishing pill. How long have you been refining the qi and blood powder?" Replying to the Hall Master, "It has been nearly 4 months," Shun Fei respectfully answered. "4 months?" Yuan Tianxiong burst into incredulous laughter. "So young, too young. According to our records in the Renai Hall, the fastest to successfully refine the blood-nourishing pill after concocting the qi and blood powder was Old Tang. And that took 6 months. In recent years, the most gifted Zhang Fengxian took 8 months to succeed. And you, young lad, with only 4 months under your belt, wish to refine the blood-nourishing pill? Difficult, difficult, difficult. Yuan Tianxiong repeated the word thrice. Gao Shan too felt a twinge of embarrassment. He shot Shen Fei an irritated glance, preparing to wave him away, only to see Shen Fei grinning, his right hand outstretched, revealing a glimmering crimson pill. I was fortunate. This morning, inspiration struck, and I managed to refine the blood-nourishing pill in one go. Impossible! Both Yuan Tianxiong and Gao Shan exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with astonishment. Chapter 17. Reward yet. Facts speak louder than words. The pill nestled in Shen Fei's palm was undeniably the blood-nourishing pill. It was genuine, without a doubt. Gao Shan's expression shifted, and he barked, Shen Fei, do you know the consequences of deceiving your masters? If this is false, you will be expelled from the Rin'ai Hall. I would not dare to lie. Every word I speak is the truth. Shen Fei bowed respectfully. Upon hearing this, Gao Shan narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, his gaze complex as he regarded Shen Fei. Yuan Tianxiong then spoke up, if you truly can refine the blood-nourishing pill, it would imply your talent surpasses that of the alchemy master Old Tang. I shall reward you handsomely, but if you are deceiving me, I will personally break your legs, bring forth the alchemy furnace and gather the medicinal materials. Yes. Several guards hurriedly turned to fulfill the order, and shortly thereafter, they brought forth an alchemy furnace, asked for the medicinal materials and firewood. Apprentices swiftly gathered them with nimble hands. A throng of apprentices encircled the scene, their eyes fixed on Shen Fei amidst a mix of envy, worry, jealousy, and mockery. Yuan Tianxiong's gaze remained icy as he said, Shen Fei, do you still regret your decision? Hall Master, I have no regrets, Shen Fei replied with a calm demeanor. Good, for your composure. I shall trust you once. Yuan Tianxiong waved his hand, commanding, begin refining. Yes. Shen Fei took a deep breath, ignoring Gao Shan's ever-changing expression. He nodded reassuringly at the concerned Song Ku, settled into a meditative posture, and ignited the furnace point one by one. The medicinal materials were processed and then deftly tossed into the alchemy furnace by Shen Fei. The process and steps executed flawlessly, his techniques seasoned and fluid, demonstrating a remarkable foundation in alchemy. Observing this, both Yuan Tianxiong and Gao Shan exchanged looks of surprise. Yuan Tianxiong admired Shen Fei's evident skill, recognizing that such a display was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary apprentice, while Gao Shan was secretly astounded, recalling how just yesterday, Shen Fei's attempt at refining the blood-nourishing pill had been utterly dismal, prompting his scathing rebuke. Now, it seemed as though he had transformed overnight, showcasing significant improvement. Could it be that he had experienced a moment of enlightenment? Gao Shan's heart raced with astonishment. As more medicinal materials were added to the furnace, a gentle fragrance soon wafted through the air, indicating that the pill was on the verge of completion. Could he truly be refining the blood-nourishing pill? Both Yuan Tianxiong and Gao Shan felt their breaths quicken with anticipation, just as their breaths grew more hurried. A sudden thud resonated from within the furnace. Alchemy had failed. I have failed. Shen Fei lowered his head, an expression of shame washing over him. This was no act, but a genuine failure, as his success rate for refining the blood-nourishing pill was merely 30%. Failures were inevitable. Just as he prepared to rise and request another attempt, two strong hands firmly grasped his shoulders, one on each side. Shen Fei looked up in surprise to find Yuan Tianxiong and Gao Shan both wearing benevolent smiles. Gazing at him as if he were a rare treasure. Continue, they commanded in unison, their voices synchronized like machines. I shall obey. Shen Fei dared not dissent and resumed his seated position, gathering another portion of materials for the blood-nourishing pill. Taking a deep breath, he once again commenced the refining process. His techniques remained adept, his movements composed and fluid, devoid of any sense of hesitation. Before long, the gentle fragrance once again permeated the air, and the entire assembly held their breaths, anxiously watching the furnace. Fortunately, no mishap occurred this time. Shen Fei successfully refined the blood-nourishing pill. As the lid of the furnace was lifted, Shen Fei deftly extracted a gleaming crimson pill with a specialized tool. It was indeed the blood-nourishing pill. You truly succeeded, Gao Shan regarded Shen Fei with a complex expression. Even at this moment, He found it hard to believe that Xin Fei could refine the blood-nourishing pill. A genius. Ha ha ha. Our Ren AI Hall has produced another alchemical prodigy. Yuan Tianxiong bellowed with laughter, his mirth resounding, expressing an indescribable joy. Excellent. You are remarkable. Yuan Tianxiong clapped Shan Fei's shoulder heartily, exclaiming, Hereby, I confer upon Shan Fei, the apprentice of the Ren AI Hall, the token of the Dambao building for successfully refining the blood-nourishing pill. Yes, a guard stepped forward, presenting Shan Fei with a token crafted from pure wood, inscribed with the characters for Ren AI on one side and the character for Zhao on the reverse. Dambao building? Gao Shan's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the weight of Yuan Tianxiong's reward. According to the rules of our Ren AI Hall, successfully refining two types of blood-nourishing realm pills qualifies one as an alchemist. An alchemist may gain possession of an independent alchemy workshop capable of operating independently. Xin Fei, you are still young, and I hold great hopes for you. Do not let me down, Yuan Tianxiong said with a smile, resembling a kind teacher gazing upon his most promising disciple. Rest assured, Hall Master, I will not disappoint you. Good, work diligently. Yuan Tianxiong smiled in satisfaction, posing several more questions, his words sincere, clearly valuing Shan Fei greatly. This display elicited envy from those around, as they realized that barring any unforeseen circumstances, from this day forth, Shan Fei would no longer inhabit the same world as them. Xin Shidi, have I underestimated you? Song Ku, amidst the crowd, regarded Xin Fei with a complicated smile. Gao Shan shared a similar expression. He felt immense pride in Shan Fei's recognition by Yuan Tianxiong, as it reflected well on him as the mentor. However, a glance to the side revealed Yuan Tianxian's curious gaze, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they lingered on Xin Fei, causing Gao Shan to feel a surge of discomfort. Here he was, a distinguished advanced alchemist, having pursued Yuan Tianxian for ages, yet she had never given him a second glance. Now, she seemed captivated by his apprentice, which was quite disheartening. Such thoughts ignited a subtle pang of jealousy within Gao Shan. Replying to the hall master, I am an orphan, currently residing in a communal dormitory. Shan Fei briefly shared his circumstances. An orphan? A fleeting, imperceptible emotion crossed Yuan Tianxiong's eyes as he nodded, speaking gently, then remain well within the Ren AI Hall. It shall not treat you poorly. After inquiring softly about a few more details, Yuan Tianxiong departed, accompanied by Yuan Tianxian and a throng of guards. Xin Shidi, congratulations. You must celebrate this occasion. Once you achieve greatness, do not forget us. If it gets cold at night, feel free to cuddle up with me. As soon as Yuan Tianxiong departed, the apprentices could no longer contain their excitement, crowding around Xin Fei in fervent congratulations. With Gao Shan and Su Yu absent these past few days, Xin Fei had conquered everyone with his strength and generosity. Now, witnessing his success in refining the blood-nourishing pill and earning the hall master's favor, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you all, Xin Fei laughed heartily, an indescribable thrill surging within him. After much toil, he had finally succeeded in refining the blood-nourishing pill. From this day forth, he could indulge in the pill freely, enhancing his vitality and paving the way for the successful mastery of the heart-crushing palm. It would not be long before he achieved minor success in the technique, perhaps even more. However, at present, Xin Fei had one lingering question to resolve. Chapter 18. Dambao building in the courtyard, the apprentices had dispersed into small groups, each pursuing their own endeavors. Gao Shan sat sipping tea, while Xin Fei stood respectfully by his side, listening intently to his teachings. You performed admirably this time, bringing me great honor. Gao Shan took a sip of tea, slightly furrowing his brow, pondering how this tea possessed a faintly sour taste. Who added vinegar? It is indeed a testament to the teachings of Master Gao, for which the disciple is immensely grateful. Xin Fei began showering Gao Shan with flattery, but Gao Shan remained unperturbed by Xin Fei's extravagant praise. He replied coolly, "This is your own fortune, unrelated to me." After a brief pause, Gao Shan continued, "Since you can now refine the blood-nourishing pill, according to the regulations of the Ren AI Hall, you shall henceforth be considered a half-alchemist. In the future, should there be any tasks, you must also contribute to the Ren AI Hall, understood? From tomorrow onward, you shall be solely responsible for the production of the blood-nourishing pill." With a monthly salary of 5 taels of silver, for each batch of blood-nourishing pill produced, you will receive an additional tael of silver. Your provisions and accommodations will also be upgraded. Do you have any objections? None? Very well, Gao Shan nodded, sipping his tea, only to find that the once fragrant and sweet tea now tasted unusually sour, and after a few more sips, it evoked a sense of tears welling up. Is there any other issue? If not, then get to work. Master Gao, what is the purpose of this token? Shenfei produced the token recently bestowed upon him by Yuan Tianxiong. Gao Shan's eyelid twitched involuntarily as he deliberately avoided looking at the token in Shenfei's hand, gazing skyward and stating indifferently, "This is the token of the Danbao building. With this token, you may enter the Danbao building. Within the Danbao building, there exists a variety of pill formulas, finished pills, and rare medicinal materials. You may purchase finished pills or rare materials at a reduced price based on your status in the Ren AI Hall, and you may also transcribe pill formulas." At this point, Gao Shan cast a sidelong glance at Shenfei, his eyes tinged with a hint of envy and sorrow. The Danbao building token has traditionally been awarded to alchemists. Yet Shenfei's remarkable performance today led Yuan Tianxiong to bestow this token upon him in a moment of delight. To receive a token without yet becoming an alchemist is a significant boon for Shenfei. Gao Shan remarked, "You are now a half-step alchemist, and according to the rules, you may study a second blood-nourishing pill formula for free. It is a perfect opportunity to visit the Danbao building and transcribe the formulas that pique your interest. With your experience in refining the blood-nourishing pill, you will quickly grasp the entry level of the second blood-nourishing pill. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Is there such a good fortune?" Shenfei exclaimed with joy. Initially, he thought the token to the Danbao building was a one-time item, but it turned out to be a long-term asset. Finished pills, various formulas, and rare medicinal materials, though these hold little value for Shenfei at present. He firmly believes that due to the uniqueness of his golden finger, he will undoubtedly find use for the Danbao building in the future. This is a tremendous gain. Shenfei felt a surge of excitement within, eagerly awaiting the day he could explore the Danbao building for treasures suited to him. In the afternoon, after Shenfei had just finished refining the qi and blood powder, he was surrounded by several apprentices as they returned to the communal dormitory. His bedding and belongings had been neatly packed. Starting today, Shenfei would no longer reside here but would move next door, where there were private rooms, ample space, abundant light, and fresh air, far more comfortable than the communal dormitory. Upon settling in, cleaning, and arranging his bed, Shenfei did not lift a finger, while the apprentices, who had benefited from his kindness in the past, busily ensured that everything was in order for him. At dinner, the improvement in Shenfei's treatment was evident. He was served a large bowl of white rice, 2 eggs, and a serving of stir-fried green peppers with meat, a feast that made the apprentices drool. Shenfei was also filled with emotion, reflecting on how long it had been since he had enjoyed such a sumptuous meal, reminiscent of his previous life. With the prices in Kang County soaring, food had gradually become a scarce commodity. It was said that many citizens of Kang County were now unable to afford meals, resorting to foraging for wild vegetables outside the city. Even in his own household, there had been several occasions when they nearly ran out of food, rarely able to enjoy meat. Yet now, a plate of delectable dishes lay before Shenfei. He ate heartily, savoring the subtle sensation of meat and eggs being absorbed and transformed into vitality, a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. This meal left Shenfei thoroughly satisfied. He indulged in 5 bowls of rice, and even as he went to bed that night, a smile lingered on his lips. The next day, Gao Shan prepared 10 sets of materials for refining the blood-nourishing pill for Shenfei, who was now required to produce 1 blood-nourishing pill daily. The blood-nourishing pill is the finest substance for martial artists in the blood-nourishing realm, significantly enhancing vitality, strengthening bones, and rapidly accelerating the rate at which martial artists break through barriers. A single blood-nourishing pill commands a steep price of 50 taels of silver, and despite its value, it is often in short supply, with every batch being snatched up upon availability. So expensive, Shenfei thought to himself, secretly clicking his tongue, realizing that with such a high price, it was no wonder that the saying wealthy in martial prowess, poor in scholarship exists. The average family could hardly afford such an extravagant expense. Of course, the blood-nourishing pill is not the only option. Ordinary martial artists, if financially constrained, may also consume large amounts of meat along with qi and blood powder to nourish their vitality. While the effects might be inferior, it is still a viable alternative. Given the exorbitant price of the blood-nourishing pill, the success rate for refining it is naturally not very high. Achieving a mere 10% success rate is already considered remarkable for a skilled practitioner. Unlike qi and blood powder, the process of refining the blood-nourishing pill tests one's innate talent. It is not merely a matter of practice making perfect. Without talent, one could remain at a 10% success rate for a prolonged period. This is why Yuan Tianxiong places such importance on Shun Fei, granting him a token to the Danbao building. Unfortunately, both Yuan Tianxiong and Gao Shan are unaware that Shun Fei's current success rate in refining the blood-nourishing pill has already reached 30%. He can produce 3 blood-nourishing pills each day, submitting 1 and consuming 2. Each blood-nourishing pill is equivalent to 10 portions of qi and blood powder. Each blood-nourishing pill increases his progress by a fraction. At this rate, he will meet the condition of consuming the blood-nourishing pill 100 times in less than 2 months. Shun Fei's life has once again settled into a routine. His once dwindling vitality has stabilized. And as he consumes more blood-nourishing pills, his vitality visibly flourishes. In just 10 days, Shun Fei's complexion has become rosy, his steps vigorous, and his voice resonant, a stark contrast to the frail figure he had been upon arrival, a clear indication of abundant vitality. Mornings were spent organizing the apprentices, while afternoons were dedicated to refining the blood-nourishing pill. He had expected life to continue this way, but the sudden appearance of an individual shattered this tranquility. A graceful figure glided into the alchemy workshop, wafting in a fragrant breeze that sparked endless imagination. The apprentices dared not stare, casting furtive glances before hastily lowering their heads. Shun Fei. Yuan Tianxian stood quietly before him, holding a food box. Her eyes sparkled like water. "Today my family made braised pork knuckle. Would you like some?" Shun Fei respectfully replied. "Miss, I have already had lunch, but you can eat a little more." Yuan Tianxian clapped her hands, and nearby guards and maidservants sprang into action. In a short while, a table and 2 stools were neatly arranged, and the fragrant pork knuckle was laid out. "You eat?" Yuan Tianxian sat across from Shun Fei, resting her chin on her hands, watching him with a smile. Shun Fei's expression stiffened as he glanced at Gao Shan, only to find him sipping tea, with what seemed to be tears at the corners of his eyes. "Miss," Shun Fei sighed and sat down, preparing to casually dismiss Yuan Tianxian. However, to his surprise, Yuan Tianxian's chatter opened up, asking question after question without end. "It's all because of this face," Shun Fei mused inwardly, realizing that a handsome visage indeed yields benefits. Who says good looks cannot bear fruit? For here comes the braised pork knuckle. With that thought, Shun Fei reluctantly picked up his chopsticks, reasoning that it would be a shame not to eat. Given the current circumstances, having a portion of braised pork knuckle was an exceedingly rare treat. Eating it would be a windfall, while not eating would be a loss. With his chopsticks extended, Shun Fei found himself devouring the dish for 4 or 5 days. Chapter 19. The intermittent paste in the morning. Yuan Tianxian brought a box of pastries, meat buns, vegetable buns, and soup dumplings, each type present. 18 noon. She returned with a food box filled with an array of never-repeating meat dishes. In the evening, there were various noodles, with large chunks of ribs stuffed within. Leaving Shun Fei with greasy lips. In just a few days, he felt his vitality surging rapidly, even faster than when consuming the blood-nourishing pills daily. At this rate, he would likely break through within a month. Yet, Shun Fei felt no joy, for he was still unable to fathom Yuan Tianxian's intentions. Her actions were simple, yet impactful. If anyone from this world experienced such nurturing from a rather beautiful girl after having lost their parents and being orphaned, just as their life began to improve, they would likely have succumbed to her charm long ago. However, Shun Fei was different. As a lawyer who despised insincerity, he was accustomed to witnessing the facade of false affection in his previous life. Yuan Tianxian must have ulterior motives, but what exactly did she seek? Shun Fei remained in the dark. Thus, he could only comply with Yuan Tianxian's wishes, gradually opening his heart as time passed, pretending to deepen their relationship. "Shun Fei, I didn't expect you to have endured such hardships in your childhood. How pitiful. It's all in the past. Thank you for your concern. Mississippi, you still call me Miss? Well, all right, Tianxian. Hee hee, that's better. What would you like for dinner tonight? I'll have the kitchen prepare it for you. All is well, very well. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare knife-sliced noodles for you, with an ample portion of beef. Is 1 pound sufficient? Indeed, it is. Shenfei and Yuan Qianqian engaged in daily conversations, their relationship advancing by leaps and bounds. Though their exchanges were casual, Shenfei gleaned a wealth of invaluable information from Yuan Qianqian's words. For instance, the master behind Renai Hall belonged to the prestigious Zhao family, hence the emblem on the back of the token bore the character Zhao instead of Yuan. Zhao Songhai, the magistrate of Kang County and a collateral descendant of the Zhao family, served as their representative in the county. Additionally, concerning the previous incident where a disciple of the Iron Fist Gang was murdered by the Heartbreak Palm, the Iron Fist Gang had yet to reconcile with Renai Hall, vowing to exact revenge. Furthermore, the recent unrest outside the city had left many villages under Kang County either ravaged by natural disasters or besieged by bandits, resulting in significant losses and a considerable reduction in supplies for the county town. Renai Hall relied on a specific village dedicated to supplying medicinal materials, which had also seen a decline in production, causing considerable distress for Yuan Tianxiong. Moreover, Dambao Tower, as it is known, is merely a 3-story building located on the far left of the courtyard of Renai Hall, adjacent to the training grounds, typically guarded by 4 or 5 sentinels, making it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. After presenting his token and verifying his identity, Shenfei finally entered Dambao Tower. Each floor of Dambao Tower is expansive, approximately 200 square meters in area, with rows of bookshelves on the left side filled with various texts and alchemical formulas available for free reading. However, should one wish to transcribe a copy, a fee is required. The first floor is dedicated to alchemists, the second to advanced alchemists, and the third to master alchemists. Given Shenfei's current capabilities, he could only operate on the first floor for the time being. He began by perusing the alchemical formulas, eager to learn a blood-nourishing formula at no cost, which is the best remedy for martial artists in the blood-nourishing realm. Naturally, it is the blood-nourishing pill. Yet, a martial artist cannot rely solely on the blood-nourishing pill. They require a variety of other elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. Numerous such elixirs exist, each with remarkable effects. The bone healing ointment, a blood-nourishing realm remedy effective for bone fractures. The white medicine, a premier hemostatic elixir favored by the aristocracy for use by pregnant women. The detoxification pill, capable of counteracting 13 different poisons. And the strengthening pill, which invigorates the spirit and greatly enhances strength. Though it leaves one weak and powerless for 3 days afterward, Dambao Tower boasts both formulas and finished elixirs, and Shenfei intended to learn one while purchasing a few for emergencies. His gaze swept across the shelves filled with formulas, and after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately opted for the bone healing ointment, the formula with the highest overall value, preparing to transcribe it for study and concurrently buy some finished elixirs. This transcription was free of charge, and Shenfei filled an entire page with the formula, ready to ponder and practice upon his return. Suddenly, just as he inscribed the final character, a pristine panel materialized before him. Bone healing ointment entry requirements. Material processing perfect, completed. Qi and blood dispersion refinement minor accomplishment, completed. Conduct 10 refinements of bone healing ointment. 010? A large question mark floated above Shenfei's head, initially leaving him stunned, followed by an overwhelming JOYIS. This truly possible? Shenfei was elated, having always believed that this panel would only activate during verbal instruction. Thus, he had prepared himself for meticulous study and daily practice of the bone healing ointment. To his surprise, the panel had activated as well. It appeared that this golden finger was unexpectedly powerful. Shenfei's heart swelled with joy. If this were the case, henceforth, regardless of the formula, he merely needed to transcribe it to activate the panel, thereby swiftly mastering it in no time. After a few days of diligent work, Shenfei would undoubtedly become a renowned alchemist. However, the exhilaration in Shenfei's heart quickly subsided, leaving only a sense of calm. He pondered that in this chaotic era, where human life is as insignificant as grass, possessing alchemical skills alone rendered one akin to a caged canary. One would still be at the mercy of others, and only by wielding formidable martial prowess could one truly establish a foundation. With this realization, the excitement of activating the bone healing ointment faded somewhat. Xinfei carefully stored the formula and began searching the left shelf for martial arts manuals akin to the Heartbreak Palm. Since the bone healing ointment could be activated, other martial arts manuals should also be capable of activation. Xinfei was eager to try, but unfortunately, his search yielded no results. He found no martial arts manuals on the shelves, indicating they were stored elsewhere. How careless of me. Xinfei chuckled softly, regaining his composure. With no martial arts manuals available, he resolved to shift his focus back to the alchemical formulas. The blood-nourishing realm formulas were quite expensive, requiring 500 taels of silver for a copy, which Xinfei could not afford at present. However, there were cheaper minor formulas available, such as the wind chill powder and the diarrhea powder, each serving distinct purposes and occasionally useful in daily life, with extremely low prices that Xinfei could readily afford. The difficulty of refining these was also lower than that of the qi and blood dispersion. In a chaotic world, one must always exercise caution in all matters. Since the golden finger panel was powerful, it would be a shame not to utilize it. With this thought, Xinfei spent 2 taels of silver to purchase the diarrhea powder formula and the wind chill powder formula, transcribing them one by one out. Upon completing the transcription of the diarrhea powder formula, a new panel appeared as expected, and Xinfei nodded in satisfaction. However, a casual glance transformed his expression dramatically. Chapter 20. Softening Spirit Powder, incomplete. Entry requirements. Material processing perfect, completed. Blood-nourishing pill entry. Completed. Conduct 10 refinements of softening spirit powder. 0-10? A large question mark floated in his mind. Wasn't it the diarrhea powder? How did it turn into softening spirit powder? Xinfei was utterly bewildered. Initially, he thought he had transcribed the formula incorrectly, but after careful examination, he realized he had not made a mistake. This formula indeed was the diarrhea powder, so was it a mistake by Dambao Tower? A flash of realization crossed Xinfei's mind. It must be that Dambao Tower mistakenly recorded this so-called softening spirit powder as the diarrhea powder, thus allowing him to benefit unexpectedly. The materials required for softening spirit powder totaled 17, which were not many and reasonably priced. The refining process did not necessitate a cauldron, but the difficulty was relatively high, requiring the meticulous grinding of the 17 materials into powder and then mixing them in precise proportions. Any slight error would result in complete failure, akin to the difficulty of the blood-nourishing pill. Xinfei nodded to himself, intrigued. Judging by the name softening spirit powder, it seemed akin to a sedative or similar substance, and he was eager to discover its effects. After securing the softening spirit powder formula, Xinfei departed from Dambao Tower. Shortly after exiting, he spotted someone approaching with a swagger. It was the guard Lu Chong. Feeling apprehensive, Xinfei quickly averted his gaze and changed direction. A few months prior, he had sought Lu Chang's demonstration of the Heartbreak Palm with flattery, leading Lu Chong to believe Xinfei was a promising martial arts novice. Lu Chong had put forth great effort in demonstrating the technique, only to later realize Xinfei had abandoned the endeavor after just one visit, rendering Lu Chong the subject of ridicule among the guards. Had it not been for the favor owed to Gao Shan, Lu Chong would have confronted Xinfei long ago. This incident eventually reached Xinfei's ears through Song Ku, and feeling guilty, Xinfei had since avoided Lu Chong. Upon returning to the alchemy workshop just after mealtime, with Yuan Qianqian absent, everything was perfectly aligned. Xinfei calmly entered the alchemy room and commenced his daily task of refining blood-nourishing pills. A month flew by, and during this time, Xinfei's days were exceptionally fulfilling. He diligently refined blood-nourishing pills daily, occasionally taking the time to produce bone-healing ointments. With the foundation laid by the blood-nourishing pills, the entry into refining bone-healing ointments was remarkably swift. In less than half a month, Xinfei successfully achieved proficiency AS for martial arts. Regrettably, the arduous training that ordinary martial artists must undergo was unnecessary for Xinfei. He merely needed to systematically fulfill the panel's requirements to easily advance. The emphasis was on sheer speed. The heart-crushing palm conditions for minor accomplishment: swallow blood-nourishing pills 100 times. 70,100 silver 500 taels. 300500. Watch the demonstration of heart-crushing palm 10 times. 010 Kill 10 wild beasts. 010 with 2 blood-nourishing pills daily. Xin Fei's progress in mastering the heart-crushing palm has been remarkably swift. It is now time to fulfill the other requirements. Point 1 necessitates leaving the city, while the other requires a demonstration. Presently, Xin Fei has garnered a bit of a reputation at the training hall, and persuading others to willingly demonstrate 10 times as he did last time has become quite a challenge. Verging on impossible as for leaving the city, he finds himself utterly at a loss. This predicament weighs heavily on Xin Fei's mind. Compounding his troubles is Yuan Qianqian's increasing clinginess. Upon their meetings, she chatters incessantly. With their handsome appearance, they do indeed resemble a couple. Previously, her visits were sporadic, but in recent days, she comes daily, even more punctually than the apprentices. Xin Fei, however, is preoccupied, his thoughts consumed by alchemy, and whenever he finds a moment, he hastily concocts intermittent ointments, barely managing to spare any time for Yuan Qianqian, let alone engage in prolonged company with her. The other apprentices look on with envy, believing Xin Fei to be exceptionally fortunate. Yet, he internally scoffs, increasingly convinced that Yuan Qianqian has ulterior motives. The tale of Cinderella and her prince is eternally a deception, and the narrative of a wealthy young lady falling for a poor lad is merely the fanciful musings of a scholar. Xin Fei considers his own qualifications to be modest, and he cannot fathom why Yuan Qianqian, who overlooks towering mountains, would harbor affections for a mere apprentice. It all feels like hollow pretense. Xin Fei remains vigilant. The more fervently Yuan Qianqian expresses her affection, the less secure he feels, prompting fleeting thoughts of a desire to escape this situation. Especially troubling are the occasional glances from Gao Shan, laden with a palpable killing intent, which cause Xin Fei to inwardly lament his predicament. After several days, an opportunity suddenly arises. A messenger from Lu family village, a subordinate of Kang County, reports that wild beasts have attacked, causing grave losses among the villagers, who are now too frightened to leave their homes, beseeching the Renai Hall for assistance. Lu family village serves as the primary medicinal herb cultivation base for Renai Hall, and with the season for herb procurement upon them, the hall cannot afford to stand idly by while their treasure trove faces peril. After deliberation, a mission is dispatched, requiring a few martial artists from the training hall, accompanied by several civilian guards and an alchemy apprentice, to assist in the procurement of herbs at Lu family village. The task eventually lands in Gao Shan's hands, and upon receiving the news, Xin Fei promptly expresses his eagerness to venture into the countryside. Gao Shan readily agrees, and the two share a knowing smile, their bond as master and disciple once again flourishing. This journey to the countryside will take at least a month. Gao Shan gently advises Xin Fei to prepare adequately, suggesting he acquire some finished medicinal pills for self-defense, to which Xin Fei gratefully complies, his gaze filled with appreciation, embodying the spirit of a devoted disciple. In the afternoon, Xin Fei heads to Dambao Pavilion to procure some finished medicinal pills. After a month of concocting blood-nourishing pills, he has earned 5 taels of silver in wages, along with an additional reward of 30 taels, totaling 35 taels. However, 35 taels does not suffice for expensive pills. So Xin Fei plans to purchase some household medicinal supplies, such as poison eye powder, somnolent powder, itching powder, snake venom powder, and spider venom powder. These ready-made medicinal pills are simple to use and convenient to operate, making them essential items for home and travel. A blood-nourishing realm martial artist caught unprepared could easily find themselves in a precarious situation. Several horse-drawn carts rumbled out of the back courtyard of Renai Hall, heading toward Lu family village outside the city. The accompanying party was quite formidable, consisting of 3 blood-nourishing realm guards, 15 civilian protectors, and 7 laborers tasked with the herb procurement mission. The forefront of the group was Lu Chong, riding a tall steed, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, vigilant for any potential threats. Beneath his black tunic lay well-toned muscles, poised for explosive action at a moment's notice, ready to unleash a lethal strike. For Lu Chong, this mission posed no significant challenge. To him, the wild beast attacks were mere trifles, as he was well prepared for a leisurely excursion to Lu family village. As he contemplated the delightful prospects, a grin crept across Lu Chang's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a cold sneer upon the appearance of a certain figure, Xin Fei. Lu Chong glared at the alchemy apprentice within the group. His mood soured by the realization that this insufferable boy was part of his team, and even more infuriatingly, the one responsible for procuring the herbs. Lu Chang still harbored resentment from months ago when Shun Fei had bested him in jest. And now, faced with the apprentice who had become a semi-adept alchemist capable of successfully concocting blood-nourishing pills, he found himself unable to act against him. Shun Fei had gained a modicum of renown within Ren'ai Hall, and rumors circulated about his ambiguous relationship with the young lady Yuan Qianqian. Such a figure was not one a mere guard could bully. Thus, Lu Chang silently added Shin Fei to his blacklist, resolving to avoid any interaction with him during this journey. As for demonstrating the heart-crushing palm, that was an idea he would not entertain. He would never again fall for Shun Fei's tricks. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the group gradually exited Kang County City. Chapter 21. Lu Family Village. The party departed from Ren'ai Hall, making their way eastward. Along the route, the common folk hurried past, their faces pale and spirits low. Although it was early summer and the weather was warming, many still donned filthy cotton garments, and as they drew closer, a faint but discernible odor wafted from them. Shin Fei furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene. The lives of the citizens of Kang County seemed to have worsened since his previous visit to Songke's home. Back then, though hurried, the people appeared relatively clean and odor-free. Yet, in such a short span, their condition had deteriorated to this. Upon entering the eastern city gate, the group was suddenly surrounded by a throng of beggars. "Stay alert! Be wary of these beggars stealing," Lu Chang shouted, surveying the surroundings from his elevated position. His exposed forearms were muscular and intimidating, clearly the mark of a martial artist. The banner of Ren'ai Hall flew high, fluttering in the breeze, and as some beggars approached to beg, their expressions shifted dramatically upon sighting the banner, prompting them to hastily turn away. "Ha ha ha!" Lu Chang and the guards laughed heartily. At least some have the sense to recognize that our Ren'ai Hall is not to be trifled with. It must be Lu Ge's menacing aura that scared them off. Ha ha ha! I suspect so too. Lu Gu, this mission cannot do without you. Two martial artists lauded Lu Chang, while the other civilian guards chimed in with laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Chang, riding his tall horse, basked in the flattery, glancing around with pride. Suddenly, a group of burly men clad in blue passed by, their expressions fierce, casting scrutinizing glances at everyone. One man bore a burlap sack over his shoulder, clearly containing a struggling human figure. "It's the Qing gang. Those scoundrels are at it again, trafficking people." Lu Chang growled lowly, causing the others to fall silent, pretending not to notice the Qing gang members. The mention of the Qing gang caused Shen Fei's brows to furrow. He stole a glance at Lu Chang and the guards, then cast a lingering gaze in the direction the Qing gang departed. The party slowly exited the eastern gate, heading straight for Lu Family Village. After walking approximately 4 or 5 li, they were met by a group of citizens, their faces waxen, eyes vacant, a stark contrast to Shun Fei's rosy complexion. Each carried a basket filled with wild herbs plucked from the mountains, while a few fortunate ones had captured a few rats. Even this brought a grave expression to their faces as they warily scanned their surroundings. Fearful of theft, the two groups, one large, one small, one heading east, the other west, passed each other, as if traversing through two disparate worlds, each pursuing their own objectives. After several more li, towering tree stumps emerged along the roadside, each displaying a gruesome sight, a series of corpses impaled upon them. Shin Fei's expression shifted as he beheld such brutality for the first time, his stomach churning as he nearly retched his breakfast. "These are the remnants of a chaotic battle," Lu Chang, atop his steed, exclaimed. "These reckless fools dared to touch the grain carts of the Abundant Clothing Society and were subsequently hunted down by the county magistrate and his soldiers, resulting in a dozen fatalities. The magistrate had their bodies displayed here as a warning to both the townsfolk and the marauders outside the city. Keep their eyes open and avoid provoking those who should not be provoked." The words, spoken without malice, fell heavily upon the ears of the listeners, casting a pall over the atmosphere as all fell silent, heads bowed as they continued on their way, avoiding gazes at the corpses lining the road. Shin Fei initially intended to disregard the scene, but after some contemplation, his conscience compelled him to speak up. "Lu Guard, Leaving these corpses here for an extended period will likely lead to the outbreak of disease. We should send word to the county office. Why should it concern you? Lu Chang retorted with a huff. The higher-ups have their own measures. You should focus on your own tasks and refrain from meddling. Damn! Xin Fei rolled his eyes dramatically, having discerned that Lu Chang was indeed a straightforward yet somewhat petty boy. He would undoubtedly remember who treated him kindly and who did not. Just because of the previous incident, Lu Chang had not afforded him a single pleasant expression throughout their journey to it. Seemed he had spoken out of turn. Putting this matter aside for the moment, Xin Fei intended to return to Renai Hall to report the situation to Gaoshan. After walking several more miles, Lu Chang produced a map and exclaimed, "Put in some effort. Just a few more miles ahead, and after we pass that hill, we will reach Lu family village." Guardian Lu? One of the guards interjected, "I heard there's been a beast outbreak at Lu family village. Should we be cautious?" "Cautious of what?" Lu Chang exclaimed, his eyes widening. "What are mere wild beasts to me? Bring as many as you like, and I shall slay them all. They will make for excellent wine accompaniments." "Very well," the guard replied, full of spirit. "I haven't had meat in 4 or 5 months. I truly yearn for a hearty meal." Several laborers echoed their agreement, salivating at the prospect. This time, their cheers for Lu Chang were genuine. The procession advanced slowly, with no one speaking along the way, save for the creaking of the carts. After approximately an hour, they turned around the foot of a mountain, and Lu family village finally came into view. Though referred to as a village, it housed only about 100 inhabitants, with a handful of scattered houses and vast fields surrounding it. However, instead of grains, the land was planted with medicinal herbs. Upon entering the village, they were warmly welcomed by the villagers. These villagers had long been bound by contracts with Renai Hall, dedicating themselves to the cultivation of medicinal herbs, toiling from dawn till dusk. Although their labor was arduous and the prices set by Renai Hall were quite low, they could still manage to fill their bellies, as evidenced by their relatively decent countenances. Yet, the recent beast attacks had cast a shadow over this small village. Several ferocious beasts had assaulted villagers gathering herbs, resulting in 1 death and 3 injuries, causing widespread panic. Thus, they had reluctantly sent for aid from Renai Hall in the county town. Everyone put on a smile. "Why the long faces? Now that I'm here, this matter shall be resolved," Lu Chang bellowed, his voice booming with vitality. His loud proclamation startled the nearby villagers, particularly a few bare-bottomed children who immediately burst into tears, crying, "Woo-woo, I'm scared. Uncle, please stop shouting." Lu Chang, perplexed, watched the scene unfold. The caravan settled on the western side of the village, a traditional resting place for those procuring herbs. The area was spacious, with several courtyards capable of accommodating carts, making night watching convenient. Xin Fei was quite pleased with the locale. After a brief rest, he sought out the village chief, eager to inspect the herb fields. The chief had no objections, but insisted on having guards accompany them. Although Lu Chang was displeased, he understood it was his duty and reluctantly followed along. Ultimately, the trio headed straight for the herb fields outside the village. Chapter 22. Ambush. The herbs to be procured were located on the western side of Lu family village, near a great mountain. The mountain's foot lay vast, continuous fields, densely planted with medicinal herbs. Xin Fei surveyed the area, estimating it to be no less than 100 acres. That moment, the herbs had matured, marking the optimal time for harvest. The lush greenery was truly a sight to behold. Crouching on a ridge, Xin Fei examined the herbs below. "Chief, how long will the entire harvest take?" "Approximately 20 days. The chief replied promptly, having cultivated herbs for years and being intimately familiar with the land beneath his feet. Xin Fei nodded. 20 days was neither too short nor too long. It would suffice for him to evade Yuan Qianqian for a while, providing ample opportunity to upgrade his heart-crushing palm technique. There were 3 warriors in the party, each capable of performing the technique. Although Lu Chang had little hope, Xin Fei could focus on the others. He believed that after spending 20 days together, demonstrating the heart-crushing palm 10 times before parting would not be excessive. With this thought, Xin Fei smiled slightly, observing the verdant herbs beneath him, which struck him as particularly pleasing to the eye. Especially one specific herb, the main ingredient for the soft spirit powder. Unlike the blood dispersion pill and nourishing blood pill, the soft spirit powder merely required grinding the necessary herbs into powder, mixing them in specific proportions, sealing them for storage. It seemed he could also take the opportunity to refine his soft spirit powder here. Shen Fei mused, casually plucking an herb from the ground. With a soft pop, the herb was uprooted, and simultaneously, a brand new interface appeared before Shen Fei. Herb harvesting entry requirement: harvest 100 herbs. 100. What does this mean? There's an activation interface for this too? Shen Fei chuckled. Although the herb harvesting skill appeared rudimentary, likely on par with herb processing, having more skills was never a burden. Since the interface had been activated, Shen Fei would gladly accept it. Harvesting 100 herbs? He raised his gaze to the vast expanse of land ahead, feeling confident that this condition would be easily met. If he could harvest all 100 acres, he would certainly succeed. Thus, he made a pleasant decision. Shen Fei stood up, hands clasped behind his back, humming a tune as he circled the herb field to gauge the approximate quantity of herbs, ensuring he had a clear understanding. Such theatrics, Lu Chang muttered, casting a disgruntled glance at Shen Fei as he begrudgingly followed. After all, as a guard, it was his duty to ensure Shen Fei's safety. Should anything happen, it would be a source of embarrassment upon his return. The village chief, of course, had no objections, and he trailed behind Shen Fei with a sycophantic smile, promptly answering his questions and occasionally interjecting tidbits about Lu family village, which elicited knowing smiles from Shen Fei. Creating an excellent atmosphere, before long, the trio arrived at a section of the herb field near the mountain's foot. Master Shen, let me tell you about our village. The chief began enthusiastically. Suddenly, a bush nearby erupted, and a figure clad in black leaped out. With a powerful push against the ground, the figure soared several meters, landing directly before Shen Fei and launching a heavy punch aimed at his face. The force of the punch rushed towards Shen Fei, making his hair stand on end. A warrior. Shen Fei was taken aback, feeling the once quiet energy within him surge in response, his body instinctively preparing to retaliate. Bang! Lu Chang, reacting swiftly, roared and struck out with a palm to intercept the black-clad figure's punch. Both men grunted as they were pushed back a step. How dare you, to ambush someone from Renai Hall? Lu Chang bellowed, his form flickering as he positioned himself in front of Shen Fei, his palms swelling with visible energy, launching a flurry of strikes at the assailant. Heart-crushing palm. Minor success? The black-clad figure snorted. Unfazed. Clenching his fist, he countered with a forceful blow toward Lu Chang. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, the sounds of their strikes echoing like thunder, with no clear victor emerging in the short span of time. Another mid-stage blood-nurturing realm warrior, Shen Fei realized. Who are you? Lu Chang feigned a strike, roaring, anyone who dares to attack Renai Hall in Kang County is seeking death. Renai Hall is nothing, the black-clad figure retorted angrily. Lu Chang paused, suddenly realizing, you are one of the four great powers? Fengyi Society, Iron Fist Gang, or the Qing Gang? Iron Fist Gang. You are from the Iron Fist Gang, aren't you? As the name Iron Fist Gang left his lips, Shen Fei could sense the black-clad figure's breath quicken, and the once surge of energy within him faltered. He truly was from the Iron Fist Gang. Shen Fei's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that the seemingly reckless Lu Chang possessed such keen insight. Managing to extract the black-clad figure's identity with just a few words, enough with the chatter. The black-clad figure realized his identity had been exposed and, in a fit of rage, hurled a punch at Lu Chang. Ha ha ha! So, you are indeed the Iron Fist Gang's lackey, sneaky and underhanded. I knew it was you. Lu Chang laughed heartily, casually swatting the punch aside. However, the black-clad figure merely feigned a punch, twisting his waist and executing a swift kick toward Lu Chang. Lu Chang, caught off guard, instinctively raised his left arm in defense. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Lu Chang cried out in anguish, sent flying by the kick and crashing heavily into the herb field. Two martial arts techniques? The black-clad figure employed two styles, catching Lu Chang completely off guard. Humph! Is that all? The black-clad figure scoffed, intending to finish Lu Chang off. But as he raised his head, he was met with a cloud of colorful herb powders raining down upon him. Red, white, green, black. An array of colors, All manner of herbs were present. The black-clad figure was caught completely unawares, enveloped by the powders in an instant. "What are these things?" he exclaimed, alarmed, instinctively retreating with a flurry of punches. Soon enough, he realized the nature of the powders. His eyes began to swell and burn, blurring his vision, followed by a maddening itch on his skin. As he scratched at it, his skin turned crimson, and suddenly, his stomach churned violently, his intestines threatening to erupt. Had he not managed to tense his pelvic muscles at the critical moment, he might have soiled himself right then and there. What a vile poison! The man in black let out a thunderous roar, his feet rapidly tapping the ground, his entire being retreating with the grace of a swallow. In the blink of an eye, he covered a distance of several meters. And with a resounding crash, he collided with a massive tree, splintering it into fragments. He tumbled awkwardly on the ground for a few rolls, yet even in such a state, there was no sign of him halting. With a furious roar, he clasped his hands over his rear, his feet tapping furiously once more, and in an instant, he vanished into the dense forest. What a pity! Shun Fei sighed with regret, stuffing his hands full of poison back into his bosom. Reflecting that had this person reacted just a moment slower, he would have certainly made him experience what it truly meant to wish for death. Shaking his head, Shun Fei turned to Lu Chong, who was utterly dumbfounded, and greeted him with a warm smile. "Lu Guardian, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lu Chong shuddered slightly, slowly rising with a complex expression in his eyes. Chapter 23. Iron Fist Gang at Lu Family Village. Shun Fei supported Lu Chong back to their encampment. Upon seeing the injured Lu Chong, the entire encampment was thrown into chaos. Some sought vengeance, others rummaged for medicine, while a few stood frozen in fear. At a complete loss, "Silence!" Shun Fei bellowed with authority, his voice booming, and due to his status, the commotion was unexpectedly quelled, leaving Lu Chong quite taken aback. "Are you all right?" Shun Fei turned to Lu Chong once more. "A fractured bone." Lu Chong replied slowly, his arm was broken, with a slight fracture that caused him to break out in cold sweat. This was good news. The injury was not too severe. The bad news was that the medicinal pills carried by the convoy did not treat fractures. And with nightfall approaching, they could only wait until dawn to return Lu Chong to Renai Hall for treatment. "I brought some." Just as Lu Chong prepared to endure a night of pain, Shun Fei suddenly spoke up, revealing a black medicinal ointment from his satchel. "Fracture ointment?" As an elder, Lu Chong recognized the origin of this black salve at a glance. "Indeed." Shun Fei smiled. "You're fortunate." "Lu Guardian, I happen to carry a jar of fracture ointment just in case, and it seems it has indeed come in handy." Lu Chong remained silent, his gaze fixated on Shun Fei's satchel, which had been opened to reveal an assortment of red, black, white, and green powders, with a faint, unpleasant odor wafting out. Clearly not something benign. "Oh, not be alarmed, Lu Guardian." Shun Fei naturally closed the satchel, chuckling, as an alchemy apprentice. "It is quite normal to carry some medicinal powders. They are merely household remedies." "Household remedies? My foot?" Lu Chang's lips twitched, recalling the black-clad figure who had just fled in panic. He wisely chose not to inquire further. The fracture ointment, true to its reputation as a blood-nourishing remedy, alleviated Lu Chang's pain significantly upon application. After a short while, he felt almost no discomfort at all. Had it not been for the bandage on his arm, he might have believed the previous events were merely a dream. "Thank you," Lu Chong murmured, his voice barely audible, as he called out to Shun Fei, his face turning a deep crimson. "There is no need for such formality, Lu Guardian." Shun Fei chuckled, noticing that the other guards were busy tidying up the yard, cleaning, and preparing meals, leaving him and Lu Chong with a moment of respite. "That person we encountered earlier, was he from the Iron Fist Gang?" Shun Fei inquired, taking a small stool beside Lu Chong. "Indeed," Lu Chong replied in a low voice, "he was from the Iron Fist Gang. I recognized those iron fists immediately, akin to the crushing heart palm. Both signature martial arts of their respective schools. Does the Iron Fist Gang hold a grudge against us? Naturally not before. However, someone once used the crushing heart palm to kill a disciple of the Iron Fist Gang. And thus, a feud was born." Shun Fei, feeling a twinge of guilt, blinked. "I noticed that individual possessed two martial arts. A practitioner at the blood-nourishing realm requires the nurturing of their vital essence, and one set of skills is sufficient. While possessing two sets can significantly enhance one's strength, it requires an excessive investment of time and energy, along with additional blood-nourishing pills, something an ordinary person would seldom undertake. The same principle applies to those at the qi refining realm. Who knows what that scoundrel was thinking? I was careless and got injured. Lu Chang emphasized the word careless. Xin Fei, eager for more information, feigned an expression of sudden realization. Ah, so it was Lu Guardian who was caught off guard. Certainly, Lu Chang admitted sheepishly, not daring to reveal that the black-clad figure had outmatched him, and even without a second martial art, he was still no match. As he glanced at Xin Fei, Lu Chang's eyes flickered. And he slowly remarked, "It seems Shen brother has a keen interest in martial arts?" "Indeed." Xin Fei nodded. "In turbulent times, possessing martial skills is never a disadvantage." Then why? Lu Chang pondered why Xin Fei had asked him to demonstrate the crushing heart palm only to disappear afterward. Xin Fei, sensing the inquiry, lowered his voice melancholically. "My aptitude is lacking, and I lack the wealth to purchase blood-nourishing elixirs. I haven't made any progress for a long while. Over time, I lost that ambition and felt too ashamed to seek further instruction from Lu Guardian." Just as I suspected. Lu Chang's expression reflected his expectations, having guessed the reason long ago. With this confirmation, he continued, "Cough, cough, you're still young. There's plenty of time for practice," Lu Chang said enthusiastically. "Once I've recovered, you can come to me for guidance anytime. I will certainly share my knowledge generously. In truth, it need not be so troublesome." Xin Fei thought to himself, "You only need to demonstrate the crushing heart palm 10 times. And I would be immensely grateful." However, Xin Fei refrained from voicing this, feeling that the time was not yet ripe. Thus, he deftly changed the topic, engaging Lu Chang in other discussions, and before long, their camaraderie blossomed. With the two casually draping their arms over each other's shoulders, in the following days, Lu Chang recuperated in the courtyard while Xin Fei, accompanied by guards and laborers, ventured to the medicinal herb fields to work. Aided by over 10 villagers, the villagers first harvested the herbs, cleaning them up before having the laborers weigh and register them one by one. Once a sufficient quantity was gathered, the guards would escort the cart back to Renai Hall. Throughout the journey, Xin Fei remained diligent, seizing every moment to gather herbs, fervently honing his harvesting skills. With a sprawling 100 acres of medicinal fields, it served as the perfect experience pool, allowing him to immerse himself in the task. Within just a few days, he elevated his herb-gathering skills to perfection. With perfected herb-gathering abilities, Xin Fei became intimately familiar with each plant, ensuring that every harvest retained its potency while being executed with remarkable speed. He could accomplish the work of 3 or 4 individuals single-handedly. The professional villagers were left agape at Xin Fei's speed, exclaiming in astonishment how exceptional Renai Hall's harvesters were, noting the swiftness and quality of the collection. Additionally, Xin Fei took the opportunity to concoct a batch of soft spirit powder. The name alone suggested a rich history, far more enticing than the fracture ointment. Xin Fei was curious to discover the surprises that awaited him once this concoction reached its peak level. The difficulty of crafting soft spirit powder was immense, but that mattered little. Xin Fei had his panel. Unlike others who meticulously researched formulas and carefully measured each herb's proportions, he only needed to attempt the process 10 times. Soon enough, the 10 attempts at crafting soft spirit powder were completed. A wealth of information regarding the powder flooded Xin Fei's mind. The ratios of the various herbs, their proportions, and the methods involved. Typically, an ordinary alchemist would require months of experience to accumulate such knowledge. Yet it all surged into Xin Fei's consciousness in mere moments, allowing him to grasp the essentials of crafting soft spirit powder within just a few breaths. Like the blood-nourishing pill, it boasted a 30 success rate. After expending some herbs and failing a few times, he successfully concocted a batch of soft spirit powder, which he kept on hand for emergencies. Days passed, and half of the medicinal herbs from the 100 acres had finally been harvested. The anticipated beast attacks had not materialized, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the guards, who were grateful that they could earn their keep without bloodshed. However, Xin Fei was discontent. He was on the verge of mastering the crushing heart palm. With just 2 conditions left to fulfill, he had initially thought that hunting 10 beasts would be a straightforward task. But after such a delay, he found himself frustrated by the lack of action. Xinfei felt it was time to take the initiative. Thus, on a moonless night, Xinfei stealthily departed the encampment, heading straight into the depths of the mountains. Over the past few days, he had conversed with villagers, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the situation around Lu family village, including where beasts were likely to appear and which mountain peaks they would rest upon at night. Once beyond Lu family village, he propelled himself forward, his vital essence surging, launching himself over 3 meters in a single bound. The journey from Lu family village to the mountains began with a stretch of flat terrain spanning over 1,000 meters, followed by a steep ascent of several hundred meters. An ordinary person would find it impossible to cover such a distance in one breath, yet Xinfei, as a practitioner of the blood-nourishing realm, possessed ample vitality and endurance. Like a specter of the night, he sprinted from Lu family village to the mountain summit in just 10 minutes. Panting heavily, Xinfei adjusted his breathing, his body slightly hunched, his palms filled with vital essence swelling significantly, resembling the appearance of iron sand palm. A piece of bloody pork was retrieved, hanging from his waist, the scent of blood quickly permeating the air. His gaze scanned the underbrush, eagerly awaiting the appearance of his prey. After approximately half an hour, a trio of wolves, each the size of a calf, emerged from the thicket, baring their teeth, their rancid saliva dripping onto the ground. A pack of beasts, it seemed, had been well fed. Xinfei let out a cold laugh, acknowledging the disarray of the world. Many common folk were emaciated and gaunt from hunger, while the beasts of the mountains appeared robust and well-fed, evoking a sense of envy. With his palms poised, one to the left and one to the right, one forward and one back, Xinfei assumed the initial stance of the crushing heart palm. Thanks to his innate talent, even though he had never practiced the technique or possessed any real combat experience, in this moment, Xinfei embodied the essence of a seasoned practitioner of the crushing heart palm. Albeit a novice, a low growl emanated from a wild wolf, and in the next moment, 3 wolves, each the size of a calf, lunged at Xinfei from 3 directions with fierce intent. Excellent, Xinfei chuckled coldly. His gaze steady, he slightly shifted his body, evading one wolf's attack, and with a swift motion, his right palm struck out forcefully towards the wolf's skull. Crack, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bone shattering. The wolf let out a howl, its head crushed beyond recognition. Just then, the 3rd wolf pounced, its claws aimed directly at Xinfei's chest. Undeterred, Xinfei executed a bridge maneuver, his body bending at a 90-degree angle as the wolf leapt over him. With a twist of his waist, he straightened up, not even glancing back, and retaliated with another palm strike, landing precisely on the midsection of the wolf that had attempted to ambush him. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the wolf was sent flying 4 to 5 meters away, crashing heavily into a tree before sliding down, lifeless. Only one wolf remained. Xinfei pivoted, just as the final wolf's claws reached out towards him. His hands darted forward like lightning, grasping the wolf's paws and twisting with great force, shattering them. With a powerful strike from his right palm, the crushing heart palm descended upon the wolf's back with such might that it could shatter stones. Crack! The last wolf collapsed, its vertebrae broken. 10 beasts slain. 310. The efficiency of the crushing heart palm was remarkable, allowing Xinfei to swiftly eliminate 3 beasts in a short span, making him acutely aware of his own combat prowess. The ordinary mountain beasts were no match for him, rendering him a force to be reckoned with. With this realization, he felt a sense of relief. Xinfei let out a hearty laugh, channeling his energy into his feet, and with a kick, he exploded the carcass of the wolf, scattering its flesh and filling the forest with a rich, bloody aroma. With a swift motion, Xinfei leapt onto a tree trunk, propelling himself into the air. Soon concealing himself among the treetops, patiently awaiting his next prey. In the ensuing days, through the hunting of beasts, Xinfei finally met another requirement, thus achieving minor success in the crushing heart palm. With only the final demonstration of 10 techniques remaining, the following day, Lu Chang's injuries had healed, and excitedly, he procured some food from Lu family village, setting up several tables to invite everyone for a feast. Lu Chang was a carefree individual without grand ambitions. As he put it, being a guard was no easy task, and one could never predict what would happen next. Therefore, life should be enjoyed to the fullest, lest one die with unspent wealth. Xin Fei wholeheartedly agreed, recalling his past life where he had lived similarly, as a lawyer helping the underprivileged pro bono, acutely aware of the difficulties ahead. Thus, he refrained from marriage or homeownership, choosing instead to live joyfully, even finding humor in mundane tasks. Ultimately, due to offending too many people, he was abruptly transported to this realm in this life, where all beings suffered. Xin Fei treaded cautiously, always on edge. Lu Chang's sudden remarks evoked memories of his past life. All right, let us indulge. Xin Fei laughed heartily, pulling out a few silver coins to instruct the laborers to procure more meat. Before long, several laborers arrived, carrying a bounty of meat. Upon seeing it, Lu Chang's eyes widened in astonishment. There was wolf meat, wild boar meat, leopard meat, and even some bear meat. The Lu family village had a fierce spirit, indeed, to possess bear meat. With such strength, how could they be preyed upon by beasts? Lu Chang expressed his astonishment. That's not the case, a laborer interjected, explaining that villagers had stumbled upon a large quantity of leftover meat while gathering firewood in the mountains. Likely remnants from a beast's battle. Leftover meat? From a beast's battle? Lu Chang paused, slowly lifting his gaze, and lamented. It seems even the beasts in the mountains are struggling. He sighed. Let this guard offer them some solace. Quick, let us prepare to cook the bear meat tonight. Where's the oil? Pour it for me. Are you hiding it for later? He shouted. Chop the garlic and ginger. Don't leave half for your father's grave. As the bonfire blazed, illuminating the courtyard and dispelling the chill of the night, over 20 members of the caravan gathered around, feasting and drinking, savoring this rare banquet amidst chaos. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such flavors. Lu Chang took a sip of the villagers' homemade rice wine, feeling nostalgic. Ever since the noble families clashed a few years back, Kang County has been in decline, and I hear there are even reports of people starving to death. Indeed, a guard at the blood-nourishing realm exclaimed, and my neighbor's family of 5, perished from hunger, leaving only a young boy to beg on the streets for survival. Mine too. We've lost 4 or 5 as well. The countryside is even worse. I've heard entire villages are starving. How tragic. Does the county office not intervene? Xin Fei spoke solemnly, his face flickering in the firelight, obscuring his expression. Intervene? Who the hell cares? Lu Chang scoffed. The officials above are too busy lining their pockets to care about the lives of those below. The 4 major noble families in Kang County maintain a delicate balance, each avoiding interference with the others. They are merely waiting for the outcome of the power struggle above to pledge their allegiance and enjoy their comforts, indifferent to the suffering of the common people. Indeed, a guard expressed indignantly. The Fenjiish monopolizes grain prices, doubling them within a year. The Iron Fist Gang controls the mines and iron goods. Now buying a kitchen knife costs a month's wages. The Green Gang monopolizes transportation and brothels. Going out for a night of pleasure costs a month's salary. What is this, gilded? Then don't go. They all burst into laughter, yet a hint of melancholy lingered in their eyes. I've heard that the bandits outside the county seem to be growing stronger. A guard whispered conspiratorially, they number in the thousands, hiding in the dense mountains. What, are you planning to join the bandits? Lu Chang shot him a sidelong glance. Of course not. I'm quite comfortable in the Renai Hall. The guard quickly clarified. I heard the bandits aim to drive out the noble families and allow us to rule ourselves. I just thought that might not be too. Smack. Lu Chang slapped the guard on the head. Glaring at him, Guan He, you've had too much to drink? Huh. Guan He blinked in confusion, glancing around, and suddenly realized, yes, I indeed had too much. Damn. I'm rambling again. Drink less if you're intoxicated. Lu Chang lifted his cup and drank heartily, wiping his mouth and laughing. Don't just sit there. Eat and drink. Let us liven up the atmosphere. Ha ha. Lu Guard speaks wisely. Drink, eat, shun. My old brother, I owe you a toast for your help the other day. Lu Chang raised his cup towards Xin Fei. In the future, just give me a shout, and I will never hesitate. Lu Chang, being a straightforward man, often acted on impulse. After Xin Fei had saved him, his perception of Xin Fei changed rapidly, affectionately calling him Shun, my old brother. Really? Xin Fei smiled as he raised his cup. Absolutely. Lu Chang thumped his chest, speaking earnestly. I do have a small request. Speak. I would like you to demonstrate the crushing heart palm for me 10 times. Lu Chang's head filled with a large question mark. Chapter 25. Minor success in the crushing heart palm. The third realm of martial arts. Lu Chang gazed at Shun Fei, who returned his look. Their eyes locked in a meaningful exchange. Are you serious? Yes, I owe you a debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain. As a martial artist, I am committed to my word. Since Shun Fei had already stated his intention, Lu Chang complied. Everyone enjoy the feast. I'll liven things up. Lu Chang found an excuse, blushing in the flickering firelight as he stood up. All right. Lu Guard is mighty. The crushing heart palm of Lu Guard is truly formidable. The crowd dispersed, creating a large space for Lu Chang to demonstrate his skills. Here goes. Lu Chang clasped his hands and shouted before beginning to perform the crushing heart palm. His palms danced gracefully, his body flowing like a dragon. With each strike, the force was substantial and powerful, clearly showcasing his impressive prowess. As a mid-tier blood, nourishing realm martial artist, Lu Chang's understanding of the crushing heart palm far surpassed that of Shun Fei. Should they engage in combat, Shun Fei would likely succumb within 5 moves. Shun Fei watched intently, now possessing the foundational knowledge of the crushing heart palm and years of martial arts experience. Initially, he found Lu Chang's demonstration pleasing to the eye, but now he recognized the latent lethality in every gesture, each move concealing potential danger. So this is what it means to have attained minor success in the crushing heart palm. Shun Fei pondered thoughtfully. Lu Chang soon completed his demonstration of the crushing heart palm. Excellent, impressive, such handsomeness. I have greatly benefited. The crowd erupted into applause, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. Just when everyone thought Lu Chang was about to step back, he suddenly clapped his palms together with a resounding bang, initiating yet another demonstration of the heart-crushing palm. Since everyone is cheering, I shall perform it once more. Ah? Is that permissible? The onlookers exchanged glances and applauded once again. The second demonstration concluded swiftly, exhilarating. I yearn to perform it once more. I feel discomfort if I do not. I sense a breakthrough. Let me do it again. This time doesn't count. I shall do it again. Lu Huwei, enough. This is the final demonstration. Lu Huwei, What? Did you not comprehend? It was you who furrowed your brow. Very well. I shall perform it once more, After the 10th performance, Lu Chang was drenched in sweat. At that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the arduous nights of years past, practicing the heart-crushing palm tirelessly, each repetition a testament to his resolve, sweat cascading to the ground as if it were free. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chang surveyed the surroundings and intoned solemnly. Do you all understand? We do. The guards erupted into frenzied applause. There could be no more hesitation. If there was any further delay, Lu Huwei would demonstrate the heart-crushing palm yet again. Why not simply enjoy a hearty meal and drink? What need is there for so many demonstrations? Truly heart-wrenching. As long as you understand, that suffices. A faint glow radiated from Lu Chang's face, an embodiment of selfless dedication and boundless brilliance. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Lu Chang plopped down beside Shun Fei, gazing at the smiling Shun Fei, hesitating to speak. After a moment, he lamented, Shun, my young brother, do not merely observe. You must practice. Move your body. Training in martial arts is imperative. Lu Chang urged earnestly. Shun Fei smiled but remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, contemplating the 10 demonstrations of the heart-crushing palm. 1010 heart-crushing palm minor accomplishment. Your mastery of the heart-crushing palm deepens. Shattering stones is now trivial. With keen senses and robust vitality, you possess the capability to contend with over 10 opponents. Conditions for major accomplishment of the heart-crushing palm. Consume blood-nourishing pills 200 times. 200 silver 1000 taels. 1000 defeat 10 opponents of the same rank. 10. Through Lu Chang's enthusiastic guidance, Shun Fei finally achieved a minor accomplishment in the heart-crushing palm, simultaneously activating the conditions for major accomplishment. Waves of augmented vitality surged within him. His muscles beneath his clothing grew increasingly defined and robust, as if he had undergone years of arduous training. His senses sharpened, and the experiential knowledge of the minor accomplishment flooded Xin Fei's mind. With a slight tremor, he exhaled deeply, attaining the same martial prowess as Lu Chang. "Shun, my young brother, I am speaking to you. Lu, my elder brother, speaks wisely." Xin Fei felt a stir within, realizing that having achieved a minor accomplishment in the heart-crushing palm, it was time to showcase some martial prowess before others. Lest he be exposed one day and require an excuse point, one cannot simply refine pills daily and suddenly become a martial arts master overnight, for no one would believe such a tale. With this thought, Xin Fei declared, "Starting tomorrow, I shall practice the heart-crushing palm. Having delayed for so long, it is time to begin. That is the right attitude." Lu Chang smiled with satisfaction. "How old are you?" "My young brother, 18. With a few months more, You are not small." Lu Chang nodded, expressing regret. "Alas, we are both unfortunate souls. In this lifetime, we shall never have the opportunity to break through to the body refinement stage. However, entering the blood-nourishing realm is commendable. With robust vitality and enhanced strength, one can at least scrape by." Upon hearing this, Xin Fei felt a stir within and inquired, "Lu, my elder brother, what distinctions exist among the levels of martial arts?" "Distinctions?" Lu Chang pondered for a moment, then replied slowly. "The foundations of martial arts are divided into 3 realms: blood-nourishing, qi-refining, and body refinement. Blood-nourishing and qi-refining, as the names suggest, focus on cultivating vitality and energy. With ample vitality, one's strength becomes enduring, and the blood nurtures the bones, preparing for the body refinement stage. For those in the blood-nourishing and qi-refining realms, once their vitality erupts, they move as swiftly as a swallow and strike like a rabbit, easily defeating dozens of adversaries. Only those clad in iron armor can impede them. Once a martial artist reaches the body refinement stage, their bones become as hard as refined iron, significantly enhancing their physique. Bare-handed, they wield their fists like weapons, capable of piercing through armor with a single blow. At this point, even the fiercest armored warriors cannot withstand a body refinement martial artist." Lu Chang paused, his eyes filled with longing. A martial artist at the body refinement stage can be considered a formidable hero. It is said that the leaders of the 4 great forces in Kang County are all of this caliber. Xin Fei felt the same yearning, pondering that in a chaotic world, one must possess sufficient martial prowess to protect oneself. Otherwise, one is merely a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. Having achieved a minor accomplishment in the heart-crushing palm, Xin Fei initially felt a sense of pride, but after Lu Chang's explanation, he recognized his insignificance, merely a slightly larger ant. The fleeting joy evaporated, and a sense of urgency enveloped Xin Fei once more. He frowned inwardly, realizing time was of the essence, since the conditions for achieving a major accomplishment in the heart-crushing palm had been activated. He needed to find a way to complete them swiftly. Everything else was manageable, but defeating 10 opponents of the same rank. Xin Fei pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Lu, my elder brother, I have heard it said that a martial artist must break through to the body refinement realm before the age of 20? Indeed." Lu Chang replied slowly, "The path of martial arts is fraught with difficulty. Each step forward requires immense effort. If one cannot break through to the body refinement realm before the age of 20, even if they manage to do so later in life, they will forever be confined to that realm." Lu Chang smacked his lips and chuckled. "Damn it, achieving the body refinement realm is the lifelong dream of countless martial artists. Why are you asking about this? Do you wish to break through before 20? Xin Fei displayed a bashful expression. "I am not cut out for this. I merely asked casually. Best not to inquire further. The more questions, the greater the pressure. Isn't it better for someone like me to enjoy good food and drink daily?" Lu Chang laughed heartily. Xin Fei glanced at Lu Chang, deep in thought. "Lu, my elder brother, is it possible that your indulgence in feasting and drinking prevents you from achieving further breakthroughs?" Lu Chang's mind was suddenly filled with a large question mark. Chapter 26. Assassination and struggle. The night grew late, and the well-fed guards dispersed in 2s and 3s, each seeking a place to sleep. As the only alchemy apprentice in the group, Xin Fei had a small room of his own in the northeast corner of the encampment. While the others slept in a communal space, in the stillness of night, the snoring from the communal area was deafening. rising and falling like a chorus of croaking frogs, especially from the drunken Lu Chang, whose snoring was akin to a blast of dynamite, capable of torturing even the faint-hearted. In his small room, having consumed some rice wine, Xin Fei was about to undress and retire for the night when he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Surprised, he turned his head to listen intently, discerning the rapid approach of dozens of footsteps. Someone. Who is it? Xin Fei's brow furrowed as he swiftly extinguished the oil lamp, then opened his pack, pouring out 4 or 5 types of powdered poison into the crevices of his fingers. In chaotic times, one must carry some powder for safety. Otherwise, there is no sense of security at all, Xin Fei lamented, wishing he had more than 10 fingers to hold more types of powders. The footsteps drew closer. Initially intending to hide and wait for an ambush, Xin Fei reconsidered and stealthily slipped outside, approaching the communal area where Lu Chang slept. He picked up a small stone and discreetly flicked it toward Lu Chang's bed. Ouch! Lu Chang yelped in pain. The people from Renai Hall are just ahead. Stick to the plan. Eliminate them all, brother. Won't we be held accountable by the upper echelons? What is there to fear? My brother is the chief's brother-in-law. Have you forgotten how tragically Xiao Wu died? I am sworn to eradicate Renai Hall. Dozens of figures clad in black lowered their footsteps, some wielding sharp blades, others barehanded, swiftly closing in on the encampment. Under the moonlight, the leader's features were ghastly, with bloodshot eyes and a distorted mouth, yellowish fluid uncontrollably dripping from his visage. Observing the exposed skin, one could see patches of red rashes, reminiscent of tiny sesame seeds clinging to the surface, sending chills down one's spine. There's an alchemy apprentice inside. He cannot fight. Damn it. He nearly poisoned me before. Find him. I want to personally make him suffer. Yes. The moon shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. Dozens of figures in black quickly concealed themselves beneath the encampment's walls, with some agilely scaling the walls and stealthily lifting the latch. Creak. The courtyard gate was slowly pushed open, the grating sound echoing throughout the yard. The black-clad figure was initially startled, but upon realizing there was no movement within the encampment, he breathed a sigh of relief and sneered. It seems they truly indulged themselves in drinking tonight. Heaven is aiding me. You few go this way. The rest follow me to the back. I must capture that kid. Yes, dozens of figures clad in black streamed in, splitting into 2 groups before long. The entire encampment erupted with the sounds of fierce combat and struggle. The cacophony of battle resonated clearly in Xin Fei's ears as he concealed himself behind the door. A faint smile gracing his lips, he was already prepared to make his timely appearance and lend support to his comrades. However, just at that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps drew near, converging directly towards Xin Fei. Ah? Xin Fei was taken aback. Are they coming for me? Is it not overly dramatic for 7 or 8 individuals to seek out a mere alchemy apprentice? But as the thought crossed his mind, his expression suddenly darkened. He resided here, and aside from the caravan members, no one else should know of his presence. How could they be heading straight for me? Someone must have leaked information. With a swift mental shift, Xin Fei quickly deduced the answer. The footsteps were now merely 3 paces away, and time did not permit Xin Fei to ponder further. Taking a deep breath, he honed in on the positions of the approaching assailants, raising his hands. The moment the door swung open, he struck out with force. A chorus of agonized screams erupted. As the black-clad figures, poised to enter Xin Fei's room, were met with a sudden cloud of poison powder. Their exposed eyes instantly swelled and burned, rendering them blind. Among the 7 or 8 attackers, the first 4 or 5 were directly affected, while the others gasped in horror. Just as relief flickered across their faces, a figure burst forth from within, exuding an aura akin to a ferocious tiger. With hands flying, the shadows of his strikes loomed large, crashing towards the group. His palms were swift, ruthless, and powerful, landing blows upon chests, foreheads, chins, throats, and vital organs, accompanied by a series of muffled groans, cracking bones, and sharp snaps. The 7 or 8 black-clad individuals were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground in a heap, several dead upon impact. Those fortunate enough to escape death raised their heads to spew forth a mouthful of black blood. The leader of the black-clad men was taken aback, trembling in fear. Caught off guard, he received a strike from Xin Fei on his left arm, just as he intended to leap forward and eliminate Xin Fei. A sudden realization struck him. Wait, you are not an alchemy apprentice. Your martial prowess. A right palm surged towards Xin Fei, swollen with energy, resembling a bear's paw. The leader fell silent, engaging Xin Fei in a fierce battle. One wielded iron fists while the other executed heart-crushing palms. The two clashed relentlessly for dozens of rounds, their strikes echoing in the night. Yet as they fought on, the leader's heart raced with fear. Initially dismissive of Xin Fei's youth, he had assumed that the boy's skills in poisoning were trivial and thought he could easily overwhelm him. However, Xin Fei's mastery of the heart-crushing palm was exceptionally refined. Flowing like mercury, and he held his ground, matching the leader for dozens of exchanges. The leader quickly discerned the level of Xin Fei's martial arts, and upon observing the youth's youthful visage, disbelief washed over him. How can such a genius exist in Ren'ai Hall? He practices alchemy and martial arts, and at such a tender age. How could Ren'ai Hall carelessly send someone like this to procure medicinal materials? The longer he pondered, the more his heart raced. Something was amiss. Suddenly, his legs turned to jelly, dizziness engulfed him, and a ringing filled his ears. His internal energy spiraled chaotically, making him feel utterly unwell, and his vision began to blur. I've been poisoned. Damn it, you poisoned me? The leader furiously pointed at Xin Fei, who calmly retreated a few paces, standing with his hands behind his back, an air of nonchalance about him. Today's battle has been exhilarating. It is a privilege for a junior like me to engage with an elder such as yourself. Thank you for your guidance. Alas, it appears you are still slightly lacking. Xin Fei blinked innocently. You bastard! The leader was filled with a mix of anger and urgency. He had intended to swiftly eliminate Xin Fei, but the unexpected taunt caused him to choke back his breath, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. I cannot. The leader staggered forward a few steps, tripping over his own feet and collapsing to the ground, shivering once before succumbing to death. Elder, in these chaotic times, one cannot venture out unarmed. Do refrain from such folly next time. Xin Fei remarked, reflecting on the battle. His victory had indeed been fortuitous. The various poison powders had affected the black-clad men, albeit not significantly. To prevent any prolonged complications, Xin Fei had directly employed the softening powder, delivering a fatal blow. This marked Xin Fei's first use of the introductory softening powder, and its effects were remarkably effective. Discreetly releasing the powder amidst the skirmish, the black-clad men had inhaled it, leading to their weakened legs and chaotic energy, ultimately succumbing to the toxin. Truly an indispensable item for home or travel. Xin Fei smiled faintly, having gained a clearer understanding of the softening powder's effects. After waiting a few minutes to ensure the black-clad men were thoroughly deceased, Xin Fei approached to search their bodies. Chapter 27. Body searching, wind-chasing leg. Though the 7 or 8 black-clad men appeared numerous, they were impoverished. It seemed they had left their valuables at home before setting out, leading Xin Fei to search 4 or 5 of their bodies and only uncover a meager sum of silver coins. Just enough to cover the cost of his powders, so poor. Xin Fei grimaced, realizing that had he known the black-clad men were so destitute, he would have directly engaged them instead of wasting his precious powders. He had intended to make a grand haul but was left with little to show for it. With a disgruntled demeanor, he approached the last black-clad man, who had fought him for numerous rounds. The opponent's martial skills were vicious and seasoned, and had it not been for Xin Fei's discreet use of poison, he might not have triumphed. As he reached into his robes, Xin Fei's fingers brushed against 3 items: a banknote, a manual, and a vial of elixir. Instinctively, he opened the vial, and a faint medicinal aroma wafted up. To his astonishment, it contained dozens of blood-nourishing pills. Elder, you are most generous. Xin Fei's face lit up with surprise. He had completely exhausted his supply of blood-nourishing pills, originally intending to rely on time to fulfill the conditions for the mastery of the heart-crushing palm. Little did he expect that the black-clad man would provide him with such an unexpected boon. Your kindness is appreciated, Xin Fei said joyfully. With these dozens of blood-nourishing pills, he was now significantly closer to mastering the heart-crushing palm. The banknote also brought him joy, valued at 1,000 taels. Emanating a faint fragrance, he wondered from whence the black-clad man had acquired such wealth. 1,000 taels. Shun Fei's eyes widened in surprise once more. The banknote's denomination was perfect, precisely meeting the conditions for mastering the heart-crushing palm. Elder, perhaps I was right to call you a good person. Shen Fei beamed as he accepted the note, nearly tempted to kneel and bow in gratitude. The final item was a manual titled Wind-Chasing Leg. He had heard Lu Chang speak of it. It was the signature martial art of the Iron Fist gang, ranking alongside the Iron Fist as one of the most practiced techniques among those in the blood-nourishing realm. One Iron Fist and one wind-chasing leg. Shen Fei frowned inwardly, realizing that the black-clad man was indeed a member of the Iron Fist gang, likely of considerable status, or else he wouldn't possess two manuals at such a level. Regrettably, his own time and energy were precious, and he decided against practicing the second technique. Shun Fei casually flipped through the wind-chasing leg manual, intending to tuck it away for a suitable opportunity to dispose of it when suddenly a new panel materialized before him. Wind-chasing leg, entry conditions, blood-nourishing realm martial artist, completed. 1 blood-nourishing realm martial art at minor completion, completed. Consume 10 blood-nourishing pills, 0-10. A large question mark floated in Shun Fei's mind. What do these entry conditions mean? Is the system malfunctioning? He shook his head repeatedly, refreshing the panel time and again, only to find that the conditions displayed were indeed the same. 2 had been fulfilled, and the third was easily achievable. Then I shall not hesitate. Shen Fei grinned. With 2 conditions already satisfied, the last requirement of 10 blood-nourishing pills was a mere formality, easily completed within days. This was clearly an invitation for him to practice the wind-chasing leg. Once he did, Shun Fei would possess an introductory-level wind-chasing leg technique. Combined with his minor mastery of the heart-crushing palm, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. What a tremendous windfall! With a look of triumph akin to a player who had just defeated a boss and obtained rare loot, Shun Fei slowly rose. Surveying the scene of fallen bodies, he listened intently to the gradually diminishing sounds of battle in the courtyard, and after a moment's thought, he picked up an iron spade and ruthlessly struck down upon the injury sustained by the black-clad man he had struck earlier. Kill them all, damn it. Iron Fist gang scoundrels, do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your clothes? Lu Chang, bloodied hands held high, strode through the courtyard. Wherever he went, any black-clad man who dared to resist was met with a devastating palm strike. Leaving no survivors in a brief span, the dozen or so black-clad intruders were completely eradicated by Lu Chang and his companions. All the guards are dead, Renai Hall warrior gasped, remnants of fear etched upon his face. They had drunk too much that night and slept too soundly. Had it not been for Lu Chang's timely intervention, none would have survived the night. Lu Huwei, tonight we rely entirely on you. The guards of Renai Hall spoke with trepidation. Indeed, Lu Chang replied with pride. Had I not heard the footsteps of that group of rascals, no one here would have had a peaceful night. By the way, who threw that stone? Did it fall from the roof? The force was quite formidable, wasn't it? Lu Chang rubbed his forehead, lost in thought. Suddenly, as if a realization struck him, he exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot about Brother Shen. Damn it." Lu Chang sprang forward, leaping 4 or 5 meters as he sprinted towards the small house where Shen Fei resided. The other guards exchanged anxious glances and hurriedly followed suit. Bang! Lu Chang kicked open the door, prepared to shout, but was taken aback upon seeing Shen Fei, drenched in blood, standing at the entrance, wielding an iron shovel, surrounded by a scattering of black-clad assailants. What? Lu Chang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Brother Shen, what is this? This bunch of bastards attempted to ambush me. They were incapacitated by my poison. Shen Fei took a deep breath, his face still bearing visible pallor, and quivered as he spoke. All of them succumbed to the poison. Lu Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, and the accompanying guards collectively gasped, their expressions filled with fear as they surveyed the small courtyard. While they were aware of Master Shun's prowess in toxicology and his previous rescue of Lu Huwei, witnessing the reality of Shen Fei taking down 7 or 8 individuals with a single breath was an astonishing sight indeed. Truly impressive, Lu Chang praised, raising his thumb in admiration as he stepped into the courtyard to inspect each fallen foe. Indeed, each one bore a ghastly hue, evidently having succumbed to considerable toxin before their demise. As for the fatal injuries, they were marked by bruises from the iron shovel on their chests or foreheads. Teske, Brother Shan is indeed fierce. These men were nearly decapitated by your shovel, Lu Chang remarked in awe. Just as he was about to rise, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a black-clad figure, and the familiar silhouette immediately alerted him to the identity of this individual, the very one who had ambushed him that day. This person surpasses him in martial prowess, yet was also felled by poison. As Lu Chang contemplated a mocking retort, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon reflection, it struck him that such a master, even if poisoned, could endure for quite some time. Given Shun Fei's abilities, he would have been dispatched long ago. Why then did it culminate in this manner? Puzzled, Lu Chang instinctively shifted his gaze towards the other black-clad figures. And as he observed, a sudden jolt surged through him, his pupils constricting in horror. It's the heart-crushing palm. It's Shun Fei. Lu Chang abruptly lifted his head, only to catch Shun Fei's meaningful glance. His left hand tossing a small stone into the air. Chapter 28. Rooting out and reporting the attack on the convoy's encampment was too significant to conceal. Early the next morning, Lu Chang dispatched someone to the county town to seek support from Renai Hall. By afternoon, dozens of swift horses thundered into Lu family village, each rider clad in black, their expressions solemn and exuding a palpable aura of menace. The members of Renai Hall entered the encampment to verify the identities of the corpses, ultimately uncovering a breakthrough from the leader of the black-clad assailants. He was a distant relative of the Iron Fist Gang's leader. The Iron Fist Gang has gone too far. Remove the bodies. Let the Hall Master handle this matter. The reinforcements from Renai Hall arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, taking the corpses back to the county. Old Lu, you did well this time. Expect a promotion upon your return. Thanks to Shun Fei's warning, Lu Chang had displayed exceptional courage, stealthily eliminating several warriors of the blood-nurturing realm, thus averting a catastrophic defeat for the convoy. Although there were still casualties, the outcome was entirely within acceptable limits. Such a fierce achievement naturally warranted a promotion and salary increase, and the rest of the team also received their due rewards. The reinforcements soon departed, and the convoy responsible for procuring medicinal materials began preparations to leave. They had already completed most of their tasks, and with the threat of wild animal attacks dissipated, they decided to pack up and head home to avoid further ambushes. After some discussion, the group resolved to depart the following day. As night fell, a chorus of snores filled the air. Shun Fei stealthily opened his door, and with a light leap, he slipped out like a specter. Lu family village was unusually quiet, devoid of any sounds. Even the crowing of roosters or barking of dogs. Shun Fei, a shadow against the wall, moved swiftly, and within mere breaths, arrived at the village head's doorstep. With a push against the wall, he vaulted into the courtyard. His right hand flicking a stone, instantly claiming the life of an old yellow dog. Treading lightly, he approached the central bedroom and pushed the door open. By the light of the moon, he saw the old village head wrapped in a blanket. Snoring thunderously with a swift motion, he drew a sharp blade and struck the village head awake, pressing the blade against his throat. Silence. Just as the village head was about to scream, he was startled into silence. Hero. Spare my life. I have money. Please do not kill me. I, old Lu, still have no descendants. I cannot die. Ah, it's you? The village head's eyes widened in recognition of Shun Fei. Shun Fei smirked coldly. Village head? I have but one question for you. Answer me and I shall take my leave. You may ask. The village head stammered. Did you inform the Iron Fist Gang? Shun Fei's question sent the village head into a cold sweat. His eyes darting nervously, he longed to lie, but upon meeting Shun Fei's icy gaze, he ultimately chose to confess. They captured my wife. She is only 18 years old. I had no choice. The old village head wept bitterly. If you had family, you would surely understand my plight. That I'm sorry. I am an orphan. The village head was taken aback. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced his throat, withdrawing as blood gushed forth. Shun Fei paid no mind to the flailing old village head. Striding away, scaling the wall, he departed swiftly, executing the sequence with fluidity. The entire encounter, from murder to interrogation, lasted no more than 5 minutes. When the oil lamp in Shan Fei's room extinguished, Lu Chang emerged from around the corner. His expression complex. The following morning, the entire convoy packed up and set off for Renai Hall, the wheels of the cart rolling over the ground, laden with medicinal materials, slowly making their way back. The village head did not come out to bid farewell, much to the discontent of many, who grumbled about his treachery, vowing never to return. Departing in the morning, the convoy reached Renai Hall safely by afternoon. Along the way, they passed the site of the chaotic battle. Days had elapsed, yet no one had come to collect the bodies. The corpses lay grotesquely in a state of decomposition, emitting a foul stench. Grotesquely hanging from poles, a truly horrifying sight. The townsfolk covered their noses as they passed by. Shen Fei dared not approach, merely stealing a glance from afar. His brow furrowed, sensing something was amiss, despite the presence of martial artists and the miraculous effects of various elixirs. The unrestrained exposure of corpses to the wilderness, without fear of plague, seemed excessively audacious. Shen Fei shook his head, intending to return to Renai Hall to report this matter to Gao Shan. The convoy gradually entered Kang County. Heading straight for Renai Hall, after being away for over 10 days, Kang County appeared increasingly desolate. In broad daylight, only a handful of figures were visible on the streets, and the small vendors who once thrived had vanished. Occasionally, passers-by hurried along, brows furrowed, their expressions grim. Kang County had grown more desolate. Shen Fei sighed, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. Lu Chang shrugged. I heard many people have left for the state capital in search of survival. The state capital? Shen Fei shook his head, saying nothing. The convoy disbanded in the courtyard of Renai Hall, everyone returning to their respective homes. Shen Fei bid farewell to Lu Chang and hastened towards the alchemy workshop. As he passed one alchemy workshop after another, the scent of herbs wafted into his nostrils, identical in fragrance, piquing his curiosity about what kind of elixirs required such a multitude of workshops to concoct simultaneously. Upon arriving at the alchemy workshop, he found Gao Shan directing a group of disciples in the production of a certain elixir, the air filled with a faint herbal aroma, reminiscent of the previous workshops he had passed. "Uve returned?" Gao Shan sat regally, toying with a teacup, his gaze warm as he regarded Shen Fei. Since Shen Fei had wisely distanced himself from Yuan Qianqian, their mentor-student relationship had returned to its previous state of warmth. "The disciple has returned." Shen Fei clasped his hands in respect, recounting the events that transpired in Lu family village. After a moment, Gao Shan nodded slightly. "I've heard about the matter from others. You have worked hard this time, successfully completing the task assigned by the hall, while also evading an ambush from the Iron Fist gang. Your efforts are commendable. The hall is already handling the situation with the Iron Fist gang, so do not fear retaliation." After a pause, Gao Shan smiled. "The upper management has rewarded you with 50 taels of silver, and I shall grant you an additional 3 days off. Go and enjoy yourself." "Thank you, Master Gao." Shen Fei bowed in gratitude, and after a brief conversation with Gao Shan, he suddenly said, "Master Gao, I have something to report. It is as follows. I am situated outside the city." Shen Fei reported the matter regarding the corpses of the chaotic soldiers outside the city to Gao Shan, who, upon hearing this, displayed neither sorrow nor joy. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, then remarked nonchalantly, "So, what do you intend to do? Dispose of the bodies, inform the populace on how to prevent the plague, and prepare a batch of medicine for its treatment in advance." Shen Fei declared decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Gao Shan, upon hearing this, smiled meaningfully and replied, "The matters you mentioned have already caught the attention of the hall. Indeed, orders have been issued for us to concoct a batch of medicine for the plague. The bodies outside the city must also be dealt with," Shen Fei insisted. "Shen Fei," Gao Shan suddenly interjected, his tone frigid, "do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Do you understand? The plague has already begun to spread quietly." Boom! Shen Fei's mind erupted in a flash, and he looked up in disbelief at Gao Shan, realizing the corpses outside the city were intentional. The Renai Hall concocting plague medicine was merely waiting for the outbreak to profit handsomely. A fierce anger ignited within Xin Fei. He could hardly believe that a place that prided itself on saving lives could engage in such despicable acts. How could he, with his aversion to evil? Accept this. You are still young and do not understand many things, Gao Shan remarked coolly. The Renai Hall is vast, with so many mouths to feed. Earning this money is no easy feat. You do know that behind the Renai Hall stands County Magistrate Zhao Songhai, right? That man is quite greedy. With no hope of promotion and lacking talent for martial arts, he relies on making money to see him through his old age. What should we do if we don't earn a bit more? This matter does not concern just us. The 4 major forces within the county all have their share, and everyone is waiting for their slice of the pie. Now, do you understand what needs to be done? Gao Shan gazed at Xin Fei. Xin Fei nodded solemnly. I understand what needs to be done. Chapter 29. Busy with alchemy after returning to the Renai Hall and resting for several days. Xin Fei resumed his bustling life, methodically concocting blood-nourishing pills and steadily advancing towards the conditions necessary for mastering the heart-crushing palm. In addition, he also needed to practice the wind-chasing leg. Since the conditions required for the wind-chasing leg were minimal, Xin Fei prioritized its training before progressing further with the heart-crushing palm, believing that possessing 2 martial arts skills was certainly better than one. As he approached mastery of the heart-crushing palm, Xin Fei no longer held back. He seized an appropriate moment to practice it openly in front of the apprentices and Gao Shan. The clumsy techniques and the feeble strikes prompted Gao Shan to shake his head repeatedly, advising Xin Fei not to pursue martial arts and instead focus on alchemy. Xin Fei, however, was resolute, displaying a stubborn demeanor, leaving Gao Shan with no choice but to allow him to pursue martial arts. In terms of elixirs, the blood-nourishing pill had reached the minor achievement stage, boasting a success rate of 50 with each concoction. With 10 portions of medicinal materials per day, Xin Fei was guaranteed at least 5 blood-nourishing pills. He needed to submit one, leaving him with 4 for himself. Furthermore, the quality of the blood-nourishing pills at the minor achievement level had improved. After consuming one, Xin Fei noted a 1.3 increase on the status board, indicating a 30 enhancement in efficacy. Excellent. This significantly accelerated the pace of his martial arts training. The conditions for achieving the major success of the blood-nourishing pill were updated. Blood-nourishing pill major success conditions, medicinal material processing perfection, completed. Qi and blood powder concoction minor success, completed. Conduct 1,000 concoctions of blood-nourishing pill. 501000 based on Xin Fei's rate of 10 concoctions per day. It would take a full 100 days, over 3 months, to complete the conditions for major success. In the short term, there was little hope for immediate completion. He would have to take it slowly. The bone healing ointment was still at the introductory level. Although its effects were remarkable, its applications were limited. Who among the respectable would frequently suffer from bone fractures? Thus, the price of the bone healing ointment was only half that of the blood-nourishing pill. Xin Fei purchased some materials, secretly concocting a few portions for emergencies, and then ceased further production. During this time, Gao Shan had also indirectly inquired about the progress of Xin Fei's second elixir. Having seen records of Xin Fei purchasing materials for the bone healing ointment at the Dambao building, Xin Fei was naturally unwilling to reveal his trump card easily, merely stating that he was still experimenting and intended to seek Gao Shan's guidance. Claiming that he struggled without Gao Shan's pointers, which elicited a hearty laugh from Gao Shan. Aside from the bone healing ointment, there was also the softening powder. During the battle with the leader of the black-clad men, the softening powder had proven its worth. Even at the introductory stage, it was more than sufficient to deal with mid-stage blood-nourishing realm opponents, though Xin Fei had yet to test it against higher-level adversaries. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Xin Fei's regard for the softening powder. After returning to the Renai Hall, he dedicated a fixed amount of time each day to its concoction alongside the blood-nourishing pill. Softening powder, incomplete, minor success conditions, medicinal material processing perfection, completed. Blood-nourishing pill minor success, completed. Conduct 100 concoctions of softening powder. 1100 The conditions for achieving minor success in the softening powder had also been refreshed. For Xin Fei, this posed no issue, as the required materials were not precious. To store any excess softening powder, Xin Fei specifically purchased a jar for airtight preservation, intending to use it when needed. However, Xin Fei's purchase of materials was excessive, and he registered them under the prescription for anti-diarrheal medication. Who among the respectable would require such a large quantity of anti-diarrheal medicine? Consequently, word spread throughout the alchemy workshop that Shun Fei was concocting anti-diarrheal medicine. Even Gao Shan discreetly approached Shun Fei, subtly inquiring about the purpose behind producing such a vast amount of anti-diarrheal medicine. Shun Fei silently lamented. He could hardly admit he was concocting the softening powder for the dead. He concocted a casual excuse, claiming he intended to capitalize on the plague, and his seamless explanation left Gao Shan satisfied. From that point on, Shun Fei grew increasingly busy. Mornings were spent concocting blood-nourishing pills, and afternoons were dedicated to the softening powder, leaving no time for leisure. Meanwhile, Su Yu and several apprentices whom Shun Fei had previously bested returned with renewed determination, ready to forge ahead on the path of life. Yet reality soon dealt them a harsh blow. Their positions had vanished, and with Gao Shan absent, Shun Fei was now tasked with directing the apprentices. His elevated status and authority allowed him to command without question. Su Yu, incensed and unwilling to accept this, sought to challenge Shun Fei's authority. However, upon witnessing Shun Fei emerge from the alchemy room after completing a batch of blood-nourishing pills, a look of despair washed over Su Yu. He realized he had lost his opportunity. Henceforth, the alchemy workshop acquired a new little Su. One afternoon, after finishing his martial training, Shun Fei strolled leisurely to the backyard. Senior Brother Shun, a newly arrived apprentice, saw Shun Fei and hurriedly stood, awkwardly greeting him. "Do not be nervous." Shun Fei smiled warmly, his demeanor quite amiable. "Have you completed today's tasks?" "Yes, I have." "That is good. Go to the front yard and call for Song Ku." "Yes," the apprentice exclaimed, hastily making his way to the front yard to summon Song Ku. Since successfully concocting the qi and blood powder under Shun Fei's guidance, Song Ku had become a pillar of Gao Shan's alchemy workshop. Reaching the same level as Su Yu and was now solely responsible for the production of qi and blood powder. "Junior Brother Shin, did you call for me?" Song Ku hurriedly arrived, brimming with enthusiasm. "Sit." Shun Fei gestured to the space beside him. Song Ku plopped down, and the two exchanged smiles, reminiscent of their first meeting months ago. After some light banter, Shun Fei got straight to the point. "Do you know if Gao Shi possesses martial skills?" "Who? Gao Shi?" Song Ku paused momentarily, caught off guard by Shun Fei's question. He pondered seriously for a moment before slowly replying, "I do not know." Shun Fei remained silent, blinking. Song Ku quickly understood, chuckling as he stood up and left the alchemy workshop to discreetly gather information. After a full quarter of an hour, Song Ku returned, excitement radiating from his face as he leaned in close to Shun Fei and whispered, "Junior Brother Shin, I have gathered information. It seems Gao Shi practiced martial arts about 10 years ago." 10 years ago? Shun Fei was taken aback and asked, "How old is Gao Shi now?" "He should be in his early 30s, yes, that's so." Shun Fei contemplated carefully. Based on the timeline, Gao Shan must have begun practicing martial arts at the age of 20. He certainly had not broken through the body refinement stage. Otherwise, he would have been a deputy hall master by now, rather than a high-level alchemist. It was also unlikely he had reached the blood-nourishing realm. A wealthy alchemist like him would have amassed enough resources to achieve it long ago. Thus, the answer was clear. Gao Shan was most likely a qi refinement realm martial artist, which might explain his persistent pursuit of Yuan Qianqian, who, in turn, regarded him with indifference. Such qualifications would indeed make him a catch for an ordinary person, but in the eyes of the hall master's daughter, they were insignificant. Countless suitors far surpassed Gao Shan. "So, what exactly did Yuan Qianqian see in me?" Shun Fei was baffled. "Junior Brother Shin, why do you inquire about this?" Song Ku asked curiously. Shun Fei casually replied, "Isn't it for martial practice? I want to assess Gao Shan's martial prowess to learn from him." "Oh?" Song Ku let out a sound of surprise, uncertain whether he truly believed Shun Fei's words. The two continued their idle chatter, eventually drifting into gossip. With a hint of mystery, Song Ku lowered his voice and said, "Shin Shidi, I heard that a guard at the training hall died under mysterious circumstances. Isn't it quite normal for a guard to die? This guard might be someone you know. He just went to Lu family village with you last time." Shun Fei's heart trembled. "Lu Chong? No. It's a guard named Guan He." "Guan He?" Shun Fei furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, and suddenly recalled that this Guan He was the guard who drunkenly spoke of the chaos of war being quite agreeable. A guard of the blood-nourishing realm, killed just like that? Xin Fei fell into a long silence, lost in thought. Chapter 30. Dual Martial Arts. News. After a few more days of tranquility, Xin Fei's torment began. Upon learning of his return, Yuan Qianqian once again sought him out at the alchemy workshop. One day, as Xin Fei was busy concocting blood-nourishing pills in the alchemy chamber, Yuan Qianqian floated in with several maidservants. Upon discovering that Xin Fei was engaged in alchemical work, she did not rush him but instead found a spot in the front courtyard to sit down and began chatting merrily with her attendants. Su Yu happened to pass by the front courtyard and, upon seeing Yuan Qianqian, was momentarily stunned before quickly recovering, plastering a sycophantic grin on his face as he hurried over. "Miss, you have arrived." "Su Yu?" Yuan Qianqian glanced at him sideways. "I haven't seen you in a while." "Thank you, miss, for your concern. I was injured not long ago." "Are you well now?" "Yes, that's good. Keep up the good work." "Gao Shan values you highly. As the daughter of the hall master." Yuan Qianqian's words were impeccably delivered, warming the hearts of those who heard them. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. Nearly choking up, he smiled obsequiously. "Miss, Master Gao is in the back courtyard. Should I fetch him for you?" "Gao Shan? Why summon him?" Yuan Qianqian waved her hand impatiently. "I'm waiting for Xin Fei. You go about your business." "Ah, all right. Xin Fei." So you looked bewildered. Was she not waiting for Gao Shan? Who in Ren'ai Hall didn't know that Gao Shan had been pursuing Yuan Qianqian for many years? How had it suddenly turned to Xin Fei? It had only been a short while since he left, and the world had become incomprehensible. Su Yu's expression turned strange as he looked up, only to see Gao Shan standing behind him. His face ashen, fists clenched tightly. In the front courtyard, Xin Fei looked at Yuan Qianqian with a pained expression, while she gazed at him with doe-like eyes and sweetly remarked, "I heard you've been practicing martial arts." "Yes, practicing martial arts requires nourishment. I've made you a soup of angelica, ginseng, and lamb. Drink it while it's hot." Xin Fei intended to refuse, but Yuan Qianqian had already waved her hand, and a maid quickly presented a bowl of lamb soup. Xin Fei reluctantly accepted it. Is it delicious? Yuan Qianqian's sparkling eyes were fixed on Xin Fei. After taking a few sips, Xin Fei found the soup exceptionally well prepared and delicious. "Very good. Hee. I'm glad you like it. I'll make more for you another day, and no need. Once is enough." Xin Fei hurriedly replied, but inadvertently sprayed a bit of soup onto Yuan Qianqian. "I didn't mean to." "Oh dear, it's nothing. I'll just change my clothes when I get home." Yuan Qianqian giggled, displaying no signs of anger. Before leaving, she even playfully shot Xin Fei a glance, then turned and floated away. Left behind, Xin Fei leisurely sipped the lamb soup. At that moment, he finally confirmed one thing. Yuan Qianqian's approach was indeed motivated by ulterior motives rather than genuine affection. If a young woman harbored feelings for someone, she would hardly be flustered by a splash of soup. She would not depart hastily for the sake of appearances. "Humph. I shall see what you are up to." Xin Fei chuckled coldly, finishing the soup in a few gulps. Just as he intended to rise and continue his martial practice, he unexpectedly spotted Gao Shan standing nearby. "Master Gao." Xin Fei quickly bowed. "Is the lamb soup to your liking?" Gao Shan's gaze lingered on the bowl in Xin Fei's hands. Xin Fei's heart sank. He knew that Gao Shan's infatuation was likely flaring up again. He wanted to explain, but faced with the undeniable evidence, what could Xin Fei possibly say? Sighing, Gao Shan departed, the bond between master and disciple once again frayed. "This is not what you think," Xin Fei silently lamented. His frustration mounting, days passed, and Xin Fei successfully made his way into the realm of the wind-chasing leg. As the name suggests, this technique emphasizes speed, allowing its practitioner to unleash a flurry of kicks like a raging wind, creating an unrelenting offensive that leaves foes defenseless. Moreover, with his qi and blood at the standard mid-stage of the blood-nourishing realm, and bolstered by his robust vitality, the wind-chasing leg, although newly acquired, displayed power far surpassing that of a mere novice. With his heart-piercing palm at a minor success and the wind-chasing leg newly mastered, in just a few months, Xin Fei had acquired two notable martial arts of the blood-nourishing realm. Dramatically enhancing his strength, he could be considered a competent fighter even within the Ren'ai Hall. He had barely begun to cultivate a semblance of self-defense. After mastering the wind-chasing leg, Shunfei focused his efforts on fulfilling the conditions for achieving mastery in the heart-piercing palm. Most of the requirements were manageable, as they would naturally unfold with time. However, the final condition proved quite challenging. Defeat 10 martial artists of the same rank, thanks to the previous ambush by the black-clad assailants. Shunfei had previously used poison powder to eliminate 7 or 8 opponents in one go, thus fulfilling a large portion of the requirement. Now, only 2 more were needed. These 2, however, posed a challenge. After all, Shunfei had only recently begun practicing martial arts and was still perceived as a novice. It was hard to believe that he could suddenly engage in sparring after merely a few days of practice. It seemed impossible to convince those around him. He would have to seek opportunities to spar with outsiders. Shunfei contemplated quietly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At Song Ke's home, a lavish feast was laid out, a table brimming with fish, meat, vegetables, and white rice. A year ago, such a spread would have been commonplace. But in the midst of the turmoil that had befallen the land and the increasingly desolate state of Kang County, this lavish meal was anything but ordinary. "Shinshitty, this is quite extravagant, isn't it?" Song Ke exclaimed, nearly swallowing his tongue at the sight of the feast. Although he was now concocting blood-nourishing powder and earning a decent income, the financial burden of feeding several mouths at home, coupled with the soaring prices, made life considerably more difficult than before. "It's just a small expense," Shunfei replied with a smile. Now, Shunfei had amassed a modest fortune. Despite being a guest, he was well aware of Song Ke's family's less favorable circumstances, and thus, he took the initiative to treat them to this sumptuous meal. The best restaurant in the east of the city, the Fragrant Return Pavilion, had prepared the meal and delivered it to Song Ke's home, along with 2 bottles of 20-year-old yellow wine, all for a mere 10 taels of silver. Shunfei deftly shifted the topic and invited Song Ke's family to take their seats. Song Ke's family comprised 5 members, his elderly parents, a sweet and naive wife, and a 5-year-old son. The family of 5 sat together in harmony. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony," Song Ke laughed heartily, urging his family, who had long been eyeing the feast, to sit down. After a few rounds of toasting, the atmosphere reached its peak. Once Song Ke's family had eaten their fill and politely excused themselves, only Shunfei and Song Ke remained at the table. "Shinshitty." Song Ke's face flushed slightly, hesitating to speak. "Song Shixiang, if you have something to say, please do not hold back. There is no need for formality between us." Shunfei smiled. "Then I will speak plainly." Song Ke bit his lip. "The situation in Kang County has become increasingly dire. I have discussed it with my family, and we wish to go to the prefectural city. Now that I have the ability to concoct blood-nourishing powder, it would be just the right time for me to see the prefectural city. I've heard there are many job opportunities, high wages, and stable prices there." Upon finishing, Song Ke's face grew warm. It was Shunfei who had guided him in concocting blood-nourishing powder, and now, having just learned it, he was considering leaving Renai Hall for the prefectural city. It felt somewhat ungrateful. Fortunately, Shunfei was not overly concerned. He recalled that Song Ke had mentioned this matter months ago and slowly said, "Have you made your decision?" "Yes." Seeing that Shunfei bore no resentment, Song Ke let out a sigh of relief, feeling unburdened. "I have already contacted relatives in the prefectural city. We will set off as soon as we have the hall's approval. Kang County, I may never return." Song Ke sighed. Shunfei felt a pang of emotion as well. Whether in his past life or the present, the common people's desires were quite simple. They merely wished to live like humans, to have stable employment and 3 meals a day. Yet even this was difficult to achieve. When a person toils diligently yet cannot support themselves, it is undoubtedly a sign of a society infested with parasites. Silently sipping his wine, Shunfei eventually asked, "When do you plan to leave?" "In a few days." "All right, I will see you off then." "Good." The two exchanged a knowing smile, and everything was conveyed without words. As the night deepened, Song Ke swayed back to the master bedroom, while Shunfei was assigned to rest in the guest room. When the moon reached its zenith, Shunfei quietly departed from the guest room, vanishing into the night with a few agile leaps. Chapter 31. A midnight search for sister in the west of the city, at Zue Chun Feng, the largest and finest brothel in Kang County. A property of the Green Gang, the establishment remained unaffected by the increasing desolation of Kang County. bustling with visitors day in and day out. Officials, wealthy merchants, and anyone with a modicum of wealth flocked here for leisure. Zui Chunfeng was nestled along the banks of the Tsang River, its architecture adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant paintings. Housing hundreds of residents, it is said that every morning, when the maids of Zui Chunfeng poured rouge water, the water level of the Tsang River would rise by several centimeters, creating ripples. Fishermen downstream would recognize this as a sign of the brothel's activities. Describing Zui Chunfeng as a veritable gold mine would be an understatement. Yet, beneath this facade of wealth lies the blood and tears of countless citizens of Kang County. As one of the four major factions in Kang County, the Green Gang covertly trafficked individuals from both the county and its surrounding villages to sustain the operations of Zui Chunfeng. Countless young maidens had been abducted and brought here. Shunfei had heard whispers of this, having stumbled upon evidence of it in the streets before. Many were aware of the situation, yet the overwhelming power of the Green Gang, bolstered by the influential Li family, left ordinary citizens powerless. Complaints to the authorities often went unheeded, and those who dared to cause a disturbance at Zui Chunfeng would find themselves severely punished. Over time, fear silenced any dissent. With light steps, Shunfei transformed into a shadow, swiftly traversing the narrow path along the Tsang River. Under the cover of night, he remained undetected. Soon, he arrived at a small courtyard on the outskirts of Zui Chunfeng. Standing outside the wall, he could faintly hear the sounds of laughter from men and women nearby, accompanied by the sweet strains of music, leaving him to ponder how many were genuine and how many were mere pretense. With his ear pressed against the wall, Shunfei listened intently to the activities within. 1, 2, 3. 3 individuals were breathing deeply, indicating they were martial artists, alongside one ordinary person. Realizing this, Shunfei smiled in satisfaction. Retrieving a handkerchief he had casually picked up on his way, with a powerful leap, he gracefully descended into the courtyard. The courtyard was expansive, housing 7 or 8 rooms. At that moment, the largest room still glowed with light, from which the muffled sounds of several young girls weeping could be heard. Shunfei leaned closer to listen. "Why are you crying? Your parents sold you long ago. You might as well settle in here. Don't be afraid. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You'll get used to it. Once you've saved enough money to buy your freedom, you'll be free. Rest assured, I'm a woman too. I won't deceive you. Be good. Just follow my lead, and I'll ensure you live well." Outside the window, Shunfei's expression turned cold, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent. Initially, he had hesitated about tonight's mission, fearing he might mistakenly harm an innocent. However, upon hearing those words, he cursed himself for arriving too late. They all deserved to die. Shunfei's eyes glinted with malice as he steadied his breath and bellowed, "Xiao Hong, I've come to save you." With that declaration, he crashed through the door. Inside, 3 guards, arms crossed, were grinning as they watched the brothel madam manipulate the newly trafficked girls, attempting to brainwash them into accepting their fate. Suddenly, they heard the shout from outside, followed by a figure bursting in. "How dare you invade the Green Gang's territory? Kill him! Attack!" The 3 guards, all at the initial stage of the blood-nourishing realm, roared in unison, their energy surging as they charged towards Shunfei. Shunfei's gaze swept over them, instantly discerning their strength. His heart steadied. With a surge of energy, his right leg swelled with power, and he unleashed a devastating kick towards the guard on the far right. The guard instinctively raised his hands to defend himself. Bang! With a resounding thud, the guard was sent flying, crashing against the wall and coughing up blood. "Chasing Wind Leg, who are you?" A slightly older Green Gang martial artist shouted. "Return my sister Xiao Hong." Shunfei roared back, "I'll take her back." Leaping into the air, his legs struck like cannonballs, delivering a flurry of kicks towards the 2 remaining Green Gang martial artists. In mere moments, he unleashed 7 or 8 rapid kicks, each one swift and powerful, far surpassing the ordinary Chasing Wind Leg. With Shunfei's mid-stage blood-nourishing realm energy flowing through him, the Chasing Wind Leg's lethality was amplified, rivaling that of a small mastery stage. The initial stage martial artists were no match for him. One was pushed back, while another was cornered. "You're asking for death." The last standing Green Gang martial artist, enraged, drew a gleaming dagger and lunged at Shen Fei. Playing with weapons? Truly, the world is perilous. But fortunately, I am no saint either. With a swift motion, Shen Fei unleashed a softening powder. Not good, poison powder, the martial artist exclaimed, attempting to hold his breath, but it was too late. The powder swiftly coursed through his body, and within moments, his energy became chaotic, his legs buckled, and dizziness overcame him. Shen Fei, seeing this, smirked as he pounced, seizing the opportunity to strike. With a powerful sweep, he kicked the poisoned martial artist's head, causing it to explode. Third brother, who are you? The two fallen guards shouted in anguish. Where is my sister Xiao Hong? Turning, Shen Fei's eyes blazed with fury. Xiao Hong. The Green Gang martialists were bewildered, just as they began to inquire about her identity. Shen Fei's legs struck mercilessly, each kick landing with ferocity. The two guards, attempting to rise, found themselves cornered by Shen Fei's relentless assault, the flurry of kicks descending like a tempest, with a swift application of the softening powder. The two guards could no longer withstand the onslaught. One was soon struck in the chest, shattering his ribs and leading to his demise. Good man. It's a misunderstanding. I don't know anyone named Xiao Hong. Before the last guard could finish his plea, Shen Fei, filled with rage, delivered a final kick that struck the guard's throat, sending him to his end. Having eliminated the three guards, Shen Fei had successfully completed his mission. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the last adversary in the room, a gaudy middle-aged woman, seemingly in her 40s. Ah? The madam screeched upon meeting Shen Fei's gaze. Don't kill me. I truly don't know who Xiao Hong is. You are guilty as well. Return my sister. Shen Fei advanced a step, his right claw shooting out like lightning to grasp the madam's throat, squeezing with force until it snapped. From the moment Shen Fei burst into the room to the swift execution of 4 individuals, merely a few minutes had passed. The 7 or 8 young girls, previously weeping, were now in a state of shock. Hurry and flee, Shen Fei urged, turning to exit. The girls, momentarily stunned, finally reacted, screaming as they escaped the premises. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a dozen figures rushed into the courtyard. Chapter 32. Farewell. After consuming the blood-nourishing pill, the pure essence of the elixir exploded within Shen Fei's abdomen, coursing through him like a torrent of warmth, enhancing his vitality and nourishing his limbs, meridians, muscles, and bones. With a deep exhale, Shen Fei opened his eyes, releasing a breath of stale air, a satisfied smile gracing his face. His strength had improved once more, with the continuous intake of blood-nourishing pills. Shen Fei could distinctly feel his vitality steadily increasing, reaching a level far beyond that of an ordinary person. At this rate, it would not be long before Shen Fei would enter the realm of complete mastery of the Crushing Heart Palm. His gaze flickered as he focused on the conditions for mastery of the Crushing Heart Palm. Crushing Heart Palm mastery conditions: consume blood-nourishing pills 200 times, 100 silver coins 1,000 taels, 1,000 defeat 10 martial artists of the same rank. 10 The condition to defeat 10 martial artists had already been fulfilled, and Shen Fei needed only a small amount more to meet the conditions for mastery of the Crushing Heart Palm. At this pace, he would soon be able to confidently step into the realm of full mastery. And it had only been just over a month since his breakthrough into the initial mastery stage. Ordinary martial artists typically required a year or more to progress from mid to late stages of the blood-nourishing realm, while those with the support of influential families might take 4 to 5 months. Yet Shen Fei had achieved it in just over a month, without grueling training, exceptional talent, or deep contemplation of techniques. He merely needed to fulfill the conditions to advance in a single leap. Such speed was nothing short of terrifying. Among the 4 major factions, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a prodigy of remarkable talent. Even in a province teeming with geniuses, Shen Fei stood out as one of the most exceptional. With a swift strike of his palm, he felt the powerful vibrations coursing through his arm, accompanied by the distinctly audible sound of air being sliced. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Shen Fei's mouth. His late-night escapades of eliminating wrongdoers had proven worthwhile, as he had finally advanced the heart-crushing palm to this remarkable stage. In just half a month, he would attain mastery in this technique. With such prowess, he could easily secure a captaincy within the Ren'ai Hall. Shun Fei had heard that Lu Chong, who had distinguished himself at Lu's village, was rewarded with a plethora of elixirs and resources upon his return, and had recently succeeded in breaking through to the later stage of the blood-nourishing realm. The status of a practitioner at this stage was far from trivial. If fortune smiled upon him, he might even be dispatched to the branch academy as a leader of a guard team, indulging in a life of luxury. He must find time to congratulate Brother Lu. Shun Fei smiled faintly, standing tall, and after tidying up the alchemy room, he strolled out with composure. As he exited the alchemy room, he spotted several apprentices huddled together, whispering furtively, their expressions shrouded in secrecy. "What are you all up to? Have you finished your tasks?" Shun Fei inquired in a low voice, which carried an inexplicable authority. "Shin Shidi, you're out. We've completed our work," they exclaimed in unison. "Have you heard? Something big has happened." "What sort of big event?" Shun Fei asked, feigning ignorance while harboring a hint of suspicion. "ITS said that the Qing Gang and the Iron Fist Gang have clashed. A disciple of the Qing Gang was killed by someone using the Gale Leg technique. Ha ha ha, it serves them right. The Qing Gang deserves retribution for their human trafficking. Hmph. The Iron Fist Gang is no saint either. They killed several of our guards recently. It's a dog-eat-dog situation." The apprentices chattered animatedly, quickly relaying the events. Indeed, it seemed as though the situation had unfolded as they described. Shun Fei's lips curled into a slight smile. It had been 3 or 4 days since his ambush on Zue Chunfeng, and he had anticipated that the matter would simply fade away. However, it appeared that he had underestimated the pride of the 4 major factions. With the incident having escalated to their doorsteps, the Qing Gang would not simply swallow their anger. The Gale Leg was the signature martial art of the Iron Fist Gang, and nearly all practitioners of this technique in Kang County were affiliated with them. Those few who weren't were still registered and had intricate ties to the influential Su family backing the Iron Fist Gang. The Qing Gang would have no trouble tracing the incident back to them. Naturally, the Iron Fist Gang would not admit to their involvement. Thus, the two gangs engaged in a fierce confrontation, resulting in significant losses on both sides, which in turn led to a spike in the demand and supply of blood-nourishing realm elixirs at the Ren'ai Hall, yielding substantial profits. Shun Fei chuckled softly, pretending to be unaware, and began to engage with the apprentices in a light-hearted discussion about which gang might emerge victorious. However, what made Shun Fei lament was how swiftly the turmoil subsided. The Qing Gang and Iron Fist Gang abruptly called a truce, as if nothing had transpired at all. In the aftermath, both gangs sought a woman named Xiao Hong, even going so far as to scour Kang County and issue a bounty. Yet they ultimately found nothing and wasted their efforts. Outside the city, Shun Fei personally escorted Song Ku and his family to Shirley Pavilion. "Shin Shidi, there's no need for you to see us off. Be careful on the road. I've heard there have been reports of mountain bandits recently. After all, this is the Qing Gang's carriage. They wouldn't dare touch us." Song Ku replied, "That's true?" Shun Fei acknowledged, clasping his hands. "Song Shidi, I'll write to you once I reach the capital. You must reply to me. When you arrive in the capital, remember to come find me. I know. You can rest assured." Shun Fei replied with a smile, giving Song Ku a light pat on the shoulder. Feigning pain, Song Ku chuckled, "Shin Shidi, your martial arts have become increasingly profound. That punch must be worth at least 500 taels. Ha ha ha, 500 taels? Song Shixiang, you might as well sell me instead." Shun Fei retorted jokingly, "I wouldn't dare. You are the beloved of the Hall Master's daughter. How could I sell you?" Song Ku teased, his eyebrows dancing playfully to these words. Shun Fei's expression darkened. Recently, Yuan Qianqian had been more frequent in her visits, her actions increasingly audacious, truly embodying the persona of a lovesick maiden, in his previous life. Shun Fei had no doubt that Yuan Qianqian would send him messages late at night, inviting him out for a rendezvous. Even though societal morals restrained him in this world, he found himself overwhelmed by the situation. Had she not held a special status, he would have been tempted to silence her once and for all. Due to Yuan Qianqian's antics, Gao Shan had not spoken to Shun Fei for several days, which greatly frustrated Shun Fei, who intended to reveal his mastery of the heart-crushing palm. His plans had been thoroughly disrupted. What a calamity, Shun Fei pondered. I must find an opportunity to leave the Ren'ai Hall. Otherwise, Gao Shifu will not let me off the hook. How difficult can that be? Song Ke replied with a sly smile. Lowering his voice, I've heard that the branch academy in the northern part of the city is in need of an alchemist. If Shen Shidi possesses the ability, why not apply to transfer there? An alchemist? Shen Fei's thoughts stirred. This indeed seemed like a splendid option, allowing him to distance himself from the Ren'ai Hall while dedicating himself to martial cultivation. A twofold benefit, Song Shixiang. This method is quite astute. It appears I must exert myself diligently. Hee. Song Ke smiled meaningfully, clasping his hands. Shen Shidi, it's time to part ways. We shall meet again in the capital. Until then, Shen Fei returned the gesture, casually handing over a fruit basket. Take this for the journey. Ensure the children are not left hungry. All right, Song Ke accepted it without hesitation, laughing heartily as he turned and boarded the carriage. Shen Fei watched the carriage fade into the distance before turning to head back to the Ren'ai Hall. Inside the carriage, Song Ke's son clamored for fruit. With a smile, Song Ke opened the basket and, upon glancing down, discovered a 100-tael silver note and a handkerchief. Isn't this the handkerchief I lost? How did it end up here? And there's a silver note. Old Song, did Shen Shidi forget to take these? His wife exclaimed in surprise. No need for that. Song Ke chuckled, peeling an orange as he muttered to himself. It seems I have not concealed anything from you, Shen Shidi. We shall certainly meet again in the capital. As he gazed out the window, a fledgling eagle suddenly spread its wings and soared past. Chapter 33. Alchemist Song Ke's suggestion was remarkably sound. Shen Fei returned home and contemplated for an entire day before decisively clapping his hands. Resolving to follow this plan, nothing held greater significance than strength, which had been Shen Fei's pursuit from the beginning. He did not wish to end up like that guard, Guan He, who had met an untimely demise. He must become stronger. For this reason, Shen Fei needed to extricate himself from the whirlpool that was the Ren'ai Hall, distancing himself from Yuan Qianqian, so that what he could not see would not trouble his heart. Thus, a few days later, Shen Fei took the initiative to approach the sullen-faced Gao Shan, presenting the long-prepared Duanqi ointment. You successfully concocted the Duanqi ointment? Gao Shan marveled as he examined the high-quality ointment in his hands. His previously indifferent expression replaced with one of astonishment. Indeed. Under your diligent guidance, Shifu, I was fortunate enough to succeed today, Shen Fei humbly replied. Gao Shan blinked, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face, as he gratefully remarked. Your achievements are solely due to your own efforts. I have merely played a minor role. Since Shen Fei had been so earnest in his flattery, Gao Shan could only graciously accept it. The Duanqi ointment was genuine, still retaining a bit of warmth, and certainly not something Shen Fei had purchased to deceive Gao Shan. Moreover, Shen Fei would never engage in such foolishness. With the successful creation of the Duanqi ointment, according to the rules of the Ren'ai Hall, Shen Fei would henceforth be recognized as an alchemist. I have taught students for several years, and countless apprentices have come and gone, yet I have finally produced an alchemist. Gao Shan reflected with satisfaction. Were it not for Shen Fei's connection to Yuan Qianqian, he would have been tempted to laugh aloud, exclaiming that heaven had eyes. Nonetheless, Gao Shan's eyes glimmered with uncontainable joy as he fondled the Duanqi ointment, cheerfully stating, You are now an alchemist. You will have your own alchemy workshop, though modest. You may recruit a few apprentices and have your own space. Continue to strive for excellence. Do not bring shame upon your master. Yes, Gao Shan added with a smile, I will inform the hall master shortly. There will be someone to verify the situation. Before that, do you have anything you wish to add? Yes, Shen Fei declared decisively. Speak. Gao Shan had anticipated Shen Fei would inquire about the benefits of being an alchemist, or any additional rewards for concocting elixirs each month. However, Shen Fei's first words took him by surprise, nearly causing him to leap in astonishment. Disciple wishes to apply for a transfer to the branch academy. The branch academy? Gao Shan's eyes lit up, suppressing his excitement. He asked calmly, Why? Though I am sheltered under Shifu's wing and my skills have improved, I feel I still lack certain abilities, making me inadequate in critical moments. Hence, I wish to transfer to the branch academy to strengthen myself. Shen Fei spoke with wide eyes, carefully selecting his words. Gao Shan recognized that Shen Fei was embellishing his reasons, yet he was pleased to hear it. Very well, Gao Shan considered, casting a deep glance at Shen Fei. Yuan Qianqian was constantly entangled with Shen Fei, which pained him deeply. Had Gao Shan not been completely certain that Shen Fei harbored no inappropriate intentions, he would have long since sought to make things difficult for him. Taking into account Shen Fei's request to transfer and to go to the branch academy, Gao Shan deliberated for a moment before deciding to support Shen Fei's aspirations. Your aptitude is commendable for one so young. I believe the hall master will prioritize your training. Once you are at the branch academy, do not bring shame upon me. Amidst the tranquil surroundings, Gao Shan uttered a few words and gracefully took his leave. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. After Gao Shan's report, Ren Ai Tang dispatched another esteemed alchemist to personally verify the situation. Shen Fei remained utterly unperturbed, proceeding to concoct the elusive Duansu Gao on the spot. Once the genuine Duansu Gao was produced, the senior alchemist smiled with satisfaction and immediately turned to congratulate Gao Shan. Thus, Shen Fei ascended to the rank of alchemist. With this newfound status, his treatment and standing far surpassed that of the other apprentices, granting him an independent alchemical workshop and the ability to recruit several apprentices to assist him, marking him as a prominent mid-level figure within the entirety of Ren Ai Tang. Naturally, he could also be assigned to a branch institute. Such a branch assignment, overseeing the alchemical authority therein, held even greater weight and benefits, positions that senior alchemists often disregarded. Yet many seasoned alchemists yearned for. Gao Shan reported Shen Fei's intentions, and alongside him, several experienced alchemists sought the alchemist position at the North Branch. Shen Fei was taken aback upon hearing the news. Initially believing his status as a newly minted alchemist would render him uncompetitive against those seasoned practitioners, thereby deeming the North Branch position unattainable. However, Shen Fei underestimated the tenacity of a sycophant. Once Shen Fei explicitly expressed his desire to leave Ren Ai Tang to evade Yuan Qianqian, Gao Shan utilized his years of accumulated connections, orchestrating a network that enabled Shen Fei to shine amidst a multitude of competitors, ultimately securing the coveted position. Consequently, word spread, and many apprentices and alchemists praised Gao Shan, lauding him as a true master with a broad heart, willing to go to great lengths for his disciple. Ultimately, a few days later, the official appointment was issued, sending Shen Fei and a fellow alchemist named Zhang Fengxian to the North Branch, with Shen Fei as the primary and Zhang Fengxian as the secondary. In the front courtyard, a throng of apprentices surrounded Shen Fei, offering their heartfelt congratulations for his elevation to alchemist and subsequent branch assignment. Congratulations, junior brother Shen. You have made significant progress. What do you mean by junior brother Shen? Silly, now you should call him Master Shen. Yes, my mistake. How embarrassing, Master Shen. Do come back to visit us when you can. We will always welcome you indeed. The apprentices fawned over Shen Fei, especially Suyu, who stood beside him. Her voice boisterous and her demeanor overly familiar, leading outsiders to mistakenly believe she was a close confidant of Shen Fei. The esteemed Master Gao has arrived. One apprentice called out, prompting the crowd to disperse hastily. Master Gao, Shen Fei greeted with a respectful gesture. Here is your appointment token, Gao Shan said, tossing a token engraved with a bronze alchemical character and the character Zhao on its northern face. This token will serve as your identification at the North Branch. Do not misplace it. Understood. Once you arrive, work diligently, do not neglect your craft, and ensure you meet the monthly profit targets assigned by the hall. Return to report to the main hall once a month. Yes, maintain good relations with your peers. Do not squander the efforts I have invested in you. Particularly with Zhang Fengxian, he may not fully respect your position as the primary alchemist. So do not let matters sour. Understood. You are now an alchemist, but do not grow complacent. Strive to become a senior alchemist as soon as possible. Regarding the alchemical formulas, take your time to absorb them, and in the future, send someone to the Dambao Pavilion to transcribe them. However, note that the formulas are not free. You must purchase them. Yes, do not neglect your martial training either, although you are somewhat older. With effort, you may still have the opportunity to become a martial artist in the future. It is always beneficial to possess additional means of self-protection. Yes, Gao Shan continued to impart his wisdom, radiating an aura of brilliance, exuding a commanding presence. Shen Fei felt somewhat bewildered. He recalled Gao Shan as not being one to ramble, Yet today he was unusually verbose. Nevertheless, with separation imminent, Shun Fei patiently listened to Gao Shan's teachings. After a while, Gao Shan concluded his monologue, casually handing Shun Fei a silver note worth 1,000 taels, saying, "This is for your travel expenses. You will inevitably need it for socializing at the branch." "Thank you, Master Gao. When do you plan to depart for the branch?" Shun Fei pondered briefly before replying, "Perhaps tomorrow." Gao Shan smiled slightly, suggesting, "Why not set off immediately?" Chapter 34. The appointment and familiar faces. The layout of Kang County is quite standard. The southern part is a slum, the eastern side is a commercial district, the western area is dedicated to entertainment, while the northern section constitutes a respectable residential area. With a population of around 50,000, nearly 20,000 reside in the north. Due to the topography of Kang County, which slopes from south to north, the Tsang River flows northward from the west before bending eastward at the juncture of the northern and southern sections. Forming a natural moat and a clear demarcation line, the river divides the stark differences between the north and south. Shun Fei quickly packed his belongings, hefting a large bundle as he boarded the carriage arranged by Ren Ai Tang. Heading straight for the north branch, the carriage jostled along, and after about an hour, they arrived at the north branch. "Master Shun, we have arrived," the driver said respectfully. "Thank you for your efforts," Shun Fei replied, lifting the curtain and alighting from the carriage. Before him lay a spacious courtyard approximately 4 to 5 meters wide, still bustling with a few townsfolk coming and going in the twilight. The sign for Ren Ai Tang's North Branch hung prominently above, easily noticeable. Shun Fei waved the driver off, shouldering his large bundle as he strode confidently into the North Branch of Ren Ai Tang. The front courtyard was expansive, nearly 50 meters wide, with a row of medicine cabinets lining the left side, stretching from west to north. A dozen apprentices were busily preparing and dispensing medicines, while several seasoned practitioners tended to patients. The right side appeared much cleaner, with only a few scattered cabinets, yet they were crafted from exquisite rosewood, exuding a sense of rarity. Shun Fei surveyed the scene, quickly grasping the situation. The front courtyard of Ren Ai Tang primarily dealt with selling medicines. However, there was a clear distinction between those meant for ordinary folk and those intended for martial artists. The left side clearly catered to the former, while the right side served the latter. With a distinct separation between the two, "May I inquire what brings you to Ren Ai Tang? Are you here for treatment or to purchase medicine?" a staff member greeted with a congenial smile. Clearly a seasoned member of Ren Ai Tang, "I am here for my appointment," Shun Fei replied with a slight smile, producing the token that identified him as an alchemist. Upon examining the token, the staff member was taken aback, panic evident in his demeanor. "You are Master Shun, then? I beg your pardon for my oversight." He scrambled to bow to Shun Fei. "There is no need for such formality. My arrival was abrupt, and I did not notify you in advance," Shun Fei chuckled, assisting the staff member to his feet. "An abrupt arrival, but who comes to take up a post in the afternoon? That seems rather hasty," the staff member mused internally, perplexed by Shun Fei's eagerness for power. "Normally, wouldn't it take several days for the process to unfold?" the staff member thought to himself, yet he swiftly led Shun Fei through the front courtyard and into the back, whispering a few instructions to other staff members along the way. By the time Shun Fei reached the back courtyard, several individuals awaited him, engaged in light-hearted conversation. The North Branch's head, the steward of Ren Ai Tang, Ma Wu, the logistics head, Sun Changhe, the accountant, Jia Hui, and the captain of the security team, Wen Shan, were all present. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ma Wu, the North Branch's head, spoke up, his expression cheerful as he donned a well-fitted blue satin robe, radiating an air of affluence. Though Ma Wu appeared to be in his early 40s, his fair complexion and noble demeanor belied any signs of aging. Shun Fei took a quick glance at Ma Wu and recognized him as a cunning individual with a deceptively pleasant exterior. "Your words are overly kind. Steward Ma, I shall focus on alchemy, and for other matters, I hope you will lend your support," Shun Fei replied, bowing respectfully and adopting a humble demeanor. "Not at all. It is my duty." Ma Wu chuckled, stroking his beard. "We initially planned to host a banquet for you this evening, Master Shun, but due to the late hour and Zhang Fengxian's absence, it would be prudent to wait until he arrives to celebrate together. We can save some costs that way, can't we?" Shun Fei, without hesitation, readily agreed. "That sounds perfect." It should indeed be done this way. Then it is settled. Mei Wu chuckled lightly and provided a brief introduction of Sun Changhe and Jia Hui to Xin Fei. Both Sun Changhe and Jia Hui hailed from the northern part of the city and had served in the northern branch for nearly 2 decades. Like Ma Wu, they were venerable figures of genuine stature and influence, having personally overseen the branch's development to its current state. Sun Changhe bore a countenance of stoic dullness, resembling a rustic farmer, while Jia Hui exuded shrewdness, his eyes glimmering with the cunning of a calculating mind. It was evident that both men regarded Ma Wu as their leader, adhering to his every word. As for Wen Shan, he was a martial artist of the Qi refinement realm, exhibiting an air of arrogance. Never deigning to cast a glance at Xin Fei remained unfazed. A martial artist of such caliber, being a minor figure in the Rineo Hall, was hardly inclined to extend courtesy to a mere alchemist. Perhaps if Gao Shan were present, he might have received a modicum of respect. The group exchanged pleasantries, and after arranging accommodation for Xin Fei, Ma Wu and the others departed. With his new position as an alchemist, Xin Fei's and lodging naturally saw a significant elevation. His monthly salary was set at 100 taels of silver, and he would receive a 10% commission from the sales of the elixirs he concocted, a far cry from the paltry 1 tael he previously earned per batch. Thus, the more elixirs Xin Fei produced and sold, the greater his monthly income would be. A common alchemist could earn several hundred taels monthly without difficulty, provided they possessed the requisite skills. Additionally, the northern branch had arranged for Xin Fei to have a small courtyard, complete with a bedroom, kitchen, restroom, and a modest garden. Though not expansive, it was a significant improvement over the cramped dormitory and small rooms he had previously occupied. Inside the courtyard, as Xin Fei made his bed and secured his belongings, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Xin Laodi? Lu Dage?" Xin Fei and Lu Chang exclaimed in surprise, their eyes wide with astonishment at their unexpected reunion. Lu Chang laughed heartily. "I heard a new alchemist had arrived. I never expected it to be you, Xin Laodi. What a stroke of fate." "Indeed, quite the coincidence," Xin Fei replied with a smile. "I heard that Lu Dage was promoted, and I never got the chance to congratulate you. I didn't expect to run into you here. I hope you can bear with me in the future. No need for such formality. I'm just a squad leader. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." Lu Chang pounded his chest with bravado, displaying a sense of camaraderie. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Chang glanced around furtively and whispered, "Xin Laodi, have you noticed something peculiar about this northern branch?" "Peculiar?" Xin Fei's interest was piqued as he settled on a stone bench. "What do you mean, Lu Dage? There are no outsiders here, so speak freely." Lu Chang sighed as he took a seat. "You truly haven't noticed? Ma Wu is clearly neglecting you. He doesn't hold you in high regard." "Oh?" Xin Fei blinked, pondering for a moment before responding with a smile. "Is it because of Zhang Fengxian?" "Precisely," Lu Chang replied in a hushed tone. "Zhang Fengxian is reputed to be the most talented alchemist in the Rineo Hall over the past decade, and Ma Wu is backing her. The position of chief alchemist in this northern branch was originally hers, but your exceptional talent has overshadowed her. Do you really expect Ma Wu to treat you kindly? Who told you that exceptional talent is to be used in such a manner?" Xin Fei rubbed his temples in frustration. One is surnamed Ma, the other Zhang. Surely Ma Wu wouldn't go this far? Heh. Lu Chang chuckled mischievously, a glint of gossip in his eyes. Wu has a romantic interest, a widow? No less. She's Zhang Fengxian's mother. Understanding dawned upon Xin Fei, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed. Ma Wu will surely regret this decision in the future. "Why is that?" Lu Chang queried, intrigued. Xin Fei smirked coldly. "One should never be kind to a woman with children, for you cannot warm her heart. Is that so?" Lu Chang blinked, wanting to counter but suddenly realizing the truth in Xin Fei's words. Chapter 35. Apprentice. Schemes. Zhang Fengxian did not arrive, and thus the welcoming banquet at the northern branch was temporarily postponed. Xin Fei expressed his indifference. He cared little for the banquet or Ma Wu's attitude towards him. His purpose in coming to the northern branch was solely to swiftly elevate his martial prowess, while quietly tending to his duties. As long as he was not hindered, Xin Fei was unconcerned with anything else. The following morning, Xin Fei rose early and made his way to the alchemy workshop assigned to him at the northern branch. While the workshop was not as spacious as that of the Rineo Hall, It was still considerable in size, approximately 300 square feet, containing 2 alchemy rooms, a storage room for medicinal herbs, a processing room for herbs, a kitchen, and a large dormitory, sufficient for Xin Fei to accommodate 3 or 4 apprentices and live while practicing alchemy. Ma Wu would inform Xin Fei in advance of the elixirs required by the branch, and he could request the necessary herbs from Sun Changhe, who would ensure their delivery after proper registration. Xin Fei would then proceed to process the herbs, store them, and concoct the elixirs. After the elixirs were produced, their types and quantities needed to be meticulously reported and registered with Sun Changhe and Jiahui. Only after both parties reconciled their accounts would the process be deemed complete. The Rineo Hall followed a similar procedure, though there, Xin Fei merely had to focus on concocting elixirs, with Gao Shan handling all other matters of coordination and registration. Now that he was assigned to a different branch, Xin Fei realized that managing an alchemy workshop was far from simple. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xin Fei strolled around his workshop, intrigued by his surroundings. While he was responsible for the elixir's production, he still required apprentices for herb processing and storage, as well as for the daily chores and record-keeping, as Gao Shan had mentioned. Xin Fei indeed needed to recruit apprentices to assist him. Before parting, Gao Shan had inquired if Xin Fei had any preferred candidates and offered to transfer 1 or 2 apprentices from his team to support him. In response, Xin Fei boldly requested Zhang Bai, who could concoct qi blood powder. Gao Shan merely smiled faintly and promptly declined. What a joke! An apprentice capable of producing qi blood powder is a rare talent, ensuring a steady output. Why would I willingly part with such a person? Especially since, after Song Ke's departure, few can still produce qi blood powder, and I certainly wouldn't want to let him go. With Zhang Bai unavailable and no other candidates appealing to him, Xin Fei had to abandon the matter. Apprentices? Xin Fei's gaze flickered as memories of his own apprenticeship surfaced. He had originally come from the southern part of the city. Growing up in a slum without parents and dire straits, he had sold himself into servitude at the Rineo Hall as an apprentice for 10 years. Little did he know that one day he would traverse through time, awaken a golden finger, and, in a twist of fate, become an alchemist in charge of a branch. His life had undergone a remarkable transformation. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Xin Fei mused. Master Shun, at that moment. A timid voice broke through Xin Fei's reverie. He turned to see a frail boy, around 15 or 16 years old, standing at the entrance. The lad was emaciated, his complexion a sickly yellow in that instant. Xin Fei was momentarily reminded of his younger self from the previous year. Who are you? Xin Fei inquired sternly. I am Wang Guzi, an apprentice at this alchemy workshop, the boy replied, trembling with apprehension. An apprentice? Xin Fei raised an eyebrow. Did the previous alchemist not take you with him when he left? Wang Guzi managed a bitter smile, fidgeting uneasily. I am too foolish. I couldn't learn anything, not even how to process the herbs. And I tend to eat a lot. Master Zhang didn't want me, so they left me here all alone. As he spoke, Wang Guzi grew agitated, tears streaming down his face. What a wretched fate. Xin Fei regarded Wang Guzi with a measured gaze and replied coolly, do not be anxious. Since you are familiar with this place, you may stay here to perform menial tasks, and your treatment will remain unchanged. Thank you, Master Shun, Wang Guzi exclaimed, eyes brimming with joy, nearly bowing in gratitude. There is no need for such formality. I am not much older than you. Relax a bit. Yes. Wang Guzi responded with excitement. Zhang Fengxian had yet to arrive, and the welcoming banquet had not commenced, yet Xin Fei had no intention of idling away his time. The completion of his heart-crushing palm technique was merely a step away, and in about 10 days, he would fulfill all necessary conditions. Thus, Xin Fei would not squander time waiting idly. After a brief morning tidying of the alchemy workshop, Xin Fei spent the afternoon gathering the required herbs for registration at logistics, retrieving 10 sets of materials for refining blood-nourishing pills before returning to the workshop. After processing the herbs, he promptly sent them to the alchemy chamber to commence the refinement of the blood-nourishing pills. Along the way, Xin Fei tested Wang Guzi's abilities, and the results were commendable. Wang Guzi's skill in handling the herbs left Xin Fei in awe, pondering that if he had been incapacitated that day, even his feat would have surpassed Wang Guzi's abilities. Alas, he thought, it seems he would have to take on some menial tasks in the future, in front of Wang Guzi. Xinfei displayed an astonishing and divine technique in herb processing, leaving Wang Guzi utterly amazed. After more than an hour, Xinfei successfully refined a blood-nourishing pill and a continuity ointment, dispatching them to Sun Changhe and Jia Hui for registration. Once these tasks were completed, Xinfei contemplated and called Wang Guzi to accompany him for a stroll, intending to seek a few apprentices in the northern part of the city to assist him in a small room. Ma Wu sat in the prime position, toying with the blood-nourishing pill that Xinfei had just refined. The pill was vividly red and round, a genuine blood-nourishing pill. This level of refinement was no inferior to that of the previously transferred Master Zhang. However, Master Zhang was an experienced alchemist in his 30s, while Xinfei was merely 18. It seemed Xinfei possessed a remarkable talent for alchemy. Ma Wu, amused, turned to Jia Hui and asked, "Have you inquired about the matters I tasked you with?" "Indeed, I have," Jia Hui replied in a hushed tone. Xinfei is an orphan from the southern part of the city, who later sold himself. Currently, he can refine qi blood powders, blood-nourishing pills, and continuity ointments. But he lacks martial skills, truly inspiring. Even I find myself somewhat admiring such a person. And Wu smiled faintly, his countenance laced with derision. "It is a pity that he should compete with my Fengxian for resources. An orphan without power or influence will soon learn the treachery of human nature." These words, Jia Hui scoffed, while Sun Changhe appeared somewhat hesitant. "This individual is a disciple of Gao Shan. There shouldn't to be any issues, right, Gao Shan? What is he to me?" Ma Wu dismissed. "I am of the same rank as him, and I am a steward. My connections are not lacking. Besides, I am not intending to cripple Xinfei. I merely aim to rightfully take what is mine. Even if Gao Shan finds out later, he cannot do anything to me. He can only blame his disciple for being inferior." Steward Ma is indeed correct. Jia Hui chimed in with a sinister grin. "Isn't he an alchemist? Then we shall assign him additional tasks, increase the intensity, and have him refine 2 blood-nourishing pills a day. Let us wear him out." "Precisely," Ma Wu laughed heartily. "The demand for blood-nourishing pills at Fengyi society has been pushed to the limit. Time is short, and the tasks are heavy. Let us see how Xinfei manages to cope. I do not believe that at such a young age, he can achieve a 20% success rate in refining blood-nourishing pills." "Brilliant plan," Jia Hui praised, raising his thumb, and a wonder Steward Ma instructed Zhang Fengxian not to come over first. "This is the reason, I want Xinfei to understand that being an alchemist in the branch is a lucrative endeavor, but not an easy one. Tomorrow, I shall present him with a list and demand he gather 20 blood-nourishing pills within 10 days. Otherwise, I may have to pay him a visit at Ren Ai Hall." They erupted into laughter, filling the small room with a jovial atmosphere. Chapter 36. Profiting handsomely. 10 days, 20 blood-nourishing pills? Yes, Sun Changhe rubbed his hands together, smiling sheepishly. The situation arose suddenly. Fengyi Society has placed an urgent order for a large quantity of blood-nourishing pills. "Oh?" Xinfei raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "That is quite a substantial amount. Why not have Ren Ai Hall handle the distribution?" "That cannot be done." Sun Changhe lowered his voice. "This order was painstakingly secured by Steward Ma through his connections. It counts towards our branch's performance. If we turn to Ren Ai Hall for assistance, we would have to share half of the credit with them. The entire branch, with over 30 individuals, relies on performance for sustenance." After a pause, Sun Changhe looked at Xinfei with anticipation. "Master Shun, you can refine the blood-nourishing pills, right?" "Of course," Xinfei smiled. "Just send the corresponding herbs to me, and I shall handle it." "Excellent. I shall have someone bring the herbs to you immediately." Sun Changhe clasped his hands together, departing with a cheerful expression. Watching Sun Changhe's retreating figure, Xinfei chuckled. Just yesterday, Lu Chang had mentioned that Ma Wu might neglect him. Now, it was evident that it was far more than mere neglect. It was a scheme against him. 20 blood-nourishing pills. This order was neither large nor small, and its sudden emergence coincided perfectly with Xinfei's recent appointment. Had it not been for some clandestine planning, Xinfei would never have believed it. For an ordinary alchemist, producing 20 blood-nourishing pills within 10 days would be utterly impossible. However, with Xinfei's proficiency at the minor level of blood-nourishing pills, his success rate was 50%. 10 sets of herbs could yield 5 blood-nourishing pills, and the quality would still be at the minor completion level. Upon calculating, after submitting the 20 required, Shunfei could still retain 80 blood-nourishing pills. After accounting for those needed to fulfill his heart-crushing palm completion, Shunfei would still have 10 remaining, each worth 50 taels of silver, resulting in a handsome profit of 500 taels. At that moment, Shunfei suddenly realized just how formidable his golden finger truly was. It was as if they were forcefully stuffing money into his hands. Steward Ma was indeed generous, Shunfei sighed, his expression a mixture of melancholy and reflection. He promptly rose and made his way to the herb processing room in the backyard, where Wang Guzi was currently working alongside 2 young apprentices, all sweating profusely from the labor. The 2 youngsters were new learners, visibly anxious, while Wang Guzi, being a novice himself, was equally exhausted. Shunfei shook his head, lightly clearing his throat to attract their attention. Master Shun has arrived. The 3 stood up promptly, respectfully standing to the side. Shunfei inquired in a deep voice, "How is your practice progressing?" Wang Guzi was the first to respond. I still do not know how. It is quite normal for you not to know, brother. If you did, I would suspect you to be the chosen one instead. Shunfei smiled gently, and no need to worry. As long as you can perform your duties well, that is sufficient. There is no need to force yourself. Indeed, Wang Guzi replied gratefully with a smile. Shunfei turned his gaze to the other 2. They were both fair-skinned and bore a striking resemblance to each other. Clearly twins. The previous day, when Shunfei and Wang Guzi were wandering in the northern part of the city, they had noticed the twins clad in tattered garments, their faces pale, begging on the streets. Unable to bear the sight, Shunfei had recruited them as apprentices. Zhao spoke in a deep voice, "Master Shun, I have almost learned the techniques. A few more practices, and I will be proficient." Zhao chimed in cheerfully, "I have already grasped it and can learn to process more herbs." "Excellent work." Shunfei smiled with satisfaction. Both Zhao and Zhao were around 15 or 16 years old. Similar in age to Wang Guzi, yet their capabilities were vastly different. Zhao was steady and composed, while Zhao was quick-witted and had a good memory, showing considerable talent in alchemy. "Zhao, you and Wang Guzi will wait in the front yard. Someone will be delivering herbs shortly. Ensure you check and register them correctly without any mix-ups. Zhao, I will first instruct you on how to process the herbs, and then I will guide you as you practice." "Yes, Master Shin," the 3 replied in unison. Soon, Sun Changhe sent over a large box filled with herbs. After counting, inspecting, and confirming that everything was in order, Zhao and Wang Guzi transported the materials for refining blood-nourishing pills to the backyard. Shunfei, in front of the 3, personally demonstrated how to process the herbs. As expected, Zhao learned the fastest, mastering the techniques in less than an hour, while Zhao took a bit longer, requiring over an hour to fully grasp the methods. As for Wang Guzi, for the next few days, you will be responsible for transporting the processed herbs from Zhao and Zhao to the alchemy chamber for me. "Yes, Master Shun," Wang Guzi nodded, feeling ashamed, aware that he had once again disappointed Shunfei with his performance. He truly felt he was too slow-witted. "Do not be disheartened." Shunfei patted Wang Guzi's shoulder. "Not everything can be accomplished in one go. You must have patience. Only then can great things be achieved." "Master Shun." Wang Guzi gazed at Shunfei's youthful face, barely older than himself, feeling deeply moved by Shunfei's comforting words, nearly brought to tears. "Let me try once more, Master Shun. I can do it." Shunfei contemplated for a moment, then smiled slightly. "Go check what is being prepared for lunch in the kitchen." Oh. Once everything was in order, Shunfei began fervently refining blood-nourishing pills in the alchemy chamber. Now, Shunfei was a genuine mid-stage martial artist in the blood-nourishing realm, possessing abundant vitality and stamina, his physical condition incomparable to that of his apprentice days. While an ordinary person would need to rest after refining 10 sets in a day, Shunfei required no such respite. He could work from morning until night, his speed and efficiency remarkable. With 200 sets of herbs, Shunfei completed the refining process in just 4 or 5 days. This speed was still hindered by the slow pace of Wang Guzi and the others in processing the herbs. Had they worked faster, Shunfei could have been even swifter. The combination of a martial artist and an alchemist was undeniably powerful. 100 blood-nourishing pills were in hand, of which 20 were of entry-level quality, specially manipulated by Xin Fei, while the remaining 80 were of minor achievement quality, exhibiting more potent effects. Naturally, Xin Fei intended to submit the entry-level blood-nourishing pills. The pills had already been refined, yet Xin Fei chose not to submit them immediately, for he had a 10-day deadline. There was no need to rush. He could easily take advantage of this opportunity to leisurely advance his progress in the heart-crushing palm technique. As 10 days swiftly passed, during which Xin Fei consumed blood-nourishing pills in abundance, he successfully met all the conditions for mastering the heart-crushing palm, emerging as a genuine warrior of the blood-nourishing realm. It was at this moment that Sun Changhe personally arrived to request the blood-nourishing pills in the alchemy workshop. Wang Guzi was sweeping the floor, Zhao De was organizing the medicinal herb storage room, and Zhao Er was handling the herbs, each diligently attending to their respective tasks. Sun Changhe sat in a chair with a stern expression, a layer of fine dust resting on the teacup to his left. Wang Guzi was indeed a person of integrity. He swept the floor precisely when instructed. Observing all this, Xin Fei silently gave Wang Guzi a thumbs up in his heart. Given his actions today, Xin Fei was determined to keep Wang Guzi around. Master Xin, you have finally arrived. Sun Changhe forced a smile through his stiff demeanor, saying, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Your apprentice has been well entertained. Xin Fei smiled faintly, feigning ignorance of Sun Changhe's sarcastic tone, and directly handed over a vial containing 20 blood-nourishing pills. Sun Changhe paused slightly, opened the vial to inhale its contents, and exclaimed in astonishment, blood-nourishing pills? Authentic and exact, 20 in total. Xin Fei let out a long breath, pretending to be fatigued, and remarked, I have not disappointed you. After toiling diligently, I successfully refined 20 blood-nourishing pills. What? You? Sun Changhe's expression was peculiar. He had initially doubted Xin Fei's capabilities as an alchemist, but now he realized that Xin Fei possessed some skill, astonishingly producing 20 blood-nourishing pills within 10 days. Such talent. No wonder he could overshadow Zhang Fengxian to become a legitimate alchemist. It seemed Zhang Fengxian needed to return promptly. Otherwise, Xin Fei would firmly establish himself at the North City branch. With many thoughts racing through his mind, Sun Changhe rose and clasped his hands, saying with a smile, Thank you, Master Xin. I will register this and report to Elder Ma immediately. Safe travels, Xin Fei nodded, watching Sun Changhe's figure fade from his sight. Chapter 37. The absurd conditions for mastering the heart-crushing palm. He has mastered it. Ma Wu received the news, his expression one of disbelief. Yes, Sun Changhe offered the blood-nourishing pills refined by Xin Fei, speaking in a hushed tone. They are authentic and of good quality. Wu remained silent, his face darkening as he sat rigidly in his chair. His eyes flickering, Jia Hui, thinking quickly, said gravely, Elder Ma, it appears this Xin Fei truly possesses some skill. Zhang Fengxian must return at once. Otherwise, his position is in jeopardy. I share the same sentiment, Sun Changhe hastily agreed. After a moment of silence, Ma Wu slowly replied, Fengxian has finally made something of himself. His mother took him out of the city to pay respects to his father's grave, and he won't be back for a few days. 2 question marks floated up as Sun Changhe and Jia Hui exchanged glances, both recognizing the derision in each other's eyes. How ridiculous! If one wishes to indulge in affairs of the heart, then indulge. There's no need to go to such lengths to nurture someone else's offspring selflessly. Elder, you have jeopardized a significant matter. Suddenly, Sun Changhe and Jia Hui felt a pang of regret. To pave the way for Zhang Fengxian's rise, Ma Wu had spent considerable resources to transfer the previous Master Zhang, believing this position was virtually guaranteed for Zhang Fengxian. Yet, unexpectedly, Xin Fei had emerged as a contender. Now, their plans had backfired, allowing Xin Fei to solidify his footing, which would certainly lead to complications in the future. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Sun Changhe stated, We must ensure that Xin Fei remains unaware of any tampering with the herbs. Otherwise, the main hall will not spare us. Ma Wu hesitated. He's just an ordinary alchemist. Surely he won't notice. Even Master Zhang didn't. Sun Changhe grew anxious. What if he does? Jia Hui quickly added. Thus, Zhang Fengxian must return immediately. We need to find a way to eliminate Xin Fei. Upon hearing this, Ma Wu's eyelids twitched. He recognized that his old companions Zhao De nodded and hurriedly turned to head towards the backyard. Before long, he returned with a basket of medicinal herbs. Shen Fei crouched down to inspect them one by one. After a considerable pause, Shen Fei's gaze flickered. Indeed, someone had tampered with the goods. Out of 10 portions of Bai Ling Chao, 3 were counterfeit, and the other herbs were similarly compromised. Were it not for his exceptional ability to process medicinal materials, an ordinary alchemist would never have detected such tricks. Someone is plotting against me? No, this method is rather foolish. No one would risk a 50-tail blood-nourishing pill over such triviality. Therefore, Shen Fei's thoughts began to stir, and he quickly deduced the motive behind the scheme. Someone was attempting to profit from the price difference in the herbs. In an instant, he understood why Ma Wu had set his sights on him. The order for 20 blood-nourishing pills elucidated everything. It was clear they feared he would discover the truth. Heh, yet I have discovered it. Waving his hand to dismiss Zhao De and Zhao Er, Shen Fei's eyes sparkled as several plans materialized in his mind. Calculating how to deal with the scheming Ma Wu and his ilk. The following afternoon, Lu Chang returned, and upon receiving the news, Shen Fei intended to treat Lu Chang to a drink. However, he was suddenly informed that another alchemist, Zhang Fengxian, had also arrived. The North City branch had arranged several tables at the Zuixian Lu to welcome Shen Fei and Zhang Fengxian. Shen Fei readily agreed and gracefully made his way there. Chapter 38. The forceful arrival of the Child of Destiny, Zuixian Lu, the finest tavern in North City, boasts 3 stories. The first floor is a grand hall, while the second and third floors consist of private rooms, each demanding a hefty minimum spend. Naturally, with high prices come exceptional service. On the third floor, Ma Wu had reserved the largest private room, setting up 3 full tables for the welcome feast of Shen Fei and Zhang Fengxian. All the prominent figures from the North City branch were present: the head of the front hall, the old staff serving, the guards, the logistics team, several senior accountants, along with Ma Wu's confidants, filling the 3 tables to capacity. A steady stream of exquisite dishes was brought forth, all of which Shen Fei had never encountered before, clearly of considerable value. A 30-year-old vintage wine was opened, and its aroma quickly permeated the entire room. Under the stimulation of the alcohol, the atmosphere soon transformed into one of clinking glasses and lively exchanges. Gentlemen. Ma Wu stood up, clad in a vibrant red robe, his face aglow, making it appear as though his son had just achieved top honors in the imperial examinations. Today marks a momentous occasion for our North City branch. Let us joyously welcome 2 esteemed alchemists, Shen Fei and Zhang Fengxian. Please extend your greetings to our esteemed colleagues. From now on, you are among family. Shen Fei rose with a smile, offering a polite bow. His demeanor was warm, exchanging casual pleasantries that struck the perfect balance, demonstrating his adeptness in social interactions. In contrast, Zhang Fengxian appeared considerably less polished. Dressed in a pale green robe, his attire bore a striking resemblance to Ma Wu's, and his tall figure exuded an air of aloofness, a faint shadow of malevolence lurking in his brow. When faced with others' greetings, Zhang Fengxian merely nodded perfunctorily, devoid of any warmth, starkly contrasting with the affable Shen Fei. Ma Wu noticed Zhang Fengxian's oddity, and, with a hearty laugh, reclaimed the atmosphere of the gathering. At the banquet, Shen Fei and Lu Chang sat side by side, indulging in the lavish spread. Today's feast was entirely funded by the North City branch, showcasing an array of top-tier dishes, many of which Shen Fei had never tasted before, their tantalizing aromas almost irresistible. Having arrived, he was determined to make an impression, so Shen Fei wasted no time in savoring the food. "Leave me half of that," Lu Chang exclaimed, snatching a roast chicken, glaring. "Are you really going to fight me for food here? Shouldn't you be toasting with our colleagues instead?" Shen Fei merely chuckled silently, gesturing with his lips. Lu Chang instinctively looked up, only to see Ma Wu and Zhang Fengxian toasting each key figure from the North City branch one by one. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the higher-ups of the North City branch clasped their hands in farewell and departed, seemingly with no intention of getting acquainted with Shen Fei. "Did you see that?" Shen Fei cackled. "Ma Wu is openly attempting to sideline me. The entire North City branch is filled with his people. What do you plan to do? With such open exclusion, it seems you might find things difficult moving forward," Lu Chang murmured. Zhang Fengxian was even escorted out of the city for a grave visit by the steward Ma, indicating his significance in Ma Wu's eyes. Not a problem, Xin Fei replied with a faint smile, contemplating, you may attempt to exclude me, but as long as you do not hinder my alchemical endeavors, I will continue to strive towards achieving the conditions for the perfection of the crushing heart palm. After all the effort to transfer from Ren Ai Tang to this place, what was the goal? It was to securely enhance his strength. You pursue your agendas, and I shall pursue mine, maintaining a harmonious distance. However, should you dare to impede me? As Shun Fei lowered his head to eat, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The banquet came to a swift conclusion, and shortly after, the attendees dispersed. Observing this, Shun Fei felt it was inappropriate to linger further. He stood, clasped his hands in salute to Ma Wu, and departed alongside Lu Chong. As they descended the stairs, they encountered Captain Wen Shan of the guard. Captain Wen, Xin Fei, and Lu Chong greeted with smiles and bows. Wen Shan responded with a scoff, turning away arrogantly, striding directly towards the brothel. He seems quite displeased with you, Xin Fei remarked with a smirk. Lu Chong rolled his eyes. I think it's directed at you. When I first arrived, his attitude was somewhat decent. Is that so? Xin Fei laughed, his gaze following Wen Shan's receding figure, remarking, I've heard Captain Wen is both greedy and lecherous, frequenting brothels daily, eating one chicken per day? Indeed. Xin Fei chuckled. Captain Wen's lavish spending while maintaining such a lifestyle is truly admirable. Lu Chong scoffed. Captain Wen is a Qi refinement realm martial artist. His monthly salary alone is no trifling sum. He also has affiliations with several small gangs in North City, collecting tribute monthly, living quite luxuriously. Brother Lu, have you not affiliated with any? I have, Lu Chong grinned. I'm associated with the bun shop next door to the North City branch. Brother, you'll eat buns for free from now on. Ha ha ha! The two exchanged hearty laughter. On the third floor of Zue Xianlu, within the private room, Ma Wu stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Fengxian, their eyes calmly watching Xin Fei and Lu Chong gradually recede into the distance. Fengxian, Xin Fei possesses some capabilities. He may become a formidable rival for you in the future, Ma Wu spoke solemnly. Zhang Fengxian raised an eyebrow, his gaze dripping with disdain, a smug expression gracing his features. He is no match for me, Ma Wu replied gently. There is no need for you to be concerned. I will do everything in my power to eliminate him and ensure he does not obstruct your path. Looking at Zhang Fengxian with affectionate eyes, Ma Wu smiled. How has your martial arts training progressed? Zhang Fengxian beamed with pride. I have achieved minor success. Excellent. Ma Wu clapped his hands in laughter. At such a young age, you are already an alchemist and a mid-stage blood-nourishing realm martial artist. Your future is indeed limitless. It has not been in vain that I have supported you all these years. Remember, never let anyone discover your secret. Zhang Fengxian nodded lightly. As Ma Wu had stated, Zhang Fengxian, hailing from humble beginnings, had become a martial artist and an alchemist at such a young age. The duality of his identity, if revealed, would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Touching the small booklet hidden in his chest, Zhang Fengxian gazed at the retreating figures of Xin Fei ahead, a deep contempt glimmering in his eyes. Xin Fei? Regardless of your prowess, what of it? Ma Wu is on my side, and I possess a mysterious legacy. I am the child of destiny. What can you possibly use to contend with me? Humph! Let you serve as the stepping stone for my rise. Contemplating the scene of Xin Fei's future disgraceful retreat, a faint smile crept onto Zhang Fengxian's lips. Following the welcome feast, Zhang Fengxian officially and forcefully established his presence in the North City branch. The term forceful was apt, for with Zhang Fengxian's arrival, all members of the North City branch sensed Ma Wu's favoritism and differential treatment towards him. The best facilities, the finest tools, the top quality herbs, and the best apprentices were all prioritized for Zhang Fengxian. His rapid ascent was remarkable. Within just a few days, he had leveraged his commendable alchemical abilities to secure his foothold, establishing a dual hero scenario alongside Xin Fei. To this, Xin Fei remained unfazed. He hardly had the time to concern himself with Zhang Fengxian's actions. Each day, he diligently refined blood-nourishing pills, submitting one portion while privately keeping 4 for himself. Steadily progressing towards fulfilling the conditions for the perfection of the crushing heart palm, at his current pace. Within 3 months, he would meet all the criteria for the crushing heart palm, save for the last one. Calculating the timeline, it had taken Shun Fei merely 6 months since he began cultivating the crushing heart palm to nearly master a blood-nourishing realm technique, on the verge of stepping into the Qi refinement realm. Such progress was nothing short of extraordinary. Shun Fei internally sighed in relief. This speed was neither too fast nor too slow, just right. With just over a year remaining until his 20th birthday, if fortune smiled upon him, Shun Fei could very well become a body refinement realm martial artist. At that time, he would have the hope of ascending to an even higher stage. However, just as Shun Fei's hopes began to take shape, they were abruptly shattered. Are you saying you want me to refine breakthrough ointment from now on? Shun Fei's expression remained impassive as he looked at Ma Wu. Chapter 39. Why must you force my hand? I hope Master Shun can support the branch's decision. Ma Wu smiled and said, currently, the demand for blood-nourishing pills in the northern part of the city is not substantial. One alchemist will suffice. Therefore, I have discussed with my colleagues that Master Shun shall henceforth focus on the production of the continuation ointment. Is that agreeable? Shun Fei did not respond but countered with a question. The blood-nourishing pills are being produced by Zhang Fengxian? Indeed, Ma Wu replied, his smile unwavering and his intentions transparent. Shun Fei understood immediately, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he grasped Ma Wu's strategy. Alchemists relied on commissions for their livelihood. A single blood-nourishing pill fetched 50 taels, while a portion of continuation ointment was merely 15 taels. Should Shun Fei limit himself to producing only the continuation ointment, his commission would dwindle to merely 1 tael and 50 coins. A stark contrast to the profits from the blood-nourishing pills. Furthermore, the sales of continuation ointment were lackluster. Who among them suffered from bone fractures without reason? Consequently, Shun Fei's monthly income would inevitably plummet, leaving him bereft of resources to sustain the alchemy workshop, support apprentices, or foster his own development, a clever maneuver. Since Master Shun had no objections, it was settled. Ma Wu clasped his hands in respect and departed with a flourish. Shun Fei sat quietly on the long bench, lost in thought. The so-called strategy of Ma Wu boiled down to 2 words: money and the coercive use of power. Were Shun Fei not a martial artist, he could easily live a carefree life by producing Qi blood powders. Given his current success rate, he could submit one daily, pocketing several for himself, effortlessly amassing dozens of taels of silver at the end of the month. This would amount to hundreds, all while avoiding Zhang Fengxian. What a delightful scenario! Yet Shun Fei sought not wealth, but the blood-nourishing pills. He needed a considerable quantity to enhance his vitality, strengthen his bones, and prepare for the Qi refinement realm. At 50 taels per pill, Shun Fei required 4 each day, totaling 120 pills per month. Such a colossal demand could not be met by the income from Qi blood powders. If he were to produce them himself, the risk of exposure would be inevitable. Now, having finally obtained an opportunity for advancement, it was abruptly thwarted by Ma Wu's overbearing actions. If this were the outcome, what was the purpose of Shun Fei's arduous transfer to the northern branch? Would it not be more pleasant to remain at Renai Hall? Shun Fei sighed deeply. I have warned you not to provoke me. Why do you refuse to listen? In the following days, Ma Wu indeed restricted Shun Fei to merely 10 portions of materials for the continuation ointment each day, providing not a single herb beyond that. The news spread swiftly, and all at the northern branch became aware that Shun Fei was being aggressively targeted. Coupled with the whispers regarding Ma Wu and Zhang Fengxian, the entire branch lost faith in Shun Fei, believing he was on the verge of being ousted. Some immediately sought to ingratiate themselves with Zhang Fengxian, others remained neutral, while many chose to observe the situation unfold. Shun Fei, however, remained unfazed. He had a modest savings and several blood-nourishing pills to sustain himself for a month. Given Ma Wu's antagonism, Shun Fei decided to take this opportunity to rest, focusing on the production of softening powder, occasionally instructing Zhao De and the others when time permitted. Zhao De and the others were also aware of Shun Fei's predicament. Both Zhao De and Zhao Er, being genuine individuals, had noticed Shun Fei's kindness towards them in recent times. Upon learning of Shun Fei's targeting, they became incensed, cursing both at mealtime and in their sleep. Wang Guzi, unaware of the circumstances, followed suit in his cursing. Thus, They lived indulgently for over half a month until Lu Chang arrived upon hearing the news. In the small courtyard, Xin Fei was deep in slumber. Having just risen for breakfast and casually produced a portion of continuation ointment before returning to sleep, all within the span of an hour. Just as he was drifting off, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. And Lu Chang stormed in, radiating fury. "Lu Gu, what are you doing?" Xin Fei exclaimed, covering himself with a quilt, his expression one of alarm. "Xin Laodi, how can you still be sleeping?" Lu Chang said, exasperation evident on his face. "I've heard that Ma Zhi is excluding you, preventing you from producing blood-nourishing pills, and only allowing you to create that continuation ointment." "Indeed," Xin Fei replied languidly. "Then why do you not resist?" Lu Chang asked, heartbroken. "Do you not have a powerful ally in Gaoshan? Go to Renai Hall and report it." "Why report?" Xin Fei glanced at Lu Chang. "This is merely a matter of work distribution. Ma Zhi has not acted improperly. If I were to report this, I fear it would only invite ridicule." Lu Chang hesitated, wishing to convey that if this situation persisted, Xin Fei would likely be marginalized, and over time, rendered ineffective. "Let him be," Xin Fei chuckled, yawning lazily before burying himself under the covers once more. Oh, you infuriate me." Lu Chang stomped his foot and stormed out. Beneath the quilt, a smirk crept onto Xin Fei's lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. "Oh, not be hasty. The true spectacle is only just beginning." Days passed, and the Fengyi Society placed an urgent order for 50 blood-nourishing pills at the northern branch. Such a substantial order thrilled everyone at the branch. For fulfilling it would meet their performance targets for the month, allowing each individual to earn a handsome bonus. Consequently, all eyes were on the alchemist Zhang Fengxian. Ma Wu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, discreetly approached Zhang Fengxian and inquired solemnly, "Fengxian, do you foresee any issues with producing these 50 blood-nourishing pills?" "Of course not," Zhang Fengxian replied, surprised. "Do you doubt my abilities?" "Uncle Ma? Ha ha ha, certainly not. It's just that the Fengyi Society requires them urgently, and I fear you may struggle to produce them." Ma Wu left the rest unspoken, but Zhang Fengxian understood. He was simply worried that Xin Fei might seize the opportunity and rise again. 50 blood-nourishing pills? I hardly consider it a challenge, Zhang Fengxian declared, a proud smile gracing his face. "I currently have a 25% success rate." 25%? Ma Wu exclaimed, his surprise evident. Is that truly the case? "Indeed," Zhang Fengxian affirmed, a hint of satisfaction in his smile as he fondled the small booklet at his chest, a mysterious manual left behind by a renowned alchemist that had significantly enhanced his skills. With the aid of this manual, Zhang Fengxian had achieved an astonishing 25% success rate in producing blood-nourishing pills, a standard many seasoned alchemists could never hope to attain in their lifetimes. Such a success rate was more than sufficient to overshadow Xin Fei, ensuring he would never rise again. 25? Merely that? Excellent. Then the position of alchemist at the northern branch is yours. Ma Wu laughed heartily, his joy palpable. Just as Zhang Fengxian was about to speak, he raised an eyebrow and suddenly proposed, "Uncle Ma, I have an idea, do share." After a brief whispered conversation, Ma Wu exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you suggesting that you publicly demonstrate your alchemical prowess?" "Indeed," Zhang Fengxian nodded proudly. With his 25% success rate, a live demonstration would undoubtedly impress everyone and render Xin Fei's abilities obsolete, compelling him to withdraw. "Excellent, excellent," Ma Wu chuckled, stroking his beard, clearly pleased with Zhang Fengxian's plan. "Let us proceed as you suggest. I propose we schedule it for tomorrow." "Agreed." Zhang Fengxian nodded slightly, a sinister glint in his eyes. Before long, news spread throughout the northern branch that alchemist Zhang Fengxian would conduct a live demonstration to produce 50 blood-nourishing pills the following day. Whispers circulated, claiming that Zhang Fengxian possessed a 25% success rate in producing these pills. As the news spread, astonishment rippled through the crowd, leaving them in awe of Zhang Fengxian's abilities while simultaneously feeling pity for Xin Fei. They understood that if nothing unexpected occurred, the day Zhang Fengxian completed his production of blood-nourishing pills would mark Xin Fei's departure. Fate and destiny intertwined. While teaching apprentices in the back courtyard, Xin Fei received the news, his eyes suddenly brightening. He knew his opportunity had arrived. Chapter 40. The live alchemical demonstration. Shun Fei's departure is inevitable. The next day, Shun Fei, accompanied by Zhao De and the others, ventured to Zhang Fengxian's alchemy workshop to broaden their horizons. Zhang Fengxian's workshop was significantly larger than Shun Fei's, and the various facilities were visibly brand new, indicative of substantial financial investment in renovations. This left Zhao De and the others, visiting for the first time, feeling particularly disgruntled. Zhao De remarked solemnly, "It was said that Ma Ji sure favored certain individuals. Now it seems there is merit to those claims." Zhao Er scoffed, "Favor? This is outright pampering. Look at the size of the front courtyard. It's at least double that of ours." Wang Guzi, upon hearing this, began counting on his fingers, so it would take 3 apprentices just to keep it clean. "Zhao De, Zhao Er, silence. This is not the place for your idle chatter." Shun Fei interjected sharply, silencing the 3 of them as he joined the crowd and stepped into the alchemy workshop. Indeed, the front courtyard of Zhang Fengxian's workshop was vast, and its grandeur surpassed Shun Fei's. At that moment, rows of chairs had been arranged around the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of the higher-ups from the northern branch. In the center of the courtyard stood a towering furnace, surrounded by a plentiful stock of firewood. 4 burly apprentices stood at attention. It wasn't long before the higher-ups from the northern branch began to arrive. Each taking their seats, esteemed colleagues, Ma Wu rose from his prominent position, clasping his hands in greeting, and announced, "You are all aware of the situation with the Fengyi Society. 50 blood-nourishing pills. If we fulfill this order, we will meet our performance targets for the month and exceed them significantly, allowing everyone to enjoy a good life. Given the current unstable circumstances, achieving this result is no easy feat." Ma Wulong proclaimed loudly, first claiming the credit for himself, then deftly highlighting the significance of 50 blood-nourishing pills to lay the groundwork for the forthcoming Zhang Fengxian. As his words echoed, Sun Changhe and Jia Hui chimed in. "You've worked hard. Master Ma, the North City branch cannot do without you. It's all thanks to your strategic planning." They continued, "This order is of utmost importance. We shall rely on Master Zhang's expertise next. I believe we should generously reward Master Zhang with additional bonuses this month." Ha ha ha! With each exchange, the senior members of the North City branch grasped the situation, eagerly joining in to flatter Ma Wu with obsequious remarks. The atmosphere grew lively. Occasionally, glances were cast towards Shun Fei, imbued with a mix of indifference and a hint of pity. In contrast, Shun Fei remained composed, silent throughout, akin to a mere spectator absorbed in the unfolding drama. Wu cast a sidelong glance at Shun Fei, a cold smirk crossing his mind, before waving his hand and bellowing, "Bring forth the medicinal materials. Let us welcome Master Zhang." Amidst the thronging gaze of the crowd, Zhang Fengxian appeared, holding his head high as he strode into the courtyard. He gestured to those around him, exuding an air of arrogance, never once breaking into a smile. Many of the senior members of the North City branch furrowed their brows. Even Sun Changhe and Jia Hui subtly shook their heads. Yet, witnessing Ma Wu's benevolent demeanor, they sighed and remained silent. Without further ado, Zhang Fengxian settled into a cross-legged position and began to refine the pills. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence. Every gaze fixed upon Zhang Fengxian. He ignited the furnace, processed the herbs, and with calm precision, executed each movement with fluidity, clearly showcasing his remarkable prowess and innate talent in alchemy. The elders present, seasoned in the art of pill refinement, nodded in tacit approval of Zhang Fengxian's capabilities. Even Shun Fei inclined his head slightly. With a success rate of 25% in crafting blood-nourishing pills, he recognized Zhang Fengxian's potential, a feat that many seasoned alchemists struggled to attain. After a while, Zhang Fengxian completed his first batch, lifting the lid with his left hand and deftly extracting a blood-nourishing pill with his right. Cheers erupted from the crowd, celebrating both Zhang Fengxian's skill and the anticipated bonus they would soon receive. With a slight smile, Zhang Fengxian handed the pill to his apprentice at his side, settled back down to rest briefly, and then resumed his work. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fengxian had refined 10 blood-nourishing pills, achieving success with 3 of them. What luck! Excellent! Master Zhang is indeed formidable. Clearly, Master Ma possesses discerning eyes. I believe one alchemist is more than sufficient for the North City branch. We do not need 2. One voice boisterously proclaimed, deliberately directed at Shen Fei. Wu remained silent, grinning throughout, discreetly glancing at Shen Fei, who remained impassive and unaffected. This young man, despite his age, exhibited a remarkable composure. Alas, what a pity! Ma Wu shook his head slightly and laughed heartily. Let us refrain from such remarks. Master Shan is also a valued member of our North City branch. His skills in refining blood-nourishing pills are commendable, though perhaps not on par with Zhang Fengxian's. They are still quite impressive. There is no harm in having him remain here. Let us avoid such comments in the future. Wu's voice resonated clearly, and his sincere defense of Shen Fei could have swayed anyone unaware of the truth. Hypocritical, Zhao De scoffed. Shameless, Zhao Er derided. Master Shan, Wang Guzi suddenly interjected, Master Ma treats you well. Why do Zhao De and Zhao Er speak ill of him while they sleep? Zhao De, Zhao Er? Wang Guzi's voice was loud enough that Ma Wu could hear it clearly from a distance. His eyes twitched, casting a deep look at Shen Fei before remaining silent. Be quiet. Shen Fei finally broke his silence. Feeling a headache coming on, you should speak less and learn from Zhao De and Zhao Er. Wang Guzi obediently closed his mouth, though his expression bore a hint of grievance. After refining 10 blood-nourishing pills in one breath, Zhang Fengxian took a brief break before resuming his work. His methods remained adept, his demeanor composed. He continued refining from morning until evening, producing 50 batches of herbs, successfully crafting 13 blood-nourishing pills. Such stamina and capability left the onlookers in awe. This was a feat even Shen Fei had never accomplished. In no time, the previously neutral senior members began to express their admiration for Zhang Fengxian, fully aware that Shen Fei had lost, irrevocably so. Henceforth, there would be no place for Shen Fei in the North City branch. As Zhang Fengxian continued to refine pills, he worked tirelessly for 3 consecutive days, delivering approximately 13 blood-nourishing pills daily, swiftly completing 38 of the 50 needed, with only one final day left to fulfill the order. The deadline for the Fengyi Society's order was also on this day. On that day, the senior members of the North City branch gathered once more in the alchemy workshop, chatting merrily, the atmosphere vibrant and cheerful. After 3 days of continuous attendance, Shen Fei was finally absent. Jia Hui remarked ominously, if I were Shen Fei, I wouldn't have come yesterday. What a disgrace! Laughter erupted among the crowd, and they no longer pretended, even dropping the honorifics for Shen Fei. Sun Changhe stroked his beard and chuckled. Master Shan is indeed a good person. It is just unfortunate that he encountered Zhang Fengxian. I saw Master Shen tidying up his things when I arrived. Someone suddenly said, seems he is leaving. It is indeed time for him to go. Ma Wu replied cheerfully, when Master Shen departs, let the accounts office provide him with a little extra, so the main hall does not think us stingy. What a generous steward, Jia Hui admired, giving a thumbs up. The crowd laughed and chatted, completely unconcerned about Shen Fei's departure. Their occasional glances at Zhang Fengxian, who was refining blood-nourishing pills, were filled with smiles as they calculated how much they would earn from the order's completion. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as Zhang Fengxian's attempt to refine the pills failed. So much rubbish, too much. No worries, this is only the first failure today. Indeed, Master Zhang, do not be anxious. We have ample time. Perhaps, but I suspect Master Ma will be hosting several tables tonight. We must hurry. The crowd erupted in laughter, their spirits undampened by Zhang Fengxian's failure. Even Zhang Fengxian managed a slight smile, seemingly unperturbed. With a success rate of 25%, a single failure was hardly noteworthy. After clearing the furnace, Zhang Fengxian took a deep breath, steeling himself to continue refining the blood-nourishing pills. After a while, bang! Another failure echoed through the workshop. Zhang Fengxian frowned slightly, pondering the string of ill fortune he was experiencing today, feeling embarrassed by the consecutive failures. However, he reassured himself that he could simply pay closer attention moving forward. He resumed his work, but then, bang, 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 bang. Zhang Fengxian faced an astonishing 7 consecutive failures. From morning until noon, he had yet to successfully refine a single blood-nourishing pill. Impossible. Zhang Fengxian's complexion drained of color. The weight of 7 consecutive failures was a staggering blow to his confidence. With my skills, how could I possibly fail 7 times in a row? Absolutely impossible. Someone must have tampered with the materials. Zhang Fengxian's gaze darted frantically over the herbs laid before him, examining each one, finding no fault. How could this happen? He was left bewildered, unable to pinpoint the source of his troubles. Fengxian, what is the matter? Ma Wu slowly rose, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, expressing concern. Are you fatigued? If you are tired, take a break. We can resume tomorrow. His words trailed off as realization dawned upon him. Today was the deadline for the Fengyi Society's blood-nourishing pill order, and tomorrow. There would be no time left. I'm fine, Zhang Fengxian declared loudly, his eyes unwittingly misting with red as he spoke earnestly. I am merely exhausted. A brief rest will suffice. That is good to hear, Ma Wu replied with a reassuring smile. Rest a moment. There is no rush. We still have time. Yes, no need to rush. Let us prepare some food in the back. Everyone, remain calm. We still have time. Have faith in Master Zhang. A group of high-ranking officials began to speak, comforting Zhang Fengxian and assuring him not to worry, as they still had ample time. Sun Changhe even instructed the kitchen to prepare some food for Zhang Fengxian to replenish his strength. After consuming a bit and resting for a while, Zhang Fengxian took a deep breath and, in front of the high-ranking officials of the North City branch, commenced the alchemical process of refining the blood-nourishing pill once more. This time, no one could remain seated. They all stood anxiously, craning their necks towards the alchemical furnace, fearing another failure from Zhang Fengxian. Bang! A dull thud echoed from the furnace, causing the expressions of the nearby high-ranking officials to shift dramatically. Another failure. Impossible. This cannot be. Zhang Fengxian looked down at his hands, muttering in despair. He pondered for a long time but could not fathom why, with his capabilities, he would fail consecutively. What could possibly be amiss? How could Zhang Fengxian fail? Gritting his teeth, his eyes reddened, he once again settled into a meditative position to continue the refining process. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more failures ensued. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Fengxian had failed consecutively over a dozen times, wasting a substantial amount of medicinal materials and suffering mental strain. Observing his haggard appearance, it was clear he could not continue refining for the time being. How could this be? Ma Wu's gaze was piercing as he looked at Zhang Fengxian with a mixture of concern and disappointment. He had painstakingly orchestrated this for days, all for Zhang Fengxian to soar to great heights today. Just a few days ago, everything seemed fine. How could it come to this? Someone whispered. Time is running out. Since Master Zhang is unable, perhaps we should let Xinfei give it a try. If Zhang Fengxian cannot succeed, how could Xinfei? Perhaps he might. A dead horse might as well be treated as a live one. Let us call Xinfei and see what Ma Zhishe thinks. The whispers reached Ma Wu's ears, yet he remained unmoved. Sun Changhe and Jiao Hui exchanged glances, nodding in tacit agreement. Sun Changhe said indifferently, Go call Xinfei. Master Zhang has been exhausted these past few days. Let Xinfei come and finish the task. Jiao Hui chimed in, He is truly fortunate. He might just earn a share of the profits before leaving. Some looked at Ma Wu, and seeing he did not object, they turned to call for Xinfei. After a while, Xinfei sauntered in, carrying a large bundle, appearing as if he were about to leave. Gentlemen, what seems to be the matter? Xinfei clasped his hands, his expression filled with embarrassment. I've come to a realization these past few days. My skills are lacking compared to others. Remaining at the North City branch would not benefit anyone. So I was preparing to resign to return to Renai Hall for further study. Oh, not leave. Jiao Hui blurted out, clearly agitated. If you go, who will refine the blood-nourishing pill? If this pill is not completed, the profit is trivial, but the compensation to Fengyi Society is monumental, Master Shun. Jiao Hui added with a smile. Now addressing Xinfei as Master Shun, we are in urgent need of your assistance. Xinfei's eyes widened. What is the matter? Refining the blood-nourishing pill. Jiao Hui gritted his teeth. Xinfei exclaimed, casting a curious glance around, perplexed. Master Zhang has been refining pills continuously for 3 days, producing over 10 blood-nourishing pills each day, exhibiting remarkable prowess. I, Xinfei, feel inferior. Why would you seek me? Ma Wu detected the sarcasm in Xinfei's words. His eyes twitched as he cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Fengxian, who was being supported by an apprentice while resting. He said in a low voice, Master Zhang is exhausted and nearly completed the task. We need you to finish it. Master Shun, you are still a member of the North City branch. You wouldn't deny us this small favor, would you? Ma Wu pressed, exerting pressure with his words. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the North City branch turned their attention to Shun Fei, their gazes laden with complexity and significance. How could this be? Shun Fei smiled, casually handing his bundle to Wang Guzi. Since the North City branch is in need, I shall certainly lend my support. With that, Shun Fei confidently approached the alchemical furnace. Tidying it up and cleaning out the remnants inside, as he did so, he exclaimed loudly, "So much rubbish! So much rubbish! There's just too much, alas!" The atmosphere grew tense. Some turned red, others felt awkward, while many wore expressions of shame. Meanwhile, Zhang Fengxian, who was resting, heard Shun Fei's remarks. His brow furrowed, and with a suppressed grunt, his face flickered between shades of green and red, nearly spitting blood. Trembling, he rose to observe Shun Fei's pill refining closely. After cleaning the furnace, Shun Fei sat cross-legged, and apprentices quickly brought over a large pile of medicinal materials required for the blood-nourishing pill. Opening the furnace, stoking the fire, handling the materials, and tossing them into the furnace. Shun Fei's movements were fluid and practiced, no less skillful than Zhang Fengxian's, even displaying a more seasoned finesse. Although the onlookers could not discern the finer details, their instincts told them that Shun Fei surpassed Zhang Fengxian. Witnessing this, Ma Wu and the others' expressions fell, their faces darkening. As one medicinal material after another was cast into the furnace, a faint aroma of herbs soon enveloped the AI art. It worked. It finally worked. This one was not easy. Master Shun is formidable, the crowd murmured in hushed tones as Shun Fei opened the lid, using a special tool to retrieve a vibrant red blood-nourishing pill. It is successful. This cannot be. Zhang Fengxian's face changed dramatically, his gaze fixated on the blood-nourishing pill in Shun Fei's hand. He could hardly believe that after a day of unsuccessful attempts, the same materials, the same furnace, Shun Fei managed to succeed immediately. What did this signify? It indicated that Shun Fei's prowess in refining the blood-nourishing pill far exceeded that of Zhang Fengxian. How could the usually self-assured Zhang Fengxian accept this? His eyes remained glued to the blood-nourishing pill, and as he watched, his chest began to heave violently, his brow furrowing as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fengxian, Chapter 42. Exposure. What has happened to Fengxian? If he has suffered internal injury, a month of rest should suffice. This child. If something were to happen, how would I explain it to his mother? Ma Wu sat in a chair, filled with self-reproach, which caused Sun Changhe and Jia Hui to exchange glances. Such a moment. Still preoccupied with the mother of the child, Ma Zhi, when will you realize that Zhang Fengxian is not your child? The atmosphere fell into silence. After a moment, Ma Wu spoke slowly. Have the pills been delivered? Jia Hui replied. They were sent overnight to Fengyi Society. They are quite satisfied with our speed and have already paid the final amount. That's good. Mei Wu nodded. Yet his expression held no trace of joy. Under Shun Fei's diligent refining, 50 blood-nourishing pills had finally been produced in a rush and sent to Fengyi Society, successfully fulfilling the order. Thus, Shun Fei's reputation soared, firmly reinstating his position as the foremost alchemist of the North City branch, demonstrating to the higher-ups that he was designated as the official alchemist for a reason. As for Zhang Fengxian, due to his sudden spitting of blood, he had become the subject of ridicule. Ma Wu and the others were naturally unwilling to accept this. Their painstaking arrangements had ended in failure, leaving them deeply frustrated. However, at this juncture, they still could not comprehend why Shun Fei could succeed with the same materials while Zhang Fengxian could not. The three pondered deeply, unable to uncover the truth. Bring in today's medicinal materials, Ma Wu suddenly exclaimed. Before long, the materials for the blood-nourishing pill were brought before Ma Wu and his companions, and Mei Wu crouched down to examine them closely. Jia Hui and Sun Changhe exchanged glances and also knelt to inspect the materials. After a moment, Ma Wu grasped a particular herb, studying it intently. Suddenly, his expression turned ashen. Sun Changhe glanced over and instinctively remarked, "It's white ling grass." No, Jia Hui squinted, speaking in a somber tone. "It's the wild grass we used to substitute for white ling grass." Hiss. Sun Changhe inhaled sharply, his voice trembling. Are you saying? Jia Hui nodded emphatically. Someone substituted wild grass for white ling grass, which is why Zhang Fengxian failed. Then why did Xin Fei? Because half of it was genuine white ling grass, A Wu interjected, his gaze falling upon a particular herb on the ground, which was indeed the authentic white ling grass. How could this happen? Sun Changhe was dumbfounded, muttering, half true, half false. Zhang Fengxian could not discern, so how could Xin Fei? His voice trailed off, and a revelation dawned upon them. The three exchanged knowing glances, all arriving at the same conclusion. Xin Fei's abilities far surpassed Zhang Fengxian's. Only then could one effortlessly discern the authenticity of the white ling grass. He knew. He still knew. Jia Hui spoke with a chilling tone, his voice filled with malice. This brat has found out. Will he disclose it? Sun Changhe asked anxiously. Substituting medicinal materials is a grave offense in Ren'ai Hall. If the headquarters learns of this, we will all be doomed. The Zhao family behind Ren'ai Hall absolutely will not tolerate anyone profiting from their funds. Jia Hui remained silent, instead gazing at Ma Wu. Ma Wu, after contemplating for a long while, finally said, I will notify Captain Wan and have him take action. Jia Hui's expression darkened. That son of a gun demands a high price. He is in the qi refinement stage. So it is worth it, Ma Wu said indifferently. At worst, we will all earn a little less in the second half of the year. Jia Hui and Sun Changhe silently nodded in agreement. When shall we proceed? At the end of the month, when Xin Fei was to report to the headquarters, he made his move. Very well. Jia Hui and Sun Changhe ceased their conversation, squatting on the ground with their gaze fixated on the medicinal herbs. Akin to observing wild grass or perhaps their own shadows, as Zhang Fengxian recuperated from his injuries, the task of refining blood-nourishing pills once again fell to Xin Fei. His days became remarkably structured. He diligently produced 10 portions daily, submitting one while privately retaining 4. With the substantial intake of blood-nourishing pills, Xin Fei's internal vitality surged, bringing him ever closer to mastering the heart-crushing palm technique. Thus, time quietly slipped by until the month's end arrived. The conditions for the heart-crushing palm's perfection included consuming blood-nourishing pills 500 times, 156, 500, possessing 2,000 taels of silver, 1,000-2,000, and slaying one practitioner at the qi refining stage, 0. Xin Fei had already fulfilled 1/3 of the first condition and estimated that, at most, he could complete it within 2 months. With the aid of qi nurturing pills, it could be accomplished in less than a month. He had once overheard Lu Chang mention that practitioners entering the qi refining stage often consume qi nurturing pills to enhance their vitality. A single qi nurturing pill possessed effects far superior to that of a blood-nourishing pill. Naturally, the price of qi nurturing pills was exorbitant, making them unattainable for ordinary practitioners. Only those of considerable wealth or influential backgrounds could afford to consume them regularly. Many talented disciples from prestigious families achieved rapid advancements by consuming qi nurturing pills in abundance during the blood-nourishing stage. As Xin Fei pondered over the qi nurturing pills, he recalled that Ren'ai Tang had the recipe. Since he would soon return to the headquarters for his report, he could take the opportunity to transcribe it and attempt to refine it. However, for the time being, the blood-nourishing pills sufficed. Xin Fei's primary concern remained the final condition, slaying a practitioner at the qi refining stage. This task was undoubtedly challenging, not due to an inability to kill, but rather the absence of a target. During this period, Xin Fei had not been idle. He had exerted considerable effort to refine the softening spirit powder, successfully elevating it from the entry level to the minor success stage. The success rate of the softening spirit powder at the minor success stage stood at 50. Upon personal trial, Xin Fei discovered that this version of the softening spirit powder also enhanced its efficacy by 30, mirroring that of the blood-nourishing pill. Thus, Xin Fei developed a deeper understanding of the panel's function. The 30 potency increase rendered the softening spirit powder exceedingly formidable. Testing it on himself, Xin Fei, with his late-stage blood-nourishing realm strength, found himself overwhelmed after inhaling just one breath, his vitality surging chaotically, leaving him dizzied at that moment. If an assassin were to strike Xin Fei, even the most ordinary individual could do so without facing any resistance from him. Showcasing the potency of the softening spirit powder at the minor success stage. Regardless of how strong a qi refining practitioner might be, they would likely feel a degree of trepidation in the face of such a potent drug. With the heart-crushing palm at the major success level, the pursuing wind leg at the entry level, complemented by this minor success level softening spirit powder, Xunfei possessed all his trump cards. Now, he merely awaited a practitioner at the qi refining stage. With a soft sigh, Xunfei continued his preparations. A few days passed, and the end of the month arrived. Xunfei returned to the headquarters as promised, reporting on the alchemical progress at the North City branch, enabling the headquarters to strategically plan for the upcoming months and even the following year's performance assessments. The next morning, Xunfei prepared to visit the headquarters. I will make a trip to the headquarters and return in the evening. You all focus on processing the herbs and do not slack off, he instructed Zhaoda and the others. They naturally had no intention of being idle, promptly rising to see Xunfei off. Be cautious on your journey, Master Shun. Return safely. Xunfei nodded with satisfaction and swiftly departed from the North City branch, heading straight for Renei Itang. Not long after Xunfei left the North City branch, a figure silently followed behind. Chapter 43. Corpse Melting Powder. Reporting the situation was not difficult. He merely needed to truthfully recount the alchemical progress for the month. After more than a month, Xunfei returned to Renei Itang. Having returned after such a long absence, he had many matters to attend to, but he distinguished between priorities. First, he went to the accounting office of Renei Itang to announce his identity. Before long, the old steward arrived to discuss work with Xunfei. After a brief exchange, approximately half an hour later, they reconciled their accounts, and Xunfei was told to return at the end of next month. Why are you the only one here? Isn't there another alchemist at the North City branch? The old steward inquired, his abacus clicking rapidly. Xunfei smiled slightly. He fell ill and needs to recuperate for a few days. I see, the old steward nodded. Then when you return, convey a message for him to recover quickly and come back to reconcile the accounts. This matter cannot be delayed. Understood. After leaving the accounting office, Xunfei proceeded to the Pill Treasure Building. Having not visited for some time, it remained unchanged, seemingly immune to the passage of time. Upon entering the Pill Treasure Building, Xunfei skillfully browsed the left side shelves for pill recipes, intending to transcribe the recipe for qi-nurturing pills and see if there were any potent medicines suitable for dealing with qi-refining practitioners. Despite having the softening spirit powder at his disposal, he still felt somewhat apprehensive about confronting qi-refining practitioners. For safety's sake, Xunfei urgently needed another type of poison, preferably one effective against qi-refining stage practitioners. The first floor of the Pill Treasure Building served as the activity area for alchemists. According to Renei Itang's classifications, all medicinal pills, recipes, and various rare medicinal materials related to the blood-nourishing stage could be found here. Xunfei searched thoroughly but returned empty-handed. He found neither the recipe for qi-nurturing pills nor any potent medicine to combat qi-refining practitioners. Left with no choice, Xunfei ascended to the second floor to consult the resident alchemist. It was mentioned in passing that the Pill Treasure Building had an alchemist stationed there. Xunfei lightly climbed the stairs to the second floor. He indeed spotted a middle-aged alchemist meditating with a stern expression, emanating an aura that discouraged intruders. Upon hearing footsteps, the middle-aged alchemist opened his eyes and cast a disinterested glance at Xunfei. Do you possess a token? He asked first. Xunfei respectfully produced the Pill Treasure Building's token, and the middle-aged alchemist gave it a cursory glance before nodding indifferently to My surname is Luo. What inquiries do you have? Elder, I wish to consult about the recipe for qi-nurturing pills. Qi-nurturing pills? Humph. Do you think you are in a position to meddle in such matters right now? You seem to. Before the middle-aged alchemist could finish, Xunfei presented his alchemist token. The middle-aged alchemist's expression shifted, and he smiled warmly. Ah, so you are an ambitious junior. That is much better. My name is Luo Yibin, and you may call me Brother Bin from now on. Luo Yibin stroked his chin and continued. The recipe for qi-nurturing pills requires registration before transcription, and it must be done by an alchemist, of course. You are certainly qualified now. Brother Bin, I am eager to advance. Xunfei said softly. How much does it cost to transcribe it? 3,000 taels, Luo Yibin replied with a faint smile, his expression expectant as he gazed at Xunfei. Xunfei blinked. I don't have that much money. No money? Luo Yibin's eyes twitched. If you lack funds, then save up for now. With your monthly salary and commissions, you should manage to save enough within 6 months at most. There is no rush. Very well. Shenfei sighed in resignation and inquired further, Brother Bin, is there any poison capable of dealing with qi refining practitioners? Luo Yibin's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, why are you asking about this? Qi refining practitioners are core figures in all major factions. How could you entertain such thoughts? I advise you, Shenfei silently revealed his token as an alchemist from the North City branch. Luo Yibin paused for a moment, then suddenly broke into a broad smile. So our little brother has already been dispatched to the North City. It seems you have a solid background and support from formidable figures. Indeed, I do, Shenfei nodded, thinking that it was not entirely untrue, considering Gao Shan's surname. That makes sense. I assume as a young man sent to the front lines, you must have peers who are envious and will covertly oppose you. Luo Yibin stroked his beard and smiled, accurately identifying Shenfei's current predicament with just a few words. Impressive, Shenfei admired, giving a thumbs up. This matter is manageable. Indeed, peer relationships need to be handled properly, Luo Yibin mused for a moment before continuing. However, qi refining practitioners can lock their vitality, and no poison at a level below qi refining can affect them. Brother Bin, do you have any toxic pills? No, Luo Yibin shook his head regretfully. If I could concoct toxic pills, I wouldn't be stationed here on the second floor. Shenfei's lips twitched, but he remained silent. However, Luo Yibin said with a smile, I do possess a unique poison that can inflict some damage on qi refining practitioners at the entry level, provided they do not lock their vitality. This substance is called corpse melting powder, extremely potent, colorless, and tasteless. It dissolves in water, rendering the living disabled and the dead liquefied. Really? Shenfei's eyes brightened. Brother Bin, you truly know how to manage relationships. Luo Yibin smiled slightly. I once encountered some eccentric colleagues, but I digress. It is all for Renee Itang, I understand. Shenfei waved grandly. Brother Bin, how much for this medicine? 100 taels per portion. Deal. The transaction was swiftly concluded, and Luo Yibin solemnly handed Shenfei a packet of powder. Remember, it must be used unexpectedly. If a qi refining practitioner is forewarned, the efficacy of the poison diminishes significantly. After a pause, Luo Yibin added softly, this medicine is my exclusive concoction and has not been registered in the Pill Treasure Building's records. Shenfei understood instantly. Brother Bin, should you have further instructions in the future, please be sure to inform me. I will ensure everything is in order. Of course. Luo Yibin and Shenfei exchanged knowing smiles, a fleeting moment evoking the sentiment of heroes appreciating one another. Shenfei hummed a cheerful tune as he exited the Danbao building. Although he did not acquire the coveted Yuanqi Dan formula he had anticipated, obtaining a portion of the corpse-melting powder, capable of dealing with qi refining realm warriors, rendered the trip worthwhile. With the combination of corpse-melting powder and soft spirit powder, Shenfei's chances against a qi refining realm warrior had significantly increased. Now, he merely needed to find such a warrior. After departing the Danbao building, Shenfei made a brief visit to the alchemy workshop to catch up with his long-lost mentor, Gao Shan, and rekindle their master-disciple bond. Yet, Gao Shan appeared noticeably disinterested, offering perfunctory responses before turning away. Shenfei, curious about this behavior, swiftly sought out Zhang Bai for insights. Zhang Bai's expression faltered with surprise. Is Master Gao feeling unwell lately? It's nothing, I was just inquiring. Shenfei waved his hand dismissively and approached Suyu, who, recognizing Shenfei's heightened status, eagerly divulged Gao Shan's predicament that it turned out to be due to Yuan Qianqian. Gao Shan had harbored hopes that with Shenfei gone, he would stand a chance, only for Yuan Qianqian to remain indifferent. In fact, she had even taken a trip to the provincial capital half a month ago to avoid him, leaving Gao Shan quite dejected. Shenfei smiled subtly, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. He mused that Gao Shan, despite being a diamond bachelor, had chosen the path of servitude, leading to his current plight. As he exited the alchemy workshop, twilight had settled in. The streets began to flicker with lanterns, and after crossing the small bridge connecting the northern and southern parts of the city, Shenfei was mere moments away from the northern branch. Just as he passed a narrow alleyway, a shadow darted out, abruptly blocking his path. Chapter 44. Assassination. The figure revealed itself to be none other than Zhang Fengxian. Master Zhang? Xin Fei called out in inquiry. Zhang Fengxian remained silent, swiftly advancing towards him as he emerged into the dim light. Xin Fei gasped in horror at the grotesque contortions of his face. Pale skin, crimson lips, frenzied eyes, and an expression rife with madness and murderous intent. Xin Fei had never envisioned that a single face could betray such a multitude of complex emotions. Master Zhang, are you all right? Xin Fei feigned concern, fully aware of the pretense. Of course, I have matters to attend to. Xin Fei, you have ruined everything for me, Zhang Fengxian erupted, stepping out from the shadows with a twisted snarl. I finally became an alchemist, eager to bring honor to my family, and you dared to obliterate everything. I can no longer remain in the northern branch because of you. You must die. You deserve to die. Master Zhang, why such words? Xin Fei sighed theatrically, yet inwardly scoffed at Zhang Fengxian's evident arrogance. To him, mistakes were always the fault of others, with no room for self-reflection. If you were truly that capable, how could you not perceive my tampering with the medicinal materials? Is it not simply a matter of inferior skill? Master Zhang, we are colleagues. Please do not act rashly. Huh? Zhang Fengxian sneered coldly. Having stalked Xin Fei for some time, he would not easily relinquish this opportunity. In a flash, he produced a short blade and lunged at Xin Fei. The blade dancing with a grace akin to a swallow. Xin Fei immediately recognized the martial art employed by Zhang Fengxian. It was the signature technique of Fengyi society, one of the 4 major powers in Kang County, swallow combat technique. This style is renowned for its agility and versatility, maximizing the lethality of short weapons, standing at the pinnacle among the martial arts of the blood-nourishing realm. Xin Fei was not surprised that Zhang Fengxian possessed martial skills, but the fact that he had mastered the Fengyi society's techniques was unexpected. Xin Fei stumbled backward in disarray, fear creeping into his voice. Master Zhang, are you serious? This seems to be the martial art of Fengyi society. Indeed. Zhang Fengxian laughed heartily, a cat-and-mouse grin spreading across his face. This is the martial art my father bequeathed to me. I have practiced diligently since childhood and have now mastered it, Xin Fei. Today you shall surely meet your demise. I hear that Steward Ma treats you well. Haven't you learned the crushing heart palm? Silence. Do not mention Steward Ma. Zhang Fengxian roared suddenly. He is a worthless fool. A fool. Even you cannot handle him. Yet he claims to have my best interests at heart. I am sick of it, utterly loathe it. Who does he think he is to allow me to call him father? Ha! What a dream! I would rather master the swallow combat technique than learn the crushing heart palm. Ah, so that is the case. Xin Fei halted his retreat, slowly raising his head with a slight smile. You are indeed an ungrateful wretch. It is a pity for Steward Ma's goodwill. Shut your mouth! Zhang Fengxian roared as he lunged at Xin Fei. Xin Fei, with a cold smirk, pivoted and delivered a powerful kick. The shadow of his leg flashing, striking Zhang Fengxian squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Wow! Zhang Fengxian coughed up a mouthful of blood, gazing at Xin Fei in shock. You? You also know martial arts? Indeed. Xin Fei replied with a smile, gradually approaching. Truth be told, I did not wish to kill you, for your identity is far too sensitive. However, you have pushed me beyond my limits. Alas, I have no choice but to resort to violence. Zhang Fengxian groaned, struggling to rise from the ground, but Xin Fei, fueled by his vitality, unleashed another kick that sent Zhang Fengxian hurtling back, crashing against the wall with a heavy thud. You? Zhang Fengxian spat blood, crawling pitifully on the ground, only to fall again, rise and fall repeatedly until his strength waned, lying weakly on the ground, gasping for breath. Please, don't kill me, he pleaded, staring up at Xin Fei, who was drawing closer. It is too late. Xin Fei stood before Zhang Fengxian, raising his right foot high. The account from the Renating S treasury was entrusted to me to convey a message. You must resolve your issues promptly, as this matter cannot be delayed. With that, Xin Fei brought his foot down heavily, as despair filled Zhang Fengxian's eyes. Crack! The sound of shattered ribs echoed, and Zhang Fengxian died with unblinking eyes. Do not squander your remaining blood in vain. Take care in your next life, Xin Fei remarked, shaking his head as he crouched to search the corpse. Zhang Fengxian was impoverished, with barely 7 or 8 taels of silver on him, and nothing else of value. Xin Fei wore a look of disdain, intending to rise, but after a moment's thought, he bent down once more to probe Zhang Fengxian's chest, and to his surprise, he felt a notable protrusion. Tearing open the garment revealed a small booklet. Xin Fei casually flipped through it and discovered it contained the alchemical insights of an alchemist, detailing the crafting of various elixirs such as qi blood powder, blood-nourishing pill, and continuity ointment, so it was hidden here. Xin Fei mused with a smile, murmuring to himself, at your age, achieving a 25 success rate in crafting blood-nourishing pills is quite impressive. Your excessive vitality has certainly caught my attention. Indeed, a treasure has aided you, and now it belongs to me. As he continued to peruse the booklet, he suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Insights from a master alchemist. Ha ha ha! Zhang Fengxian is truly ignorant of treasures. This is a genuine priceless asset. Mere 100,000 taels of silver means nothing. I shall let it be. With this booklet in hand, my future is boundless." Xin Fei declared, propelling himself into the air before vanishing into the alleyway in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! A figure materialized, moving like a specter, reaching out towards Zhang Fengxian's chest. With a rip, the clothing was torn asunder, revealing emptiness. "Not good," the figure gasped, turning to flee. Poof! A cloud of powder enveloped the figure, instantly shrouding it entirely. Caught off guard, the figure was engulfed by the powder, causing blood blisters to erupt on exposed skin, particularly around the eyes, which bled profusely, leading to instant blindness. "Xin Fei, how dare you ambush me?" the figure shouted, revealing itself to be Wenshan. Xin Fei remained silent, lunging toward Wenshan, his vitality surging, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains. Delivering a palm strike with the fully realized crushing heart palm aimed at Wenshan's chest. Wenshan's ears perked up, retaliating with a punch that sent Xin Fei staggering back, attempting to escape the scene. However, deprived of sight, his spatial awareness faltered. In his retreat, he crashed heavily into a wall, creating a human-shaped indentation before stumbling back in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Xin Fei pressed the assault, unleashing the crushing heart palm with precision strikes targeting Wenshan's vital points. Yet, Wenshan, being a formidable qi-refining realm warrior, despite his blindness, relied on his acute hearing to discern Xin Fei's movements. Unleashing his own potent strikes in response, bang! Xin Fei felt a powerful blow to his left shoulder, realizing he was outmatched, and swiftly retreated. The crushing heart palm is fully realized, Wenshan shouted in disbelief. "Xin Fei, you have concealed your strength well. Everyone has misjudged you." Xin Fei remained silent, absorbing the moment. "Xin Fei!" Wenshan screamed in desperation, crossing his fists before his chest, ears attuned to the sounds around him. "I am a qi-refining realm warrior. You cannot kill me. Let me go, and tonight we shall pretend nothing has transpired." Xin Fei understood he was not a match for Wenshan, darting side to side, waiting for the effects of the poison to take hold. Yet, after a prolonged moment, Wenshan remained unaffected, save for his blindness. "Luo Yibin sold me fake medicine?" Xin Fei's heart sank. "Ha ha ha!" Just then, Wenshan erupted into raucous laughter. "Xin Fei, I am a qi-refining realm warrior, capable of locking my vitality, preventing the poison from spreading rapidly. Your petty tricks cannot harm me. Lock your vitality?" Xin Fei was momentarily taken aback, nodding thoughtfully before. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and unleashed a strike of soft spirit powder. The powder struck Wenshan's face, and Wenshan instinctively inhaled a breath, and the next instant, his legs went weak. Nearly buckling beneath him, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, accompanied by a deafening ringing in his ears. Most alarmingly, the robust and vigorous energy he usually prided himself on now surged chaotically within him like a wild stallion, causing him immense discomfort. The tumultuous energy triggered the corpse-melting powder within his body to erupt completely. Within mere moments, Wenshan's 7 orifices began to ooze simultaneously, streams of black blood gushing forth, rendering his visage grotesquely terrifying. "What kind of poison is this?" Shan screamed in terror, his fists flailing in desperation as he sought to drag Shen Fei down with him in his dying moments. Yet Shen Fei had already distanced himself, allowing Shan to writhe in his final struggles. After a while, Shan let out a dreadful cry and collapsed to the ground. Shen Fei's gaze flickered as he picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it behind Shan. Thud! The stone struck the wall, producing a crisp sound, and in the next moment, Shan's corpse jerked upright like a specter, slamming a palm against the wall, causing a resounding crash as the entire wall crumbled. Shameless! Shan roared in anguish and fury before crashing down. Chapter 45. The Thousand Poisons Hand Manual, Half-Step Qi Refinement Realm. Shen Fei remained immobile until a quarter of an hour had passed, at which point he sighed softly. I merely stepped out for a moment, yet 2 individuals sought to take my life. This world is indeed perilous. Alas, I am the true cunning one. He crouched down to search the corpse. Shan, as the captain of the North City branch, was a seasoned warrior of the Qi Refinement Realm, and the wealth he possessed instantly caught Shen Fei's eye. Among his belongings was a silver note worth 1,000 taels. A handkerchief exuding a faint fragrance, seemingly a woman's item, with a jade character embroidered in the upper right corner. There was also a small booklet, which upon opening, revealed a martial art known as the Thousand Poisons Hand. Suitable for the Qi Refinement Realm, the 1,000-tael silver note did not excite Shen Fei, nor did the handkerchief stir any emotions within him, but the final booklet undeniably captivated his attention. The Thousand Poisons Hand? A martial art of the Qi Refinement Realm. As Shen Fei progressed towards the completion of the Crushing Heart Palm, his strength would stabilize at the peak of the Nourishing Blood Realm. At this juncture, he required the cultivation of Qi refinement techniques. Previously, Shen Fei had not contemplated such distant ambitions, as he had been preoccupied with the conditions for perfecting the Crushing Heart Palm. Now, with Shan's unexpected demise, he found himself merely one step away from achieving that perfection. In at most 2 months, Shen Fei would become a genuine practitioner at the pinnacle of the Nourishing Blood Realm. Following that, he would naturally delve into the cultivation of Qi refinement martial arts. Initially, Shen Fei had been considering how to procure Qi refinement techniques from the Ren'ai Hall, pondering how many of his trump cards he would need to reveal. However, with the acquisition of the 1,000 Poisons Hand Manual, he found that he need not expose any of his secrets and could continue to feign weakness, concealing his true strength. The 1,000 Poisons Hand arrived at the most opportune moment. "O great benefactor, your kindness shall never be forgotten." Shen Fei solemnly bowed to Shan's corpse, swiftly stowing away the items. He cast a final glance at the scene before rising and departing hastily. Moments later, a figure reappeared at the scene. It was Shen Fei. This will not do. The death of Zhang Fengxian has already caused great turmoil. Another death, that of Shan, would surely incite a cataclysmic uproar in the North City branch. I must handle this matter judiciously. Shen Fei's eyes gleamed with determination as he surveyed the area. After some contemplation, Shen Fei resolved to stage the scene. He summoned his internal energy, causing his palms to swell unnaturally, and with a flurry of strikes, he rapidly imprinted several palm marks onto the wall of the small chamber. Employing the same technique, he executed the wind-chasing leg, leaving a few footprints on the wall. Then, after a moment's thought, he used blood to inscribe a large phrase on the wall. "Return my sister Xiaohong." Having completed this, Shen Fei smiled in satisfaction and vanished into the night. The following day, Shen Fei rose as usual, his demeanor calm, as if nothing had transpired, and made his way to the alchemy workshop. Master Shun, Zhao De, and the others had long awaited him and greeted him respectfully. Shen Fei nodded. "Have the medicinal materials been delivered today?" "Not yet," Zhao De replied, perplexed. "Usually, they arrive by this time, but it's strange today. It's nearly the hour of Chun, and they still haven't come. I will go urge them." "Very well," Zhao De bowed and stepped outside, only to encounter Lu Cheng bounding into the alchemy workshop. "Brother Shun, a grave matter has occurred." "Lu Daji, what has caused you to be so flustered?" Shen Fei inquired. Smiling as he gestured for Wang Guzi to prepare tea, Lu Cheng, drenched in sweat, sat before Shen Fei, his expression grave. "A dire incident has transpired. Last night, Master Zhang and Captain Wen were murdered in a narrow alley." "What?" Xin Fei's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. How could this be? Wasn't Master Zhang recuperating at the branch? How could he and Captain Wen have died together? Lu Chang sensed something amiss in Xin Fei's tone, but had no time to ponder it. He lowered his voice. Who knows? The entire North City branch is in chaos. The headquarters has already dispatched experts to investigate. Who did this? Xin Fei demanded sharply. Lu Chang glanced around cautiously before speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Master Zhang was killed by someone using the wind-chasing leg. Captain Wen succumbed to poisoning. There were signs of a struggle at the scene, and the headquarters suspects that someone ambushed Master Zhang and, upon being discovered by Captain Wen, they engaged in a fierce battle, after which Captain Wen was poisoned and perished. Another instance of the wind-chasing leg. Xin Fei slammed his palm on the table in anger. The Iron Fist Gang is too arrogant. Do they truly believe that the Ren'ai Hall has no one to contend with? It may not necessarily be the Iron Fist Gang. It could also be the martial artist responsible for the deaths of the Qin Gang disciples last time. He was present at the scene. Lu Chang gestured for Xin Fei to sit down and speak calmly. Suddenly, Lu Chang sniffed the air. Want you ointment? Master Shun, are you injured? Xin Fei nodded. I had a spar with Master Gao at the headquarters yesterday and unfortunately sustained an injury. Ha! You indeed possess courage to challenge Master Gao. He is a practitioner of the Qi refinement realm. I am no match for him. The Qi refinement realm? Xin Fei's heart stirred. Indeed, Master Gao was a practitioner of the Qi refinement realm. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Chang finally took his leave. By afternoon, the news of Wen Shan and Zhang Fengxian's deaths had spread throughout the North City branch, creating a tremendous uproar. Upon receiving the news, Ma Wu was infuriated, roaring like an enraged lion, demanding the capture of the murderer. Experts dispatched by the Ren'ai Hall commenced their investigation, questioning everyone involved. Even Xin Fei was summoned for interrogation, yet no leads were uncovered. The Iron Fist Gang emerged as the prime suspect. Given that Wen Shan was a warrior of the Qi refinement realm, even if he had been poisoned, there were only a few dozen individuals in the entire Kang County capable of killing him. The warriors of the Ren'ai Hall aggressively interrogated the Iron Fist Gang, but those who could have slain a warrior of Wen Shan's caliber had alibis, and with evidence and witnesses in place. The investigation yielded no results. Ultimately, the Ren'ai Hall identified the murderer as a mysterious martial artist skilled in the wind-chasing leg and poison, one who had lost a sister. A bounty was secretly issued throughout the county, offering a substantial reward for the capture of this individual. Days passed, and the time for Wen Shan and Zhang Fengxian's burial arrived. Xin Fei and Lu Chang accompanied each other to pay their respects. Zhang Fengxian's funeral was grander than Wen Shan's, evidently orchestrated by Ma Wu.at. The ceremony. All the prominent figures from the North City branch attended. Upon Xin Fei's appearance, he became the center of attention, with high-ranking members from the North City branch eagerly shaking hands and engaging him in conversation, seeking to mend their relationships with him. After all, with Zhang Fengxian's death, the entire North City branch would rely solely on Xin Fei moving forward. And his status as the foremost alchemist was now firmly established. At the funeral, Xin Fei encountered Zhang Fengxian's mother, a woman in her early 30s, still possessing remarkable beauty, kneeling on the ground to burn paper money for her daughter. Beside her stood Ma Zhishi, his expression dark and eyes bloodshot. Witnessing this scene, Xin Fei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking how Ma Wu regarded them as treasures while they viewed him as mere grass. Ma Wu, do you even know what Zhang Fengxian called you in her final moments? She called you a waste. A waste. Xin Fei shook his head with a smile, offering his condolences before departing. 2 months slipped by unnoticed, and Xin Fei finally perfected the crushing heart palm, stepping into the half-step Qi refinement realm. Chapter 46. The entry requirements for Qi refinement techniques in the alchemy room of the North City branch. After swallowing the last nourishing blood pill, Xin Fei finally met all the conditions for perfecting the crushing heart palm. Crushing heart palm perfected. Half-step Qi refinement. Your vitality is robust, and your perception is keen. Ordinary individuals are no match for you. Boom. Countless pieces of information flooded Xin Fei's mind. Insights and techniques pertaining to the perfected crushing heart palm. An array of techniques surged within his consciousness, and within mere moments, he grasped every aspect of the martial art as if he had immersed himself in its study for over a decade. Rivaling seasoned warriors. Streams of warmth coursed through Xin Fei's body. rapidly elevating his vitality to several times that of an average person, significantly nourishing his sinews and bones. His bones cracked and swiftly healed, growing even stronger. His senses became remarkably acute, allowing him to perceive movements from dozens of paces away with clarity. The muscles concealed beneath his clothing became increasingly taut and robust. When his vitality surged, each strike of his fist or palm possessed the power of a bear or tiger, capable of shattering an iron pillar with a single blow. After spending over half a year in arduous effort, I have finally attained the pinnacle of the blood-nourishing realm as a martial artist. Xin Fei opened his eyes, letting out a heartfelt sigh. Indeed, the path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. Even with the assistance of a fortuitous advantage, it took Xin Fei an extensive period to reach this juncture. It is unimaginable how grueling each step must be for an ordinary martial artist without the support of various resources. No wonder those who align themselves with the powerful and affluent can progress swiftly. Only they can provide the myriad resources necessary for martial advancement. For the average practitioner, the struggle is overwhelmingly daunting. With a multitude of emotions swirling within him, Xin Fei took a moment to rest. After fully acclimating to his new body, he retrieved 2 small volumes from his robe. One was a compendium of alchemical insights from Zhang Fengxian, and the other was the 1,000 Poisons Hand Manual from Wen Shan. Over the past 2 months, Xin Fei had repeatedly perused the alchemical insights, effectively absorbing its content, which had modestly enhanced his ability to concoct various elixirs. It could be said that the utility of this alchemical compendium is limited to this. For an ordinary alchemist, it could significantly augment their potion-making capabilities, and for a novice, it could pave their way to greatness with boundless prospects. Yet for Xin Fei, it merely serves as a slight advantage. However, while studying the alchemical insights, he stumbled upon an unexpected delight, a formula for a disguise technique. By utilizing a few common herbs and grinding them into a powder to apply to his face. One could assume the appearance of another person. It was undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. The introduction of this disguise technique illuminated Xin Fei's prospects, as he had now perfected the heart-crushing palm and would inevitably need to interact with a greater number of individuals. Under such circumstances, the disguise technique could significantly reduce the likelihood of exposure, preserving his enigmatic aura. After all, he could not be perpetually masked, could he? Swiftly noting the requisite herbs for the disguise, Xin Fei resolved to find an opportunity to experiment with it. After stowing away the alchemical insights, he took out the 1,000 Poisons Hand Manual. Xin Fei had gleaned from Lu Chong that this technique was not registered within the Rin'ai Hall's catalog of Qi refinement realm martial arts, and its origins were unknown, appearing to be an ancient relic that had existed for over a century. Xin Fei meticulously examined the manual, and after a brief moment, a new interface materialized. He had activated the 1,000 Poisons Hand panel. 1,000 Poisons Hand, entry requirements, perfected blood-nourishing realm, completed. Ingest blood-nourishing pills 1,000 times. 1,000, silver 5,000 taels. 5,000, soak hands in wolf poison grass 10 times. 10 3 conditions emerged. The first condition had already been fulfilled, being a fundamental and necessary requirement. The second condition, given Xin Fei's current ability to concoct blood-nourishing pills, could also be steadily achieved over approximately 6 months. Of course, consuming higher-quality blood-nourishing pills or qi-nourishing pills would expedite the process. Regarding the third condition, Xin Fei pondered, retrieving the 1,000 taels of silver he had obtained from Wen Shan. With a flash of brilliance, he realized that he had satisfied a portion of the third condition, yet still required 4,000 taels. The treatment at the North City branch was commendable, as Xin Fei earned several hundred taels each month in wages and dividends. After a few months, he had accumulated a fair sum. However, the completion of the heart-crushing palm had cost him 1,000 taels, coupled with the wages of several apprentices and various expenses at the alchemy workshop. In total, he had saved not a single coin and had spent the 1,000 taels given by Gao Shan. His current rate of saving, it would take at least 7 to 8 months to gather the remaining 4,000 taels. As for the fourth condition, the wolf poison grass, soaking his hands in it 10 times. Xin Fei couldn't help but feel that this condition, seemingly ordinary, was in fact the most arduous. He possessed the ability to handle herbs at a complete mastery level and was well versed in 750 types of herbs. including the wolf poison grass. This herb was exceedingly rare, found only in a few regions outside the city, containing potent toxins that could cause one's blood to coagulate, leading to a state of rigidity and ultimately death. Such a deadly substance was to be used for soaking his hands. Shan Fei's eyes twitched as he glanced down at his hands, contemplating why when Shan had refrained from practicing the thousand poisons hand. It was due to such severe conditions, as when Shan was not an alchemist. Any misstep in the process could render his hands useless. Once a martial artist loses their hands, they essentially become worthless and would surely be expelled from the Ren'ai Hall. Blood-nourishing pills, silver, wolf poison grass, Shan Fei sighed, reflecting on the fact that it was no wonder the thousand poisons hand was a qi refinement realm technique, as even the entry requirements demanded such extensive resources. Even someone as capable as Shan Fei found himself in a predicament. An ordinary martial artist, attempting to master the thousand poisons hand would likely take 4 or 5 years just to meet the entry criteria. Of course, if Shan Fei were to reveal his strength at this moment and seek assistance from the Ren'ai Hall, he could fulfill all the requirements in a short span of time. However, Shan Fei was not foolish. He understood that exposing his capabilities might lead to unwelcome scrutiny rather than the focused cultivation he desired, possibly resulting in severe and torturous consequences during the late hours of the night. First, he must procure the wolf poison grass. After contemplating for a moment, Shan Fei decided to tackle the most crucial condition first. Stepping out of the alchemy room, he was greeted by the warm autumn sun, bathing him in a comforting glow. Time had flown by. It was hard to believe he had been in this world for nearly a year. Master Shan. What is the rush? Are you saying I'm slow? Wang Guzi emerged from the corner, gazing at Shan Fei with eager anticipation. Shan Fei blinked, glancing at the sunlit ground, and smiled. You've been working so hard on this ground that it's almost worn down to the skin. Wang Guzi chuckled sheepishly. I don't know how to do anything else. I can only work diligently. Whatever Master Shan asks me to do, I shall do. Shan Fei smiled with satisfaction. Ah, a teachable child. Just don't wear out this ground too much. Mops have been getting pricier lately. Oh, right? Shan Fei proceeded to the backyard where Zhaoda and Zhao Er were diligently attending to the herbs. Coming from humble beginnings, the two understood that opportunities to change their fates were scarce, thus they worked exceptionally hard, quickly improving their ability to process herbs. Zhaoda, with average talent, would require a few more months to have even a slight chance of concocting qi blood powder. While Zhao Er displayed considerable aptitude and had developed the commendable herb handling skill in just a few months, Shan Fei estimated that in another month, Zhao Er would be able to manage the concoction of qi blood powder. This progress far surpassed any of Shan Fei's apprentices under Gao Shi's tutelage. I hadn't expected to have a talented alchemist among my apprentices, Shan Fei thought with a satisfied smile as he offered guidance to both of them for a while before departing the alchemy workshop. Shortly thereafter, Shan Fei set out with a bundle in hand, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 47. Wolf poison grass. This time, Shan Fei aimed to gather several stalks of wolf poison grass to soak his hands in, thereby fulfilling the entry requirements for the thousand poisons hand. Master Shan, out for a stroll. Just stepping out for a bit. Master Shan, I have a bottle of fine wine aged for 10 years. Would you care to join me for a drink tonight? No, I have matters to attend to this evening. Master Shan, I have a relative with a single daughter. Would you be interested in? Let us discuss it later. Along the way, Shan Fei encountered several elderly individuals from the northern branch, who greeted him warmly with smiles, some even going so far as to act as matchmakers for him. Following the death of Zhang Fengxian, Shan Fei had firmly established himself as the alchemist of the northern branch, and numerous affairs required his nod of approval to advance. As time passed, Shan Fei's status within the northern branch soared to unprecedented heights. In just 3 months, placing him second only to a few high-ranking members like Ma Wu, who had been there since the inception. Naturally, such a figure attracted flattery and sycophancy. However, Shan Fei remained engrossed in alchemy and martial arts. Showing little interest in these social interactions, after several polite declines, the people of the northern branch began to perceive Shan Fei as someone who shunned socializing, leading to a reduction in their interactions and allowing him a measure of peace. Upon leaving the northern branch, Shan Fei made his way directly outside the city. After a period of confinement, the northern district appeared even more desolate. Shops were closing, passers-by wore vacant expressions, hurrying along as if disinterested in everything around them. The streets and alleys were increasingly populated with beggars, each one pleading for alms, their emaciated bodies a testament to severe malnutrition, especially as the early autumn chill began to set in, leaving them exposed and vulnerable. Shenfei furrowed his brow. The situation in Kang County had grown increasingly chaotic. Previously, disordered troops had pillaged the farmlands, villages, mines, and medicinal fields outside the city. Now, a faction of mountain bandits was robbing travelers and merchant caravans. Despite several attempts by the city guards to eradicate them, they had suffered considerable losses. Furthermore, the four major factions monopolized various trades, arbitrarily raising prices and oppressing the populace. Presently, the soaring prices in Kang County had rendered life unbearable for the common folk, exacerbating their already dire circumstances. Daily, people resorted to selling their children or ancestral property. Shenfei had heard that the population of Kang County, once exceeding 50,000, had dwindled to less than 30,000. Initially skeptical, he now understood the truth upon witnessing the abundance of vacant homes along his journey. The citizens of Kang County were fleeing en masse, each seeking their own escape. Some headed toward the state capital. Others sought refuge in the deep mountains, while many joined the ranks of the disordered troops who had recently experienced a surge in strength, defeating the city guards and slaughtering several martial artists of the Qi refinement stage. Whenever the four major factions dispatched formidable warriors, the disordered troops would retreat into the depths of the mountains, causing considerable frustration for the city guards. Maojian Mountain, a lush and verdant peak, stood as one of the few high mountains in the northern part of Kang County. Its steep terrain was often frequented by tigers and wolves, earning it a notorious reputation as a perilous locale. The wolf poison grass that Shenfei sought grew within this mountain. With nimble feet, Shenfei sprinted along the narrow path, each step covering 4 to 5 meters, moving with astounding speed, akin to a specter. Before long, he reached the foot of Maojian Mountain, where a few emaciated citizens were foraging for wild vegetables. Upon noticing Shenfei's arrival, they merely glanced up vacantly before returning to their task. Suddenly, a plump wild rabbit sprang from the underbrush. Quick as lightning, Shenfei propelled a stone from beneath his foot, striking the rabbit perfectly. The scene captivated the nearby foragers, who gazed at him with envy and longing. Shenfei picked up the wild rabbit and tossed it to a gray-haired elder, who, upon receiving the unexpectedly plump creature, widened his eyes in astonishment, nearly fainting from excitement. "Thank you," the elder exclaimed repeatedly, bowing profusely before hastily retreating, his speed surpassing that of many young men. Shenfei chuckled softly, then sprang toward Maojian Mountain. His legs lightly touched the path, the scenery on either side rapidly receding, and soon he found himself at the mountain's shadowed side, where most of the poisonous plants thrived, including the wolf poison grass he sought. With keen eyes, Shenfei meticulously searched among the rocky crevices. The treacherous terrain would pose a challenge for the average person, yet for Shenfei, it was a trivial matter. With robust vitality, he leaped effortlessly 4 to 5 meters into the air. And with the aid of large boulders, he could ascend even 10 meters, moving with the agility of a monkey. Fortune smiled upon him as he quickly discovered a wolf poison grass nestled within a gap between boulders. Activating his harvesting skill, Shenfei carefully plucked the intact plant and placed it into a specially crafted basket. Rising with satisfaction, he continued his search for more wolf poison grass. Each plant would allow him a single use, and he required 10 for soaking his hands 10 times. By midday, Shenfei had collected 4 wolf poison grasses, deeming the outing a reasonable success. After such exertion, he felt a tinge of weariness and sought a shaded spot to rest. Munching on some food while casually surveying the surroundings, suddenly, several figures emerged from the undulating hills, capturing his attention. Shenfei paused momentarily, contemplating, then propelled himself upward like a soaring dragon, deftly landing on the crown of a nearby tree. "This mountain path is truly treacherous. What a hassle! I long to return and indulge with women. The village woman I captured last time is still alive. I must take advantage of her while I can. What else to fear? If necessary, I can always seize another. What value is there in a village woman? Last time, I slaughtered an entire family of 3, and oh, the thrill of enjoying her before her son's very eyes was exhilarating. I've heard the women of Zue Chunfeng have remarkably fair skin. I've yet to experience that. Next time the chieftain heads to the county, I'll have him take you along. I heard they brought back a substantial amount of grain yesterday, enough to last a year. A group of bandits clad in black appeared along the mountain path, their crude banter echoing as they approached Shenfei. This place seems nice. Let us take a break, one suggested. Agreed, replied another. The bandits sat down, preparing to take out their water flasks when, unexpectedly, a shadow descended from above, and with a swift kick, one bandit's head exploded. Shenfei darted among them, his movements ghostly in an instant. The bandits lay sprawled on the ground, each with crushed chests, lifeless. "Hero, spare me," one bandit cried, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he prostrated himself in desperation. As Shenfei approached, intending to inquire about the area, the bandit suddenly flung a handful of poison powder into the air and lunged at him with a blade. Grabbing the weapon with his left hand, Shenfei fixed a piercing gaze on the bandit, remaining utterly unmoved as the bandit struggled to free his blade. With a resounding thud, the bandit truly knelt before Shenfei, having suffered a broken leg from the assault. Chapter 48, The Evil Since Time Immemorial. The bandit writhed on the ground, clutching his shattered knee, his face contorted in agony. Shenfei picked up the fallen blade, inspecting it for toxins, and then checked himself for any traces of the poison powder. The toxin powder, a substance Shenfei had frequently employed, would cause blindness within seconds upon contact, followed by swelling and itching, significantly diminishing combat effectiveness. It had always been one of his preferred poisons. However, while he appreciated the poison, the bandit's attempt to use it against him was another matter entirely. Had he not honed his skills in poison throwing and sensed the bandit's odd gestures, he could have easily fallen victim to that trap. Intrigued by the bandits in this area, Shenfei carelessly tossed the blade, which embedded itself in the bandit's thigh, eliciting a pained scream. "Are you the bandits who have been plaguing the county?" Shenfei demanded, recalling Lu Cheng's mention of a gang of robbers operating outside the city. "Yes," the bandit replied, drenched in sweat from the pain. "Please, spare my life. I didn't mean it. It was purely instinct. Fear not. I bear you no grudge. Why, breaking your knee was merely instinct as well," Shenfei replied with a slight smile. The bandit fell silent, his expression shifting to one of dread. "Please, noble hero, don't kill me. I truly know nothing. I've been forced into this life." "Is that so?" Shenfei chuckled. "I just overheard someone mention the slaughter of an entire family of 3. And how one of you even toyed with a woman in front of her son. Was that you? How do you know?" The bandit blurted out, but immediately regretted his words, staring at Shenfei in despair. Shenfei wasted no time. With a swift motion, he plunged the blade into the bandit's throat and slowly rose. Maojian Mountain was indeed the bandit's stronghold, harboring around 100 members, most of whom were ordinary people, with only a few being martial artists. These bandits committed heinous acts, routinely plundering local villagers and merchant caravans, and those unfortunate enough to cross their path while hunting in the mountains often met brutal ends. Truly, they were the epitome of wickedness. Shenfei chuckled coldly, for he knew that in this world, there is never unprovoked malice. In his past life, Shenfei harbored a deep-seated hatred for wickedness, frequently taking up the cause of the common folk in legal disputes. Many cases appeared to be guaranteed victories, yet as the battles unfolded, he found himself on the losing side. The truth often leaves one in silence. Eventually, Shenfei came to understand a crucial truth. The so-called evil is predominantly emboldened and often indulged, allowing wrongdoers to evade justice time and again. The malevolence present in this place must surely be of a similar nature. Shenfei could not fathom how a band of mountain bandits could remain so carefree without the intervention of Kang County. A mere few martial artists, particularly one at the body refinement stage, could easily eradicate them. It was nothing short of deliberate leniency. With a cold smile, Shenfei swiftly bent down to search the bodies. Despite their lowly status, the bandits were surprisingly affluent. After a thorough search, he unexpectedly unearthed over 30 taels of silver, along with a gold leaf. Shenfei was momentarily taken aback. When did mountain bandits amass such wealth? If a handful of bandits could gather so much, then he pondered, what would be the outcome if he were to eliminate the entire 100 or so bandits at Maojian Mountain? The thought ignited a fervor within him, and he quickly devised a method to amass silver in the short term. Fortune favored him. Without delay, Xin Fei tidied up the bandit corpses and carelessly discarded them into a nearby thicket before darting up the mountain path towards the summit. Following the information divulged by the bandits, he soon discovered a wooden cabin nestled within the dense forest. Several bandits were visible inside, each wielding weapons, their robust physiques indicating they were no ordinary foes. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the towering trees, Xin Fei stealthily approached the cabin, straining to listen. Why is it still so hot in early autumn? It's maddening. Third brother, go fetch a woman for us to entertain. Shut your mouth. Keep it down. There were 4 individuals in total. 3 ordinary men and one who, with a long breath, had just revealed himself to be a martial artist. Xin Fei was well aware of the situation. With a swift motion, he leapt off the ground, kicking out mid-air to shatter the cabin door. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Xin Fei rushed inside, raising his hand to unleash a cloud of soft spirit powder. In his haste to breach the cabin, Xin Fei had brewed an entire jar of soft spirit powder, ensuring that he never lacked this particular toxin. He carried several pounds with him, unperturbed by its usage. The fine powder enveloped the cabin, obscuring vision, as Xin Fei moved like a specter among the bandits, his hands a blur as he dispatched 3 of them in the blink of an eye. Who goes there? The lone martial artist, about to retaliate, found himself weakened, his blood surging chaotically, rendering his blade ineffective. Xin Fei deftly maneuvered behind the bandit, his blade piercing through the bandit's heart. Ah! The bandit shrieked, blood spewing forth as he fell lifeless as the dust began to settle, revealing Xin Fei standing with his hands clasped behind his back. It became evident that the 3 ordinary men and the early-stage martial artist were no match for him. Furthermore, given that he had initiated the attack with soft spirit powder, even 4 fully realized martial artists would struggle against him. Satisfied with his triumph, Xin Fei proceeded to loot the bodies, acquiring 150 taels of silver and a red belly band. Nodding in approval, he secured his newfound wealth and set off towards the next stronghold. Before long, another stronghold came into view. The bandit clad in a long robe was leisurely patrolling the mountain path. Xin Fei wasted no time, stealthily closing in on the man and unleashing another dose of soft spirit powder. The toxic powder dispersed into the air, and both Xin Fei and the bandit gasped in surprise. The bandit, lifting his robe, surged with energy, thrusting a short gun towards Xin Fei. Xin Fei deftly sidestepped, launching a kick towards the bandit's waist. The bandit countered by lowering his right elbow to block Xin Fei's strike, swiftly transforming the thrust into a slash. Take this and this. They both roared simultaneously. In the next heartbeat, they each retreated a step, and with a swift motion, both released a cloud of toxic powder. As they locked eyes, both Xin Fei and the bandit recognized the caution and wariness reflected in one another's gaze. What a despicable trick! Xin Fei cursed vehemently. The bandit momentarily paused, then retaliated with equal ire. You are one to talk. Carelessly throwing poison around. Do you even know how to use it? What do you know? This is merely a lion hunting a rabbit with all its might, Xin Fei retorted angrily. The bandit was about to respond when Xin Fei flicked his left hand, releasing yet another large cloud of toxic powder, no less than a pound. How much? The bandit was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Xin Fei to carry such an abundance of poison. Holding his breath, he hastily retreated, throwing his short gun in a desperate attempt to fend Xin Fei off. Xin Fei lunged forward, his palms swelling like hammers as they struck the bandit's chest. The bandit snorted disdainfully, sweeping his right leg in retaliation. Bang, bang, bang. They exchanged blows rapidly, neither able to gain the upper hand. A fully realized blood-nurturing stage martial artist, Xin Fei was astonished. He had not anticipated that the bandit would also be at the pinnacle of the blood-nurturing stage. His gaze sharpened, and just as he prepared to retrieve his corpse-dissolving powder, a cacophony of furious shouts erupted from the wooden cabin behind the bandit. 4 or 5 bandits emerged from the cabin, charging directly towards Xin Fei. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Fei promptly unleashed a pound of soft spirit powder into the air. As the powder drifted down, he seized the moment to make a graceful retreat. The bandits, instinctively pursuing him, inadvertently inhaled the soft spirit powder, causing their legs to weaken and their blood to surge chaotically, nearly sending them tumbling to the ground. What a terrifying poison! The bandits were aghast. Trembling as they fled the area clouded by the powder, helplessly watching Shen Fei escape. Chapter 49. A penny can stump a hero. Shenshi, you've returned. Yes. Shenshi, why are you bleeding from your nose? The weather has been dry lately. I've been feeling a bit overheated. Please have the kitchen stew some snow pears for me, of course. In the alchemy chamber, Shen Fei sat cross-legged, shivering slightly as he retrieved several vials of antidote from a nearby shelf, swallowing them all without a glance. After a moment, his pale complexion improved, the toxins within him swiftly expelled. That was close. Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief, recalling how the bandit from Maojian Mountain was a master of poisons. Despite his careful vigilance during their battle, he had still inadvertently fallen victim to the bandits' toxins. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of those bandits from the cabin, disrupting the bandits' plans, he might have already been a cold corpse, with the northern branch of the city preparing for his funeral. Fortunately, his quick thinking had allowed him to retreat and return to the northern branch in time, where he consumed a substantial amount of antidotes, narrowly preserving his life. There truly are hidden talents in the wild. Shen Fei sighed inwardly, realizing that even a solitary bandit could possess the prowess of a fully realized blood-nurturing stage martial artist. Along with considerable poison expertise, had luck not been on his side today, he might have met his end on that mountain. It was evident that he must exercise greater caution in the future. Resisting impulsive actions. Though the soft spirit powder was potent, if the enemy was forewarned, its efficacy would be severely diminished. Shen Fei's gaze flickered as he meticulously reflected on his every move today. However, it was not without reward. 4 wolf poison herbs and several hundred taels of silver constituted his most significant gains. In particular, the 4 wolf poison herbs would sustain him for several days. As for the remaining quantity of herbs, Shen Fei resolved to seek a different location for harvesting, avoiding encounters with bandits. Since he could not overcome them now, he would bide his time until he achieved the qi refinement stage. Sooner or later, he would bring them to their demise. As he contemplated this, Wang Guzi delivered sweetened pears, which Shen Fei devoured in a few bites before waving him off. He then set to work on the wolf poison herbs in the alchemy chamber. Finding a clean mortar, he carefully ground the wolf poison herbs until a dark green liquid oozed forth. Using a small spoon, he collected the juice, placing it into a wooden basin and mixing it with an appropriate amount of water. In a short while, a basin filled with a foul-smelling, translucent green liquid was ready. This won't poison me, will it? Shen Fei pondered, deciding that safety was paramount. He swallowed a hefty dose of antidote, holding it in his mouth without swallowing. After several deep breaths, he finally felt secure enough to plunge his hands into the basin. The next moment, a stifled cry of pain erupted from the alchemy chamber. Thus, half a month swiftly passed by. Entry condition for 1000 Poisons Hand. Fully realized blood nurturing stage, complete. Swallowed blood nurturing pills 1000 times. 781-1000 silver 5000 taels. 1500 soaked hands in wolf poison herbs 10 times. 10 since the last time he soaked his hands in wolf poison herbs. Shen Fei had prioritized meeting this condition. Although wolf poison herbs were rare, they were not extinct. He avoided Maojian Mountain and explored several other locations where the herbs might grow, spending half a month in his search. At last, he gathered 10 wolf poison herbs and crushed them for soaking his hands. After half a month, he finally fulfilled the 4th condition. Currently, for the 1000 Poisons Hand entry, Shen Fei still needed to swallow blood nurturing pills 1000 times and acquire 3500 taels of silver. The disparity in the number of blood nurturing pills was vast, and there was no rush to address that matter. Shen Fei turned his attention to the 3rd condition, 3500 taels of silver. Had it not been for the treacherous bandit lurking in Maojian Mountain, Shen Fei's foremost inclination would have been to venture there to enjoy the autumn breeze, rid the populace of their woes, and perhaps amass a modest sum of silver for his own advancement. Alas, Ever since his encounter with that venomous brigand, Shun Fei has been plagued by trepidation, rendering him reluctant to cross paths with the nefarious figure, thus extinguishing his aspirations of visiting Maojian Mountain. Consequently, Shun Fei found himself compelled to seek alternative means of procuring funds elsewhere. However, the sum of 3,500 taels is neither trivial nor insignificant. In the short term, Shun Fei saw no feasible way to gather such an amount. He had once tentatively broached the subject of borrowing money with Lu Chong, who initially pounded his chest in assurance, declaring that 100 or 200 taels would pose no problem. Yet, upon hearing Shun Fei's request for 3,500 taels, he promptly scaled the wall and departed, abandoning even his drink. In his desperation, Shun Fei turned to Gao Shan, hoping to borrow some funds to tide him over. Unexpectedly, Gao Shan had traveled to the prefecture and had yet to return. Indeed, even a single coin can confound a hero. Sitting in front of the alchemy workshop, Shun Fei sighed heavily. If a mere coin could cause such distress, one can only imagine the plight of someone in possession of thousands. Nearby, Wang Guzi hesitated, as if he had something to say. "What do you wish to express?" Shun Fei snapped. "Master Shin," Wang Guzi replied cautiously, covering his mouth, "I just received my wages, totaling 60 coins. If you are in need, I could lend you some." Shun Fei cast a deep glance at Wang Guzi and suddenly chuckled. "By heavens, you are indeed resourceful, Wang Guzi. Off you go. Sweep your floors properly. You needn't conceal that handful of coins. No one is coveting your meager wealth." Shun Fei jestingly waved him off. Wang Guzi blinked in confusion and turned back to his sweeping. "Wait," Shun Fei called out, halting Wang Guzi. "Master Shun, have you had an epiphany?" Wang Guzi exclaimed with excitement. Shun Fei remained silent, snatching an object from Wang Guzi's waist, revealing a handkerchief that exuded a faint fragrance, with a jade character embroidered in the upper right corner. "Where did you acquire this handkerchief? Quite ostentatious." Shun Fei gazed at Wang Guzi, his eyes laden with meaning. "Well, Wang Guzi, with your prominent brows and stout features, I never imagined you would frequent such places. You have indeed surprised me." Seeing the handkerchief, Wang Guzi quickly explained, "Master Shun, this handkerchief is yours. The last time I cleaned the alchemy chamber, you gave it to me." "I?" Shun Fei's expression faltered as he examined the handkerchief closely. Suddenly enlightened, it dawned on him that this was the very handkerchief he had taken from Wen Shan, having deemed it an ordinary piece and carelessly handed it over to Wang Guzi. "You should cherish what I gave you." Shun Fei's sentence trailed off abruptly as he pondered. An ordinary handkerchief? Why would Wen Shan carry something so common and keep it close, especially alongside 1,000 taels of silver and the infamous 1,000 poisons hand? It must be anything but ordinary. As Shun Fei scrutinized the seemingly mundane handkerchief, a thought struck him. Wen Shan was deceased, yet during his lifetime, he served as the captain of the guard at the North City branch and was a martial artist of the Qi refining stage. He had affiliations with several minor factions in Kang County, earning a considerable monthly dividend, amounting to thousands of taels annually. Such a wealthy individual, without heirs, would naturally attract the attention of others upon his demise. Yet, despite thorough searches conducted by others in Wen Shan's residence at the North City branch, not a single coin was found, leaving those from the North City branch perplexed. Rumors circulated that Wen Shan had a paramour at Zui Chunfeng. With all his savings entrusted to her, but with hundreds of courtesans at Zui Chunfeng, it was impossible to discern who might be Wen Shan's beloved, leading to the matter remaining unresolved. Zui Chunfeng, Shun Fei mused. If that were indeed the case, a visit to Zui Chunfeng would be imperative, for it presented the swiftest means of acquiring a substantial sum of silver in the short term. However, he needed to ensure discretion, concealing his true identity. After a moment's contemplation, Shun Fei's mind sparked with the thought of disguise. Chapter 50. I am a man. As dusk descended upon Zui Chunfeng, lanterns began to illuminate the establishment, casting a glow akin to that of daylight, creating an atmosphere unlike any other. Carriages from the county town converged upon Zui Chunfeng, soon blocking its entrance entirely. The cacophony of voices, laughter, and the clatter of hooves creating a din that would be hard to believe in the increasingly desolate Kang County. Wealthy young gentlemen, adorned in opulent attire, strolled into Zui Chunfeng, starkly contrasting with the beggars who lined the streets nearby. "Get lost?" or I'll beat you to death. Can't you see where you are? A group of burly guards from Zui Chunfeng approached, ruthlessly driving away the beggars, and those unable to move swiftly were kicked aside without hesitation. Ha ha ha! As a few wealthy youths passed by, they erupted into laughter at the scene, tossing out 10 taels of silver as a reward for the guards. Thank you for the generosity, Master Xie. The guards grinned ingratiatingly, their blows against the beggars growing more fervent. Amidst the laughter, the sounds of beating, and the cries of despair, Xin Fei strolled by with composure. Today, he donned a deep blue robe, standing tall with a rosy complexion, exuding an air of distinction that even caught the attention of several wealthy youths who couldn't help but steal glances at him. With a flick of his fan, Xin Fei smiled at the young gentleman, leisurely stepping into Zui Chunfeng. Inside, the ambience was even more enchanting, with golden silk Namu staircases winding up to the second floor, adorned with countless flowers that made the place feel otherworldly. Good sir, you seem unfamiliar. May I know your name? A woman of around 50 approached Xin Fei with a cheerful demeanor. Xin Fei responded with a slight smile. My surname is Han. Greetings, Master Han, the matron replied warmly. What delights do you seek this evening? We have just received a new batch of maidens, all pure and untouched, sure to satisfy your desires. I have someone in mind. Who might that be? Xin Fei produced the handkerchief from his pocket, waving it in front of the matron. She glanced at it, exclaiming, Ah, it belongs to Yu Xian. She is our top courtesan and rarely meets clients. Master Han, would you prefer I arrange? Slap. Xin Fei tossed 10 taels of silver at the matron, coolly stating, I, Hanli, am not short of money. Just make the arrangements. Why didn't you say so earlier? The matron's face lit up with enthusiasm as she linked arms with Xin Fei and led him upstairs. Master Han, are you in good health? Would you like to have a few more maidens keep you company? Rest assured, Miss Yu Xian won't mind. They are all sisters, after all. Xin Fei chuckled, playfully squeezing the matron's ample rear. You seem quite suitable. Why not join me tonight, me? The matron blinked in surprise, thinking to herself that this young man seemed rather handsome and refined, yet he exhibited such audacity. She was taken aback that even a woman of her age was of interest to him. How absurd! Having spent her life in the profession, it was the first time she felt this way. Master Han is jesting. I have other matters to attend to tonight. I shall leave you in Miss Yu Xian's care. The matron quickened her pace, smiling as she ushered Xin Fei into her room, calling out, Yu Xian, this esteemed gentleman has specifically requested you. With that, she hurriedly exited, fearing Xin Fei might pull her inside at any moment. Xin Fei smiled and surveyed the room, which was warm and inviting, adorned with light green gauze, exuding a sense of grace. There was a table, a screen, and behind the screen, a bed could be vaguely discerned. Xin Fei sat down calmly, pouring himself a cup of tea. Soon, a woman with a detached expression appeared before Xin Fei. She appeared to be around 30, her pale yellow dress accentuating her delicate figure. Her complexion fair, and her ample bosom strikingly prominent. I apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed sire. Wai Yu Xian sat before Xin Fei. Pouring him tea, she began to utter the usual flirtatious banter of Zui Chunfeng. Xin Fei produced the handkerchief from his pocket. With a gasp, Yu Xian's expression changed dramatically, a mix of fear, surprise, and trepidation flashing across her face as she gazed at Xin Fei. For the first time, Xin Fei witnessed such a complex array of emotions on a woman's face. Where did you obtain this handkerchief? Yu Xian stammered. You know where, Xin Fei replied coolly. Wai Yu Xian trembled slightly, lowering her head. What do you intend to do, money? Xin Fei cut to the chase, speaking softly, I want the money when Shan left with you. Whether Yu Xian had indeed kept Wen Shan's money, Xin Fei was uncertain, but he was prepared to gamble today. Yu Xian raised her head, her gaze deepening as she looked at Xin Fei. Wen Shan did leave money with me, but why should I hand it over to you? Xin Fei smirked coldly. Are you not afraid of death? Yu Xian let out a self-deprecating laugh. If you kill me, you will find not a single coin. Xin Fei fell silent. He could see that although Yu Xian appeared frightened, there was no sorrow in her brow, leading him to deduce that her feelings towards Wen Shan's death were rather indifferent. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Fei spoke gravely. What must I do to receive Wen Shan's money from you? Yu Xian seemed to have anticipated this question, her voice urgent as she replied, Take me away. Take you away? Yes. Yu Xian's eyes brightened with hope. I was a farmer's daughter from outside the city, captured by the Qing gang to make a living here. My parents are still alive, and I have young children. If you can help me escape, I will give you Wen Shan's money. Shen Fei raised his eyebrows in surprise. Never expecting Yu Xian to utter such words, however, Yu Xian's expression was sincere, her delicate features evoking a sense of pity, and in her eyes lingered an unshakable longing and anguish. Shen Fei had assisted ordinary citizens devoid of power and influence in numerous legal battles in his previous life. He had encountered this kind of expression many times before and could discern its authenticity with a mere glance. Why Yu Xian was not lying. After a moment of silence, Shen Fei slowly inquired, "Why did Wen Shan not take you away?" Yu Xian replied swiftly, "Wen Shan has been financially supporting me for a long time, amassing a substantial sum of money with me, claiming that once he earns 30,000 taels, he will set me free and take me away from here." Shen Fei felt a stir in his heart, realizing that Wen Shan was indeed a man of deep affection and loyalty, willing to store such a significant amount of money here. Yet, upon reflection, Shen Fei sensed something amiss. Hypocrisy. A sudden realization dawned upon him, and he could not help but scoff. If Wen Shan truly loved Yu Xian, how could he allow his woman to remain in Zue Chunfeng? He would have long since redeemed her and provided her with a home. Ultimately, it was merely a ruse to deceive Yu Xian, who was naive about the world. In his previous life, Shen Fei had witnessed a well-known figure who took a mistress, entrusted her with his money, and expected her to wholeheartedly devote herself to him. Yet, what transpired in the end? He kicked her aside and fought for his money back, having enjoyed years of indulgence without spending a single coin. Reflecting on this, Shen Fei felt a surge of pity for Yu Xian, who had been lured here and led a tragic life, only to be further deceived by Wen Shan, blissfully lost in a beautiful illusion while willingly safeguarding his wealth. "Rest assured, I will redeem you." Shen Fei sighed. "Really?" Yu Xian's eyes sparkled with hope. "Indeed." Shen Fei nodded emphatically, "but not at this moment. I require some time." "All right." Yu Xian gazed deeply into Shen Fei's eyes. "I will wait for you." "Certainly, however, I currently require some funds. I will provide the money tomorrow morning." "Tomorrow morning?" But now, before he could finish his sentence, Yu Xian slowly rose, tugging at her waist, causing her light yellow skirt to fall silently to the ground, revealing a pair of ample curves that bounced enticingly before Shen Fei. Shen Fei's breath quickened. "Wait, I am not that kind of person." Yu Xian gracefully approached Shen Fei, nestling into his embrace, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper. "Aside from money, this body is all I can offer you. Please do not find me filthy. Enough with the nonsense. If you are a man, then take me." After a moment of silence, Shen Fei finally stated, word by word, "I am a man." Chapter 51. The completion of blood-nourishing pill. The Thousand Poisons hand finally begins. Yu Xian was an astute individual. She understood that merely relying on money could not secure a man's loyalty. Only by offering her body could she ensure that a man would willingly expend for her. As for the final outcome, she could only gamble on it. The following morning, Shen Fei emerged from Yu Xian's room, supporting his waist. Despite his robust vitality and stamina far surpassing that of an ordinary person, he still felt overwhelmed in the presence of a woman in her 30s. Last night, he had been drained to the core. Fortunately, Shen Fei had come now. Had he delayed for several more years, he doubted he would have been able to leave the room at all. The Zue Chunfeng was quiet in the early morning. From the rooms on either side of the second floor, faint sounds of snoring could be heard. Shen Fei descended the stairs, greeted by several attendants who welcomed him as he strolled out of Zue Chunfeng. The sunlight slightly blinding as his gaze swept across the area, he noticed several bodies covered with white cloth, lying by the roadside, resembling the wealthy young men he had encountered the previous night. "What happened?" Shen Fei feigned ignorance, covering his mouth as he inquired, tossing out a couple of silver coins. An attendant deftly caught the coins, whispering with a smirk, "These gentlemen were doing quite well last night." But suddenly they started convulsing and lost control, and by morning they were gone. "How peculiar." Shen Fei shook his head. "Indeed. The girls thought he was playing tricks. Who would have known? Teske, such a tragic end." Shen Fei chuckled. "Well, It seems Zurei Chunfeng will have to compensate. These individuals are not of ordinary status. Compensate? The attendant suddenly found his confidence, declaring proudly, "We are part of the Qin gang's enterprise. Who dares to act recklessly here?" "He dares." "Well said." Shun Fei patted the attendant's shoulder, departing amidst the attendant's flattery. Upon returning to the north branch of the city, Wang Guzi and the others had already risen, diligently attending to their tasks. Whether processing medicinal herbs or sweeping the floors, Shin Fei sat down, beckoning, "Wang Guzi, have the kitchen prepare some nourishing desserts for me." "Oh, of course." Wang Guzi paused momentarily before rushing to the kitchen. Before long, he returned with a bowl of goji berry duck soup. Shin Fei took a sip, pleasantly surprised by its flavor. After a restorative meal, Shin Fei entered the alchemy room. Inside, he retrieved the 5,000 taels and silver notes he had received from Yu Xian that morning. As he silently contemplated, the next moment, the silver notes vanished, and one of the requirements for mastering the 1,000 poisons hand was met. Now, Shun Fei was merely one step away from completion. He needed to consume the blood-nourishing pill 1,000 times. To fulfill this condition in a short span, Shun Fei had two options. One was to enhance the quality of the blood-nourishing pill, consuming a large quantity daily, relying on both quantity and quality. The other was to ingest the qi-nourishing pill. Nearly 4 months had passed since his last small success with the blood-nourishing pill, and Shin Fei had already advanced his alchemical skills to a significant level, steadily progressing towards perfection. Conditions for mastering the blood-nourishing pill: herbal processing, completion, achieved; blood qi dispersion refinement, major success, achieved; conduct 1,000 refinements of the blood-nourishing pill. 12. 010,000 blood-nourishing pill, major success, 80 success rate during refinement. At this moment, Shun Fei boasted a terrifying 80 success rate in refining the blood-nourishing pill. This success rate was extraordinarily formidable, standing out even among the ranks of the Ren AI Hall. Tio Shun Fei's knowledge, apart from the renowned alchemist Tang Lao Wai, no other high-level alchemist had reached such a staggering success rate. This meant that, under the same conditions of 10 sets of materials, Shun Fei could now yield 7 blood-nourishing pills daily. Furthermore, the efficacy of the major success level blood-nourishing pill had been significantly enhanced, amounting to a remarkable 50. Consuming one would yield 1.5 progress, resulting in a total of 10.5 daily. At this pace, it would take approximately 3 months to fully master the 1,000 poisons hand. While this speed was impressively fast compared to ordinary martial artists, Shin Fei still deemed it insufficient. With the new year approaching, he would turn 19 soon, and time was not on his side for leisurely progress. He needed a swifter solution. Thus, he contemplated the second option: refining the qi-nourishing pill, with 1 pill equating to 10, relying on quality. However, the qi-nourishing pill was an advanced martial arts pill, exceedingly precious, with very few in the entire Ren AI Hall capable of refining it, each pill costing a hefty 500 taels. Even with a decent discount, purchasing in bulk would still result in an unaffordable price over time. As for refining it himself, Shun Fei pondered. He had only entered the field of alchemy for 4 months, becoming an alchemist a month later, and now, just 3 months had passed, and he was already attempting to refine the qi-nourishing pill, aiming to ascend to a high-level alchemist. This pace seemed rather suspicious. Shin Fei feared that the moment he mentioned refining the qi-nourishing pill, the Ren AI Hall would send someone to apprehend him, subjecting him to severe torture to extract his secrets. The notion of being treated as a guest by the Ren AI Hall, basking in their joy at his talent, felt utterly deceptive. Shin Fei would not foolishly believe that. Until he had sufficient strength to protect himself, the best course of action was to grow steadily, avoiding unnecessary attention. After much contemplation, Shun Fei ultimately resolved to utilize a large quantity of major success level blood-nourishing pills to swiftly advance his mastery of the 1,000 poisons hand. Time passed leisurely, and before long, 3 months had flown by. Throughout this time, Shun Fei had been voraciously consuming blood-nourishing pills, ultimately fulfilling all conditions for mastering the 1,000 poisons hand. With a thunderous rush, a torrent of information surged into Shan Fei's mind. Insights into the techniques of the entry-level 1,000 poisons hand filled his consciousness. Techniques for transporting qi and blood, strategies, key points, and combat experiences swirled within his mind. Within mere breaths, Shun Fei broke through from the completion of the blood-nourishing realm, becoming an entry-level practitioner of the Qi refinement realm. Crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed densely, swiftly merging under the nurturing flow of Qi and blood, becoming even more robust and solid. Shen Fei remained seated, yet his skeletal structure gradually expanded, visibly increasing in height, his eyes radiating vitality. Qi and blood surged within him. The nourishing Qi of the blood-nourishing realm felt like streams of warmth, while in the Qi refinement realm, the Qi and blood surged forth, pulsating like a roaring furnace, perceptible even to the common person. Shen Fei extended his hands, noticing their fair and delicate appearance, resembling those of a wealthy heir rather than a martial artist. With a flicker of thought, his hands transformed to a dark hue, Thousand Poisons hand. Intra-level. You have initially grasped the Thousand Poisons hand. During combat, the wolf poison grass will infiltrate the enemy's body. Your strength is formidable, enabling you to contend against dozens of armored soldiers effortlessly. I did it. Shen Fei erupted into hearty laughter. Qi and blood. Qi for circulation, blood for nourishment. I in the nourishing blood realm. The primary focus is on cultivating blood. At this stage, there is an abundance of blood but a deficiency of Qi, resulting in substantial strength yet insufficient endurance. Once one enters the Qi cultivation realm, they begin to store Qi, replenishing their energy. Ultimately, the harmony of Qi and blood is achieved, resulting in a robust and sustained vitality, enhancing one's mastery over their own life force. Thus, martial artists at this stage possess astonishing destructive power with every movement and ample residual energy. They can even lock their Qi and blood, preventing toxins from spreading swiftly and buying time for treatment. Shen Fei gazed at his darkened hands, a sense of intuition washing over him. Whereas he could previously punch through iron plates, now he could shatter solid boulders with a single blow. His strength had more than doubled. Confronting 3 or 4 perfectly nourished blood realm warriors would pose no challenge. With this thought, Shun Fei's heart stirred as he turned his gaze towards the blue stones on the floor of the alchemy room. These stones were meticulously transported from outside the city by Renai Tang, renowned for their hardness. A typical warrior in the nourishing blood realm could merely leave a faint mark upon striking them. As his Qi surged, Shun Fei's blood boiled instantly, radiating an intense heat akin to that of a furnace. With a low shout, he struck the blue stone with a powerful palm, and with a sharp sound, he left a palm print that was a full inch deep. Good. Shen Fei smiled with satisfaction, reflecting on how formidable the Qi cultivation realm truly was, far exceeding the nourishing blood realm. With his newfound strength, he could finally redeem Yu Xian from the brothel. This was not only to fulfill his promise to Yu Xian, but also to prepare for the conditions required for the minor mastery of the Thousand Poisons hand. Conditions for minor mastery of the Thousand Poisons hand. Ingest the Qi replenishing pill 100 times. 0-100, silver. 10,000 taels. 0-10,000. Soak hands in poison 10 times. 0-10, kill 100 people. 0-100 Chapter 52. Redemption at Renai Tang. In Dambao Building, as dusk approached, Luo Yibin was about to rise and retire to his room when he perked up, raising his head to see an old acquaintance leisurely ascending to the second floor. "You've arrived?" he said with a smile, settling back down. Shen Fei returned the smile as he took a seat. "I have come. You shouldn't be here at this hour, but I still came. What do you need this time?" "Corpse-dissolving powder." "How much?" "3 portions." A satisfied expression crossed Luo Yibin's face as he chuckled. "It seems the last matter with your colleague was handled well." "Very well. Not a single complaint from the other party so far." Shen Fei winked and smiled. "That's good. Interpersonal relationships are crucial, especially with colleagues you see daily. One must manage them well." Luo Yibin shared a knowing smile, and they swiftly completed the transaction. As Shen Fei was about to depart, he seemed to remember something, turning back with a smile. "Brother Bin, having purchased so much corpse-dissolving powder from you, could you allow me to copy the recipe for the Qi replenishing pill?" "Absolutely not." Luo Yibin rejected immediately without a second thought. "This matter is of great significance. It's not like an ordinary nourishing blood realm pill. Without the explicit approval of the higher-ups of Renai Tang, I will never let you see the recipe." "Really not possible?" "Really not possible. 10,000 taels. Shenfei boldly offered a high price. Still no, Luo Yibin sighed. You, a mere alchemist, why am so high so early? Wait a few years to settle down before coming back to copy the recipe. Pausing for a moment, as if recalling something, Luo Yibin added, when I was young, I too thought of myself as a child of destiny, an extraordinary figure, believing I could master any pill with ease. At 17. I became an alchemist, a prominent figure in Renai Tang, yet to this day, I have not advanced further. My talent and potential have been exhausted. Shenfei was moved by his words. Was it truly so arduous to become a high-level alchemist? Luo Yibin's demeanor did not seem feigned. The despondence in his brows was genuine, not feigned. Very well. Shenfei thought, if copying is not an option, I shall have to demonstrate my prowess openly. With this resolve, he prepared to find an auspicious day to reveal his strength. After exchanging pleasantries with Luo Yibin, Shenfei turned to leave, making his way back to the northern branch of the city under the cover of night. After giving some instructions to Wang Guzi and the others, Shenfei changed into a different outfit and hurriedly exited the northern branch. After turning through several alleys and ensuring no one was following, he concealed himself in the shadows to change his attire once more. Using the prepared herbs, he swiftly altered his appearance, transforming back into Hanli. In the intoxicating ambience of the drunken spring breeze, surrounded by fine wine, exquisite food, and captivating beauty, Shenfei shared a drink with Yuxian. Tomorrow, I shall redeem you, he declared, setting down his cup with a calm demeanor. Really? Yuxian's eyes sparkled with delight, bright as the moon outside. Indeed, Shenfei replied with a smile, why matters have been resolved, and I can take you away. Thank you. Thank you. Yuxian inhaled deeply, suppressing her excitement, trembling as she poured wine for Shenfei. Having waited for years, she never anticipated that hope would finally arise through Shenfei, allowing her to escape her confinement. Life, it must be said, is truly wondrous. Thank you, young Master Han. You are truly a man of deep feelings and loyalty. I will remember this kindness for eternity. Wai Yuxian gazed at Shenfei, her enchanting eyes shimmering with emotion, her alluring demeanor stirring something within Shenfei. Such a tempting figure, Shenfei thought to himself, feeling a twinge of desire. After a few rounds of drinks, with a slight intoxication, Yuxian leaned closer, her face flushed. Young master, please allow me to serve you one last time. Shenfei, slightly tipsy, gazed at Yuxian's delicate features, moved by an impulse. He gently caressed her cheek. Wai Yuxian blushed and lowered her head, looking at the man who would rescue her from the flames of her predicament, and passionately declared, Young master, such great kindness cannot go unthanked. In my next life, I wish to serve you as a devoted servant. Repaying your grace, I have already accepted payment. You need not go to such lengths. Shenfei chuckled, trailing his finger down her fair cheek. Thud, thud, thud. Yuxian's heart raced as she felt the heat radiating from Shenfei. Her mind clouded with desire. I understand, but I still wish to repay you. As she spoke, Yuxian cast a sultry glance at Shenfei, and with a resolute bite of her lip, she shed her upper garments and slowly knelt before him. Young master, I am willing to serve you tonight. The following morning, Shenfei embraced Yuxian as they made their way to the madam to redeem her. Redeem her? The madam glanced at Shenfei, then turned her gaze to Yuxian with a smile. Yuxian, you have finally found someone special. Congratulations. Wang Mama, once I leave, I may never see you again, Yuxian said, gripping the madam's hand with reluctance. You can always come back to visit, the madam replied cheerfully. Where are you planning to go after your redemption? Yuxian lowered her head shyly. Young Master Han wishes to take me to the provincial capital. He says he has already secured a residence there. That is splendid. As women, we must have a place to return to. The madam gazed at Yuxian with nostalgia, chatting about various matters before finally heading upstairs to facilitate the redemption. The redemption was quite simple. Shenfei spent 5,000 taels of silver to redeem Yuxian from the drunken spring breeze. Standing before the madam, he held Yuxian's hand high and exited through the front doors. Boarding the carriage he had reserved the previous day, setting off towards the outskirts of the city. Those who fear not death, the madam scowled, watching Shenfei and Yuxian disappear into the distance. She summoned a young servant. Go. Inform 6th Master to bring people and capture Yuxian back. Yes. The servant nodded and prepared to leave. Wait. The madam pondered for a moment and coldly instructed, do not bring Yuxian back. I fear complications later on. Let sixth master have his fun, then deal with her. Find a place to bury her. The servant shuddered, his face pale as he hurried away. The carriage rolled on, making its way out of Kang County towards the city outskirts. Inside the carriage, Shenfei reclined with his hands behind his head, propping one leg up lazily, while Yuxian sat anxiously, glancing out the window from time to time. Stop looking. We are still far from your home. I know. Yuxian lowered her head. Feeling embarrassed, I am just anxious. Wanting to see my family sooner. It won't be long now. After we pass that mountain pass ahead, we should arrive within the hour. Shenfei replied, sitting up with a smile, I have arranged the carriage for you. You can take your entire family to the provincial capital. Thank you, young master. Wai Yuxian pulled out a stack of banknotes. This is the remaining wealth from Wanshan, along with 15,000 taels. Please count it. Shenfei received the banknotes from Yuxian, selecting a 5,000 tael note to hand back to her. The provincial capital is not like Kang County. Traveling with your family will incur significant expenses. It's prudent to keep some silver on hand. But young master, I have money. Just take it. Yes. Yuxian accepted the banknote shyly, casting a deep glance at Shenfei as she whispered. You are a good man. Thank you, but I do not accept good person cards. Shenfei laughed, playfully touching Yuxian's tender cheek. The few friends have arrived. Please wait here while I step out for a moment. Oh, okay. Shenfei lifted the curtain and jumped out. The coachman lay dead, a dart lodged in his throat. Not far from the carriage stood 5 men, grinning coldly at Shenfei. Kid, you've got some nerve. Daring to redeem her, the leader is a lone wolf known as the One-Eyed Dragon, who is currently casting a sinister gaze upon Shenfei. Shenfei glanced at the corpse of the coachman lying on the ground inside. The journey to the provincial capital is long, and without a coachman, how is the young lady supposed to drive the carriage? It is quite exhausting, impudent. A furious Qing gang warrior lunged at Shenfei. Throwing a punch in his direction, Shenfei did not even bother to look, casually countering with a palm strike. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, and in the next moment, the Qing gang warrior let out a horrific scream as his arm shattered in multiple places, propelling him backward at an alarming speed. Before he even hit the ground, he had already lost all signs of life. Thud. The body rolled 3 times on the ground, leaving a pool of blood. Chapter 53. The Qing gang ambush Xiao Wang, Brother Wang. The members of the Qing gang gasped in disbelief as they watched one of their comrades perish so suddenly. Sixth Master. The Qing gang warriors turned their heads towards the center of the crowd, where the One-Eyed Dragon stood. The sixth master of the One-Eyed Dragon waved his hand and squinted. The heart-crushing palm? My friend, our Qing gang and your faction have always kept to ourselves. Shenfei smiled slightly. That has changed now. The sixth master's eyes narrowed with seriousness as he scrutinized Shenfei. I must ask you to spare the Qing gang some face. We will return your money, but we shall take the person with us. Oh? A mocking smile crept across Shenfei's lips. What if I refuse, impudent? The sixth master exploded with rage. Do you truly think there is no one in the Qing gang? Heed my advice. Take your money and leave. I can pretend that nothing has happened. Shenfei chuckled, his demeanor growing increasingly disdainful. You may pretend that it has already happened. Seeking death? The sixth master roared, leaping towards Shenfei with his hands clawed. His moves fierce and his energy surging like a fiery furnace. Indeed, a martial artist of the Qi refinement realm. Shenfei's expression shifted slightly. Humph. It's too late for regrets. The sixth master laughed triumphantly. Bellowing, everyone, attack together. Eliminate him? Yes. The other 3 Qing gang warriors charged forward, 2 in the early stages of blood nurturing, and 1 in the late stage, surrounding Shenfei. The sixth master took the lead, while the others assisted. Shenfei's expression grew serious as he crossed his arms over his chest, his hands swiftly turning a deep shade of blue-black, engaging in combat with the Ford. The sounds of fists and palms striking echoed incessantly. And for a moment, the atmosphere grew tense and lethal. Just then, the 3 Qing gang warriors simultaneously retreated, their faces turning ashen, clearly afflicted by a potent poison, trembling as they fumbled to retrieve antidote pills. Poison? The sixth master was taken aback, looking down at his hands, only to find them inexplicably turning a dark blue. Your hands are poisoned. What a sinister martial art! The sixth master glared sharply at Xin Fei. Xin Fei smiled indifferently. You've realized too late. With a swift leap, Xin Fei lunged at the sixth master, his left hand slicing through the air to draw the sixth master's attention, while his right hand struck like lightning towards the sixth master's neck. The sixth master remained unharmed, with only a faint white mark on his neck. Xin Fei raised an eyebrow. You brat, that's the iron skin technique of our Qing gang. It perfectly counters the poison in your hands. The sixth master sneered with pride, his body suddenly quaking as his exposed skin turned significantly gray. Xin Fei glanced at his own hands, shaking his head in regret. So that's how it is. It seems my technique is not yet perfected. Die. The sixth master charged again, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, creating swirling clouds of fine dust that fell from Xin Fei's garments. As they fought, the sixth master suddenly felt disheartened, pondering how, despite Xin Fei's unremarkable appearance, his attire indicated he was no ordinary individual. How could he be so dusty? While lost in thought, Xin Fei pushed both hands forward, forcing back the four attackers, and with a flourish of his sleeves, a cloud of dust engulfed them once more. This is absolutely filthy, the sixth master thought, but before he could ponder further, a warm liquid suddenly flowed from his nose. Am I bleeding? The sixth master was stunned, abruptly realizing, not good. He.s. using poison again. As soon as he uttered these words, several Qing gang warriors simultaneously spat out black blood and staggered to the ground. Xin Fei seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, executing the wind-chasing kick, sending each of them skyward with a single kick. The wind-chasing kick? The sixth master felt a tightening in his chest as he locked onto Xin Fei. Anger flaring in his eyes, who are you? How could you possibly know the wind-chasing kick of the Iron Fist gang? Guess. Just as the sixth master was about to respond, Xin Fei raised his hand and unleashed a dose of softening powder. Despicable! The sixth master trembled with rage. Xin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling slightly. Is it noble to outnumber your opponent? The sixth master fell silent, locking his chi and slowly retreating. Preparing to escape, he realized that this young man, despite his seemingly tender age, possessed a martial prowess that was both sinister and seasoned. He could not handle this, and thus resolved to return for reinforcements to ambush Xin Fei. As for the poison, the sixth master was confident in his abilities. He believed that as long as he locked his chi, no toxin could harm him. Once he returned to the Qing gang, he would be safe. While he reveled in his thoughts, Xin Fei suddenly soared into the air, like a great rock taking flight, raising a hand filled with softening powder. There's poison again? The sixth master was alarmed, but smirked in response. The young man lacked experience in the martial world, unaware that a chi refinement martial artist could lock their chi and hold their breath for an extended period. Under such circumstances, any poison would be significantly less effective. How long can you keep tossing it? Do you really have 4 or 5 pounds of poison? You can't kill me. The sixth master chuckled disdainfully, and he and Xin Fei exchanged a palm strike from a distance. Using the force to retreat swiftly, darting across the ground, Xin Fei pursued relentlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the two were engaged in a high-speed chase that lasted the duration of an incense stick. With the wind-chasing kick augmenting him, Xin Fei's leg strength was evidently greater, keeping him firmly on the heels of the sixth master, as long as the sixth master showed any signs of breathing. Xin Fei would unleash another dose of softening powder. Along the way, Xin Fei had dispersed at least a pound or two of the powder. Such a concentrated assault of poison forced the sixth master to hold his breath the entire time. He did not even have a moment to gasp for air, and even if he did, he dared not breathe, fearing Xin Fei might ambush him with poison. After running for a full 15 minutes, the sixth master could no longer endure. His face turned a deep shade of gray from suppressing his breath. Seizing a moment, he gasped deeply, but just as he inhaled, Xin Fei shot forth a cloud of softening powder from several meters away, the range of which was no less than 3 pounds. Ultimately, the sixth master could not withstand it. He inadvertently inhaled a breath of the softening powder, and in the next instant, his entire body erupted with chaotic chi and blood. The repressed corpse powder bursting forth, causing blood to flow from all 7 orifices. Cough. The 6th master vomited blood madly, his gaze filled with venom as he fixed his eyes on the steadily approaching Shen Fei. The Qing gang will not let you go. I know. Shen Fei nodded, and I will not spare the Qing gang either. Who exactly are you? The 6th master roared, struggling in his final moments. Shen Fei chuckled, flicking his foot to send a small stone whistling toward the 6th master's head. Bang. The 6th master's skull shattered, his eyes wide open in death. Bending down, Shen Fei searched the corpse and then departed with nonchalance. Before long, Shen Fei returned to his original spot, taking the reins of the carriage himself. You're back? A soft, melodious voice emerged from within the carriage. Indeed. Shen Fei chuckled lightly. I ran into a few friends and just exchanged greetings. Sorry to have kept you waiting, but I think I just heard them call you despicable. Oh, it's just friends joking around. Let us go. We're heading home now, okay? Why Yu Xian's tone brightened, no longer fixating on the words she had just heard. After about an hour, Shen Fei drove the carriage to Yu Xian's hometown, a small village with only a dozen houses. The carriage stopped at the innermost part of the village, and Yu Xian eagerly disembarked, embracing an elderly couple and 2 small children with excitement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, at Shen Fei's suggestion, Yu Xian's family packed their belongings and set off for the provincial capital that very night. In another location, Shen Fei jumped down from the carriage, grinning. Once we pass this place, there will be no more mountain bandits. The road ahead is clear. Take care. Benefactor. Yu Xian lifted the curtain, her pretty face filled with reluctance. Are you really not coming with us to the provincial capital? I'm not going, Shen Fei smiled. I still have matters to attend to in Kang County, perhaps another time. Please, benefactor, leave your address. When I arrive at the provincial capital, I will write to you. Why Yu Xian lowered her head shyly, appearing as if she wished to rekindle their connection. No need. Shen Fei politely declined. This face is a disguise, and my true identity must remain confidential. I would not expose myself for the sake of romance. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Very well. Yu Xian nodded, her eyes unknowingly brimming with tears. Shen Fei sighed inwardly, waved his hand, and with a swift leap, he dashed away, with the wind-chasing kick enhancing his speed. Shen Fei ran as swiftly as a galloping steed, and in less than an hour, the city of Kang County was already within sight. At that moment, Shen Fei suddenly perked up his ears, listening intently before darting into the nearby woods. Soon, an opulent carriage came into view, laughter from both men and women emanating from within, faint and indistinct. One of the voices sounding eerily familiar was none other than Yuan Qianqian, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Chapter 54. The truth is ridiculously dramatic. Wasn't Yuan Qianqian heading to the provincial capital? How could she possibly be here? Shen Fei was deeply intrigued. A young lady from the Renai Hall had inexplicably appeared in the wilderness, clandestinely mingling with a man inside a carriage. This was undeniably suspicious. With a subtle movement of his foot, Shen Fei stealthily approached the carriage, taking advantage of the cover provided by the bushes. His agitation was not born from jealousy, but rather from a pure desire to ascertain whom Yuan Qianqian was consorting with in such desolate surroundings. If there were indeed any ulterior motives at play, Shen Fei would not hesitate to extricate her from her predicament. As he drew closer, the voices within the carriage became increasingly audible. Why are you so swift today? It has been ages since we last met, and I am simply overwhelmed with excitement. You said the same thing last time, came the retort. All right, we have plenty of time ahead to enjoy our affection. It is not just a fleeting moment. The sound of rustling garments followed, and then a languid voice emerged from a young man. I have returned from the prefecture to celebrate my father's birthday. I shall be going back next month. Humph. You won't even stay for a few more days. It is evident that I hold no significance in your heart. Yuan Qianqian's voice was filled with a hint of sorrow. How can you say that? The young man replied in exasperation. My family is exceedingly jealous and possessive, and you know this well. Staying too long could lead to trouble, and what trouble could arise? Yuan Qianqian snapped back. I have sacrificed so much for you. Do you not feel any concern for me? Of course I do. The young man chuckled. Once you are married, We can be open about our relationship, rather than sneaking around like we are now. After a brief pause, he continued, "What about that apprentice you mentioned last time? How has he fared?" "He is now a master alchemist." Yuan Qianqian giggled. "My judgment was astute. I randomly selected an orphan, and lo and behold, he became an alchemist in just a few months. My father praises him endlessly, lamenting the missed opportunity." "Missed opportunity for what?" the young man asked, irritation creeping into his tone. "There are plenty of alchemists in the prefecture. My Zhao family has encountered countless talents. I have seen those who became high-level alchemists by 18. They are nothing but dogs in my presence." "Indeed, indeed. I know you are formidable," Yuan Qianqian responded with mirth. "You must act quickly," the young man urged. "Marry him for his name, so our child can be born without scandal. By the way, what did old Tang say?" "He provided me with a potion that can delay pregnancy symptoms for 6 months. 6 months. That means there are only 3 months left." "Yes, then we must hasten. Ensure that boy submits to you quickly, and once done, have him eliminated. I cannot bear the thought of being betrayed." "You are incorrigible," Yuan Qianqian playfully scolded, but she nodded earnestly. "I understand. He has been reassigned to the Northern Division. I will take the initiative when I return. And this time there will be no delays. Be cautious. Do not let him escape." "Ha! Where could he possibly run? Even if he fled to the prefecture, we would simply send someone to eliminate him." "That is true," the young man replied with satisfaction. Suddenly, he remarked, "Speaking of Gao Shan, he has pursued you for years. Why not consider him as a candidate?" "That man is unsuitable," Yuan Qianqian responded with unexpected gravity. "He is a disciple of the apothecary sect in the prefecture. Although he has been expelled, there remains a semblance of teacher-student loyalty. If anything were to happen to him, my father would surely face repercussions." "No wonder," the young man nodded thoughtfully. "Additionally, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you." As the voices within the carriage began to fade, Xin Fei found himself utterly astonished. He had not anticipated stumbling upon such a melodramatic scenario. Yuan Qianqian was indeed deceiving him. She was the quintessential marriage swindler, offering a 2-for-1 deal with children that were not even his own. Xin Fei rolled his eyes in disbelief. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous legal cases, the most memorable being that of a man who diligently worked to support his wife and 3 children. As the children grew, they increasingly bore no resemblance to him. Upon investigation, it turned out that each child had a different father. At that time, Xin Fei had marveled at how such foolishness could exist. 3 children, none of whom belonged to him. Yet, the tides of fortune had turned, and now he found himself in a similar predicament. As the truth dawned upon him, Xin Fei felt an intense anger, not from being deceived, but from being exploited. All he desired was to grow stronger and survive in this chaotic world. Why was it so difficult? To be used was one thing, but to have his life threatened was entirely unacceptable. Where was the justice in this? Zhao. Could it be the illustrious Zhao family? Connecting the dots from earlier conversations about the Hall Master and Old Tang, Xin Fei became increasingly convinced that the Zhao family was indeed involved. Peeking out cautiously, Xin Fei scanned his surroundings. Approximately 300 meters away, he spotted a burly man with his back turned. The man was exceptionally tall and robust, exuding an aura akin to that of a black bear standing upright. It was unfathomable to consider the terror he could unleash if he unleashed his full strength. Assessing the distance between this man and the carriage, Xin Fei quickly sought refuge once more. From his pocket, he produced various poisons: poisonous eye powder, corpse-dissolving powder, softening powder, laxatives, and soporifics, among others. He mixed a handful of each, ultimately grasping half a pound of the concoction in each hand. Taking a deep breath, Xin Fei propelled himself forward like a swift swallow, darting towards the carriage. "Who goes there?" As soon as Xin Fei revealed himself, the burly man spotted him, letting out a furious roar as he charged forward like a rampaging bulldozer, moving far faster than Xin Fei had anticipated. "Damn! What incredible speed!" Xin Fei gasped, realizing he had misjudged the man's strength. Danger loomed. There was no time to linger. In an instant, a thought flashed through Xin Fei's mind. He leapt into the air like a bird, executing a sweeping kick that shattered the carriage into splinters. Return my sister Xiaohong's life, Shen Fei bellowed, confronting the astonished Yuan Qianqian and the handsome young man within the wreckage. With fervent gestures, he flung the mixed poison towards them, without a backward glance at the two screaming in horror. Shen Fei took flight, disappearing into the distance with several agile leaps. In a secluded alley, Shen Fei changed his attire and appearance, strolling leisurely towards the northern division. Soon, he returned to the alchemy workshop, where Wang Guzi, upon seeing Shen Fei's return, hurried to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of deer antler and lamb kidney soup. Master Shen, you have improved. Shen Fei sat comfortably in a chair, joyfully slapping his thigh, embodying the persona of a carefree young man just returned from a revelrous escapade. Have the herbs arrived? They have. Zhao De and the others are processing them. Have you completed your tasks? Yes, all done. Well done. Shen Fei nodded with a smile. As the saying goes, good fortune brings vitality. With his recent successes, dispatching the troublesome Yu Xian and venting his frustrations on Yuan Qianqian, Shen Fei felt invigorated. Even his gaze towards Wang Guzi was considerably kinder. Seizing the moment, Shen Fei thought to himself, since he had initially promised to teach Wang Guzi martial arts, he might as well fulfill that promise today. Although Wang Guzi was not yet an apprentice in alchemy, it mattered little. Shen Fei still held the authority to impart some foundational knowledge. Wang Guzi, today, I shall teach you martial arts. I will demonstrate once. How much you learn depends on you. Shen Fei laughed heartily, finishing the bowl of soup in one gulp, and began demonstrating the crushing heart palm technique. Wang Guzi's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he watched intently. Chapter 55. Testing the poison. Assessing gains. After a moment, Shen Fei elegantly concluded his demonstration, having executed the crushing heart palm flawlessly to showcase foundational proficiency. How much did you remember? Shen Fei asked, turning his gaze towards Wang Guzi, feeling quite pleased and ready to assume the role of a mentor. Wang Guzi hesitated. Why the hesitation? Just tell me how much you recall. If you forgot something, I will teach you again, Shen Fei declared grandly, waving his hand with great enthusiasm. I believe I remembered everything. Wang Guzi scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. Really? Shen Fei raised an eyebrow. All of it? Yes. Show me. Oh, right. Wang Guzi nodded vigorously, hurrying to stand before Shen Fei, mimicking the earlier demonstration of the crushing heart palm. Slap, slap, slap. Wang Guzi executed the crushing heart palm with surprising precision, though some of his movements were slightly off. Given that he had only seen it once, his talent was truly remarkable. A prodigy, Shen Fei exclaimed, his eyes lighting up in astonishment. Master Shen, I didn't make any mistakes, did I? Wang Guzi asked cautiously after completing the technique. Well, there are bound to be some errors, but it's not a big deal, Shen Fei replied with a gentle smile, patting Wang Guzi's shoulder. Practice the crushing heart palm for now. When the time is right, I will teach you the techniques for channeling your energy. Understood. Wang Guzi nodded in gratitude. The technique and incantation for the Chui Xian palm are essential for the transportation of vital energy and blood. Merely possessing the techniques without the accompanying incantations and relying solely on daily nourishment cannot sufficiently enhance one's vital energy to empower a martial artist. Thus, it is imperative to have both the incantations and techniques coexisting in order to attain strength. Shen Fei turned and made his way to the alchemy chamber, pondering how to find an opportunity to teach Wang Guzi the incantation for the Chui Xian palm's vital energy manipulation. Since he was not an alchemy apprentice, he could not meet the martial arts standards. If Shen Fei were to forcibly instruct him, the Ren AI Hall would undoubtedly impose penalties upon him. After contemplating for a long while, Shen Fei could not devise a solution, so he decided to temporarily set this matter aside. Inside the alchemy chamber, Shen Fei sat cross-legged, first reflecting on the gains and losses of the day. The battle today was purely a stroke of luck. Had he not fortuitously carried 2 lethal poisons on him, he might not have easily vanquished the Qing gang members, as 6th Master had said. With martial artists entering the Qi refining stage, the efficacy of temporary poisoning diminishes greatly. Martial artists can lock their vital energy, and in the blink of an eye, the battle concludes before the poison can take effect. If Shen Fei were not a practitioner of the 1,000 Poisons hand, capable of suppressing 6th Master, any martial artist at the completion of the blood-nourishing stage or even one just beginning to practice the thousand poisons hand would have found themselves lying on the ground today. The corpse-melting powder was nearly blown away by Luo Yibin, and now it seemed rather inadequate. It was far too limited against those in the qi refining stage. It was nowhere near as effective as the soft spirit powder. Stepping outside was truly perilous. One must always exercise caution, Shen Fei sighed, reflecting on his two methods to enhance his strength. One was to continue advancing his practice of the thousand poisons hand until he achieved minor mastery, and the other was to find a way to concoct even more potent poisons that could withstand the qi refining stage. However, such formidable poisons were not easily obtainable. The corpse-melting powder was evidently insufficient. So he would have to rely on the soft spirit powder. As this thought crossed Shen Fei's mind, he felt a spark of inspiration and looked ahead, where the soft spirit powder panel appeared just in time. Soft spirit powder, incomplete. Conditions for major mastery. Herb processing completion, achieved. Blood-nourishing pill major mastery, achieved. Conduct 1,000 instances of soft spirit powder concoction. 21,000. The requirements for achieving major mastery of the soft spirit powder were relatively few. Shen Fei had already completed 2 of them and only needed to fulfill the final one at, however, 1,000 instances of concoction. Shen Fei felt a headache coming on. The last time he needed to achieve minor mastery, it required concocting just 100 instances, which had already yielded a jar of soft spirit powder that he had yet to fully utilize. Now, facing the demand of 1,000 instances, Shen Fei could hardly believe it. Once completed, how much soft spirit powder would he have amassed? Surely, it would amount to dozens of pounds. Dozens of pounds of poison? No matter how he looked at it, it seemed absurd. How many lives would he need to take to exhaust such a supply? Yet, presently there were no alternative potent poisons available, and the soft spirit powder stood as one of the most formidable toxins at his disposal. With its efficacy enhanced by 30, it could indeed eliminate anyone who stood in his way, yielding remarkable results. Under such circumstances, it was only logical to continue its development. Very well, at worst, he could find a way to discreetly dispose of some at night. Shen Fei resolved quietly. Having settled on the poison, Shen Fei shifted his gaze to the Thousand Poisons hand panel to review the conditions for minor mastery. Thousand Poisons hand conditions for minor mastery. Consume qi nourishing pills 100 times. 0. 3,100 silver 10,000 taels. 100. 001. 0000 soak both hands in poison 10 times. 010 kill 100 people. 5100. Thanks to Yuxian, Shen Fei had successfully completed one condition. He had smoothly obtained the 10,000 taels of silver. Next, he merely needed to systematically fulfill the remaining 3 conditions. One major grade blood-nourishing pill contributed only 0.15 progress. Indeed, after entering the qi refining stage, it was evident that stronger qi-nourishing pills were required to ensure the vital energy kept pace. As for consuming qi-nourishing pills 100 times, this appeared to be the most time-consuming task, so he would take it slowly. Soaking both hands in poison 10 times, this was the simplest, which he would tackle first. Regarding the task of killing 100 people, Shen Fei raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the strange conditions for the Thousand Poisons hand, but for the sake of increasing his strength, he silently accepted this requirement in his heart. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and in an instant, Shen Fei identified the optimal target for killing 100 people, the bandits on Maojian Mountain. Since the city guards were indifferent, let him take action. Shen Fei smirked, eager to see how formidable the bandits on Maojian Mountain truly were. Would his Thousand Poisons hand prove mightier, or would their bones prove resilient? With his thoughts now focused, Shen Fei took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in the alchemy chamber, and began to retrieve some poisons from his reserves, preparing to soak his hands, as the poison and water swirled in the wooden basin. Changing colors, Shen Fei slowly submerged his hands into the basin. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated excruciating pain did not arise. In fact, he felt nothing at all. Shen Fei glanced down at his hands, then looked up at the Thousand Poisons hand panel, noticing that there were no changes whatsoever. How could this be? Shen Fei furrowed his brow, meticulously reviewing the Thousand Poisons hand panel before casting his gaze back down at the floating poison in the basin, pondering whether the poison's quality was inadequate to fulfill the conditions. The testing method was simple. Shenfei poured out the poison from the basin, replaced it with clean water, and then added the soft spirit powder into the basin. He swirled it around, watching it change color, and once more submerged his hands into the wooden basin. The next moment, a bone-chilling pain surged forth, causing Shenfei to grimace in delight. Indeed, it was necessary to utilize high-grade poisons. A thought flashed through Shenfei's mind, and he felt a surge of joy. This would indeed help alleviate his soft spirit powder stock. A quarter of an hour later, after finishing soaking his hands, Shenfei lifted them to assess the results. His hands remained fair and delicate, akin to those of a wealthy young master, but once his vital energy surged, they would instantly turn a dark shade. Examining his hands closely, Shenfei had a premonition that once he soaked his hands in soft spirit powder 10 times and fulfilled all conditions for minor mastery of the 1,000 poisons hand, his hands would not only contain lethal poison but would also possess the effects of the soft spirit powder: wolf poison grass, paralyzing; soft spirit powder, chaotic vital energy. Would that not render him invincible? Shenfei froze for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. After a spell of laughter, Shenfei composed himself, retrieving a large assortment of items from his robes, all spoils acquired from the Qing Gang martial artists earlier that day. Among them was a Qing Gang token, several hundred taels of silver, a banknote for 500 taels, a golden leaf, and a small booklet. Shenfei's heart stirred as he directly picked up the booklet, flipping it open to reveal the bold characters. Iron Skin Technique prominently displayed. Chapter 56. The more authentic the act, the more enjoyable the play. The Iron Skin Technique is a martial art registered under the Qing Gang. Alongside the Iron Crotch Technique and Iron Head Technique, collectively known as the Qing Gang's 3 signature techniques. It is rumored that upon mastering all 3 techniques to perfection, one can cultivate an incredibly fearsome divine skill. Impervious to blades and fire, however, that was far beyond Shenfei's current reach. He meticulously perused the Iron Skin Technique, which, as its name suggests, significantly enhances the defensive capabilities of the skin after cultivation, allowing ordinary blades and claws to merely leave a mark. In the entire Kang County, it could be considered a commendable martial art at the Qi refining stage, though it still paled in comparison to the 1,000 poisons hand. After finishing the booklet, a flash of light appeared before Shenfei, revealing an entirely new panel. Iron Skin Technique Entry Conditions. Completion of Blood Nourishing Stage, achieved. Entry into a Qi Refining Stage martial art, achieved. Consume Blood Nourishing Pills 100 times. 0-100. The familiar simplified panel emerged, much like that of the wind-chasing leg. Once Shenfei gained entry into a Qi Refining Stage martial art, training in other techniques would yield exponential effects. The quantity of blood-nourishing pills required had decreased from 1,000 to just 100. This prompted Shenfei to nod slightly, thinking that a mere 100 instances was quite manageable given his current production capacity. It posed no significant challenge, and a surge in strength was imminent. After pondering for a moment and ensuring he had not overlooked anything, Shenfei smiled and began to concoct the soft spirit powder once more. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, Shenfei was busy concocting pills in the alchemy chamber when suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Shun Master, a distinguished guest has arrived." "Who?" "A beautiful young lady," Wang Guzi replied bashfully in a low voice. "It's Yuan Shanqian." Shenfei realized with a start, sneering softly as he tidied the alchemy chamber and slowly rose to exit, eyeing the front courtyard. A charming young lady in a light yellow dress was playfully teasing Wang Guzi. It was none other than Yuan Shanqian. Observing her carefree interaction with Wang Guzi, one could hardly imagine that she had been entwined with others in the wilderness just half a month ago. The more innocent the act, the more enjoyable the play. The internet did not deceive me. Shenfei was filled with admiration for her adept performance. "Shanqian." Shenfei forced a smile, his eyes gleaming with surprise. "What brings you here?" "Humph. So you still remember to call me Shanqian?" Yuan Shanqian shot a resentful glance at Shenfei. "Why didn't you inform me when you were assigned to the North City branch?" "Upon my return, I heard you had been sent here. Did you not go to the state capital?" Shenfei scratched his head sheepishly. "Is it not possible to return after going to the state capital?" Yuan Shanqian cast a flirtatious glance at Shenfei, 3 parts charm, 5 parts playful pouting, and 2 parts sorrow. Such a gaze would be overwhelming for an ordinary man. Xin Fei feigned momentary distraction, cleared his throat, and smiled. When did you return? Just got back. I came straight to find you. Humph. Yuan Qianqian felt a flicker of secret delight and pride within her heart. With her hands clasped behind her back, she circled around Xin Fei with a beaming smile, teasingly remarking, "It seems you've grown a tad taller during our months apart." Indeed, the dining hall at the North Branch is quite splendid. Xin Fei chuckled heartily. That brings me relief. Yuan Qianqian clapped her hands, and a few maidservants entered in single file, each carrying various items. What is this? Xin Fei inquired with curiosity. These are gifts I procured for you from the prefectural city. Yuan Qianqian replied with a gleeful grin. There are clothes, boots, and even a pair of jade pendants. This is quite extravagant, Xin Fei exclaimed. Extravagant? Nonsense. If I'm buying for you, it must be of the finest quality. Go on, try them on very well. Under the attentive service of the maidens, Xin Fei donned the attire. A snow-white silk robe, a pair of black deerskin boots, and a matching pair of jade pendants, transforming him into an elegant figure. As he was at the threshold of the qi refining stage, he exuded vitality, his skin fair and delicate, with a robust frame that radiated an indescribable charisma. Adorned in such splendid garments, he appeared even more graceful and ethereal. Yuan Qianqian's eyes sparkled with admiration, her gaze toward Xin Fei tinged with a hint of infatuation. The clothing fits perfectly, thank you, Qianqian, Xin Fei expressed, his smile brimming with surprise. Yet, within, he harbored a cold smirk. For he detected a familiar scent lingering on the garments. Though faint, it was unmistakably the fragrance of soft spirit powder. Damn it. This attire belonged to that man with whom Yuan Qianqian consorted that day. Surely it was discarded, and she has now gifted it to me, Xin Fei thought, his irritation brewing. I see how it is. If you find it enjoyable, then that is all that matters, Yuan Qianqian teased, playfully sticking out her tongue as she adjusted Xin Fei's collar, their demeanor akin to that of a couple in the throes of romance. As their conversation deepened, their intimacy blossomed, the atmosphere charged with warmth. By the way, Yuan Qianqian suddenly remarked, in a few days, it will be the county magistrate's 60th birthday, and the Renai Hall will send representatives to extend their congratulations. My father wishes for you to attend as well. Oh? Xin Fei was taken aback, feeling somewhat apprehensive, but I am merely a pill refiner. It seems inappropriate for me to attend such an event. Oh, come now. It's merely an opportunity to broaden your horizons. There will be dozens of people present, Yuan Qianqian insisted, her tone lighthearted. The Renai Hall's main branch will send representatives from all its divisions. You need not worry too much. Very well, Xin Fei nodded, acquiescing to Yuan Qianqian's request. After a bit more idle chatter, Yuan Qianqian reluctantly rose to leave, glancing back at Xin Fei several times before departing under the encouragement of her maidservants, as the daughter of the esteemed head of the Renai Hall. Her every action in the North Branch would undoubtedly attract attention. Before long, news of Xin Fei and Yuan Qianqian's relationship spread throughout the North Branch, even reaching the ears of Ma Wu and his companions. Is that so? Ma Wu expressed mild surprise upon hearing the news. Considering Yuan Qianqian's proud disposition, overlooking even the tallest mountain, how could she possibly be interested in an orphaned pill refiner? Sun Changhe stroked his beard thoughtfully, implying, matters of the heart can be quite unpredictable. Jia Hui furrowed his brow. I dispatched someone to inquire at the Renai Hall. It appears Yuan Qianqian has taken quite a liking to Xin Fei, often visiting him. Now that she has come to the North Branch, it seems there is substance to the rumors. A Wu's eyes twitched slightly, but he remained silent. Sun Changhe and Jia Hui exchanged glances, both sighing inwardly. Ever since the death of Zhang Fengxian, Ma Wu had shifted his focus towards widows, showing little interest in the affairs of the North Branch. His sensitivity to such matters evidently diminished. If Xin Fei truly became entangled with Yuan Qianqian, his status would inevitably render the North Branch a mere dowry for her, handed over to Xin Fei. Ma Ji sure. You must rouse yourself soon. However, seeing Ma Wu's taciturn demeanor and distracted expression, Sun Changhe and Jia Hui shared a knowing look, silently reaching a consensus. That very night, 2 gift boxes appeared in Xin Fei's courtyard, leaving both him and Lu Chang momentarily astonished. Goodness, Brother Shin, you are quite fortunate. Even the cunning old foxes, Sun Changhe and Jiao Hui, have sent you gifts. Clearly, they are seeking to curry favor, Lu Chang remarked as he inspected the boxes, which contained valuable, nourishing herbs. Worth no less than 500 taels. Shin Fei, however, paid them little mind, smiling. If Brother Lu fancies them, feel free to take your pick. Really? Indeed? Then I shall not be polite. Lu Chang grinned, sitting cross-legged on a stone bench, facing Shin Fei as they sipped tea. Shin Fei shook his head with a smile. Brother Lu, as the captain of a guard squad, surely you could adopt a more dignified posture. What should I change? Comfort comes first, Lu Chang retorted with a playful glare. Just as he was about to speak further, he suddenly grimaced, shifting his shoulder and producing a medicinal patch from his pocket, which he applied with a sharp slap. What happened? Shin Fei inquired, casting a glance. Lu Chang chuckled. Recently, the Qing gang seems to have gone mad, sending numerous skilled fighters to clash with the Ren Ai Hall and the Iron Fist gang, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. Oh? Shin Fei's heart harbored a cold smirk, though his expression feigned confusion. Why is that? Aren't the four major factions supposed to maintain clear boundaries and remain uninvolved with one another? That was then. Lu Chang grinned, revealing his teeth. A few months ago, a disciple of the Qing gang was killed by someone using the wind-chasing leg technique. It stirred quite a commotion, and although it eventually fizzled out, it left a rift between the two factions. I've heard that recently, several Qing gang disciples have been slain outside the city, including a Qi refining stage warrior, using both the wind-chasing leg and the heart-crushing palm techniques. Now, the Qing gang is in an uproar, demanding an explanation from the Ren Ai Hall and the Iron Fist gang. An explanation? Shin Fei mused. The Qing gang suspects that the Iron Fist gang and the Ren Ai Hall are colluding to encroach upon their territory. Shin Fei's mind raced. Wasn't there an incident a few months ago where someone used the heart-crushing palm to kill a disciple of the Iron Fist gang? How did they end up allied now? Who knows? Lu Chang shrugged. Perhaps it's all a performance for the Qing gang. In any case, the situation outside is chaotic. You must tread carefully, for those Qing gang rascals are quite underhanded. Shin Fei chuckled. Pouring himself more tea, hasn't the upper echelon intervened? They will. Just not yet. Lu Chang replied with a grin. It's quite normal for the lower ranks to clash, as long as it doesn't involve them. They won't intervene. I suspect that during the county magistrate's 60th birthday celebration in a few days, someone will bring it up. At that point, they can simply drink 3 cups in penance, and the matter will be swept under the rug. Is it truly that simple? That's how it has always been. If they intended to take down the 4 major factions, they would have done so long ago. You make a fair point, Shin Fei chuckled, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. After a bit more casual conversation, Lu Chang, satisfied with the gifts, took his leave. Shin Fei personally escorted him to the door, ensuring he had departed before turning back into the courtyard. Before long, under the cover of the inky night, Shin Fei vanished into the shadows. The Qing gang, the Fengyi Society, the Ren Ai Hall, and the Iron Fist gang, despite each faction boasting hundreds of capable hands and fighters. The true mid to high-ranking members were rare gems, each an individual of note. In the days following, aside from refining pills, Shin Fei kept himself busy, occasionally venturing out to observe from the shadows, memorizing the faces of several high-ranking members from the 4 major factions. With the night as his cloak, Shin Fei moved through the streets and alleys like a specter, deftly avoiding detection, akin to a wandering ghost slipping through the darkness. Before long, he arrived outside a courtyard, straining his ears to catch the distinct sounds of revelry within. This is the place. Shin Fei nodded to himself, tying a cloth around his face, taking a deep breath before leaping into the small courtyard. Several members of the Iron Fist gang were engaged in drinking and gambling, with one man at the forefront, bare-chested, seemingly unfazed by the chill of early winter, as he exhaled 2 thick streams of breath. Unmistakably a Qi refining stage warrior. Who goes there? As Shin Fei leaped into the courtyard, he instantly drew the attention of the gathered men, the leader calling out sharply, "Just a dog of the Iron Fist gang. Your grandfather has come to settle the score." Shin Fei sneered, his laughter coarse and boisterous, mimicking that of a middle-aged man. With a swift movement, he lunged toward the Iron Fist gang members, releasing a cloud of soft spirit powder. The powder swirled around them, causing panic among the gang, who scrambled to evade. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Fei moved like a blur, weaving through the crowd and swiftly dispatching several men, his hands stained with blood. Seeking death, the Iron Fist Gang's Qi refining warrior roared in fury, launching a punch at Shen Fei's back. Feigning ignorance, Shen Fei deliberately did not evade, slightly turning to absorb the blow. Thud. The impact resonated like a strike against a bullhide shield, producing a dull thud that was quite peculiar. Tough skin technique? The Iron Fist Gang warrior's eyes widened in shock as he reached out, swiftly tearing away Shen Fei's cloth mask, revealing a familiar visage. Anyo? You dare seek death, and if I do? Ha ha ha. This time, I'll collect some interest, and next time, I'll take your life. With a maniacal laugh, Shen Fei raised his hand and scattered a cloud of soft divine powder. Seizing the opportunity to depart with effortless grace, as the powder dissipated, the Iron Fist Gang's Qi refining realm warriors surveyed the ground littered with corpses, their faces contorted with fury. After a moment, dozens of Iron Fist Gang warriors surged forth, making their way towards the nearby residence of the Green Gang. On a rooftop, Shen Fei concealed himself in the shadows, his sharp gaze fixed upon the unfolding scene below. Upon witnessing the throng of Iron Fist Gang warriors rushing towards the Green Gang's stronghold, Shen Fei knew that the night held the promise of excitement. With a swift motion, he leapt towards the ground. Just as he neared the earth, he extended his right hand to lightly touch the ground, propelling himself forward like a swallow, elegant and ethereal. Before long, Shen Fei arrived at a post of the Ren'ai Hall, which was clearly a warehouse, guarded day and night by numerous Ren'ai Hall warriors. A cursory glance allowed Shen Fei to pinpoint a squad engaged in training. With a cold smirk, he stealthily infiltrated their ranks. Moments later, accompanied by a few anguished cries and roars, Shen Fei departed with nonchalance. Soon, the area was ablaze with light as dozens of Ren'ai Hall warriors streamed out, heading directly towards the nearest Green Gang stronghold. At the Green Gang stronghold, Anyo drank repeatedly, feeling inexplicably uneasy as if something ominous was looming. What's wrong, boss? Are you feeling unwell? A sycophantic junior member of the Green Gang inquired. Should I fetch a woman from the backyard to relieve your stress? Shut your mouth, Anyo snapped irritably. Those women in the backyard are meant for the upper echelons. We have no right to touch them. Keep your head down. Yes, yes, the junior member hurriedly nodded, his demeanor growing increasingly obsequious. I'll take a stroll, Anyo grumbled, feeling increasingly vexed as he loosened his collar and wandered aimlessly around the Green Gang's stronghold with the junior member in tow. Not long after, a shadow rushed towards him, striking out with a powerful palm, exuding an extraordinary aura. Heart-crushing palm. Anyo momentarily froze, then erupted in rage. You dare to provoke me? Die. With a roar, Anyo retaliated with a punch. Bang. The fists collided, and the shadow let out a muffled grunt, spitting blood before vanishing over the wall under the cover of night. Trying to flee? You think so little of the Green Gang. Anyo sneered, bellowing, gather everyone. Arm yourselves. He is injured and can't have gone far. Chase him. Yes. At Anyo's command, dozens of skilled fighters from the Green Gang assembled, each wielding weapons, ready to pursue the recently departed figure. Let's go. Anyo exclaimed with fervor, his face twisted with murderous intent. However, as he swung open the door, he was met with a rush of over 100 individuals charging towards him. The next morning, Shen Fei leisurely exited the north branch of the city, heading towards the outskirts, Maojian Mountain. After a considerable interval, Shen Fei returned to familiar ground, intent on killing and swiftly fulfilling the conditions for the completion of his Thousand Venoms technique. With a powerful thrust of his foot, the hard ground cracked open beneath him, and Shen Fei darted forward like a cheetah, becoming a fleeting shadow as he ascended to the mountain's peak. Soon, he arrived at the site of his previous ambush against the bandits. Surveying the surroundings carefully, his ears perked for any sounds. After a while, confirming that no one was around, Shen Fei sprang into the air using a tree trunk, gracefully landing on a branch, sitting cross-legged as he withdrew several blood-nourishing pills. Waiting for the bandits on their patrol to pass by, Months had elapsed since his last encounter, and the situation with the bandits was undoubtedly altered. He'll be prudent. Shinfei decided to capture a few tongues to glean information. After crouching for about half an hour, several bandits appeared unsteadily in the distance, slowly approaching Shinfei's position. Seeing this, Shinfei smiled slightly, tossing a blood-nourishing pill into his mouth, crouching on the branch, poised like a hunting leopard. Patrolling again? Why do we patrol every day? Shut up. Enough with the nonsense. I heard the chief plans to take the young chief on a long trip next month. A long trip? What about us? Of course, we stay here. We're treated well. Why would we want to return to being commoners and forage for wild vegetables? Ha ha ha. Right? The bandits laughed as they passed beneath Shinfei. Just then, a gust of wind whistled above them, and instinctively, they looked up to see a young man diving towards them, his hands dark as night. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Shinfei struck the foreheads of the bandits with precision. Crack! The skulls shattered, and the bandits let out muffled groans, blood pouring from their orifices as they died without uttering a single scream. Hero, the eldest bandit, seeing the carnage, immediately knelt, bowing his head. Please spare me. I was just forced up the mountain yesterday. I haven't done anything wrong. Shinfei's gaze bore into the bandit, and after a moment, he suddenly said, Hand over all your hidden weapons and poisons. I want to kill you. What? The bandit looked bewildered. Shinfei replied coolly, Last time I was here, I killed a few, and one like you had a stash of poisons and hidden weapons, don't you know? It's you? The bandit's expression shifted, and he sullenly lowered his head, pulling out a large pile of poisons and hidden weapons, enough to form a small mound. Good heavens, you've integrated into the organization rather quickly. Shinfei scrutinized the bandit before directly interrogating him for information, matching it with what he had learned months prior. After a while, Shinfei nodded slightly. That's about right. No changes, so. Shinfei turned to the bandit. You've been here for months already? Yes. The bandit chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands. I've answered your questions. Can I leave now? Yes. Shinfei nodded. Thank you, hero. The bandit exclaimed joyfully, hastily turning to flee. However, just after a few steps, he suddenly felt a chill around his neck, an inexplicable sense of suffocation enveloping him. Who's grabbing my neck? The bandit's mind flashed with his last thought before. In the next moment, he was lifted high by Shinfei and slammed heavily onto the ground. Bang! Flesh and blood splattered as the bandit was torn apart. For the misdeeds you've committed, death is too light a punishment. You thought you could escape? Shinfei scoffed derisively. Bending down to search the corpse, he retrieved several taels of silver. After weighing the blood-stained silver in his hand, Shinfei sighed and leapt towards the mountain peak. Once again at the small wooden cabin from before, Shinfei hid in the shadows, observing meticulously. After a long while, he did not spot the chi-nourishing realm warrior he had previously battled, which left him feeling quite regretful. Their last encounter had ended inconclusively, a true lament in his life. Today, he had hoped for a fair confrontation to settle their score, only to find that his old adversary was absent. Shinfei sighed deeply, stowing away the various poisons he had prepared. Toxic eye powder, laxatives, sleep-inducing powder, softening powder, corpse-dissolving powder, and more. As he pulled out a mask, Shinfei was about to tie it on when he paused, stuffing it back and instead retrieving a vial of potion, applying it to his face. Before long, Shinfei transformed into a mid-level chi-refining realm warrior of the Green Gang. Ainyo. Cracking his neck? Shinfei assessed his appearance, ensuring there were no signs of his true identity, then laughed heartily, launching himself towards the wooden cabin. Who goes there? A startled voice rang out from within the cabin, as several bandits rushed to investigate. But Shinfei was already upon them, his hands turning dark as he struck each bandit in the chest, deftly swiping at their waists, then leaping into the air, vanishing into the dense forest in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Moments after Shinfei left, the bandits swayed unsteadily, their faces turning dark, their chests caving in as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Continuing his ascent, Shinfei systematically destroyed 4 bandit strongholds, slaying 18 bandits in the process, amassing nearly 500 taels of silver, along with a set of risku illustrations, a red belly band, a vial of aphrodisiac powder, and an abundance of poisons and hidden weapons. Scoundrels! Lowly vermin! Xin Fei felt deeply dissatisfied with the spoils from the bandits. Discarding the poisons, hidden weapons, and aphrodisiac powder, he contemplated tossing away the Risku illustrations as well. But upon opening it and admiring the craftsmanship, he decided to keep it. I have always harbored a strong aversion to evil and uphold righteousness. This set of Risku illustrations is clearly a reward I deserve. Xin Fei laughed heartily, pressing forward towards the mountain peak. At the summit, in the bandit stronghold's assembly hall, the bandit leader Luo Tong was discussing details with his son, Luo Wu. A trusted aide guarded the entrance. How did the arrangements go, father? Rest assured. I have gathered all the valuables, manuals, silver notes, and elixirs. We can depart at any time. Well done. Luo Tong stroked his beard, smiling with satisfaction. Everything here is in order. In a few days, the county magistrate will lead soldiers to encircle UST that time. We will achieve great merit and be promoted to the state capital. Both of us will finally rise to prominence. This operation has gone smoothly. The county magistrate is quite pleased and intends to recommend you to join the Songjin Mountain Manor. Songjin Mountain Manor? Luo Wu's eyes brightened with excitement. Father, are you referring to one of the 6 major powers of the state capital? Indeed. Luo Tong chuckled. The Songjin Mountain Manor has secretly allied itself with the Su family of the noble clan. The county lieutenant is a direct descendant of the Su family, here to hone his skills. And once assigned to the prefecture, he will certainly arrange matters for you. Thank you, father. Luo Tong trembled with excitement. This is all your fortune, Luo Tong said with a light laugh, casting a benevolent gaze upon Luo Wu. At such a young age, you have already reached the pinnacle of blood-nurturing realm, and you may step into the chi-refining realm at any moment. With such talent, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to advance even further. The county lieutenant has recognized this and is willing to promote and nurture you. I will not disappoint you or the county lieutenant. Luo Wu exclaimed fervently. Luo Tong smiled. With the county lieutenant's rewards and the majority of our savings from the stronghold, I have exchanged everything for chi-nourishing pills. You will need them when you join the Songjin Mountain Manor. I also have some silver notes and gold prepared. Do not be stingy when you go to the Songjin Manor. Spend as necessary, and I will support you in all matters. Yes, father, you have worked hard. I am unworthy of such kindness, Luo Wu said, lowering his head in shame. Do not speak such nonsense. We are father and son, and it is fate that has brought us together. There is no need for such formality. Luo Tong chuckled, stroking his beard, but suddenly his brow furrowed as he shouted towards the door. Who goes there? Bang! A figure crashed in, charging towards the two. How bold! Luo Tong bellowed, sweeping his robe aside and striking with his sword, cleaving the shadow in two. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his trusted aide. Ahu! Ahu! Luo Tong cried out in rage and sorrow, instinctively looking towards the door, only to see another figure rush in, raising a hand laden with several pounds of poison. Puff! The poison instantly filled the entire gathering hall. Chapter 59. Annihilation of the Stronghold. This is bad. It's poison. Luo Tong swiftly sealed his blood and held his breath, his gaze sharp as he locked onto Xin Fei, swinging his long knife. The strike was fierce, akin to antlers of an antelope, incredibly ethereal, good swordsmanship. Xin Fei laughed heartily, slapping towards the long knife. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the long knife was repelled. Luo Tong looked up and saw a white mark on Xin Fei's palm, exclaiming in astonishment, Iron skin technique? You are one of the Qing gang? Indeed. Xin Fei sneered, his hands turning a dark blue as his qi surged, his entire being radiating with a fiery vigor, his hands relentlessly attacking Luo Tong. One strike after another, each with formidable force, left Luo Tong struggling to keep up. Stop. I am a person of the current county lieutenant. Is there some misunderstanding between us? There is no misunderstanding. Xin Fei roared. Your Iron Fist gang has gone too far. How dare you kill my Qing gang warriors? Do you truly think my Qing gang is easy to bully? I will not hesitate to tell you that County Minister Li has already prepared to join forces with Wang Zhu to eradicate you. I have come today to take your lives. What? Upon hearing Shen Fei's outrageous claims, Luo Tong's heart surged with waves of horror. He could not discern the truth, but his emotions were already engaged, thinking that if this were true, even he had been marked for elimination. The county lieutenant must surely be in dire straits. Perhaps the entire Iron Fist gang had already been wiped out. The more he thought, the more shocked Luo Tong became. The more he pondered, the less inclined he was to fight. After several exchanges, he could only exert less than 70% of his strength, his mind solely focused on escaping. Son, hurry! Luo Tong feigned a strike, intending to call his son Luo Wu to flee together. But upon turning, he saw Luo Wu slumped in the chair, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, lifeless. Son! Luo Tong screamed in anguish, his knife suddenly turning fierce, determined to perish alongside Shen Fei. Shen Fei sneered, focusing on the battle with Luo Tong. Luo Tong was a martial artist at the initial stage of qi refining, his strength on par with Shen Fei. Under normal circumstances, even with poison, Shen Fei would not easily dispatch Luo Tong. But now that Luo Wu was dead, Luo Tong's spirit was shattered, his strength greatly diminished, and he was no longer a match for Shen Fei. It was merely a matter of time. Clang! The two exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, with Shen Fei growing more vigorous, scattering the soft divine powder as if it were free, occasionally adding corpse-melting powder, driving Luo Tong to the brink of despair. You? Despicable! Luo Tong felt extremely unwell, his limbs numb, dizziness overtaking him, and a ringing in his ears, while his internal qi was in disarray, which he was desperately trying to suppress. He had been poisoned. Luo Tong felt a chill in his heart, knowing that if this continued, he would undoubtedly perish. The poison unleashed by the young man before him was terrifying. He feared he could not endure much longer. After enduring for a moment longer, Luo Tong finally could not hold on, inadvertently inhaling a mouthful of soft divine powder, causing his qi to spiral chaotically, the corpse-melting powder erupting, black blood gushing from his 7 orifices. Huff! Shen Fei quietly retreated, standing with hands clasped behind his back, sighing, in this vast world, it seems there is no one who can match me. Alas! I wonder where my next opponent lies. Puff! Hearing Shen Fei's words, Luo Tong could no longer hold on. Gasping for breath, he coughed up blood and died. Shen Fei stood at a distance, quietly observing Luo Tong until his corpse became rigid, then swiftly approached to search the body. First, he searched Luo Tong, obtaining 10,000 taels in silver notes, 5 bars of gold, and a vial of pills containing 100 qi-nourishing pills. Damn. So wealthy. Shen Fei was taken aback, pondering how Luo Tong, merely a mountain bandit leader, could possess such riches. After a moment's thought, Shen Fei surmised that most of these treasures must have come from the Su family's noble lineage behind him, the current county lieutenant, Su Wusuan. What a windfall, Shen Fei murmured to himself, as Luo Tong had yielded a bounty of treasures. Other items were acceptable, but the vial of qi-nourishing pills had Shen Fei extremely excited. Having recently entered the realm of the 1,000 Poisons hand, he was gathering the conditions for minor completion, and these qi-nourishing pills were of utmost importance. 100 qi-nourishing pills could fetch a staggering value of 50,000 taels, a fortune beyond measure. When combined with the silver notes, gold bars, and martial arts manuals, Shen Fei's gains from this venture would elevate him from a pauper to a tycoon. To kill and burn, a golden belt. The past truly does not deceive me. Shen Fei mused, his gaze sharpening as he began to search Luo Wu's corpse. Luo Wu had once been his equal in battle, yet today he had lost even the right to fight. At the pinnacle of blood-nurturing realm, he was unable to stabilize his qi, succumbing to the lethal poison of the corpse-melting powder, now a lifeless body quietly seated in the chair. Watching Shen Fei flaunt his prowess. After a thorough search, he found only a few hundred taels of silver, a plethora of hidden weapons, and a martial arts manual. Why carry so many hidden weapons? As if you could kill anyone. Shen Fei was speechless, discarding the hidden weapons and picking up the martial arts manual. Su Family Soul-Severing Spear. This was the name of the manual on Luo Wu. A martial arts technique of the blood-nurturing realm, and upon casually flipping through a few pages, Shen Fei discovered it was exceptionally intricate, far surpassing ordinary techniques of the same realm, clearly a high-quality treasure. No wonder I could not defeat him back then. It turns out he possessed such a treasure. Shen Fei sighed, tucking the manual into his robe. If only this manual had come sooner, he would have certainly practiced it. Having finished searching the father and son, Shen Fei did not linger, swiftly exiting the gathering hall, continuing his search for corpses throughout the stronghold. The stronghold housed over 100 bandits, and killing them one by one would be cumbersome. So when Shen Fei arrived, he directly poisoned them from the high ground, resulting in a massacre. Approximately half an hour later, Shen Fei had thoroughly searched the entire stronghold, collecting a chest of silver, roughly 1,000 taels, 5 silver notes each worth 500 taels, a large pile of blood-stained gold and silver jewelry, and several large boxes of copper coins, valued at several hundred taels. In the stronghold's warehouse. Shen Fei also discovered mountains of grain, enough to feed 100 people for an entire year. Additionally, there were countless bolts of cloth and a vast quantity of oil and salt, the value of which was immeasurable. These are the hard-earned resources of the people. Shen Fei's heart burned with fury, his hatred for the bandits only intensifying. After wandering around the stronghold and waiting another half hour to ensure no one was left behind, Shen Fei finally lifted a chest of silver and departed the stronghold. Whoosh! Moments later, a figure descended into the stronghold, none other than Shen Fei himself. Shen Fei strode directly to the gathering hall, gazing at the tragic sight of Luo Tong's corpse. After a moment's thought, he casually sliced open Luo Tong's finger with a sharp blade and wrote a line of bloody characters on the ground. "Those who kill me, Qing Gang and Yo." Having completed all this, Shen Fei smiled satisfactorily, laughed heartily, and departed. Before long, rumors spread that the bandits of Maojian Mountain had been annihilated, with an abundance of grain, cloth, gold, and jewels. Nearby villagers rushed to the scene and found the stronghold's gates wide open, revealing a floor strewn with corpses. Countless hungry eyes gleamed as the villagers surged forward, swiftly emptying the stronghold. At the same time, a martial arts manual found its way onto Enyo's bedside table. Chapter 60. The annihilation of 2 houses. After changing his clothes, Shen Fei strolled around outside the city before leisurely returning to the northern branch. Everything had progressed smoothly. On this expedition to Maojian Mountain, Shen Fei successfully poisoned over 100 bandits, killing several martial artists, including Luo Tong and his son, thus meeting another condition for the minor completion of the 1,000 Poisons Hand. The conditions for the completion of the 1,000 Poisonous Hands technique are as follows. 1. Ingesting 100 qi nourishing pills. 1.5 million silver coins. 2. Accumulating 10,000 taels of silver. 1. 000000003. Soaking both hands in poison 10 times. 10.4. Slaying 100 individuals. 100,100 at this juncture. Only the final condition remains for Shen Fei to fulfill the 1,000 Poisonous Hands technique. Previously, the task of consuming 100 qi nourishing pills would have been exceedingly arduous, requiring months of relentless effort to accomplish. However, now, Shen Fei has managed to complete it in a single outing, leading him to marvel at the wondrous nature of fate. Given his current prowess, he estimates that he will need just over a month to consume the pills and elevate the 1,000 Poisonous Hands technique to a minor completion. This pace fills Shen Fei with immense satisfaction, as he knows an ordinary martial artist would require at least a year or more to advance from the initial to the mid-stage of qi refinement. And even those supported by abundant resources from noble families would find it nearly impossible to achieve in less than 4 or 5 months. Yet Shen Fei can accomplish this in just over a month. Upon returning to the North City branch, Shen Fei encounters Lu Chong, who is hastily leading a group of guards outside, each bearing an aura of menace. "What has happened, Lu brother?" Shen Fei inquires, feigning ignorance with a blink. "A grave situation has arisen." Lu Chong pulls Shen Fei aside and whispers, "Last night, the Qing Gang and the Iron Fist Gang clashed, and they even launched a surprise attack on one of our warehouses. The higher-ups are furious and have ordered us to eliminate all Qing Gang strongholds within the city." "Ah!" Shen Fei gasps in astonishment. "How did it escalate so suddenly? Who is aware of this?" Lu Chong rubs his temples in frustration. "The Iron Fist Gang claims they were ambushed, while the Qing Gang insists they were infiltrated." The warehouse personnel also report that the Qing gang breached their defenses. Both sides have witnesses and are pointing fingers at each other. It's an utter mess. We must act first. Be cautious, Lu brother. Xin Fei speaks earnestly this time. Lu Chong, being in the late stage of blood nourishment, could still contend with ordinary martial artists, but should he encounter someone in the Qi refinement stage, it would be over in an instant. I understand, Lu Chong replies with a knowing look. After bidding farewell to Lu Chong, Xin Fei returns to the alchemy room, intending to continue refining blood nourishment pills while also advancing the progress of soft spirit powder. However, the day proves to be anything but tranquil. Shortly after entering the alchemy chamber, a martial artist from the Ren AI Hall rushes into the front courtyard, blood spewing from his mouth as he shouts, "Is Master Shen here? I'm from the East City Stronghold. We urgently need 10 doses of staunching ointment and 50 blood-stopping pills." The blood-stopping pill is a low-level elixir effective for rapid hemostasis, comparable in rank to the Qi blood powder, and apprentices can concoct it with ease. Alchemists can produce dozens in a day without breaking a sweat. Xin Fei, having some spare time, also made a few. What has caused such severe injuries? Xin Fei steps out of the alchemy room and instructs Wang Guzi, "Fetch the blood-stopping pills, at once." Wang Guzi scurries off. The Qing gang ambushed our stronghold, and several brothers lost their lives. I consider myself fortunate to have survived. The martial artist laughs heartily, though blood continues to trickle from his mouth. Xin Fei shakes his head, saying, "Take the blood-stopping pills first. The staunching ointment can be collected later." Understood. The martial artist does not linger, taking the blood-stopping pills handed to him by Wang Guzi, consuming one immediately to halt the bleeding before bowing and departing. Master Shun, Zhaoda and Zhao Er arrive from the back courtyard, their expressions grave as they regard Xin Fei. Xin Fei shakes his head. "Return to your own tasks. This matter does not concern you." "Yes." The two nod in understanding and turn back to the rear courtyard. Instructing Wang Guzi to remain in the front courtyard, ready to receive news, Xin Fei allows a cold smile to play upon his lips as he re-enters the alchemy room to continue his work. The conflict between the Iron Fist Gang, Ren AI Hall, and Qing Gang rages throughout the night. Even as Xin Fei lies in bed, he can hear the distant sound of hurried footsteps, intermixed with faint screams and the clashing of weapons. It is evident that the battle is fierce. Early the next morning, as Xin Fei rises and prepares millet porridge in the front courtyard, Lu Chong rushes in, wearing an expression of delight. "Brother Shun, wonderful news. What brings such joy, Lu brother?" Xin Fei smiles, gesturing to Wang Guzi, "Please serve me another bowl of porridge. The Qing gang has been eliminated." Lu Chong exclaims with a hearty laugh, delivering a significant revelation. "Eliminated?" Xin Fei is taken aback. Such a formidable gang has vanished overnight? "Lu brother, you jest." "I do not jest," Lu Chong replies earnestly. "Last night, the Iron Fist Gang and we joined forces to assault the Qing gang. Initially, we thought it would be a mere show of strength, as the four major factions have coexisted for years without truly overpowering one another. How could they be easily extinguished? But unexpectedly, County Magistrate Su Wushuan suddenly appeared. His expression dark as if he were a husband abandoned by his wife, and with a single strike, he dispatched the Qing gang's Grand Elder, Goodness, a martial artist in the body refinement stage, dispatched in one blow. Lu Chang's face reflects a mix of nostalgia and trepidation. Su Wushuan. Xin Fei's heart stirs, a fleeting smile crossing his lips as he feigns contemplation. "I have heard that the Qing gang has the Li family backing them. Did County Magistrate Li endure this?" "He could not endure." Lu Chong chuckles. Thus, Su Wushuan, in a fit of resolve, led 500 city guards to the Li family that very night and slaughtered 35 members of the Li family. "How ruthless!" Xin Fei exclaims. "Ruthless? What is ruthless about it?" Lu Chong retorts, accepting the millet porridge from Wang Guzi. "The struggles between noble families are exceedingly brutal. Numerous families have been obliterated over the years. And the Li family is merely a low-tier clan in the prefectural capital. How can they compare to the Su family, a behemoth in its own right? Their annihilation is but the extinguishing of a branch. They are nothing." Lu Chang's fervent speech and animated gestures suggest he perceives himself as part of the noble class, casually discussing the extermination of entire families. Xin Fei chuckles quietly to himself, recognizing that his own plans have not been in vain. The turmoil successfully incited a partnership between the Ren AI Hall and the Iron Fist Gang against the Qing Gang. At a pivotal moment, Su Wusuan's involvement decisively determined the outcome. The Qing Gang has perished, and the Li family has been eradicated. Xin Fei's heart harbors a cold chuckle. Had he just traversed into this realm, he might have felt some semblance of remorse. Yet, after witnessing the suffering of the common folk in Kang County, his heart has hardened like steel, especially after conversing with Luo Tong and his son yesterday, discovering that the prestigious Su family had secretly nurtured bandits to torment the populace solely for personal gain. If the Su family is so vile, how could the Li family be any better? Such noble families are not worth lamenting over. Xin Fei only wishes he had slain even more. Yet as these thoughts swirl in his mind, a heaviness settles within him. The body refinement stage. These formidable figures at the pinnacle of martial prowess in Kang County have fallen to a single strike, their families obliterated in such a world, amidst such chaos. Xin Fei feels an inexplicable sense of impending danger. The joy of entering the 1,000 poisonous hands technique dissipates, replaced by an overwhelming urgency within him, a fervent yearning to grow stronger. After some idle chatter, Lu Chong, satisfied, pats his belly and prepares to rise. Just then, as if recalling something, he casually mentions, by the way, with the Qing Gang's demise, the Run AI Hall has taken over numerous enterprises and personnel. In a few days, they will allocate some to the North City branch. Brother, should you have any needs, remember to select some promising individuals. Xin Fei raises an eyebrow. Is the Ren AI Hall not concerned that these individuals may harbor ulterior motives? What are you saying, Brother Xin? Lu Chong exclaims, astonished. Of course, they have ulterior motives. I have ulterior motives too. Who would risk their life for a gang aside from trusted confidants and high-ranking members? Once a gang falls, another will rise. It is but a minor affair. Why bother struggling so fiercely? For whom would they fight? Xin Fei silently gives Lu Chong a thumbs up, unexpectedly finding his reasoning rather insightful. As time passes, just as Xin Fei steadily progresses towards the minor completion of the 1,000 poisonous hands technique, Yuan Qianqian arrives, elegantly attired, inviting Xin Fei to attend the 60th birthday celebration of County Magistrate Zhao Songhai. Chapter 61. The banquet. As the representative of the prestigious Zhao family in Kang County, Zhao Songhai embodies the family's honor. Regardless of past grievances, during such a momentous occasion, all major factions within Kang County attend his birthday celebration. The Ren AI Hall sends a considerable contingent, totaling over 30 individuals, comprising leaders from various branches and strongholds. The higher-ups of the North City branch are largely present. On this day, Xin Fei, clad in a fresh outfit gifted by Yuan Qianqian, exudes vitality as he heads to the Zhao residence alongside the senior members of the North City branch to celebrate the occasion. Master Xian's attire is simply exquisite, dashing, absolutely dashing. I hear it is a gift from Miss Yuan. Indeed, her taste is extraordinary. The leaders of the North City branch, led by Ma Wu, shower Xin Fei with compliments upon seeing him in high spirits, creating an atmosphere of harmony, devoid of the usual undercurrents of rivalry. A gathering of old foxes in Xin Fei's heart. A cold smile lingered, yet his expression betrayed a hint of shyness, a slight flush gracing his cheeks, perfectly embodying the demeanor of an inexperienced youth. After exchanging pleasantries, the crowd set off towards the Zhao residence. The birthday celebration took place at the Zhao family estate, which had been adorned a week prior, and on the day of the celebration, it was ablaze with lights. Even from hundreds of meters away, the lanterns that illuminated the night could be distinctly seen. A row of spirited attendants stood at the entrance of the Zhao family, welcoming guests with unabashed vigor. Xin Fei glanced over and was astonished to discover that each attendant possessed the strength of the blood-nourishing realm. Truly, the Zhao family was formidable. Even a mere branch family boasted such depth. Indeed impressive. Xin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. The grandeur of the Zhao family also intimidated other factions and clans. While many had warriors of the blood-nourishing realm, having them serve as mere attendants was excessive, extravagant, and utterly outrageous. Ren Ai Tang's North Branch has arrived. Tai Quan Gang's Qing Long Hall has arrived. Tai Quan Gang's Zhu Ke Hall has arrived. Fengyi Society's He Sanyang has arrived. Fengyi Society's Zhang Sanjia has arrived. One by one, Various factions from Zhanghe County gathered at the Zhao estate to celebrate County Magistrate Zhao Songhai. Shunfei followed the higher-ups of the North Branch into the Zhao residence, where dozens of red-clothed tables filled the front courtyard, the ground adorned with a red carpet, and maidens carrying flowers adding a touch of festivity. As the banquet had yet to commence, the prominent figures of Zhanghe County would not remain seated. They rose one after another, smiling and clasping hands in greeting, skillfully engaging with those around them. The Su family, the Wang family, Fengyi Society, Ren'ei Aitang, Tai Quan Gang, wealthy merchants. All the lofty figures Shunfei seldom encountered in Zhanghe County now gathered in the Zhao family's courtyard, exchanging warm greetings in a harmonious atmosphere. It was Shunfei's first time seeing the leader of Tai Quan Gang and the head of Fengyi Society. The Tai Quan Gang leader, Huang Bin, was a middle-aged man with an impassive demeanor, standing erect like a statue, while Huang Yang, the head of Fengyi Society, was a charming young woman, her arched brows hinting at a clever mind. At that moment, they stood behind Su Wusuan of the Su family and Wang Fu of the Wang family, chatting amiably. Originally, figures from the Qing Gang and the Li family should have been present, but they had vanished in mere days, as if they had never existed at all. This did not dampen the spirits of the prominent guests. They continued to laugh and converse, as though they were long-standing friends. Occasionally, younger members approached to greet them, their faces radiant, displaying no airs. Shunfei lacked the standing to join the greetings. He could only observe from afar as the illustrious figures engaged in lively conversation. The entire North Branch had only Ma Wu who barely qualified, yet even in the eyes of those great figures, he was merely referred to as Little Ma. Nonetheless, Elder Ma remained delightfully flushed, nodding and bowing incessantly, a visage of servility. How amusing! Shunfei found himself wanting to laugh, reflecting that even in this new world, the intricacies of human relationships remained a timeless theme. As his gaze casually swept the surroundings, it suddenly halted upon a young man. This individual was tall and handsome, exuding an air of nobility, effortlessly mingling with the esteemed guests and occupying a central position, clearly a person of high status. His name was Zhao Yud, the sole heir of County Magistrate Zhao Songhai, a member of the Zhao clan. A familiar voice called from behind, and Shunfei turned to discover the long-absent Gao Shan. "Master Gao!" Shunfei performed a respectful salute, astonished. "You've returned from the capital?" "Indeed," Gao Shan nodded, his expression tinged with melancholy. "I had some matters to attend to and just returned yesterday." Shunfei refrained from inquiring further, sensing from Gao Shan's demeanor that the outcome had not been particularly pleasant. Gao Shan seated himself, poured himself a cup of tea, and remarked softly, "I heard Yuan Qianqian came to the North Branch to find you?" "Yes," Shunfei answered candidly, without concealment. Gao Shan smiled, a hint of self-deprecation in his expression. "I truly am a failure, both in alchemy and in matters of the heart." "Master Gao," Shunfei began, but Gao Shan continued. "Lost in thought, I became an alchemist at 16, believing myself extraordinary, only to squander years before finally becoming a senior alchemist at 20-5, the Yao Wang sect. I was once considered a genius. Yet after 25, I became the subject of ridicule. I did not wish to bring shame to my mentor, so I exiled myself here. Yet, after years of dedication, I have achieved nothing." Sighing deeply, Gao Shan lamented. "It seems I shall never have the opportunity to return to the Yao Wang sect." "The Yao Wang sect?" Shunfei inquired curiously. "What kind of power is that, Master Gao?" "The Yao Wang sect." Gao Shan sighed wistfully, suddenly turning to Shunfei. "When you visit the capital one day, you will understand what kind of power the Yao Wang sect is. It is where my dreams first took flight." With that, Gao Shan slowly rose and began to walk outside. Shunfei was taken aback and hurriedly followed, whispering, "Master Gao, the banquet has yet to commence. I shall not partake." Gao Shan waved his hand dismissively. "My presence here is already a courtesy. To stay longer would be a waste of time." Patting Shunfei's shoulder, Gao Shan forced a smile tinged with sadness. "Take good care of Yuan Qianqian. When you wed, I shall present you with a grand gift." "Ha ha ha!" Gao Shan feigned nonchalance, laughing as he departed. "What a fool!" Shunfei felt a twinge of embarrassment, nearly wishing to retreat into a 3-bedroom apartment. He mused that Gao Shan was commendable in many respects, yet his mindset seemed somewhat flawed. At such a young age, why play the sycophant, allowing himself to be toyed with by a woman of Yuan Qianqian's caliber? The self-pitying demeanor nearly made Shenfei feel nauseous. Gao Shan, you owe me a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for me, you might have already become a father, Shenfei scoffed, turning his gaze back to Zhao Yud, the sole son of Zhao Songhai. In that case, he was the one who had been fooling around with Yuan Qianqian outside the city that day. The man was indeed handsome, but his triangular eyes, which seemed to smirk, hinted at a treacherous nature, a scheming man and a cunning woman. How delightful! What are you staring at? Yuan Qianqian appeared, her bright eyes fixed on Shenfei. Today, she donned a light red gown, draped with a fox fur collar that accentuated her stunning features even further. Many guests around them glanced in admiration, yet Shenfei found it all rather dull. I'm observing the prominent figures of Songhe County. Hee, let me introduce them to you. I know them all. Yuan Qianqian giggled, sitting closely beside Shenfei, playfully leaning against him as she began to point out the notable figures nearby. That one is Su Wushuan, a direct descendant of the Su family, here to seek fame. That one is Wang Mang, the head of the Wang family. That one is Zhang San. He has a brother named Li Si. They are the leaders of Tai Quan gangs Qinglong and Zhu Ke halls. That one is He Sanyang, an attendant of Fengyi society. The upper echelons of Fengyi society are all women, quite formidable. As Yuan Qianqian nestled closer to Shenfei, her sweet voice wafted like fragrant petals, intoxicating him with a scent that resembled both her natural allure and the fragrance of delightful blossoms. Shenfei could not help but take a deep breath. Suddenly, Yuan Qianqian turned to him. Her cheeks flushed as she blinked her eyes, asking coyly, "Will you take me home tonight?" Chapter 62. A performance of pretense, a brilliant display of acting. Shenfei's spirit surged at this, silently contemplating that the second step of becoming a father was finally upon him. The first step, of course, was to establish a false affection, leading the other to believe in a deep emotional attachment. In this regard, Yuan Qianqian's performance was nothing short of flawless. He believed that aside from himself, no ordinary young man could withstand her sweet advances. 10,000 men would fall, with none escaping. As for the second step, it was naturally to become enraptured, leading to an unintentional entanglement. Taking her home was evidently the prelude. Shenfei hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat awkward. This might not be appropriate. To enhance the authenticity of his act, he consciously restrained his vitality, allowing his face to take on a slight blush, resembling a naive youth. But she fears the dark father will surely have to socialize later. Yuan Qianqian pouted, visibly displeased, her slender hands resting on the chair, her delicate feet swaying slightly, her figure captivating enough to drive any young man to madness. Shenfei found himself momentarily entranced, staring blankly until he finally inhaled deeply and murmured, "All right, I will take you home. Hee, you're the best." Yuan Qianqian's face lit up with joy, casting a sweet glance at Shenfei before darting away. The banquet soon commenced, and as Zhao Songhai, clad in bright red, made his entrance, the atmosphere peaked with excitement. One by one, the esteemed guests rose to toast, delighting Zhao Songhai to the point of beaming widely. An array of exquisite dishes began to grace the tables, and Shenfei found a spot to sit, burying himself in food, for he had merely come to play his part, assisting Yuan Qianqian in her performance. With the act concluded, his focus now turned to indulging in his own pleasures. The feast at the Zhao family was undoubtedly lavish, with an array of poultry, fish, and meats, all exquisitely delectable. Shenfei, overwhelmed by the abundance of culinary delights, marveled at the rarity of such indulgence amidst the current turbulent times. Truly, the Zhao family lived up to its reputation. Shenfei feasted voraciously, for as a Qi refinement realm warrior, his body had an immense demand for energy, and his digestive capacity was astonishing. He devoured half a table of delicacies, barely achieving a sense of satiety. This is also why warriors require ample medicinal pills to supplement their needs. Among the spread, Shenfei consumed 1/3, while another robust man devoured 2/3. This man, towering and muscular, ate with the ferocity of a black bear. exuding a wild and brutish demeanor that even Xin Fei found intimidating. Instantly recognizing him as the protector of Zhao Yud from their previous encounter outside the city, Xin Fei noted how the burly man occasionally glanced around, his fierce and menacing gaze radiating an aura far surpassing his own. He was at the body refinement realm. Xin Fei's heart quivered as he deduced the identity of the formidable figure. After the birthday banquet concluded, amidst the complex gazes of the high-ranking officials from the northern branch, Xin Fei naturally escorted Yuan Qianqian home. Have we truly reached this point? Ma Wu pondered, his expression a mix of emotions, the cold wind sobering him up somewhat. Sun Changhe stroked his beard, commenting nonchalantly, matters of sentiment are difficult to articulate. Jia Hui whispered. Given the circumstances, if things progress swiftly, we might be toasting to Xin Fei's wedding by year's end. Ma Wu fell into silence, and Jia Hui sighed, advising, Ma Ji sure, you must prepare for what lies ahead. Whether friend or foe will depend on your next move. Surely, we cannot jeopardize over a widow, risking the foundation our brothers have built over the years. Ma Wu, taken aback, turned sharply to fix his gaze on Jia Hui. Jia Hui's words were heavy and blunt, akin to a coup. How could Ma Wu not be astonished? Yet, meeting Ma Wu's intense stare, Jia Hui remained unfazed. This is the consensus among us old friends. If you agree, the brothers will take care of that widow for you, sending you some young maidens. If you disagree, then after Xin Fei and Yuan Qianqian wed, I shall bring the brothers to side with Xin Fei. Ma Wu fell silent, standing still, lost in thought for an extended period. Arriving at the Renai Hall, Xin Fei escorted Yuan Qianqian to her little courtyard. They conversed joyfully along the way, growing increasingly intimate and emotionally connected. At the entrance of the courtyard, Yuan Qianqian shyly tugged at Xin Fei's sleeve, and he immediately understood, his footsteps heavy as he followed her inside, eyeing the dimly lit room, confined in a small space illuminated by the flickering red candlelight. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged with emotion. Xin Fei, have you been drinking? Yuan Qianqian inquired, detecting the rich scent of alcohol emanating from him, her gaze cast down as she nervously toyed with the hem of her garment. Her face flushed with shyness. Just a few cups, Xin Fei replied, feeling slightly tipsy, thinking to himself, if I don't get drunk, how will I give you a chance? Come on, let us indulge. I still have fine wine. Would you like more? All right. Ultimately, after drinking the exquisite wine Yuan Qianqian offered, Xin Fei soon succumbed to a drowsy slumber. The door creaked open, footsteps receding into the distance. Suddenly, Xin Fei opened his eyes, clarity returning to his gaze, dispelling any remnants of his earlier stupor. Was there a sedative in the wine? How unfortunate, for I am quite the connoisseur of poisons. Such trivial tricks cannot escape my notice. Scanning the room and perking his ears, Xin Fei confirmed that no one was present, either inside or outside. He cautiously slipped out of bed, opened the door, and stealthily followed the direction from which Yuan Qianqian had departed. After navigating twists and turns for a full quarter of an hour, Xin Fei finally caught up with Yuan Qianqian. It has been a while since I followed a woman. Almost lost her. Xin Fei concealed himself in the shadows, stealthily peering ahead. There, beneath a grove of bamboo, Yuan Qianqian was entwined in an embrace with none other than Zhao Yud. Their fragmented voices reached Xin Fei's ears. How is he? I slipped him a sedative. This matter is settled. Next month. My father can propose. Excellent. You've borne much for me. As long as I can be with you, I am willing to endure anything. Qianqian, Yud. The passionate couple held each other tightly, lost in their emotions. Moments later, rustling sounds ensued as their entanglement escalated. Within a minute, it was over. They stood quietly, savoring the thrilling moments they had just shared. Xin Fei furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. Is this truly the way it is? Why has it escalated so quickly today? Perhaps she is exhausted from preparing for her father's 60th birthday. Yud, you've worked hard. Yuan Qianqian showed no concern for Zhao Yud's haste, tenderly adjusting his trousers before doing the same for herself, gently nestling against him and whispering sweet nothings that Xin Fei could not hear. Xin Fei nearly shed tears. Initially, he had perceived Yuan Qianqian as a vain gold digger, but it now appeared she possessed a hint of genuine innocence. clearly having developed real feelings, discussing money with the poor and feelings with the rich. How intriguing. Shenfei shook his head with a smile and quietly slipped away. The next morning, Shenfei awoke from the large bed, sensing something amiss, and spotted a young woman sitting nearby. Her back turned to him as she smiled while grooming herself. It was none other than Yuan Qianqian. Qianqian? Shenfei sat up, bewildered as he surveyed the room. Did we, last night? Fei Lang, you're awake. Yuan Qianqian approached shyly, sitting at the edge of Shenfei's bed. Today, she looked exceptionally beautiful, radiating the charm of a mature woman, her previously long black hair styled in a more sophisticated manner. Qianqian, did we? Shenfei feigned confusion, hesitating to continue. Yuan Qianqian lowered her head bashfully. I do not blame you for last night. It is merely that my heart had already chosen you. Shenfei was taken aback. Could it be that we? Yuan Qianqian shyly nodded, her demeanor as delicate as a dragonfly skimming water, captivatingly beautiful. How could this be? Shenfei lamented, slapping his forehead. I drank too much and lost my senses. Fei Lang. Yuan Qianqian held Shenfei's hand with genuine emotion, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. I hold no grudges. It was all my choice. You, Fei Lang, do you not realize my feelings? I am but a humble alchemist. Can feelings truly be measured by wealth and power? Yuan Qianqian's brow furrowed, her expression reflecting a hint of displeasure and resoluteness. Aren't you? Shenfei mused, lamenting that Yuan Qianqian played the mistress to Zhao Yud, as it seemed a waste of her talents not to pursue a career in the arts. Qianqian, I shall never let you down. Shenfei's acting skills flourished as he passionately grasped Yuan Qianqian's hand, his face a portrait of deep affection, leaning in to kiss her. Enough. Get up already. I've prepared some food for you. Yuan Qianqian giggled, evading his advance. All right. Shenfei chuckled and swiftly dressed. Yuan Qianqian had already prepared a towel and was waiting attentively. After assisting Shenfei with his attire and washing up, she brought forth a bowl of red date and millet porridge. The meal was filled with affection and tenderness. Ultimately, under Yuan Qianqian's reluctant gaze, Shenfei proudly stepped out of the courtyard, returning to the northern branch. Upon arriving at the northern branch, Shenfei strode confidently into the alchemy workshop. Brimming with vigor, he immediately spotted Wang Guzi squatting on the ground, eating thin rice porridge, attempting to savor a third of the bowl in 3 bites, hesitating as he stood there, unsure whether to continue serving himself. If you haven't had enough, keep eating, Shenfei said, exasperated, as he plopped down in a chair, languidly adding, What, do you think I would deny you food? Master Shan has arrived. Wang Guzi quickly stood up, scratching his head in embarrassment. I was afraid you would think I eat too much. Shenfei chuckled at this. How much can you really eat? I can eat 8 bowls now. How much? Shenfei straightened up, his eyes wide with disbelief. 8 bowls? Is that in a day or per meal? Per meal. Wang Guzi's voice dwindled to a whisper. Shenfei blinked. Were you always this capable of eating? Wang Guzi had previously claimed he could eat a lot, even causing the former alchemist to abandon him in despair. Now it seemed he had indeed spoken the truth. Wang Guzi's face turned crimson as he stammered before, 5 bowls sufficed. But recently, since training, 5 bowls are no longer enough. After a pause, he lowered his head. Please don't dismiss me, Master Shen. I can eat 1 bowl less. No, 2 bowls less. Go away. Who told you to eat less? Go ahead and eat as much as you like. Shenfei waved his hand, intrigued. You said you've been training and your appetite has increased? Come on, show me a set of crushing heart palm. Yes. Wang Guzi set down his bowl and chopsticks, executing the crushing heart palm with great vigor. Shenfei was astonished, for if Wang Guzi's heart-crushing palm had previously been executed with lack of finesse and improper posture, at this moment, it was performed with impeccable precision and tremendous force. Observing the vigorous surge of qi and blood within Wang Guzi, it seemed he was but a step away from mastering the heart-crushing palm. How long had it been since I last taught him? A month? Or perhaps 2? Shenfei blinked, suddenly recalling that he had not imparted the qi and blood manipulation incantation to Wang Guzi. This meant that, without the foundational incantation, Wang Guzi had relied solely on half of the heart-crushing palm and several bowls of thin porridge to nearly become a practitioner in the realm of nourishing blood? My goodness! Shun Fei was left speechless. It appeared that true martial arts prodigies existed in this world. He mused that had it not been for his own advantages, his speed of cultivation might not surpass that of Wang Guzi. A talent indeed. Wang Guzi! Ah! As Wang Guzi finished his practice, his gaze turned blank as he looked at Shun Fei. You did well. You have remembered everything I taught you, Shun Fei said with a reassuring nod. However, the incantation for the heart-crushing palm would have to wait until you became an alchemy apprentice. I am too foolish. I have disappointed Master Shun, Wang Guzi said, his head drooping in disappointment. Take your time. There's no need to rush, Shun Fei replied with a radiant smile, preparing to win Wang Guzi over for his own purposes. He gently added, however, practicing the heart-crushing palm requires a substantial supply of meat. Subsisting solely on porridge will not suffice. Shun Fei intended to say it would be inadequate, but upon seeing Wang Guzi's noticeably stronger physique, he refrained from finishing his sentence. It will be sufficient. From now on, I will have the kitchen prepare some eggs and meat for you. Thank you, Master Shun. Wang Guzi's eyes sparkled with excitement, his eyes brimming with tears. If you work diligently, I will not treat you poorly. Shun Fei stood, patting Wang Guzi on the shoulder, nearly bringing him to his knees in gratitude. Shun Fei then took a moment to visit the backyard, where Zhao De and Zhao Er were still diligently processing herbs. Regardless of Shun Fei's presence, the two exhibited remarkable discipline and dedication each day. Shun Fei evaluated their abilities and nodded in satisfaction. Zhao De had barely reached the level of minor proficiency in herb processing. Yet he still lacked a bit of finesse. As for Zhao Er, he had fully mastered the minor proficiency stage and was now capable of concocting qi and blood powders. After some contemplation, Shun Fei decided to publicly elevate the treatment of Zhao De and Zhao Er, ensuring they would receive eggs with every meal and meat every few days, just like Wang Guzi. Thank you, Master Shun, Zhao De and Zhao Er exclaimed, nearly bowing in gratitude. And no need for that. I do not appreciate such displays. Shun Fei waved his hand, turning to Zhao Er. You have performed admirably from today onward. You shall learn to concoct qi and blood powders with me? Yes. Zhao Er nodded enthusiastically, his eyes filled with hope for the future. Half an hour later, Zhao Er emerged from the alchemy room. His spirit shattered, his face still bearing the shock of reprimand. Qi and blood powders are so difficult, he muttered, on the verge of tears. You little rascal, if I don't apply some pressure, you'd think life was easy. Inside the alchemy room, Shun Fei reclined with satisfaction, finally experiencing the thrill of mastery through Zhao Er. He reminisced about the days when he was a timid alchemy apprentice, criticized by his mentors for poor aptitude. Time had flown, and now, just months later, he too had the right to critique others. What a marvelous twist of fate. Shun Fei chuckled heartily, retrieving a qi-nourishing pill from a vial and swallowing it after a few chews. A wave of warmth erupted in his abdomen, spreading throughout his limbs to nurture his body. After a few breaths, as the warmth coursed through him, Shun Fei fulfilled all the conditions for the minor proficiency of the Thousand Poisons hand. Boom! A torrent of information surged into Shun Fei's mind, detailing the techniques associated with the minor proficiency of the Thousand Poisons hand. He found himself immersed in an enigmatic state. Moments later, Shun Fei opened his eyes. Gazing at his hands, as he stirred his qi and blood, his hands turned a deep black, the hue darker than during the entry-level stage. The memories in his mind informed him that after soaking his hands in soft spirit powder, they now bore not only the potent venom of the wolf poison herb, but also the toxic effects of soft spirit powder, causing paralysis, stiffness, chaotic qi and blood flow, dizziness, and weakness in the legs. Quite impressive indeed. Shun Fei laughed heartily, his body cracking and popping like fried beans as his bones shattered and rapidly healed, becoming even more robust. His already formidable qi and blood surged once more. And even while seated, the natural flow of his qi emanated an aura that evoked the semblance of facing a ferocious tiger, intimidating without the need for anger. At this moment, Shun Fei's qi and blood far surpassed that of an ordinary person. He could easily face 100 armored soldiers without flinching. With keen ears, He could distinctly hear the sound of Wang Guzi and Lu Rinfeng shoveling snow outside. A thought crossed his mind, and he channeled his qi into his right hand, the veins bulging prominently. Lifting a cushion, Xin Fei shouted, slamming his palm heavily onto the hard blue stone. With a soft thud, a palm print approximately 2 inches deep appeared, a full inch deeper than the adjacent impressions, mid-stage of the qi refinement realm. I have grown stronger once more. Xin Fei smiled with satisfaction, a flicker of inspiration igniting within him. In an instant, the formidable aura akin to that of a fierce tiger dissipated, leaving Xin Fei appearing no different from an ordinary person. The next step was to fulfill the conditions for mastering the 1,000 Poisons hand. Contemplating this, Xin Fei felt a stir in his heart as he raised his gaze, and a panel materialized before him. Conditions for mastering 1,000 Poisons hand. Consume 200 qi gathering pills. 0200. Accumulate 20,000 taels of silver. 020000. Consume 1 poison pill. 01. Slay 10 martial artists of the same rank. 010. Xin Fei's gaze sharpened slightly. The requirements for mastering 1,000 Poisons hand surprised him. The qi gathering pills and silver were manageable, as he had already gained considerable insight and understood that when funds were low, he must venture out and forge connections with those around him. Xin Fei believed that through his enthusiastic networking, acquiring both pills and wealth would pose no challenge. Yet, the latter two conditions seemed somewhat daunting. Consume a poison pill? Xin Fei's first thought was to ingest the softening spirit powder, but upon reflection, he realized that the softening spirit powder was a poison, not a poison pill. Although poison and poison pills might appear similar, their effects were worlds apart. Poison could affect ordinary individuals and blood-nourishing realm martial artists, whereas poison pills were specifically designed to target qi-gathering realm martial artists, crafted to exploit their unique vulnerability concerning vitality. In a certain sense, corpse powder could not be classified as a poison pill, for it would have no effect on qi-gathering realm martial artists either. The Ren AI Hall possessed recipes for poison pills, worth a fortune, and their concoction was exceptionally challenging, achievable only by high-ranking alchemists. It was said that the entire Ren AI Hall had scarcely a few completed poison pills. The likelihood of Xin Fei acquiring one was nearly impossible. He could only attempt to create them himself, which required him to first become a high-ranking alchemist. Thankfully, he had inadvertently revealed his ability to concoct blood-nourishing pills. After allowing some time to pass, he could propose creating poison pills, thus naturally ascending to the rank of high-ranking alchemist. Xin Fei's thoughts raced as he quickly calculated his next course of action. This was going to be a challenge. After a moment, he raised his gaze once more to the next requirement for mastering the 1,000 Poisons hand. Slaying 10 martial artists of the same rank it was to slay, not merely to defeat. Upon reading this, a frown creased Xin Fei's brow, his expression darkening. This was indeed the most formidable requirement for mastering the 1,000 Poisons hand, far surpassing the previous ones. Qi-gathering realm martial artists were already mid-level or high-level figures within various factions, often capable of standing alone in many smaller powers. Despite the large population of Kang County and its past with 4 major factions, the number of Qi-gathering realm martial artists was limited to merely a handful, each a notable figure. The death of even one would send ripples through Kang County, and to eliminate 10 in one go. Xin Fei rubbed his temples in exasperation, recalling the last time he had slain the 6th master, which had provoked the Qing Gang into a furious assault against the Iron Fist Gang and the Ren AI Hall, ultimately igniting a grand conflict. Thus, the pressing question arose. Where could Xin Fei find 10 Qi-gathering realm martial artists to slay? Chapter 65. 3 years is too long. I only compete for the present. One must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Fei resolved to focus on procuring the poison pills first. Thus, on a snowy afternoon, Xin Fei personally visited Gaoshan.it. Had been a while since he had been to the alchemy workshop, and it remained unchanged, not much different from before. From a distance, he spotted Suyu, hands on her hips, parading her authority before several timid newcomers from the Qing Gang. The moment Xin Fei entered the alchemy workshop, dressed in a blue coat, he became the center of attention. Even Suyu was momentarily taken aback before recognizing the extraordinary presence before her was none other than Xin Fei. Money truly is a wonderful thing. It cultivates people. Suyu mused, recalling how last winter Shinfei had been a pale-faced, slender figure, and now, not long after, he had transformed into a handsome, tall, and charismatic individual, nearly eclipsing her in presence. Heaven, you are so unjust. Suyu greeted Shinfei with a wide smile, hurrying over to welcome him. Where is Master Gao? Shinfei cut straight to the point. I in the alchemy room. Should I? Suyu was about to suggest going in to call for someone when the door to the alchemy room suddenly swung open, revealing Gao Shan in a fur coat standing at the threshold. He said in a nonchalant tone, Come in. Shinfei nodded, stepping boldly into the alchemy room. Senior brother Gao, who is that person? Several newcomers huddled together and curiously inquired. He was once an apprentice here, Suyu replied, her expression complex. An apprentice? The newcomers' eyes widened in disbelief as they exchanged glances, taking in their own cold, red faces and simple gray cotton coats, thinking Suyu must be joking. That dashing young man used to be an apprentice? If you don't believe it, I can't believe it either. Suyu gazed at the snowflakes drifting from the sky, momentarily lost in thought. In the blink of an eye. Another year had passed, and Shinfei had become someone capable of meeting with Gao Shan privately, while she remained merely a lowly alchemy apprentice. When would she ever catch up to Shinfei? Inside the alchemy room, the furnace blazed brightly, warming the small space. Gao Shan was not concocting anything, but was instead lounging against a soft mat, yawning lazily. Why are you here instead of staying at the northern branch during this cold winter? Shinfei smiled slightly. I wish to consult Master Gao regarding the matter of becoming a high-ranking alchemist. A high-ranking alchemist? Gao Shan paused, regarding Shinfei with an odd expression. You can't possibly be suggesting that you already possess the ability to become a high-ranking alchemist. Can you? Before Shinfei could respond, Gao Shan's gaze drifted into reminiscence. He sighed. Becoming a high-ranking alchemist is no simple feat. Both talent and opportunity must align perfectly. I became a high-ranking alchemist at the age of 25. After 9 long years of effort. 9 years. Gao Shan sighed heavily, as if attempting to exhale all the pent-up frustration within him. Shinfei sat quietly, observing as Gao Shan vented his frustrations. After a while, Shinfei spoke earnestly. Disciple feels that my skills have significantly improved lately, and I wish to attempt crafting higher-grade pills. With your plump figure, you're still puffing up, Gao Shan said with a smirk, raising his teacup for a sip. Now, tell me, what is your current success rate for crafting blood-nourishing pills? Less than 20%. Don't even mention it. 30%. Shinfei stated emphatically. Gao Shan spat out a mouthful of tea. Astonished and neglected to wipe the tea stains from the corners of his mouth, he stared incredulously at Shinfei. You claim to have what success rate? 30%. Shinfei repeated calmly. In truth, he wanted to say 80%. But after some thought, he realized that a 30% success rate for blood-nourishing pills after over half a year was already remarkably high, indicative of prodigious talent, sufficient to astonish the entire Ren'ai Hall. To say 80%, really? Gao Shan asked, his voice trembling slightly. Indeed, Shinfei affirmed with a nod and a slight smile. If Master Gao doubts me, I can demonstrate it on the spot. No need. Gao Shan waved his hand, patting his chest, his expression one of astonishment. What you say is indeed true. This cannot be faked. After a brief exchange, Gao Shan gazed at Shinfei, his eyes brightening. If you truly possess a 30% success rate, you might just have a chance to become a high-ranking alchemist. Imagine 2 high-ranking alchemists from the same school. That would be quite an accomplishment. Shinfei smiled modestly, pride swelling within him. I humbly request Master Gao's guidance on how to swiftly become a high-ranking alchemist. That's easy to discuss. Gao Shan rubbed his hands together excitedly, pondering for a moment before saying, to become a high-ranking alchemist, you must be able to craft 2 advanced pills, specifically, Qi-gathering realm pills. The first is naturally the Qi-gathering pill, which everyone uses to hone their skills and gain experience. As for the second, it will pertain to your future development focus. Became a high-ranking alchemist by concocting the minor rejuvenation pill. This pill is incredibly beneficial for those whose vitality is waning, and many aging martial artists consume it. It is a remarkable high-grade pill. Very well. I will request some medicinal materials from the Hall Master for you to attempt crafting the Qi-gathering pill. Once you succeed, You can then attempt the minor rejuvenation pill. Come to me once a week, and I will personally guide you. Gao Shan paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment before joyfully exclaiming, "Given your current abilities, you might succeed in as little as 3 years." 3 years? Xin Fei was taken aback. What was this? A minor rejuvenation pill, supposedly a high-grade pill, would actually take 3 years to craft successfully? Was it that advanced pills were too complex, or were the medicinal materials too scarce? Or perhaps the probability of becoming a high-ranking alchemist was far less than he had imagined. 3 years is quite reasonable. Gao Shan, noticing Xin Fei's expression, understood that he wasn't well-versed in the intricacies of high-ranking alchemists. He spoke earnestly. When I was at the Medicine King sect, honing my skills, there were countless geniuses, and even among those who became alchemists, only a handful managed to ascend to high-ranking alchemist status within 3 years. Xin Fei, your talent is truly remarkable. I once mocked you for your poor aptitude, yet here you are, rising to the challenge and proving yourself as a late bloomer. Ha! 3 years. If only I had your speed, I would still be enjoying the good life at the Medicine King sect. Xin Fei's lips twitched slightly. He understood. Alchemy was akin to martial arts, and an alchemist was comparable to a practitioner at the blood-nourishing stage. As long as one was willing to learn and invest time and energy, success was always attainable. However, a senior alchemist resembled a martial artist at the qi refining stage, powerful and rare, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. To ascend to that level, one must fully harness their innate talent, energy, and time, leaving only a sliver of possibility to become a senior alchemist. 3 years? Xin Fei fell silent. Now 18, he would soon turn 19. If it took him 3 years to become a senior alchemist, he would have missed the prime opportunity to enter the body refining stage. Even if he were to break through later, he would remain trapped in the body refining stage for life. Was the body refining stage strong? Had the leader of the Qing gang not been slain by Su Wusuan in a mere instant, leading to the annihilation of both the Qing gang and the Li family? Xin Fei might have believed the body refining stage was formidable, contemplating that even if he could not reach that stage, he could still live comfortably with his current abilities. But now, 3 years felt unbearably long. I only seek to seize the day. His chaotic thoughts dissipated, leaving behind a singular, unwavering resolve. Xin Fei gazed at the towering mountain and declared resolutely, I wish to concoct senior-grade elixirs myself. I seek your approval, Master Gao. You? Gao Shan straightened, the languid expression vanishing, replaced by a serious demeanor. You do not wish to brew the lesser return elixir with me? You find 3 years too lengthy and wish to forge your own path? Indeed. Xin Fei nodded affirmatively. You possess remarkable courage, truly remarkable. Gao Shan fixed his gaze intently on Xin Fei, seemingly recalling something, his eyes suddenly reddening. If only I had possessed such courage in my youth. Alas, what a pity. Very well. I support you. Let us go to Dambao Tower. Chapter 66. 2 senior formulas on the 3rd floor of Dambao Tower. The first floor housed products of alchemist's craftsmanship, completed elixirs, formulas, medicinal herbs, and various miscellaneous texts. The second floor was reserved exclusively for senior alchemists. Gao Shan led Xin Fei straight to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, they found Luo Yibin on duty. A small furnace crackled, and Luo Yibin leisurely enjoyed a hot pot. Upon seeing Gao Shan and Xin Fei hastily ascend to the second floor, he paused in surprise but quickly greeted them with a smile. Brother Gao, it has been a while, young Shun. Long time no see. Brother Luo. Gao Shan and Luo Yibin clearly knew each other. Without wasting words, Gao Shan inquired directly, where are the formulas kept? Still in the usual place. Yes, Luo Yibin nodded with a smile. Brother Gao, are you here to brew something again? I shall fetch it for you. Not for me, but for my disciple, Xin Fei. Xin Fei? The young man truly has, Xin Fei? Luo Yibin was taken aback, intending to casually commend the youth's potential but found himself at a loss for words. Xin Fei? He just became an alchemist a few months ago, and now he desires to ascend to the senior level. Is that not rather implausible? Luo Yibin silently critiqued, having previously appreciated Xin Fei's unconventional nature when he occasionally visited to purchase corpse melting powder. Now, however, he could only shake his head in disbelief, If becoming a senior alchemist were so simple, he wouldn't have spent years guarding this tower. The formulas for senior-grade elixirs were scarce, traditionally so. The entire Ren'ai Hall possessed only 4 or 5. Gao Shan scanned the room, pointed at a formula, and spoke in a grave tone. Here lies the entirety of Ren'ai Hall's senior-grade elixir formulas. This one is for the Qi-nourishing elixir. Transcribe a copy later to practice your skills. Xin Fei nodded, accepting without hesitation. Gao Shan then pointed to the other senior-grade elixir formulas. This is the lesser return elixir, which can treat blood deficiency. This is the purple mist powder, which temporarily boosts vitality by 30% at the cost of a fortnight of lethargy. And this is the crimson heart pill, which can explosively enhance vitality, elevating one's realm for the duration of a stick of incense, with the cost being. All these formulas were beneficial for practitioners at the Qi refining stage. Starting from senior-grade elixirs, an alchemist must carve out their own unique path. Much like a martial artist, in the initial stages, one could train haphazardly without issue, but as one's power grew to a certain level, it became imperative to consider one's own trajectory. The lesser return elixir focused on healing, the purple mist powder on longevity, and the crimson heart pill on explosive power, each formula emphasizing a different aspect. If that is the case, Shan Fei pondered for a moment, a decision forming in his heart. This is the Huangquan, a poison elixir for the Qi refining stage, primarily causing hallucinations with additional toxic effects. Gao Shan quickly introduced several formulas. Which one do you wish to choose? Luo Yibin blinked, and the next moment, he heard Xin Fei resolutely choose the Huangquan. Gao Shan was momentarily taken aback. Never expecting Xin Fei to opt for a poison elixir, Gao Shan was inclined towards the lesser return elixir, focusing on recovery, while Xin Fei aimed for the Huangquan, centered on toxicity. This pairing of master and disciple felt rather peculiar. Yet Gao Shan did not criticize. Instead, he regarded Xin Fei with pride, laughing heartily. Well chosen, damn it. I too wished to concoct poison elixirs back in the day, but my master forbade it, insisting I choose the lesser return elixir to inherit his legacy. I always believed I was more suited to poison than healing. Had I insisted on this choice back then, I would have. Gao Shan sighed, shaking his head, lost in nostalgia. You certainly seem to have the temperament for poison. Xin Fei mused inwardly, chuckling as he clasped his hands together. Let us proceed with these 2 formulas. I kindly ask Master Gao to apply for me. Excellent. Gao Shan laughed heartily, with a flourish of his brush, inscribing his name in the transcription book, declaring grandly, feel free to transcribe. I shall cover the expenses. Thank you, Master Gao. Xin Fei sincerely returned the gesture. Anyone whose expenses were covered to the tune of 6,000 taels of silver would be genuinely grateful. Thus, it was settled. Xin Fei transcribed the formulas for the Qi-nourishing elixir and Huangquan, formally embarking on the path of crafting senior-grade elixirs, taking his first step toward becoming a senior alchemist. Wait, are you serious? Luo Yibin watched the jovial exchange between Gao Shan and Xin Fei, finally unable to contain himself. Xin Fei, I must offer a word of caution. You should take time to solidify your foundation. Attempting senior-grade elixirs too early will only undermine your confidence. If you truly wish to pursue it, first, that blood-nourishing elixir, 30%, Xin Fei replied nonchalantly, raising 3 fingers. Luo Yibin was momentarily taken aback and turned to Gao Shan, who nodded with a proud expression. I truly spoke out of turn. Luo Yibin chuckled self-deprecatingly. You are impressive. The news of Xin Fei's ambition to craft senior-grade elixirs swiftly spread throughout the Ren'ai Hall, inciting considerable excitement. As Gao Shan had remarked, becoming a senior alchemist was no trivial matter. Given Ren'ai Hall's standing and legacy within Kang County, it had been many years since a senior alchemist had emerged. The youngest among them, Gao Shan, had transitioned from the Medicine King sect, not a product of their own lineage. Now, they were on the verge of welcoming their first homegrown senior alchemist, albeit the timeline for this achievement might be lengthy. Nevertheless, the higher-ups at Ren'ai Hall were elated, for it signified a promising future for their enterprise, ensuring a continuous stream of profits that would allow them to bask in wealth and luxury. It also meant they would no longer need to recruit at exorbitant prices from the Medicine King sect, being able to cultivate their own talent, especially since Xin Fei was only 18. Soon to turn 19. This further pleased them. The upper echelons of Ren'ai Hall could easily accept that Xin Fei would become a senior alchemist in a few years. Even then, he would only be in his 20s, making him the youngest senior alchemist in the entire hall, with boundless prospects, securing their affluent future for decades to come. Thus, when Gao Shan requested a batch of materials for Xin Fei to craft senior-grade elixirs, Ren'ai Hall approved the request without hesitation, waving their hands generously. Each week, Xin Fei would receive 5 portions of materials designated for crafting the qi-nourishing elixir and 1 portion for the Huangquan Dan from the Ren'ai Hall headquarters. Any additional materials would need to be purchased by Xin Fei himself. In the back courtyard of Ren'ai Hall, the hall master, Yuan Tianxiong, had just returned from the county office, and no sooner had he settled down than he received news from his subordinates that Xin Fei had applied for a substantial amount of materials. Aiming to become a senior alchemist. A senior alchemist? Xin Fei? Him? Yuan Tianxiong's thick, dark brows knitted together, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Initially, he thought there must have been a mistake. Xin Fei had only recently become an alchemist. How could he possibly be seeking to craft senior-grade elixirs so soon? It was inconceivable. Absolutely inconceivable. Yuan Tianxiong prided himself on his wide-ranging knowledge, yet faced with the report, his immediate reaction was disbelief, bordering on incredulity. However, after multiple confirmations, Yuan Tianxiong fell silent. It was indeed Xin Fei. The very same whom he had chosen to be his daughter Yuan Qianqian's future husband, was now striving to become a senior alchemist. Who would have thought he was such a talent? What a shame. Yuan Tianxiong shook his head, the fleeting pang of reluctance fading swiftly. What was one senior alchemist worth? If he passed away, so be it. More importantly, as long as he could cling to the Zhao family's coattails, Yuan Tianxiong would lack for nothing, indulging in wealth and prestige at his fingertips. What was a senior alchemist to him compared to the Zhao family? Xin Fei was hardly worth mentioning. Upon reflecting on this, Yuan Tianxiong let out a cold, disdainful smile. However, he still believed it prudent to maintain appearances. After some contemplation, he decided to send 5,000 taels of silver to Xin Fei under his name, as a form of financial support to aid in his pursuit of becoming a high-level alchemist. An orphan, receiving 5,000 taels of assistance from me, coupled with the tender companionship of my daughter. I can only imagine he is moved to tears at this very moment, thought Yuan Tianxiong, a smirk of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, in the northern branch of the city, Xin Fei was indeed crying. Chapter 67. A filthy thing. Requirements for the qi-nourishing pill. Herb processing. Completed. Blood-nourishing pill refinement. Minor success. Completed. Conduct 100 successful refinements of the qi-nourishing pill. 0-100 as a high-level elixir. The qi-nourishing pill requires an astounding 75 different types of herbs, with the accumulated materials for each batch towering up to knee height. The sheer volume of herbs, combined with the intricate procedures and numerous steps involved, demands that each herb be processed with impeccable timing and precision. Even the slightest deviation can lead to failure. Upon scrutinizing the herbs needed for the qi-nourishing pill, Xin Fei noted that most could be handled by Zhaoda and Zhaoer, though a few still required his personal attention. This naturally meant that he would need to invest even more time each day. Furthermore, the cost of the herbs for refining the qi-nourishing pill was significantly higher. Excluding labor and venue expenses, the base cost for a single batch exceeded 80 taels. Thus the price for one qi-nourishing pill, set at 500 taels, was no mere exaggeration. Such exorbitant costs might be manageable for a seasoned alchemist. But for Xin Fei, they posed a considerable challenge. Hence, the Ren'ai Hall generously provided him with 5 batches of herbs for free each week, amounting to 20 batches a month, a staggering total of over 1,600 taels. Such lavish generosity was exceedingly rare across Kang County, leaving Xin Fei profoundly touched. Just then, upon learning of Xin Fei's endeavor to ascend to the ranks of high-level alchemists, numerous benevolent souls stepped forward to offer their financial support. Yuan Tianxiong, the master of the Ren'ai Hall, contributed 5,000 taels. The esteemed high-level alchemist Gao Shan donated 1,000 taels. Deacon Ma Wu from the northern branch contributed 3,000 taels. Sun Changhe and Jia Hui from the same branch each offered 1,000 taels. Lu Chong from the northern branch donated 200 taels. Yuan Qianqian provided 3,000 taels along with a pair of golden hairpins. In total, Xin Fei received a remarkable 14,000 taels. which even included a pair of golden hairpins, sufficient for him to conduct 100 refinements of the qi-nourishing pill. At that moment, Shun Fei truly cried, gazing at the heavy stack of silver notes in his hands. He pondered deeply. It seemed he had underestimated both the difficulty of refining the qi-nourishing pill and the challenges of becoming a high-level alchemist in this world. The generous actions of those from the Ren'ai Hall indicated that attaining such a status was far from ordinary. They were not only speculating but also seeking to curry favor. Difficulties are indeed beneficial, Shun Fei scoffed coldly, for it is only through such adversity that when he finally becomes a high-level alchemist, they would be astonished and would value him highly, thereby ensuring a better life for himself in this world. With sufficient funds at his disposal, Shun Fei promptly dispatched Zhao De and Wang Guzi, instructing them to procure the necessary herbs for refining the qi-nourishing pill under his name, requesting a total of 50 batches. Within the alchemy chamber, Shun Fei began the refinement process for the qi-nourishing pill, with the 5 batches of herbs provided by the Ren'ai Hall having already arrived. The alchemical furnace blazed fiercely, the flames reflecting upon Shun Fei's face as he meticulously followed the steps outlined in the alchemical formula. His heart at peace as he listened to the crackling of the fire and the reactions of the herbs within the furnace, one step at a time, one process after another, utilizing dozens of herbs. It took Shun Fei a full half-hour to complete the entire refining procedure for a single qi-nourishing pill. At that moment, a faint herbal aroma began to permeate the air. Shun Fei's nose twitched as he sighed. It failed. Lifting the lid of the furnace to peer inside, he was greeted by a mere pale purple powder. The successful refinement of a high-level elixir like the qi-nourishing pill would yield 1 to 3 complete pills. Showcasing a smooth, pale purple exterior, the powdery substance was a clear indication of failure. Conduct 100 successful refinements of the qi-nourishing pill. 100. The progress panel for the qi-nourishing pill flickered slightly. Updating its status, a smile crept onto Shun Fei's lips. Although he had failed in the refinement, from the perspective of the panel, he was still making steady progress on the path to success. Continuing onward, Shun Fei took a deep breath, cleared the residue from the furnace with his tools, and sat cross-legged to resume refining the qi-nourishing pill. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 hours had passed. Shun Fei emerged from the alchemy chamber, weary. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted Yuan Qianqian, who was sitting leisurely on a chair, swinging her legs gently, her hands propping up her chin as she gazed dreamily at the heavy snowfall in the courtyard. Shen Shifu, Miss Yuan has been waiting for you for over an hour. Wang Guzi, who was shoveling snow, spoke softly, his eyes filled with admiration. Yuan Qianqian was indeed a kind-hearted girl, willing to wait for Shen Shifu in such cold weather. He sincerely hoped that Shen Shifu and Miss Yuan would share a lifetime of happiness together. I understand. Shen Fei nodded, striding toward Yuan Qianqian. The crunch of snow beneath his feet captured her attention, and upon seeing him, her fair face lit up with delight. Shen Fei, you're out, she exclaimed. What brings you here? I thought I told you not to come in this cold weather. Shen Fei chuckled as he settled beside Yuan Qianqian. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, I just missed you. Shun Fei's gaze softened. Since their last encounter, their relationship had progressed rapidly, their every action resembling that of a couple deeply in love, unashamedly disregarding the eyes of others. Even the Ren'ai Hall had caught wind of their connection. I missed you too, Shun Fei replied gently, yet added, however, I have been busy refining the qi-nourishing pill lately, so I might not have much time to accompany you. Did I know? I know, Yuan Qianqian hurriedly responded, her rosy lips parting as she quietly stated, I just came to see you. That alone is enough for me. After a brief pause, Yuan Qianqian observed Shen Fei's handsome countenance with curiosity, asking, How is your refining going? Not much progress, Shen Fei replied, shaking his head in disappointment. That's all right, take your time. Yuan Qianqian smiled, playfully huffing in a mock-serious tone. If you're short on funds, just tell me. I have some pocket money set aside that could easily support you. Ha ha ha. Shen Fei couldn't help but tease her, playfully pinching her delicate nose. You've already given me 3,000 taels, which is more than enough. I will find a way to manage the rest. Please don't give me any more money. What's wrong with spending money on someone you care about? Yuan Qianqian lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. After an engaging conversation and setting a time for their next meeting, Yuan Qianqian finally stood up, satisfied and prepared to leave. And no sooner had she departed than Shun Fei waved his hand toward Wang Guzi and called out loudly, "Bring me a basin of warm water." Yes. Wang Guzi promptly fetched a basin of warm water and placed it before Shun Fei. Calmly, Shun Fei washed his hands, repeating the process several times. "Shin Shifu, what are you doing?" Wang Guzi inquired, intrigued. "Dealing with something dirty," Shun Fei replied nonchalantly. "Dirty?" Wang Guzi glanced at Shun Fei's fair hands, pondering how such beautiful hands could be dirty. Shin Shifu was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Shun Fei cast a glance around the courtyard, asking, "Where is Lu Renfeng?" Wang Guzi scratched his head. "He went out to procure kitchen supplies. I noticed he was quite proactive, so I let him handle it." "Oh," Shun Fei nodded, dismissing the concern. He dried his hands, lifted a teacup from the table, and casually asked, "How has your practice of the heart-crushing palm been progressing?" Wang Guzi scratched his head again. "Lately, I've been feeling an uncontrollable surge of energy. I feel quite warm every night while sleeping." Shun Fei nearly spilled his tea, his hand trembling. An uncontrolled surge of energy and warmth was a clear sign that Wang Guzi was on the brink of entering the blood-nourishing realm. A genius, truly a genius. Shun Fei was astounded. It appeared that this world indeed had its share of prodigies, to achieve such mastery with just half of the heart-crushing palm technique. Looking at Wang Guzi's naive and honest smile, Shun Fei felt a pang of compassion and softly said, "You're doing exceptionally well. From now on, wake up at midnight and come find me in the courtyard." Wang Guzi's mind was filled with a large question mark. "Shin Shifu, what do you need me for at midnight?" "I'll be sleeping soundly then. Just do as I say," Shun Fei snapped, kicking out in frustration. Chapter 68. The herbs have been stolen in the blink of an eye. Another half-month had passed. Shun Fei diligently refined the qi-nourishing pill, making rapid progress. Calculating the time, he realized that in 4 or 5 days, he would reach the threshold of mastery with the qi-nourishing pill. At that point, Shun Fei could swiftly enhance his strength, steadily advancing toward the later stages of the qi-refining realm. Such rapid progress was extraordinary. Typically, an alchemist would require months to accumulate sufficient knowledge and experience to reach this stage, even if they were to refine the qi-nourishing pill. Yet Shun Fei had accomplished it in just 1 month. Acquiring the qi-nourishing pill was merely the first step. The subsequent challenge would be to refine the Huangquan pill. Time, he hoped, would be on his side. However, fortune did not favor him, as one day, Lu Chong rushed into the alchemy workshop, bringing alarming news. A shipment of herbs from the Renai Hall had been seized by marauding forces. Amidst the chaos, there lay the urgently needed materials for the refinement of the qi-nurturing pill. What? Shun Fei was taken aback, rising abruptly. Such audacity among the disorderly forces. They dare to seize the materials from the Renai Hall? Lu Chong offered a bitter smile. "Brother Shin, what audacity are you speaking of? The disorderly forces have the audacity to confront even the city guard. What hope do we, as mere factions, possess?" Shun Fei fell silent. Recalling County Lieutenant Su Wushuan, a formidable figure capable of dispatching the Grand Elder of the Qing Gang with a single move. Were the disorderly forces truly that powerful? Even the city guard could not contend with them? Shun Fei pondered, his thoughts veering towards the possibility that these disorderly forces were not akin to mere bandits, but rather nurtured by the county lieutenant himself. Lu Chong plopped down onto a chair. Sighing, the disorderly forces are entrenched in the mountains outside the city, intimately familiar with the terrain. Despite several campaigns by the city guard, no success has been achieved. When fewer men are sent, they cannot prevail. When more are dispatched, they do not engage. How can this situation be resolved? After a pause, Lu Chong continued in hushed tones. The leader of the disorderly forces, Wang Ru, possesses exceptional martial skills and knowledge of military strategy. Having wandered into Kang County, he has rallied a band of disorderly forces, his strength rivaling that of Su Wushuan. I once overheard the hall master mention that these disorderly forces are likely pawns nurtured by some noble clan. Oh? Shun Fei raised an eyebrow, his expression contemplative. Whether or not the disorderly forces were mere pawns was of little concern to Shun Fei. However, he was resolute in acquiring the materials for the qi-nurturing pill. The opportunity to refine the pill was at hand. and Shun Fei could not afford to falter at this crucial moment. He first visited the logistics department to inquire when the next shipment of materials for the qi-nurturing pill would arrive. Upon learning it would take a full month, Shun Fei understood that he could no longer remain passive. One frosty morning, Shun Fei rose early, freshened up, and exchanged a few words with Zhao De before departing alone from the northern branch of the city. At this moment, winter was in full grip. The entirety of Kang County was blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Along the roadsides, one could observe numerous hunched figures, citizens huddled in corners, waiting for death. Their numbers significantly increased since Shun Fei's last visit. Their eyes were vacant, limbs tinged with a bluish hue, having utterly relinquished hope for survival. Seeing this, Shun Fei sighed softly, feeling a pang of compassion. Since the Iron Fist Gang and Ren'ai Hall had joined forces to eliminate the Qing Gang, Kang County had dwindled from 4 major factions to 3. The Qing Gang's territories, assets, and personnel had been thoroughly divided. However, the demise of the Qing Gang did not bring about an improvement in Kang County's plight. As one Qing Gang fell, countless others rose, engaging in human trafficking, coercing individuals into prostitution, and lending at exorbitant interest rates. The once foundational industries of the Qing Gang had transformed into new means of enrichment for the major factions in Kang County, with everyone frantically exploiting the common folk. Just yesterday, families were joyful. Yet today, they could face ruin and separation in the biting cold of winter. Prices for firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea surged, lining the coffers of the Fengyi society. Although the northern branch still offered food and vegetables, the prices were such that even Shun Fei felt the sting. As a prosperous alchemist, if he found the daily expenses exorbitant, how could the ordinary citizens cope? Many had reached the point where they needed to sell their possessions just to stave off hunger. In this dire situation, the populace of Kang County was fleeing in droves. Now, rather than 30,000, it would be fortunate if 20,000 remained. The fleeing citizens mostly sought refuge in the state capital or nearby counties, while a small portion joined the disorderly forces, willingly becoming lackeys or informants, relaying information to the disorderly forces. This was also the reason why the city guard had been unable to eradicate them. With an impassive expression, Shun Fei swiftly traversed the streets, heading toward the outskirts of the city. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed at the corner of his eye. Shun Fei's gaze sharpened, swiftly locking onto the spot. Although he only caught a glimpse of half a silhouette, he recognized it as Lu Renfeng. Lu Renfeng? What brings him here? This is hardly a marketplace. Shun Fei furrowed his brow, instinctively considering following him. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. For now, resolving the issue of the materials took precedence. Upon exiting Kang County, Shun Fei found a secluded spot, donning a snow-white coat that perfectly concealed his presence against the vast snowy landscape. Using a disguise technique to alter his appearance, Shun Fei assessed his direction before setting forth, darting forward like a swallow, racing ahead. His speed was astounding, each stride covering 6 to 7 meters, leaving only fist-sized impressions in the snow. Before long,